found in this audiobook because they may be unfamiliar to some listeners. A quick explanation. The Norse were a people who lived in modern-day Denmark, Sweden and Norway from the 8th to the early 11th century AD. They were seafarers, traders, settlers and farmers. Vikings were a specific group of Norsemen, part-time warriors who served jarls and sometimes went raiding. In other words, all Vikings were Norse, but most Norsemen were not Vikings. In medieval Norse culture, the main performers of Siddur, sorcery, were women. The men who practiced it were effeminate and existed in a sexually charged state of dishonour, to quote Professor Neil Price, author of The Viking Way. They were regarded as unmanly, and by implication assumed to adopt the female role in sex. Interestingly, being gay was acceptable among the Irish. In 2017, the revisiting of a grave found from Birka in Sweden changed interpretation of Norse culture forever. A skeleton buried with the accoutrements of a warrior, an axe, quiver of arrows, spears and a sword, had originally been determined as male. When re-examined by archaeologist Anna Kjellström, it was found remarkably to be that of a woman buried with war gear. The debate since has been endless, but one thing is clear. This woman was a warrior. The find is not perhaps as unique as it might first seem. There are recorded instances of women serving in the Royal Navy in the Napoleonic conflict, as well as in the armies of the American Civil War. Their motivation remains unclear, but it is reasonable to put forward possible explanations. They may have been following their husbands or lovers into military service. They may have simply been seeking adventure, fleeing domestic abuse, or they may have been transgender. In the 10th and 11th centuries, Dublin had one of the largest slave markets in Europe. The sale of black slaves there is also in the historical record. Racism may have existed then as now, but there is no evidence in Norse culture of negative attitude towards people of colour. These, then, are the historical basis for some of the characters you will listen to in Stormcrow. Not demented figments of my woke imagination, but people who really could have existed. Prologue. Linduachel, east coast of Eriu, spring AD 990. Mesmerized, I stared at the dark shape on the muddy sand. Just ordered by my mother to see what the previous night's storm might have sent ashore, I had disgruntledly spooned down the last of my barley porridge, thrown on my cloak, and left the longhouse. There would be sea wrack, I had decided, lots of it. Hard to work through for flotsam and jetsam. There would be dog whelks too on the rocks. If my luck was in, there might be timber. Every so often, ship's cargo washed up. That too would be cause for celebration. What I had not anticipated this gusty spring morning was a corpse. The man lay on his back some 50 paces away, where the receding tide had left him. I wove a path in his direction, staying on the drier patches of sand, all the while my attention returning to the body. What flesh I could see was wrinkled and pale, the effects of time in the water. Bearded, fully clothed in tunic and leggings, he looked to be a Norseman, like my father, Thorgil. It could not be my father, however, because I had seen him already, sooty-faced, hard at work in his forge. It could not be my father, because this man wore a silver arm ring, and there was a scabbarded sword attached to his belt. Only the wealthy afforded such jewellery and weapons. Fascinated, for I was not allowed to handle the few swords that my father made, I went closer. I was only a little scared. Death of animals and people was an everyday occurrence. Not every newborn lamb survived. Every autumn we slaughtered a pig. People died too, like Roderick, the thrall, taken by a fever 2 years before, or our nearest neighbour, old Inga, whom I had found dead in bed some months since. This corpse was very different. Half the top of its head was missing, sliced away by the look of it. This man had not drowned, I thought, but been slain. Alarmed, my gaze went seaward. The water was choppy, white horses capping the waves to the horizon, but of longships there was not a sign. Relief filled me. It was not raiding season, yet stranger things had happened. I wondered uneasily if anyone would come looking for this dead man. It was unlikely, I decided. His comrades would have no idea that his body had ended up on the strand at Linduachel. Croak! A flutter of black wings, and a raven landed a dozen steps away. It cocked a beady eye at me, and hopped towards the corpse. The sudden cold I felt had nothing to do with the wind. Ravens were sacred to the god Odin. 2 of them he had, Hugin and Munin, thought and memory, flying hither and thither over the world. They returned each evening to perch on his shoulders, bringing news. Only now did I notice the absence of gulls. Expert scavengers, they should have been here in numbers, feasting on the dead man's flesh. There were none. "Because Odin's bird is here," I whispered. If my mother had heard me, she would have boxed my ears. Irish and a devout Christian, she reviled the Norse gods. My father, though, still held faith with the beliefs of his ancestors. I did too, finding little to admire in the Christ-worshippers' turn-the-other-cheek behaviour. "Croak!" The raven hopped onto the dead man's belly. To my amazement, it did not make for his face, but the hilt of the sword. "Mine," the gesture said. That was very plain, even to my 13-year-old eyes. "Finn!" We had few neighbours. The voice could not have been that of many people, but I would have known Veckel's voice anywhere. The same age as me, near enough, he was the only other boy in the immediate area. Tall, gangling, womanish. He was my best friend. "Finn!" "What?" I did not turn my head, but watched the raven. In between pecks at the yellow-white hilt, it appeared to be studying me. I was not sure where the courage came from to stare back, yet I did. "Did he drown?" "No. Someone took off the top of his head." "And now Odin's raven is on him. Finn, come away!" There was an unusual nervousness in Veckel's voice. "I saw the sword first," I thought stubbornly, and took a step towards the corpse. "Finn! Finn!" I hesitated. I had always been fierce-tempered and loved rough-and-tumble horseplay. When the chance came to battle another boy, I took it every time. Fighting came naturally to me. I did not know why. I had regular dreams of being a warrior, a painter of the wolf's tooth. In all likelihood, though, I would train as a smith like my father. Veckel was very different. Living with his grandmother, both parents dead, he was, most agreed, destined for a Sador life. An existence entwined with magic. It wasn't just his uncanny ability with horses, or his feminine behaviour. He liked darkness, tales of Ragnarok, anything to do with the spirit world. When his father died, he had crept unseen from his bed and sat out all night by the grave, so, he proudly revealed afterwards, he could better commune with the shade. The mere thought loosened my bowels. Why then, I wondered, did I not feel the same fear about possibly depriving the god's chosen bird of its prize? 2 more steps. Now I eyed the sword with naked greed. It was magnificent. The hilt seemed to be ivory, and the silver-chased scabbard ran down to an elaborately carved chip. I wanted it, more than anything in my life before. Another step. The raven let out a croak and stayed where it was. "Finn, are you mad?" "I saw the sword first," I told the raven. "What did you say?" Veckel shouted. The bird's head cocked this way and that, its beak clacked. A raven could not carry a sword away, I thought. Maybe Odin himself would come to claim it, but I doubted that. Sightings of gods were rare as hen's teeth. After the raven had eaten its fill, it would fly off, and whoever next came upon the body would take the princely blade. It might as well be mine, I decided. Another 2 steps, within touching distance of corpse and bird. Incredibly, the raven did not move. "Let me have the sword," I said, the words rising unbidden to my lips, "and I swear to serve Odin the length of my days." Time slowed. Veckel's cries and questions dimmed in my ears. My focus narrowed. All I saw was the raven's glossy black head, beak slightly agape, its flint black eyes bored into me. My mouth dried. A pulse beat in my throat. "Is this truly your oath?" the raven seemed to ask. "Strike me down if I lie." My voice, not quite broken, cracked on the last word. "From this moment, I am Odin's servant." "Croak! Croak!" The raven hopped off the corpse, as if to let me approach. Its head bobbed up and down. It did not fly away. Something made me glance over my shoulder. Veckel was watching from a short distance away, and his mouth was hanging open. That reaction, from my magic-loving friend, was a spur to the last of my indecision. "With your permission," I said gravely to the raven, and reached down to slip off the dead man's baldric. A little while later I was walking the Strand. The baldric was not adjustable, so the sword by my side reached almost to my left foot. I did not care. A quick look had revealed the blade to be every bit as magnificent as the scabbard. I felt like a giant. I did not know how long my jubilation would last, however. I suspected that upon my return my father would take the sword from me. Therefore, I decided, my search of the beach would be slow. Vekel had not challenged the raven as I had. After a wary look at the corpse, after asking if I truly wanted the blade, my reply had been a vehement yes. He had come with me. He demanded every last detail. There wasn't much to tell, I told him, laying out my story. Repeating the oath to Odin, however, the magnitude of what I had done drove home. "You did what?" Vekel's expression was again a picture. "In return for the sword, I dedicated myself to Odin." My cheeks were warming. Said aloud now, it sounded childish, stupid. Vekel walked on in silence. I glanced sidelong at my friend, expecting him to chide or even make fun of me, but he was deep in thought. I concentrated on looking for timber or anything of value that the tide might have delivered. I could not resist a peek over my shoulder either. The raven was gone. Gulls were quarrelling over the corpse. More circled overhead. The air of mystery had vanished. "Of course." "What?" To myself I said, "Do not let him tell me that Odin will curse me unless I put the sword back." "It's so obvious I didn't see it at first." Vekel's thin face had lit up. "Tell me, the raven knew you were going to be there?" "It did." He buffeted me with an arm. "Odin told him." All I could do was stare. There was something guarded about his last words, almost as if he'd held back information, but my hopes of keeping the blade soaring, I paid no heed. "Odin wanted you to have the sword, so he sent the raven," Vekel said. "Hugin it was." How he ascertained the god's purpose I had no idea, still less how he knew which raven it had been. But Vekel's words held the ring of conviction, and I believed them. My father would too. My friend's manner, his behaviour, meant that many people regarded him as spirit-touched. I think it helped that there was no Vitki in the area, no one else associated with Sador. Few would have the conviction to deny what Vekel said. "Look!" Vekel's arm pointed into the freshening breeze. Great banks of cloud, black and thunderous, had gathered far out to sea. "Another storm is coming," I said. "Odin again. He has interceded with Thor to mark the occasion." I gave him an uneasy smile. It was incredible enough for a god to give me a sword, quite another for two deities to be involved. "There can only be one name for you now." Vekel's expression was solemn. I dared not speak my mind. Sword stealer, corpse thief, Stormcrow. Part 1. AD 994. Chapter 1. No one ever came looking for the corpse or his sword, and over the next 4 years many things happened. The first and most significant occurrence was my mother's death in labour. Birthing a third child she, narrow-hipped, should never have borne. It was a kindness that the babe, a girl, did not live out the day of its arrival in this world. The family shrank, leaving me, my younger sister Ashild, and my father. Ashild, strong-willed and capable, took over the running of the house. It was as well, for my father's heart had been broken. Despite his Norse background and my mother's Irish one, they had made a good match, and largely been content with one another. During this time I grew, mostly upwards, but I also filled out. By 17, I was stocky, broad-chested, and the same height as my father, who was taller than most. I was cocky with it, not least because daily work in the smithy had seen me muscled like an ox. I was able to use an axe and shield thanks to my father. He had long given up war, but as a young man sailed with the Dyflin Norse, his kin, raiding down the coastline and around to the kingdom of Muin. He rarely spoke of it, and was at first reluctant for me to learn weaponcraft. "Better to work iron," he would growl. "It's safer." I ground him down, though, with a mixture of flattery and outright begging. He was too busy to train me as much as I wanted, though. "War is not pretty," he would sometimes say in his cups. "Better to have soot stain your hands than blood." Imagining myself a hero in one of the sagas, I did not listen. Long after our occasional sessions ended, I would practice the moves he taught me outside our longhouse. A training partner would have been good, but the only boys of my own age in the settlement were a neighbour's son, Burghard, dim-witted since being kicked in the head by a bull, and Veckel. The latter had an aversion to weapons. It was rare indeed that I could persuade him to pick up axe and shield and stand against me. Despite my dreams, I was no battle-ready warrior, but at least my father had not taken the sword from me, as I had first worried. I think he might have, but Veckel's account of how I had found it changed his mind. He would not teach me how to use it. Better learn from a master, or not at all, he said, adding, especially when the blade came from a god. It was hard logic, but I accepted it. I lived in hope that Veckel had been corrected by the Raven, and that because of it, my time would come one day. Whether it was because of these hopes, or just an innate wanderlust, I had long been eager to spread my wings and leave Llyn Duachel. Few people except Veckel called me Stormcrow, but everyone had heard the story of the sword. The tale had grown with the years. There had been 2 ravens, one of which had guided me to it, while the other had picked up and offered part of the baldric to me. Thunder had rumbled overhead when I took hold of the weapon. Enjoying the untruths, I made no effort to dispel them. Veckel was my constant companion during that time, but an occasion when he was not bears mention. It was perhaps a year after my discovery of the sword, one of those spring days when, for the first time in what seems an age, the sunshine is warm, when every plant is growing, every tree branch budding and verdant, when the birdsong has a joyous tone evident to all, and male hares box for supremacy in the paddocks. Llyn Duachel was humming with excitement. It didn't take much. A Norse trader, Egil the Fat, had called in on his way up the coast. It was a yearly, much-looked-forward-to event. Once Egil's broad-bellied nar was safely moored in the best landing spot, which lay around the first 2 bends of the river, his thralls unloaded merchandise. Most of the people in the settlement were there to watch, me included. I hoped that Veckel, who had gone for a walk on his own, would soon arrive. Egil's son, Olvir, a corpulent, surly youth about a year older than Veckel and I, had come on the voyage too. He was a contrast to his jovial father, and never offered a greeting to us. As Egil waxed lyrical about the exotic origins of his goods, Valand, Miklagord, Sirkland, and Groenland, Olver, who had probably heard it 100 times before, rolled his eyes and wandered off. I didn't care. As well as the costly and out of the ordinary, Egil had staples everyone needed. The women gathered around the bales of coloured wool and rolls of off-white linen, touching and muttering together about the price. There were glass beads and ring-headed dress pins from Jorvik, pieces of jet, amber from Lachlan. I had never seen the like of the woman's headdress, fashioned from a wondrously smooth fabric called silk. He had spindle whorls, loom weights, glass smoothers, fine bone needles and skates made from pig bones. Jaltland honing stones lay beside pottery and metalworking crucibles from northern Britain, and quernstones fashioned from a porous, honeycomb type of rock that Egil said came from a fire mountain. I was drawn to the most expensive and rare objects for sale. These ones Egil stood over, his keen eyes moving between them and the watching audience to them every now and again. There were bear claws, and even a whole pelt, tavel pieces of ivory and whalebone, and the tusk of a fantastical but real beast called a Horsfrillar, much larger than a seal and dangerous, Egil said. It lived in Groenland. I spotted a silver disc brooch fashioned like a large coin and covered in mysterious script, and wondered if Askeld would like it. I dared to ask the price, which was so high I gasped. Egil the master immediately halved what he'd asked and suggested I take the brooch off his hands. I coloured and replied that it was still far more than I could afford. Egil, who like as not had been aware, took my reply good-humouredly. Something else caught my eye, and I was brought back to the beach, the corpse, the sword and the raven. Reaching out, I wondered how it had escaped my notice. A silver amulet. It was the length of my thumb from the tip to the first knuckle, and less than half that across. Intricate, interwoven lines formed the wings, the body, the tail, the head of a bird. The breath caught in my chest. It was a raven, no question. One of Odin's. Egil had seen my interest. "A nice piece, is it not?" "Finn!" I turned with a smile. "Come and look, Askeld." "Not now, Finn." Her face was pinched, and not at all happy. Alarm stirring, the amulet forgotten, I stepped away from the onlookers. "What is it?" "Veckel is hurt." "While he was out walking?" That was odd, I thought. The flat landscape around Llyn Duachel offered little in the way of danger. She lowered her voice. "No, it's Olvir. He's beating Vekel for no reason." We began to run, my sister leading the way. "I heard the shouts and cries," said Aishilt, "and when I got there, told Olvir to stop. He laughed and said I was a straw-footed slattern, good for nothing but breeding brats." I was even more angry now. "Where is he?" "Just the other side of the rampart." Where no one would hear or see, I thought, fresh urgency driving me on. I outstripped Aishilt and came herring through the cart-wide entrance at top speed. Olvir was standing over a prone Vekel. I heard him say, "What's wrong, ye raggarna thing? Urgi!" He kicked my friend, who cried out. Rage pulsing behind my eyes, the words he'd used were derogatory in the extreme, and frantic to help Vekel, I gave no consideration to the fact that Olvir was bigger by some margin and heavier built. He heard me, but didn't have time to react. I hit him in the middle of the back with my shoulder, sending him flying forward. He went down in a sprawl of limbs, just managing to stop his face hitting the ground. I came in fast, kicking him in the midriff. He oofed, but he didn't give in. A meaty hand grabbed my leg. Then he sprang up, wrapping his arms round me, and took us both to the dirt. He was on top, a fight-winning position, and stars exploded in my head as he clattered me 1-2. I was incandescent, though, that he had attacked my friend. With pain as my fuel, I punched him in the pit of his belly, and when he gasped, I did it again. He collapsed sideways, and wriggling like an eel, I freed myself and stood. Aishilt swooped in like a Valkyria. Armed with the length of branch, she began to beat Olvir. He tried to grab it, to grab her, but she was too quick and too angry. She stopped when the branch broke, by which point Olvir's face and defensively raised arms were cut and bleeding. Panting, she glanced at Vekel, who was looking on in astonishment. "Are you all right?" "I am." Wiping his tear-streaked cheeks, he approached Olvir, who cowered. "No means no," said Vekel. "What did he do?" I demanded. "He wanted to lie with you?" said Aishilt, woman sharp. "Something like that," said Vekel, a long-nailed forefinger circling his lips. Understanding and revulsion crashed in. "And when you refused, he attacked you?" A nod. Perplexed that a man who preferred men would assault one of his own kind, I kicked Olvir again several times. He did not defend himself. "Touch my friend again," I told him, "and I'll cut your throat." Murderous words from a youth who had never drawn blood, but I was in deadly earnest. "Before he does that," said Aishilt, kicking him herself, "I will cut off your prick and shove it down your throat." We left him there, the nithing. He didn't dare follow, at least until we had gone back inside the settlement. "He'll tell his father lies," Vekel said, "that I tried to seduce him." "It doesn't matter," I said stoutly. "We found him beating you senseless. You're half his size. He got what was coming to him." "Father will support us," said Aishilt. Vekel looked at each of us in turn. "You're good friends. Thank you." When I went back to Egil's spot, there was no sign of Olvir. I haggled hard and bought the raven amulet. I slipped it onto a thong and hung it around my neck. By all the gods, it felt good. I felt stronger, as if Odin were watching me. There was no further trouble, and Egil departed later that day without a word of complaint. My opinion on the matter, and the others agreed, was that Olvir hadn't said anything, probably because he was terrified Vekel would tell the truth of what had happened. As the saying went, throw shit at a wall and some of it will stick. Olvir did not want even the whiff of a suggestion that he had raggard tendencies. Among the Irish it was acceptable, but not among the Norse. Vekel had always been interested in the spirit world, and things mystical, but I think the incident with Olvir helped him to choose his path in life. He didn't speak of it to me, but not long after, he left with a Vitki who passed through Llyn Duachel from time to time. He came back 3 years later, a changed person. Where he had been different, he was now strange. His femininity was even more pronounced. He wore eyeliner, women's necklaces, and a silver bracelet from which hung tiny silver chairs. He spoke in a high, lilting tone. Tellingly, few said a mocking word or joked about his appearance. One look at his iron staff, the mark of a seer, was enough to terrify most. And the next time Olvir came back with Egil, he gave Vekel a very wide berth indeed. I regarded Vekel with a degree of wariness, but he was still my friend. After all, I had known him since we were snot-nosed brats. Whether it was stealing fresh-baked bread, digging trap trenches in the sand to catch fish when the tide went out, gorging on blackberries and apples, we had done it together. True, there were times we did not share, such as when he wanted to sit near graves to commune with the dead, or when I was off chasing girls, but that did not stop us being closer than kin. I had missed him sorely when he was gone, and now he had returned, his oddness was not going to stand between us. Vekel did not admit to any regrets, but even he could not hide the pleasure in his eyes the first time we met. He sought me out each day as well, gladdening my heart further. Another detail that stood out brightly from the humdrum of everyday life came one autumn, when the evenings were really drawing in. The last blackberries dew glistened in the brambles, the cattle were growing winter shaggy, and the rooks chattered and gossiped with each other in the still leafy treetops. I had been for a wander along the beach, and finding little was returning, chilled, to the settlement. Thinking of the forge's baking heat, I headed there rather than the longhouse. Rather than find my father hard at work as I might have expected, I entered to find him quiet upon his old three-legged stool. He said nothing. I went close to the forge fire and spread out my hands, enjoying the radiating warmth. "Did you hit your thumb?" I almost missed the single shake of his head. This was not right, I thought. "Are you taken ill, father?" Another slow shake. I stared, and shock realized that his shoulders were juddering. He was weeping. A solid, quiet man, I had only seen tears on his face once as we buried my mother. The cold in my bones forgotten, I crossed the space between us. All I needed to do was reach out and touch him. The distance seemed as far as the stars. "Finn," a grief-racked croak. "I'm here, father." My hand went out, hovered over his shoulder, but I could not bring it down. My father was the strong one, the bastion upon which our family was built. This weakness unsettled, shook me to my core. "I'm here," I managed, but no more. "Father!" Ashelt's voice calling from the longhouse. He did not answer. My arm dropped, yet I was still by his side when she came in. One look, and she was crouched in front of our father, one hand on his knee, the other touching his face. "Are you ill?" "No," he whispered. "You are crying." Then more sharply, "You've been drinking too." Silence. I looked at Ashelt, gave her a questioning expression, and I have no idea shrug. She stroked father's shoulder. "We're here." Another silence, which felt as long as the seemingly never-ending winter did each year. I did not say a word. I could not. I wanted Ashelt to speak, to make it better the way our mother always had when there was something wrong. "It was an autumn day, like this, that mother went into labour." Ashelt's voice reverberated with sadness. Father began to cry silently again. It was so obvious I wanted to slap myself. "If only I could have done something." Father's voice died away. "A midwife could have done nothing either. The babe was stuck fast." Ashelt's tone was firm, adult-like. I remembered peering inside the longhouse and seeing past the broad back of our neighbour Ragenfrid, who was helping my mother's contorted, sweat-drenched features. That was before Ashelt, scolding, had shut the door in my face. I had never seen my mother alive again. The scab came off the old grief. Tears pricked my eyes, but I could not deal with this, or my father's state. Ashelt saw, knew. "The broth needs stirring, Finn." I gave her a grateful look and stumbled from the forge. She and my father came in some time later. He seemed more at ease. We ate in silence, and the incident was never mentioned again. Chapter 2. One bright morning late the following spring, I was preparing to go and check on our cattle. In winter we kept them close to home, where it was easy to see when one sickened or wolves were after the calves, but in summertime we grazed the herd a good distance away. Many days could pass without seeing them. I had been putting off the task, as if it would somehow get done regardless, but in the end I had to go. The slave minding the kine could not bully them on his own. I took the blanket from my bed, which, with Ashelt's and my father's, were situated at one end of the longhouse. Our home was one of the few structures still occupied in Llyn Duachel. The Norse had largely abandoned the settlement half a century before, decamping to Dyfflin, but some families had stayed. My father's had been one of them. Some might have found it strange to live in what felt at times like a ghost village, the majority of the longhouses falling into wrack and ruin, but it was all I had ever known. "How many nights will you be gone?" Ashild was busy at the fire, stirring something in a pot. Smoke trickled up to the vent hole in the thatch overhead. 1, maybe 2. I rolled up the blanket and tied it with leather thongs. "Have you food for me?" "When have I ever let you go unfed, brother?" In truth, I cannot remember. As I had that autumn night, I reminded myself that Ashild was only 15. She had the carriage and assuredness of a woman 10 years older. Only a little shorter than I, she had dark red hair like my own, keeping hers concealed under a linen cap. She held out a cloth-wrapped bundle. "You should have enough bread and cheese there, if you are not too greedy." "I cannot help it if I'm always hungry." I hefted the bundle, pleased by its weight. "Leave some for the herdsman." This was our only slave caring for the cattle far from home. "Is there enough for me too?" Vekel had entered unseen. "I do not have to feed you also." Ashild's sense of humour was acerbic. "Don't be like that," he said, slipping an arm around her waist. "You know how much I love your cooking." "Get away!" She escaped his grasp, but there was a smile on her face. I raised the bundle. "There is extra in here for you, I assume." Vekel's grandmother's cooking and baking was famously bad. Vekel darted in and began kissing her cheeks. "You are wondrous, Ashild." A snort. "Should I be scared that a Vitki wants to kiss me?" "Very," he said, planting one more. "I will put a spell on Diarmid and steal you for my own." Diarmid, a decent young farmer who lived nearby, was her betrothed. "You will do no such thing." Ashild had broken free, and her forefinger was wagging in Vegel's face. "Don't even think about it." "Come on," I said to a grinning Vekel. "We have a good walk in front of us." "You are not to get too drunk at Manastir Buiha." This was a small monastery on our way. Ashild saw my surprise. "Do you think I don't know what you have planned after the cattle have been moved?" Annoyed to be so easily seen through, I muttered something about needing a drink after hard toil and made for the door. Vekel blew one last kiss at Ashild and joined me outside. I paused, whistling to Madra and Niall, my 2 dogs, and checking I had everything ready. Food, blanket, light cloak, bow and quiver, hunting spear. Ironmongery to barter with, safe in a roll of old leather tied at both ends. Also hanging from my belt, crossways, my sea-axe. An all-purpose knife. It had been made by my father. After the sword, it was my most treasured possession. "I will pray for you, that all the cattle are safe, and the thrall too, and that you both come to no harm on the journey," called Ashild. Vekel made a rude noise, muttering something about the White Christ being as useful as Sleipnir, Odin's 8-legged horse on a steep icy slope. I also cared little for the Christian god, but there was no need for upset on my part, so I thanked her, and promised that I would say a prayer for our mother at the church of Manastir Buitha. "I am not setting foot inside the place," said Vekel. "There's not much chance of that, looking the way you do." Although we were only going to bully cattle, Vekel had dressed as if about to perform a sacred ritual. His dress was blue, eyeliner black. A trace of red delineated his thin lips. Round his neck hung a woman's glass bead necklace. On his belt was a leather skin bag, inside which would be talismans needful for the practicing of Seder. Hairy calfskin shoes adorned his feet, the laces of which ended in copper latins. I thought he entirely looked the part. He linked his arm with mine, as if we were a courting couple about to take a stroll. "I shall wait outside and scare off anyone planning to enter the church." "No. You can buy honey while I'm praying." The monastery's bee farm was famous. Bickering the way old friends can, we went to the forge. My father's dog, a huge wolfhound appropriately named Coo, was sprawled, shaggy grey-haired at the entrance. He paid my dogs no attention, but his tail thumped the ground at me. My father looked up from his anvil, where he was beating out a rim for a wagon wheel. "On your way?" "Aye." "Don't forget a drop of mead." The monastery's produce was tastier than his own home-brewed ale, and stronger with it. "I won't." My attention went past him, seeing the sword on his workbench. It normally lived in the longhouse under my bed. "You remembered," I said, pleased. A grunt. "I'll take a look at it when I'm done with this rim." Despite the oiled wool inside the sheath, the sword's immersion in the sea had seen some salt damage. I had scrubbed it clean with sand, but tiny pits remained. I had had to oil it well ever since. I checked it regularly for rust spots too, and had mentioned this the previous evening. My father must have fetched it when I went for my daily walk along the strand. That had been a habit come rain or shine since finding the blade. "Thank you," I said, wondering if I might finally persuade him to instruct me in its use, if I would ever become a renowned warrior. The sun shone as we set out. I waved at the few neighbours who were about. They responded, but cast wary looks at Vekel. He saw me scowl. "They're scared, I know, but they come to me regardless, if they're sick, or going out in a boat to fish, or worried about the harvest." A knowing chuckle. "Or like yesterday, when they want to curse someone." "Who was that?" I demanded. Lyn Duakel and the land around had a population of a couple of hundred, no more. I knew everyone, to see at least. A long-nailed finger touched his nose. "That is between me and the spirits." When I tutted, he said, "If I told you, the Seder would not work." I spent the first portion of our journey wondering who in the settlement hated someone enough to have a curse laid on them. I asked Vekel twice more, but he ignored me, humming to himself, and calling Madra and Niall to have their ears rubbed. "I do like that your father's dog is called Hound, and one of yours is called Dog," he said eventually. I chuckled. "It's silly to call the other one Niall, though." Inhabitants of Lyn Duakel owed allegiance to a local king, and also to the Inales, supreme rulers of Mee, the area we lived in. The men of the latter clan were known as the Sons of Niall, after the dynasty's progenitor, and thanks to their overbearing attitude, universally disliked. I had always thought the name amusing. "Don't you think?" I bridled. "He's 4 years old, and an Enale has never heard me call the dog yet." "There's a first time for everything." "Pigs might fly," I said, with the confidence of youth. Having pulled across the River Casson in a coracle, we set out westward. Bright sunshine gilded the green, rolling landscape, drying our legs after the fording of a second, shallower waterway. Apart from the tops of the few hills, there was little forest, it having been cut down so the ground could be cultivated. It was pleasant landscape, although mostly flat and unremarkable. Farms were well scattered, but at every last one, dogs barked challenges. Having alerted their owners, they rarely came close. The dwelling houses were small, one-room thatched affairs, surrounded by fields of oats and barley, and hurdle fence areas for cattle. There were also raths here and there, built by richer farmers. Circular earthen banks with a single gate. They had animal enclosures within. The name was deceptive, because none of these fort-like structures had enough men for defence. Some raths had dwelling houses inside, but the purpose of most was to keep livestock safe from nighttime raids by wolves. Half the morning's walk from Lyn Duakel, we crested a rise and saw, amid more fields of barley and wheat, the stone tower that marked Manishtir's Wehad's position. I never tired of seeing it, by far the grandest structure in the area. Built of local stone and immensely tall, 2 decent spear casts by most men's admission. It had been constructed after a particularly brutal Norse raid 30 years before. Able to contain the monks and all their valuables, with a door that was reached by a rope ladder, it had never been needed since. Nearing the first dwellings, those of the non-religious who had come to live in the shelter of the monastery, I called in Madra and Niall and looped a rope around each of their necks. Otherwise they were wont to chase hens, or scavenge from the tanner's premises, both of which might get us into trouble. By rights, we should have bullied the cattle first, but I was tired and thirsty. A sup of ale or mead, or both, was too appealing to pass up. Unsurprisingly, Vekel agreed. We beat an eager path to the brewery, which was set close to the monastery's low perimeter wall. No one paid me any heed. A youth in yellow tunic and dunbreeks with a couple of dogs. Vekel was a different matter. His outlandish array, not to mention the outrageous swagger of his hips, positively demanded attention. People crossed themselves as we went by, and at least one housewife retreated into her house and slammed the door. A greybeard dropped his walking stick and almost fell over, so frightened was he. When I stopped at the bakery to buy a loaf, Ashel's supplies would not last us, for we both ate like horses. The serving girl would barely look at me, let alone Vekel. He, loving the effect, kept asking her questions. I told him to let her alone, and he just laughed. "You will have a babe ere the winter," he declared, leaving her open-jawed behind us. "How did you know that?" I hissed. "I would not have guessed in 100 years. "Seder." I dunted him with an elbow. "What else?" He leaned in close. "Now and again, she rubbed her stomach gently." "In the manner of a woman who's carrying a child," I said, finishing. "Just so." I shook my head, wondering how much of Vekel's Seder was related to his acuity of vision. The monk in charge of the brewery didn't bat an eyelid at either of us. In the main, I suspect it was because he was drunk. This was his usual state. Whether he had been like it before, or had acquired a taste for his own produce after taking the job, I had no idea. Red-nosed, whiskerier than monks were supposed to be, his brown robe stain-spattered from neck to ankle, he was an amiable sort. "There you are," he announced from behind the taproom's rough wooden counter. It was as if he'd been expecting us, but was also a suitable greeting when you didn't know or couldn't remember someone's name. "Greetings, brother," I said respectfully. Thanks to my mother, I was fluent in Irish. Vekel inclined his head. "The blessings of God upon you both." Vekel arched an eyebrow. Unabashed, the monk continued. "You are both thirsty on a warm day like this?" "Parched," I said. "Beer for both of us." The monk dipped a wooden tankard into a barrel, then a second. Liquid spilled as he unceremoniously plonked them down on the counter. "Come far?" There weren't many other customers, but I sensed all of their attention. I had nothing to hide. Downing half the beer, I belched and said, "Lynn Duakel." "Any news?" "Nothing much." I drank off the rest of the beer. "Another, if you will." Vekel placed his tankard beside mine. "And for me. It's good." Like most of Lynn Duakel's inhabitants, he also spoke Irish. The monk gave us refills, and without being asked, produced a wooden bowl of water for Madra and Niall. "My father's fond of your mead," I said. "If you could set aside a small barrel, I'll call in for it after bullying the cattle." He blinked. "Ah, yes, the smith from Lynn Duakel. Thorgal, was it?" "That's right." A brown-pegged smile. "He likes a drop?" "He does." Sadness tugged at me. Since my mother's death, my father took himself here on occasion. According to our neighbour Ingolf, also fond of a tipple, my father would drink until he fell down, sleeping on the floor and starting afresh the following day. "Another?" The monk reached for my tankard. My appetite soured. I said, "No, maybe later, when I come for the mead." Vekel was put out not to have a third. He liked his beer, but did not argue when I chided him about our primary task. Trying to move kine when pissed is never a good idea. "We'll be back before you know it." "Very well." He clicked his tongue. "Madra, now, time to earn your crust." The dogs leaped up. I petted them. "Niall, is that your dog's name?" The question came from a short man further along the counter. Clad in farmer's clothes like everyone else, he had a sharp, stoat-like face. My heart lurched. I wanted to slap Vekel. Of all the places to say the name out loud, this was the worst. Caught flat-footed, I struggled for an answer. Vekel jumped in. "The beer, it's already affecting me. Nigel. He is called Nigel. My friend here is half a Norseman, see." Stoat-Face's expression was disbelieving, but the warning rattle of Vekel's bracelets and the meaningful lift of his staff made sure he didn't say so. With his gaze heavy on our backs, we left the taproom, the red-nosed monk telling us to return soon. "I'm sorry," Vekel said the instant we were alone. "I'm so stupid, and after what I said earlier." "It is of no matter," I said lightly, telling myself nothing would come of it. The cattle were grazing the slopes of a nearby hill, common land that overlooked the Bowen River. As always, I searched along the near bank for the sacred and mysterious site of Sion Vrew. I knew the spot where it lay, although thanks to the incline, it was not visible until one was much closer. I marked the rath of a large farm. That was where to aim for if I wanted to visit the mysterious, massive, circular mound. It had been built untold centuries before. By whom? No one knew. Christians and pagans alike revered it. As Vekel said, a man would have to be a corpse not to feel the Seder there. Seeing my gaze, he said we should visit it at Soan, the night when the dead walked the land. "Go on your own?" A frost giant could not drag me there then, I swore, and meant it. I went back to the task at hand. Our shaggy brown, black and red beasts were discernible from other stock by the cut in their right ears, and the thrall was with them. We greeted each other warmly. He had belonged to the family since before I was born, and my father treated him well, which was why he could be off minding the cattle on his own. Wolves roamed the area, but there were several stone enclosures where he took the cattle at night. With his and the dog's help, we cut the 24 beasts out and set off for the fresher pasture, some distance to the east. It was still bright by the time we were done. It was good to stand and watch them graze, all moving in the same direction, the way cattle always do. "This will suffice until after the harvest, maybe," I said. The slave grinned and bobbed his head as I shared my food with him. "I am for the monastery. To be more exact, the tap room." Vekel set off without a backward glance. "We need to be careful," I warned, "especially if Stoatface is about." "I'll scare the living daylights out of him." Vekel waved his staff. "That might not be the best idea near the monastery." I did not want to spell it out further. Vitkeys, sorcerers, were feared and respected, but they were also loathed by many. It wasn't unknown for a whipped-up mob to lynch or murder a Vitkey. "All right," Vekel said. "If he is still there, we shall find a quiet spot outside the settlement to sleep, but if not, I see no reason not to pass an enjoyable evening in each other's company." "I'll drink to that." I raised an imaginary tankard, and laughing, he did the same. Chapter 3. With no sign of Stoatface, we did our best to drink the taproom dry. The old monk kept pace. By the time my world began to spin, I was still able to marvel how unaffected he was. Vekel also held his beer better than I, and ribbed me mercilessly about it. I had no memory of the night's end. There were no dreams either. I was woken by a pleasant, brushing feeling on my face. Dust filled my nose, and a violent sneeze escaped me, which badly hurt my pounding head. I opened my eyes. I was on the floor, and the whiskery monk was sweeping it. The end of his broom came near again. "I'm awake." The words came out as a croak, but he stopped. I rolled my tongue around my dry, foul-tasting mouth. "What time is it?" "The terce bell rang a while ago. You needs must get up." His tone was faintly chiding. "'Tis bad for business if last night's customers are still on the floor." "Hungover?" Grunting, I rolled over and sat up. Vekel was already leaning on the counter, a tankard in hand. He saluted me. "Join me in Hair of the Dog." "Water is what I need." A laugh. "Have one for the road, then." I would never hear the end of it if I did not partake. The old monk seemed to realize this. Setting aside his broom to fill 2 more tankards, wincing at the pain in my head, I stood. The first mouthful was awful, the second less so. Once half the beer had gone down, I felt more alive. Of course, 1 drink turned into 2, then 3. Oddly, Vekel had struck up a friendship with the old monk the night before. They roared at each other's jokes and talked at length about beekeeping and brewing. Feeling a little left out, it was simple enough to announce that it was time to depart. Some of the ironmongery I had brought, nails, buckles, pins, and sundry tools, had paid for our beer the night before, and the small barrel of mead that sat on the counter. I only had to fulfill Ashelt's request, and we could leave. I went to the church to pray, but Vekel stayed for another. When I emerged, feeling uneasy to have asked something of the White Christ, he was waiting with the dogs. We set off on a track that led northeast towards home. "Think it will work?" Vekel asked. "The prayer for your mother, I mean." "Who knows?" I found the Christian religion, its concepts of sin and damnation, and constant striving to find a place in heaven, tiresome. Norse gods were devious and unreliable, but there were no rules to follow and no obligation to behave in a certain manner or risk eternal suffering. "It will keep Ashelt happy anyway." That is why I did it. Still sore-headed, I was in no mood for conversation. Vekel also seemed content not to talk, and a companionable silence fell. Bar a few words when we paused to slake our thirst at streams, it continued until we were nearing Lyn Duachel. More precisely, it lasted until I saw a trail of smoke lifting skyward from the settlement. Far too big to be from a hearth or a forge fire. It was too early for midsummer's bonfires. "See that?" There was no quick joke from Vekel, as I might have expected. I could have sworn I heard him whisper, "And so it begins." Goosebumps prickled my flesh. I set down the barrel of mead. We broke into a run, which soon became a sprint. Thinking it was a game, Madra and Niall did the same, nipping at one another as they criss-crossed in front of us. At the rampart, it was clear that the smoke came from our longhouse, or near it. The faces of those we met spoke volumes. As I ran, I shouted, "My father! Ashult! Are they all right?" "Ashult is a little hurt," called old Inga's husband. "It could have been worse." Confusion mixed with my fear, but frantic to get home, I slowed not at all. "And my father?" "He lives yet." Yet, I thought, nausea washing the back of my throat. Please, no. I increased my speed, as if that would change what I would find. Gunkill the Bald, whose longhouse was 50 paces from ours, raised a hand in sad greeting. "Ragnfrid is with him." That was his wife, who had much herb knowledge, and who had done her best with my mother in her final hours. "What happened?" I yelled. A group of Clan Culmoine warriors came. That was odd, I thought. Clan Culmoine were overlords to the Canaing, rulers of the area, and had no particular reason to visit Lyn Duachel. And? There was an argument. I could find out more afterward. I tore past, running as if my feet had wings. "Father!" No answer came. I skidded to a halt at the open door and entered with Vekel at my back. Ashult knelt by my father's bed, with Ku lying close. Stout Ragnfrid was still perched on the other side. I ran over, fear consuming me. Sure enough, it was my father they were tending. His eyes were closed, and his breath had a telltale rattle I did not like. The gloom could not conceal his awful grey pallor either. My gaze went next to Ashult. There was bruising on her left forearm, and a mark on her cheek. "It's nothing," she said quietly, although Ragnfrid's lips pursed. My father was worse off, that was plain. How was he hurt? Ashult indicated his belly. He was stabbed. I had to see for myself, gently lifting my father's hand. He did not wake. I pulled down the blanket. A sigh escaped me. Blood had soaked through the linen, encasing his midriff. If I had to guess, the blade had gone in under the breastbone. I was no warrior, had no medical knowledge, but it did not matter. The wound was mortal. His eyelids flickered open, his lips crooked. "Finn." "I am here, father." I blinked away tears. "Did you get the mead?" Despite the grief tearing me apart, I could not but help smile. "Yes." "A drop would be nice." His eyes closed again. "I will fetch it," said Vekel. I gave him a grateful look. I had no idea how long the inevitable would take, nor when I whispered the question in her ear did Ashult. Desperate to understand, I held my father's hand and looked at Ashult. "Clan Culmoine were here, I know, but what happened?" "A horse needed shoeing." I frowned. The practice was still rare among the Irish, but it was not unknown. A hunting party gone far afield, it could have been, perhaps, a diplomatic mission. My father would have been happy to help, I thought. Replacing a lost shoe should not end in murder. "It was not that, but tribute." She spat the last word. I was confused. We made our yearly offering to the Canaing 3 months ago. As was customary, it had been an ironmongery. "I know that." Her retort was sharp. "I think it was when one of them saw the sword." My blade? Odin was capricious, I thought bitterly, but to do this before I had ever wielded the thing seemed cruel beyond belief. There were raised voices, shouts. I came running from the longhouse. One of the group, a noble, wanted the sword. He offered 100 silver pennies. Father said it was not his to sell. Not that that would stop an arrogant young nobleman, I decided. The scene was easy to picture. The young pup in his finery sneering at my father, while his lackeys laughed and fawned, his gaze alighting on the sword, him picking it up, admiring the ivory hilt and the silverwork on the scabbard, then gasping at the quality of the blade, his surprise that my father would refuse 100 silver pennies, an enormous sum. "Why did father not let him take it?" I hissed. We would have a pile of silver, I could have added. Our father would not be dying, and I might somehow have been able to get the sword back. I think he might have offered more, but then he noticed me. Ashult's colour rose. My stomach lurched. Did he? I could not say the words. No. He manhandled me, but I slapped him across the face, the cur, and he let go. One of his men grabbed me, so I punched him in the guts. I would have stayed, fought, but father shouted at me to run. I did, all the way to Dermot's house." Her head dropped. "It is my fault, Finn. I should have stayed." I could see it. Enraged because Ashilt had fled, affronted because my father would not take his coin, the nobleman had vented his emotions by using the sword to lethal effect. My sister was not to blame, however. I patted her hand, a pathetic attempt to right the terrible wrong that had been done. "No, if you had, I would have not just a dying father, but—" I battened down my grief savagely, and told myself what was done was done. My purpose now was clear as a swift-running mountain stream. The moment my father was dead, I would seek revenge. Blood for blood, the saying went, a life for a life. And the sword, I had to get it back. I need a name. Clan Colmoine. My father's eyes opened, but they were unfocused. His breathing was weaker too. "Yes, father," to Ashilt, I said. "I need a first name." "Cormac. I heard one of them call him Cormac." Wild thoughts spun. "Male Shecnal Moor, High King of Erio, and leader of Clan Colmoine, has a son called Cormac." "I know," Ashilt whispered. "A noble of his stature would be untouchable." Let it not be the same man, I prayed, even as my gut told me different. Was it him? "I think so." I had about as much chance of killing Mael's son, I decided, as beating Odin in single combat. That did not mean I would not try. My father's murder could not go unanswered, nor could an assault on my sister or the theft of a God-given blade. Vakel came in soon after, chest-heaving, carrying the barrel of mead. My father roused enough to drink a little. He smiled and said we were good lads. "Look after him and his sister," he told Vakel. My friend, emotion twisting his handsome face, swore he would. Satisfied, my father closed his eyes. They did not open again, although he lingered until sunrise. He went peacefully, which was something. I sat, dry-eyed as his corpse cooled beside me, wondering how my life had turned upside down. I had gone to bully cattle, got drunk at the monastery, and come home to find my father murdered. Ashilt had also stayed through the night. She wept where I had not, but composed herself faster. She lit the fire, warmed a pan of water, and after stripping off our father's clothes, tenderly washed his body. Ku stayed by her side, quieter than normal. He knew. I watched Ashilt, numb, cold, my attention fixed on the wet-lipped, red-oozing wound in my father's belly. Most of me cursed the day I had found the sword, wishing that I had left it to Odin's raven. But there was a tiny, protesting part that screamed this could not be all that the god intended. I touched the amulet for reassurance. "We must send for a priest," Ashilt said. "Why?" My voice was hard. Calmly. "So he can receive a Christian burial." I came to life. Father never set foot in a church in his life. It is what Mother would have wished. My fury, not at Ashilt, but the mongrel who had slain my father, burst free. "Mother is dead and gone, sister. It does not matter what she would have done. Father believed in Thor and Odin, not the White Christ." I spat the last two words, and then, "I am the man of the house now. He will have a Norse burial, and that is the end of it." We buried my father the same day, beside my mother, a short way outside Linduachel. Ku went to the afterlife with him. I could not do it. Instead, Vakel drew the blade across the great shaggy neck. Ku did not resist. It was as if, with his beloved owner gone, he no longer wanted to be alive. In the grave also went the tools of my father's trade, a hammer, pliers, tongs, and a variety of ironmongery. I allowed Ashilt to tie a hammer cross amulet around my father's neck. These were worn by people who worshipped both Thor and the White Christ. I hoped his shade would not mind. I shed no tears over his grave, instead swearing a solemn oath that his killer would pay for the death. I saw Ashilt safely to Dermot's house, Madra and Niall too. A solid lad, he agreed to look after my sister and the dogs, in particular if I did not return. The last detail was said in his ear. I also made a statement before Vakel, Dermot, his father and brother, out of Ashilt's hearing. In the event of my death, the Longhouse and our land were to pass to her. My course of action was obvious, if perilous. Questioning Gunkel and other members who had witnessed the party arrive confirmed their identity as members of Clan Colmoine. What they were doing so far from home, no one knew. But they had come into Linduacal seeking a blacksmith. The group's leader was a young, fair-haired man. When they left, he had the sword. Gunkel said it almost apologetically. I demanded to know if he'd heard anyone address him. "Cormac, I think it was Cormac," Gunkel had whispered. Ashild had not been mistaken, I thought, dread filling me. There was no point chasing after the party. I had no idea where they were going. I was also on foot, they had horses. The best place for justice was Inniscrow at Loch Annan, where the High King lived. Dermot and his father and brother did their best to dissuade me. "The killing was a tragedy, but no good will come of this," Dermot said. "Who's to say Cormac will even be at Inniscrow? 'Tis 2 to 3 days' walk away. Ara, it was probably another man altogether." "There is one law for the nobility and another for ordinary folk," added his father. "You will not receive a fair hearing. Even if you do, the penalty will not be Cormac's life. Far more likely is that you will be beaten within a hair's breadth of your life, or worse." They looked to Veckel for support, but shrugging, he said it was not for him to intervene. It was the Norns, weavers of our life threads, who would decide when to cut mine. Dermot and his kin stitched their lips at that, but their grim faces made plain their opinion, that grief-stricken, I had lost my wits and would soon end up dead. I was oblivious to their concern. As long as Cormac of Clan Colmoine died, it did not matter if I did too. Few people would miss me. My parents were gone. Ashild had Dermot, and could look after Madra and Niall. Veckel, self-contained, would survive. I sought Ashild out to tell her the same, finding her by our father's grave. She rounded on me. "Typical man! You are throwing your life away, Finn, and for what?" "For what he did. Father, you—" "I am unhurt," she spat. "Yes, he murdered father, but he is the High King's son. Even if by some miracle you do succeed, you will also die. That is too high a price for honour." I heard the wisdom in her words, but my injured pride would not let me climb down. That, and the thought of never seeing my sword again. "I am going, sister, and that is that." I made to kiss her farewell, but she pulled away. Defeated, I glanced down at the fresh, heaped earth and hoped that my father would approve. Then I walked away. "Finn." I did not stop, I did not turn. "I will pray for you, Finn." I twisted around, met Ashild's emotion-filled stare. "Thank you." I lingered at Linduacal no longer. A significant journey awaited. Even if Cormac was not at Inniscrow, I wanted to reach it with the crime still recent. I had my bow and arrows and seax. I also armed myself with a spear and took my father's old limewood shield down from the wall. For food, I packed some bacon and barley flour. Veckel insisted on coming. "I threw the ruin bones. It is foretold." There was something else in his black-rimmed eyes too. Pleased that the Norns had woven our threads together for a while longer, I gave it no thought. "There's a good chance we won't come back," I warned. One of his sniffs. "Perhaps. Besides, you won't get far without my help." I was heartily relieved. Despite my anger, the idea of going alone to seek justice at the seat of the High King's power was daunting. On the road west, the same one we had taken to Manastir Viha, there was time for conversation. Veckel went straight to the heart of the matter. "How many warriors will be in the royal compound?" I was ready. "Answer my question first." He looked startled. It was pleasing to see him nonplussed, so I let him stew. He broke first. "Ask." It had been niggling at me since burying my father. "When we saw that smoke over Linduacal, I thought you said, 'and so it begins,' or something like that." I stared. He stared back. Was it my imagination? A long pause, as if he was considering lying, then, "No." There was a pain in my chest. "Did you know my father would be murdered?" "No." "Swear it." He caught my hand. "Finn, I swear it on my grandmother's life." That was enough. "What did you mean then?" "The truth," Vekel. Your life will be full of risk and opportunity, blood and death. There will be love and loss and betrayal. I blinked. It was a lot to take in. Is it because of the sword? Probably. Odin chose you, not someone else. I did not know when events would take on a life of their own, but seeing the smoke, I knew that was the moment. Could we have prevented Father's death? An emphatic headshake. No, that was ordained. I decided to accept this. Madness beckoned on any other path. What else? It is unclear. I suspected Vekel knew more, but he denied it. It was soon clear that I would get nothing more from him for now. I sighed. You asked how many warriors guard the High King. I did. I sighed again. My plan, which had seemed bold and obvious when I stood over my father's corpse, now seemed rash, perhaps even ill-conceived. I was loath to admit it. 20. Probably more. I walked on, ignoring him. When you and I march in, demanding that Cormac pay for his crime, what do you think Mael will do? Listen to my claim, I said stoutly. And then? He will punish his son. I was less certain of this. The birds in the trees knew that kings and nobles almost never upheld allegations against their own class, let alone their families. Even the chance of Cormac being publicly chastised was small. He might do, said Vekel, echoing my thought, or he might have you dropped from the hall. Diarmid was right, you know. To come away from this confrontation with a few broken bones will be fortunate. If the king is in a bad mood, you could end up feeding the ravens, with your father still unavenged. I rounded on him. So I should do nothing? Of course not. I am saying that to charge in like a maddened bull will have one result, and not a pleasant one. If you were to watch and wait, however, Cormac will offer himself to you. How? He's a young man. I wager he often hunts. An ambush? Why not? Or a knife in an alleyway? I want a holmgang. This was Norse tradition, single combat, to the death. It was also, since deepest antiquity, an Irish tradition. Vekel gave me a look. That would just be throwing away your life in a different way. I can fight with spear and sea-axe, I said hotly. And he is the king's son. The filth got given a sword in the cradle and has been training with it since he could walk. Cormac may not be a seasoned warrior, but he could cut you into little pieces. You're supposed to be on my side. I am, said Vekel, more gently than usual. I fell into a sulk which lasted for some distance. Vekel did not try to lift me out of it. In the end, I came to the realization that fighting with my one ally was foolish. You're right, I said. I know. His smugness was unmistakable. Annoyed, I aimed a punch at his arm, but he dodged with ease. You'll come to see that I am the wiser eventually. I already know it, I thought, but could not bring myself to say the words. Chapter 4. We passed by Manishtir Fhuiha. Neither of us was in the mood for beer or mead, and I certainly wasn't going to stop at the church to offer a prayer to the White Christ. Turning the other cheek, as I had often heard Ashelt saying, was not an option. Older and truly sacred, set on a panoramic south-facing slope overlooking the River Bowen, She-on-Vru was a different prospect. We broke our journey to make offerings. An iron knife blade and a tiny piece of hack silver were mine. Scooping out handfuls of earth at the front of the great mound and burying the votives as we prayed. There was no way of knowing if the old gods had heard, still less whether they would help. I felt better afterwards, nonetheless. My burden of grief a trace lighter. Connaught Fort, seat of the Y Conang, was not far from She-on-Vru. It seemed foolish not to try and find out what we could there. Vekel did not like parting, nor staying behind, but grumpily conceded that alone I would draw less attention. Relations between Y Conang and Clan Kilmoyne were frosty at the best of times, but as I explained, that mightn't stop a message being sent to Inish Crow after a colourfully dressed Vitki came asking questions at Connaught. Say more prayers, I told him. Work some magic in our favour. Vekel wagged an admonishing finger and told me not to make fun of things I did not understand. Feeling reckless, I thumbed my nose and left him to it. I walked alone to Connaught, my feet raising dust on the bone-dry track, ignoring the broad fields of wheat and brooding about my father. Reaching the fort brought me back into the moment. built on a great earthen mound similar to Shion Vru. Conagba had a defensive ditch around the base and another at the top, inside which was a stout wooden palisade. Smaller mounds were dotted around it, other remnants of those who had lived and died here in deepest antiquity. The smith I was after lived and worked in a small house outside the fort, which suited my intention to remain unobtrusive. He was surprised to see me, but gladly paused his toil to offer a beaker of beer. Shocked to hear of my father's death, he crossed himself and inquired how it happened. I flicked my eyes at his apprentice, who was doing a bad job of pretending not to listen in, and lowered my voice to tell the sorry tale. Could it have been anyone other than the Ikanang? I asked. Was it possible that Ashilt had got it wrong? The smith knew nothing of any local nobles or warriors riding towards Lyn Duachel. He had, however, heard the story, fresh in from the countryside, of a party of Clan Colmonia travelling past Conagba to the north. He did not know if a young prince called Cormac was among their number, but the information sat in my belly, indigestible, like half-cooked porridge. The smith asked what I would do next. I said the less he knew the better. He made no protest. I thanked him and went on my way. Vekel received the news without reaction, and made no attempt to divert me from my course. It made my task feel like that of a man ordered to roll a massive boulder uphill. What could two men do to a High King's son, even if one was a Vitki? To return home before having even tried, and without the sword, however, was unpalatable. I therefore suggested we continue our journey. Vekel gravely inclined his head. "It is your path," he said. So be it, I thought, asking Odin for his help. He owed me, for it had been his blade that had slain my father. "You were never destined to be a blacksmith, Finn Thorgilson." Vekel's dark eyes fixed mine. "What makes you say that?" "The sword was the first real sign, although there were others. The real change came during the time I was away. When I returned, you looked ill at ease, almost as if you had outgrown Lyn Duachel. It is a decent place, but I do not want to spend my life there. Rest assured you will not." Despite the warm sun, I felt cold. I touched the amulet, drawing strength from it. "And you?" "Our paths are the same." I did not want to ask for how long. Vekel's determination made more sense now. He was a loyal friend, that was true. Yet if the gods ordained that he should accompany me, it would add to his purpose. As was often the case, I wondered if he knew more than he admitted to, but wary of what he might say, did not ask. Balya was some distance further on. We passed several patches of woodland, but like the landscape around Lyn Duachel, most of the undulating ground was given over to farming. Earthen raths were more frequent, some with wooden palisade defences. Around them were pastures for cattle, but a lot of arable crops were cultivated too. Rye, barley and oats were commonplace. There was wheat as well, and according to my father, more of it here than in other parts of Eriu. Ulla and Connachta, full of bogs and forests, had no land like this. At the top of the steep hill above the village was a church and friary. At the bottom, running east in a wild silver band, the Bowen. I had never been further from home. Vekel asked if I wanted to pray at the church, or to seek the blessing of St. Porrig, who, centuries before, had lit a paschal fire there against the wishes of the High King. Once today was enough, I told him, adding that he could shove a suggestion where the sun didn't shine, and he cackled. The track led to a fort close by. After that, Gunkel had said we must follow the far bank of the Bowen to a southward-aiming bend. It was in a pool here that the legendary warrior, Fionn MacCool, had caught the salmon of knowledge. Some distance further on, the river snaked southwest, leaving Tower-na-Ree in plain sight. I drank in the unfamiliar countryside. Well-drained, fertile, it was even more heavily farmed than the ground from Manister Viha. The dwelling houses and raths were big, and the herds of cattle large. No wonder the High King claimed the land for his own, I decided. As we descended the last slope before the bend, Vekel archly observed that only blind men could have missed the great hill. Laughing, I agreed. With the Bowen guarding its western flank, and flattish ground girdling the rest, Tower-na-Ree stood out in dramatic fashion. The most sacred site on the whole island. It was where the High Kings were crowned. A stranger might have presumed that Clan Comolia would base themselves there, but the summit had been abandoned for many centuries. The clan's strongholds, a ring fort and nearby Cronog, were at Loch Anin, another day and a half's walk to the west. It was too far to reach before nightfall. Young and fit though we were When we spied a farmhouse with outbuildings and a small rath, I asked permission to sleep in the barn. In return, Veckel offered to treat anyone who was sick, and also to bring good luck on the household. Although wary, the farmer agreed. It turned out his son was ill with a fever. Veckel's dried flowers, fever-few, worked a wonder, reducing the boy's temperature. Overjoyed, the farmer's wife fed us on fresh barley bread and roasted pork. The next day, shown the right road by the grateful farmer, and with his wife's blessings ringing in our ears, we set out for Lough Inn. The landscape changed on the walk west, gradually growing flatter and poorer. Large areas of bog became common. There was no way around, no option but to cross. Knee-high grass gave an impression of solid ground, but our feet soon knew better. The deer sedge and tormental guided us from dry patch to dry patch, with our shoes sinking into the wet ground between. Despite the discomfort, the bog had a beauty of its own. The bog cotton was just coming into flower, the white, fluffy seed heads moving gently in the breeze. My favourites were the six-pointed flowers on the asphodel, although it would be later in the year before they emerged, and later still when the ling heather purple-flowered. Blue-green lichen covered the jutting rocks, and bright green moss the rotting wood. There was bird life also. A golden plover shot up from beneath my feet at one point, its flat poo alarm carrying through the still air. There were lapwings, with distinctive wispy crests that came off the backs of their heads, and every now and again a "go back, go back, go back" identified a red grouse hiding in the heather. Not that we would go back, I said wryly to Veckel. He snorted and batted resignedly at his individual cloud of midges. I had one too. They made our lives a misery, following as we walked. Swatting at them brought momentary relief, but they always came back. Our faces and necks were covered in bites, and the itching in my hair was a constant torment. Late in the morning we came across a group of men standing by a pool of dark brown water. Two bore a long, carved piece of wood. I came first into sight, Veckel being behind me. They were not at all pleased to see me, and things might have gone ill if I had been on my own. One look at Veckel, however, and they lowered their gaze, waiting for us to go past. I glanced at the length of timber the men were holding, suspicion gnawing. Thicker than one of Ragnhild's thighs, it had been carved into the basic resemblance of a man, naked, arms by his sides. The head was the best rendered. Its two deep-set eyes seemed to stare at me, and the expression was glowering, threatening. We made no greeting, nor did the men. "An offering," I muttered to Veckel. "Indeed, the old ways linger." A splash came from behind us. The carving had been thrown into the water. "Before the Irish worshipped the White Christ, they sometimes used to sacrifice people in the bog," said Veckel. I had heard this too. It sounded a dreadful end, held under the surface by wicker hurdles, throat and mouth filling with brown murk. I shuddered, and put the image from my mind. Lough Inn was the biggest body of water I had ever seen inland. Much longer than it was wide, it faced in a northeast-southwest direction. Having asked directions of a farmer, we set off around the northern shoreline. Cranes stalked the water's edge, bitterns boomed and water rails squealed among the reeds, while a marsh harrier quartered the air overhead. Veckel pointed to a pair of white-tailed eagles even higher above, and said that they were a good omen. I hoped he was right. In such a natural place to build a stronghold, there were a large number of crannogs on the loch. I assumed the first artificial island to be males, but was soon put right by the warrior guarding its causeway. Veckel's appearance afforded his instant respect. He told us that Intrigue, the High King's crannog, and the associated stronghold of Dún na Sci were further around the lake. Look for the timber stockade on the southwest shore, we were politely informed, and the big crannog near it. I glanced back to see the warrior making the sign against evil at Veckel. I was content. There was nothing wrong with a bit of fear. So near to our destination now, my own fears resurfaced. I dawdled first, then stopped to watch a heron in the shallows, motionless as it waited to transfix unsuspecting fish when they came within range of its spear-like bill. Veckel's intuition was uncanny. "What are we going to do?" he demanded. I did not answer. We had gone back and forth on the best story to present since Linduacle. The most simple, the truth, that my father had been slain out of hand by the High King's son over a sword that was not his, was too dangerous. We both agreed on that. It would be my word against Cormac's and everyone who had been with him. Vekel had generously offered to tell Mail that he wished to serve him. I could be his manservant, and by living in the royal household gain access to Cormac. I refused. If there were oaths to be taken, I told him, it was I who should do so. His idea had given me one of my own. Even if my idea proved possible and successful, every outcome involved Vekel and me suffering unpleasant deaths, either immediately after killing Cormac or after being pursued and caught as we fled Mail's stronghold. My own death did not matter, but I did not want to be responsible for Vekel's. I would go on alone, I said. He absolutely refused to cooperate. The spirits had told him that he was to accompany me. I was very relieved. I could come up with no good plan, however. My pace around the lakeshore grew slower. "There is nothing to stop us seeing the lie of the land, Finn. We are but two travellers, seeking a bed for the night. And you, a Vidki. You attract attention the way flies are drawn to shite. Everyone, including Mail, if we manage to gain an audience, will want to know why you have come a-visiting." "Isn't it obvious? I am wandering the length and breadth of the country, guided by Sidor. There are few who will question that." "And if Cormac is not back?" "He will be. Pups his age never stray too far from the teat. I can weave enough tales to keep us royally fed and watered for a few days." I could see Vekel doing this well, but was less sure what approach to take myself. "What will my purpose be?" A languorous look. "You are my companion." I had not seen this bolt from the blue. Colouring, I said, "But we do not. We are not." "I know that. You know that. But everyone else will be ignorant." Although I did not mind his tendencies, I was uncomfortable with his suggestion. It would have been unacceptable anywhere there were Norsemen, but the Irish were different, and I could come up with no other idea. I scowled and told Vekel to keep his hands to himself. The tart reply, which I expected, was that he would only touch me when necessary. We did not stop at the second crannog, which was as small as the first. Inishcrow was the third, a grand structure on the lake's northern aspect, and a good spear cast in diameter. It was connected to the shore by a bridge, which led directly into a large, by Valet Rath, Dunnaski. Around that was a settlement, the houses of those not worthy of living within the High King's walls. The place was larger than Manishtir Vuiha, and to me mightily impressive. Vekel might have thought so too, but he had always been better at concealing his feelings. Long heather-thatched wattle and daub houses lined the main thoroughfare. It was thronged, mostly Irish in brown and black clothing, but there were a few Norsemen, and even a dark-skinned trader with a gold earring and outlandish robes. Women stood in shop doorways, bargaining for food, cloth, ironmongery. A balding man squawked at a boy playing too close to his dog. "You'll get bit," he cried, "and then you'll be sorry." In the lane between two buildings I spied a carpenter, bent over a sawhorse, shaping a roof timber with a plane. His apprentice, a skinny youth, looked on with a vacant expression. We slipped in behind an ox wagon. It was slow-moving, but everyone got out of its way. At the stockades entrance, the wagon went in without even stopping. I soon saw why. 3 of the 4 sentries were trying to impress a pretty girl carrying a big bundle of wool, while the other, a good bit older, was leant up against the timber rampart, picking his nails with a dagger. Vekel drew the interest of this last man, who wore a traditional long tunic gathered at the waist by a belt. He straightened, shoved his dagger into its sheath, and stepped into our path. A whistle left his lips. "Lads!" To my consternation, the trio vying for the beauty's attention obeyed the summons. "Your business, Akara." The question was aimed in my direction. It was clear from the tight grip on his spear that he did not regard me as his friend. Vekel moved in front of me, staff prominent. "I was sent by the spirits." He smiled, his eyelashes fluttered. 2 of the younger warriors took a step back. The other blanched and crossed himself. The oldest was made of sterner stuff, but even he was wary of a spirit-sent Vitki. He made a stiff bow. "And your friend?" "Company on the road," replied Vekel sweetly, so sweetly that it was clear we were lovers. It was quick-witted, and the sentry smirked. Their reaction was a stark contrast to what Alvear had called Vekel, Urgi and Ragar, epithets linked with cowardness, unmanliness, and a host of other bad qualities. Vekel lasciviously rubbed his thumb and forefinger up and down the tip of the staff. "Was there anything else?" "There was." The lead sentry was going nowhere. "Where are you from?" "All over," said Vekel. "I have never called any place home." The sentry let that slide, but his eyes moved to me. "And you?" "Brethna." I lied, using the first name that popped into my head. A small kingdom which lay between me and northern Enil territory was far enough away to make it unlikely he knew anyone there. He didn't react. "We seek an audience with the High King," said Vekel, more politely. "So do you and half of Eriu," replied the sentry with a can-you-believe-this look at his comrades. "What would Mael want with a creature like you? He is a good Christian like all of us." His companions bristled, and I thought, do not let this come to violence. We would not come off well. "The High King loves Christ, but rulers seek wisdom in many places." Vekel's expression became supercilious. "And it is for the High King to decide that, not you." The sentry considered this, then muttered, "Maybe so, but you can't prance into the king's presence just because you feel like it." He continued, explaining that Mael held an audience every 3 days, and that we could come and wait with those who wished to plead something of the High King. "When is the next audience?" I asked. 3 days, he said smugly, adding, "There was one this morning." Vekel protested, beginning to wax lyrical about his dreams and the messages sent from the spirit world. The lead sentry cut him off, his manner growing less amicable. "Enough! The High King may listen to your nonsense, but I won't. Away with you!" We beat as dignified a retreat as possible, the sentries watching in triumphant silence. Chapter 5. "That didn't go well," I said sourly. Vekel scowled. It was clear he hadn't foreseen this. I took charge. A few questions aimed us at a run-down thatched hut at the settlement's edge. A piece of hack silver and a blessing from Vekel, and the widow who lived there was happy to rent us a corner of her crop shed. It didn't take long for word to spread of our presence. By the middle of the next day, we'd had a succession of people seeking out the newly arrived Vitki. Christ worshippers though they were, they wanted herbs, or rune casting, or magic spells. I had never been party to Vekel's dealings before. Now I listened in amazement to the requests. To make a sickly child well, to render a woman fertile, to bring disease to a neighbour's crop of wheat, or return a straying husband to the marital bed, to find a missing cow. The list went on. On a low wooden dais he had me build, Vekel listened carefully to each respondent. Then he shuffled from foot to booted foot, eyes closed, chanting in Norse, his iron staff moving in and out from between his legs, and weaving intricate patterns in the air. Spell cast, or prophecy foretold, he declared solemnly that their wish would be granted. Beaming, gabbling their thanks, every supplicant departed confident. Everyone left a gift. Mostly it was something small, bread, a wedge of cheese, a jug of foamy fresh milk, but one farmer's wife left half a ham, and an arthritic greybeard gave Vekel a wooden bucket of beer. We dined like lords. Not everything could come true, I said to Vekel when he was done on the second day. It was impossible. What he had foreseen was true, he told me gravely, but the gods were tricksters. The Norns liked to play with humankind. Evil spirits sent by other Vitkis could interfere. It was far beyond his remit to know how many of his predictions would come to pass. "I am merely the vessel, Finn. The spirits speak through me," he said. Some men might have laughed in his face, but not I. He had witnessed the raven on the sword, when a god had sent me a gift. If we had hoped for a warmer reception outside Mael's gate on the appointed day, we had wished in vain. 4 different warriors were on duty, and when, with half the morning past, we reached the head of the line of supplicants, they gave us short shrift. The High King, one told us, had no need of pagan filth, particularly arse-loving ones. Vekel, composure slipping, threatened to curse the warrior, who sneered and hefted his spear. I took the initiative and dragged my friend away, throwing apologetic looks at the sentries. "This prick will shrivel and drop off, I swear it," Vekel muttered. "Remember why we're here. Angering men like that will guarantee we never meet the king." He huffed and sulked for a time, but then admitted I had been right. Our plan had failed. We needed a better one. If we could not go to Mael's Sheknel, Vekel and I decided he must come to us. It sounded grand, but merely meant that we found a spot with a view of the entrance to the royal enclosure that was far enough from the sentries to avoid attention, yet enabled us to see when the High King emerged. It did not happen that day. Cormac did not return either. The procession of those seeking out Vekel also slowed to a trickle, before stopping altogether. That was normal, he said. The settlement was not large, and only so many people needed help at any one time. The sour knowledge didn't fill my belly. The remnants of the ham and some fire-baked barley bread purchased from the widow had to suffice. Vekel cast his ruined bones the following morning, and pronounced that our luck was about to change. Irritable, hungry, a scornful reply rose to my lips. But I persuaded myself he was right. If he wasn't, things would improve the day after that. Fast broken with a mouthful each of ham, we went back to our waiting spot. It was a cloudy morning as usual, and the wind came from the west as usual. I settled down on my haunches. It was going to be another long day. The original sentry, who had denied us entry, was at the gate. He gave us a grim look, but our distance did not warrant anything else. Squatting beside me, Vekel went into deep reverie, something I had grown used to. I hoped he would come out of it with some kind of spirit-sent guidance. With no one to talk to, I grew bored, but thoughts of my father helped me to find a reserve of patience. Despite this, the morning dragged by. A messenger arrived and was allowed to enter. The heavens opened, and we took refuge in the settlement's inn until the rain stopped. Returning, I saw that the sentries had changed. The even less friendly warrior, the one who had called us arse-lovers, was now on duty. I found myself thinking that we were wasting our time. Vengeance and the sword would never be mine. A sharp, angry sound dragged me back. "What's that?" Vekel stirred, but did not answer. It was repeated, and I recognized the noise as wild neighing. It came from inside the rath. Vekel heard it now as well. "That is one unhappy horse." Fearful shouts accompanied the neighing. Hooves thundered around and around. The sentries were staring into the royal enclosure. "Get some rope, quickly!" I didn't need to ask why, and aimed for a barn at the back of a nearby house. I found some, and luckily no one noticed me come or go. I ran back to Vekel. The commotion inside the rath continued. "They haven't caught the horse," I said, fashioning a running noose at one end of the rope. "Not from the sound of it," said Vekel, his face alight. With that, hooves pounded. The sentries scattered like hens with a fox in the coop. A grey stallion, all flaring nostrils and flowing mane, galloped through the entrance. A merchant, who'd clearly been hoping to go in and sell his wares, threw himself under his wagon. The stallion hared past, setting the merchant's oxen to lowing. "Finn," said Vekel. I was already moving forward, the rope in my hands. I was used to catching cattle, but not moving at the stallion's speed. There would be one chance only. Closer the stallion came, he was not going to stop for anyone or anything. Closer. My mouth was dry. Fail, and we might as well go back to Lyn Duakel. Succeed, and there was no guarantee Mail would even see us. The stallion charged in, eyes wild. Whirling the noose, I threw and prayed. The rope dropped over his head as neatly as if it had been standing right by me. A heartbeat's delay, he thundered on, and the knot tightened. Next came the drag, as powerful as if I had caught Sleipnir himself. But for the forge hardening of my hands, I would have lost the skin on both palms. Death, gripping the rope, I was dragged a dozen paces by the stallion's momentum, and if not for Vekel running in to seize me around the waist, I am not sure he could have been stopped. Halt he did, however, chest heaving, sweat darkening his grey collar. Vekel let go, went around me. "Whoa, boy." One hand was out, fingers together. "It's all right." The stallion reared up, front hooves kicking the air. Fortunately, I'd anticipated this, and there was enough slack in the rope not to rip it from my hands. I knew enough about horses, stayed calm, took up most of the slack when he came down. Vekel moved forward, murmuring, reassuring all the while. "The beast won't listen. He's mad." The voice was that of a groom, come hurrying out of the rath. "Stay back," I hissed. The groom obeyed, but the face on him said he thought the stallion would break free any instant. He didn't. Vekel took an age to approach, talking. I couldn't hear what he was saying, but that was fine, because the stallion was noticeably calmer. As Vekel came within reach, an apple appeared in his hand. The stallion's velvety lips moved, taking it, and Vekel was beside him, his hand running down the well-muscled neck. His murmuring never stopped. "I've never seen the like," the groom had joined me. "The way that stallion's been acting, I would have sworn it was better off dead. Like something possessed he is, ever since he come in 5 days ago." "He was frightened, nothing more." Vekel had uncanny hearing. "If you say so." The groom's face spoke differently. Fresh shouts carried from inside the rath, a man's voice used to command. "That'll be the king," declared the groom, worried. Vekel pushed the stallion's shoulder, and led him around calm as calm to face back the way he'd come. Quiet! He pitched his voice low, but intended to carry. I heard. So did the people watching. The sentries who had so curtly refused entry now stood aside as we walked into the unpaved yard that formed the centre of the rath. There were barns, pig pens, enclosures for sheep and cattle, stables, workshops and storerooms. The largest structure was a round, thatch-roofed hall, and it was in front of this that I had my first sight of the High King, Mael Shechnal MacDonald. A squat, middle-aged figure in a deep red-dyed tunic. He seemed as surprised as any to see the stallion led in like a pet lamb. Mael barked a command, and the groom scuttled forward, bowing deeply. Lea Macha escaped, I take it. Yes, sire, He was cut off by Mael, who directed a shrewd gaze at me and Vekel. Who caught him? I did, Lord. I bent my head in respect. And you did not let him go. That was well done. Mael stroked his braided beard, his attention moving to Vekel. You, I am thinking, calmed the stallion. Yes, Lord. A trace of deference was evident in Vekel's voice. A magnificent beast. Mael looked pleased, then rueful. Magnificent, but unrideable, he is. It's something of a miracle that he is standing there for you. I have a way with horses. Vekel's black-rimmed eyes slow-lidded. So it seems, said Mael, smiling. He spoke to the groom, who warily took the rope from Vekel. The stallion made no protest, and the king smiled again. Let us not stand outside like vagrants. Please enter my hall. This was what I had hoped for, yet it felt like an invitation to enter the wolf's den. We had little option, however, other than to accept. The circular building was basically a larger, grander version of the Irish houses I was used to. The edges of the chamber, low enough so that only a small child could walk upright, were used as storage space and sleeping areas. There were women here, sitting on benches, working, and talking by the light of stone oil lamps, and several children, who stared at us with unabashed fascination. In the central fireplace a fire burned. A smoke hole above let in bright sunlight. Behind the hearth was a carved wooden chair, a throne, towards which Mael strode. A thin-lipped priest rose from a stool, as did two noblemen, both eyeing each other and us as we approached. One bore a close resemblance to Mael, but he did not have long fair hair like Cormac. Another son, I decided. All three bowed. Mael paid no heed, sitting, then asking if we were thirsty. Some mead would go down well, Lord, I said, scarcely able to believe where I was. Mael gestured at a servant, who hurried off. How came you here? Vekel wove a tale of our wandering. He had, he claimed, prophesied for sub-kings and kings, lords and nobles all over the northern half of the island, guided by Sador. This word elicited a disapproving tut from the priest. He had come at last to Dún na Sci. I was guided here, Lord, he said, tones as sibilant as water washing over pebbles. Doubtless you say the same to every lordling, said Mael. The priest sniggered. The nobles also seemed amused, especially the High King's son, for son he had to be. Mock if you will, Lord, but it is true. It was ordained that I come to your hall. So that I could kill your son Cormac, I thought. Maybe so, but enough of magic and mysticism for now, said Mael. I would know more of your skill with horses. Catching Lea Macha was remarkable enough, but to quiet him in that fashion, well, I have never seen the like. There is not much to say, Lord. I treat all horses with respect. They recognize that. I am calm and reassuring, but I take no nonsense either. Is he fit to ride now? It might take a little more time, Lord. If you wish, I can work with him. I had not anticipated it would be Vekel's horse skills, rather than the fact he was a Vitki, that gained access to the High King. Nor, I think, had he. As we said to each other later, it was possibly better that way. Mael appeared to be a devout Christian. Certainly the thin-lipped priest was a constant presence by his side. The High King had seemed interested that I was a smith, although there had been no offer of work. Nonetheless, we had achieved much. It might be a barn, but we were to sleep inside the royal rath. I would see Cormac when he returned. I just needed an ingenious way to kill him. My own death I did not care about, but with upwards of 24 warriors also resident in the rath, it seemed impossible for Vekel not to share my fate. I lay awake every night, scheming. I had known before arriving that Mael Shechnal MacDonald was Fox Wiley. How else, as Vekel said, could the ruler of such a small area become one of the most powerful kings in Eriu? His kingdom, Me, was tiny in comparison with Lion, Muin, Ulla, or the territory of the northern Inales. Yet the proof of his ability was everywhere, from his vanquishing of the Norse king of Dyflin 14 years before, to the defeats of the rulers of Lion and Connachta since. There had been significant victories in Muin also, against Mael's great rival, King Briam Burava. Knowing how intelligent he was meant that we had to be very careful in our dealings with him. One wrong step, one inkling of our real purpose, and regardless of the fact that Vekel was a Vitki, we would be dragged outside and slain. A new insight was that Mael's apparent devotion to Christianity did not prevent him listening to Vekel's counsel, out of earshot of the thin-lipped priest, naturally. It helped, too, that Leah Mocca became as docile as a pet lamb under Vekel's hands, allowing the High King to ride him. Soon Mael and Vekel were thick as thieves. The priest didn't like that. Nor did Concor, the eldest son and heir apparent, who had been present at our first meeting with the king. His reaction was mirrored by the High King's warriors, although they dared not harm us. It didn't make staying in the royal enclosure comfortable, though, and I slept with my sea-axe in my hand. The second revelation, the most relevant, was that Mael loved his children dearly. It could even be said that he indulged them. 5 sons there were, and 2 daughters. I never met either of the latter, who were already married off, or Donal, the son who was abbot of a nearby monastery. The rest lived at Inishcrow with the king and his wife. Concor was like his father, cold, calm, and calculating. Mael took counsel with him most days. Kungalach, next in line, was a withdrawn type who kept himself to himself, but when interacting with Mael, transformed into a happier creature. According to one of the king's warriors with whom I had become friendly, Cormac was the pick of the lot. Handsome, outgoing, and a superb horseman. It was Loki's doing, I would mutter to Vekel, that Cormac was also, apparently, his father's favourite. Vekel's tart retort was that it did not matter, because Mael would avenge the death of any of his children. I argued and scowled, but my friend was right. So I did nothing. Sometimes that was the best thing to do. My father had been fond of saying, "Bide your time, and an answer will present itself." The next day, with no sign yet of Cormac, I was bored beyond measure. Thinking to work up a sweat with some honest labour, I sought out the royal smith. A friendly type with a hacking cough, he recognised me, and hearing that I knew my way around a forge, insisted I enter. Occupying most of the space inside was a light 2-wheeled chariot, wicker-framed and leather-lined. I was familiar with the type, the standard mode of transport for kings and nobles, but had never ridden in one. A couple of Mael's sons, the smith related, liked to chariot race. Bent rims, snapped axles, and broken wheels were a common result. So were serious injuries to horses and drivers. "Not that that dissuades Cormac," said the smith. "Far from it, young men are always the same." My interest pricked. "This is Cormac's?" "Bye. Wanted it ready the moment he gets back too, but I've not been up to it." A prolonged bout of coughing. "There'll be trouble too, if the thing's not fixed." My lithe thread moved on the loom, as if the 3 Norns, Erd, Verdandi, and Skuld had heard. "I could help, if you liked." "Are you sure?" Despite the question, it was plain that this was what he'd hoped for. "It would be a pleasure," I said, excitement filling my veins. My mind raced. This was how I would meet Cormac. Perhaps I could knife him here too. Dangerous, yes, but far easier than in the hall or the yard. "And the smith?" demanded my conscience. "Will you kill him too?" Of course not, I thought indignantly. The answer came straight back. "Then you cannot slay Cormac in the forge." Frustration tore at me, that a golden opportunity might present itself, but be so risk-laden that I dare not seize it. Under the smith's watchful eye, I fashioned an iron wheel rim and fitted it to the new wheel, which had been made by a local carpenter. The smith wrung my hand afterwards. "How much hack silver for my toil?" he asked. No payment was necessary, I said, explaining how busy Vekel was with Leah Mocca and the king, and how bored I'd become. If the smith let me work on in his forge, I'd be a happy man. At the very least, I decided, I wanted to clap eyes on my father's murderer. The arrangement suited us both down to the ground, although if the smith had known my real purpose, I doubt he would have been as content. Chapter 6. Another day went by. The smith was feeling better, but able to do little. Pleased to be busy, I buried myself in work, making new arrowheads and spearheads, as well as several shield bosses. I also had a brief lesson in making horseshoes, which was simple enough work. Morning became afternoon, and I paused in my labour to eat with the smith. The fresh bread and cheese provided by his wife was most welcome. I closed my eyes, remembering with a pang similar meals in my father's forge. The noise of horsemen reached us. They were riding in through the entrance. My ears pricked. The smith peered outside. "Cormac is back." My belly knotted, but I kept my face impassive. "He will greet his father first." "He would rather see about his chariot, I'd wager, but yes, I think you're right." Mock casual, I looked out of the forge doorway. Most of the group cared for the horses, but two men, one with long, fair hair, went inside the hall. That had to be him, I decided, my heart racing. I went back to work, imagining my sea-axe in Cormac's flesh as I revealed my identity. I couldn't do it, however. The smith would die, and Vekel was in with Mael. I might get away, but he would not. Voices carried. "I had best win the next contest, father. The pride of Intrigue is at stake." Cormac, I thought. "Here he comes," whispered the smith, confirming my guess. I felt a rush of rage and fear. Rage at the barbarity of Cormac's actions. Fear that I could strike him down, but immediately suffer the same fate. I could almost hear the Norns cackling to one another in anticipation. Mael walked in, flanked by a young man. No one could have mistaken them for anything other than father and son. The smith and I stood back from our work, and my gaze shot to the sword on Cormac's hip. It was the same one I had found on the beach, the one sent to me by Odin himself. Emotions in full flood, I prayed that my expression would not give me away. Mael was in fine humour, delighted to have his son back. "Can this not wait?" "No, father, the race is important." An indulgent chuckle. "Remind me, who is it against?" "I told you before. Niall, the king of Lion's son. You will have to come and watch." "We will see," said Mael, smiling. He glanced at us. The smith bowed, as did I. I thought how easy it would be to kill Cormac in that moment. He wouldn't even see it coming. I pictured Vekel then, defenceless against the resulting retribution, and the smith too. I dampened down my hate. "Lord," said the smith, then, "your chariot is ready, Prince Cormac." "Who's this?" Cormac indicated me. "A young smith, Lord, Finn by name," the smith answered. "He's been giving me a hand." "He's the Vitke's companion," said Mael, laying emphasis on the last word. Again Cormac's gaze moved in my direction. He frowned. Nerves taut as a strong bow, I bowed for a second time. There was no reason for him to realize who I was, I told myself. Stay calm. "His work had best be as good as your own," said Cormac to the smith. "It is, Lord. Whoever taught him did their job well." Cormac spoke again. "Who was that?" Fresh panic. The local smith, Lord," I said, flailing for a convincing lie. "Where?" I was readier this time. "North, Lord, in Brethna." As with the sentry, I gambled he had never been there. It paid off. He turned away, inspecting the chariot and asking questions about the new wheel. "Brethna." Startled, I glanced at Mael. "Yes, Lord." "Not too many Norsemen there, far from the sea." His stare was intense. I managed to laugh, even as my belly tied itself in knots. "That is true, Lord. I am half Irish, though. My mother was from Brethna. She met my father at Linnessa one year. He was in the area, trading. The harvest festival was celebrated all over Eriu. Vast amounts of beer and mead were consumed, and merchants did a roaring trade." The plausible explanation saw Mael's interest shift back to Cormac, still busy interrogating the smith. I breathed again, and eager to be distracted from Cormac's presence, I went back to work, hammering the strip of iron that would form a new wheel rim. I took great satisfaction from imagining Cormac's head on the anvil, mine to pound into red, broken, boned ruin. "That's a new sword?" Mael's voice. "Yes." Cormac continued telling the smith that his chariot needed to be taken to the stables at once. "Where did you get it?" Mill asked. The silverwork looks Norse. In that herring choker settlement called Linduacal, came the careless answer. Unseen, ground my teeth. To be called a herring choker by this cocky lordling was twice as bad as when someone from a village inland did. I imagined whirling, hammer raised, and throwing myself at Cormac, reclaiming what was mine. Your hunting took you far from home. A stag led us a merry dance on the first day. 2 horses lost shoes. Linduacal was the closest place with a Norse smith, or so we reckoned. I saw the sword there. The smith didn't want to sell, but I insisted. I hope you gave him a fair price. This was made by a real craftsman. He took my offer. A snort. Wisely. Blood roared in my ears, my head spun. I had to lock both knees not to fall to the dirt floor. My hammer came down with a weak clunk on the wheel rim. Mail and Cormac did not notice. Their conversation had moved back to the chariot race, Cormac urging his father to attend, Mail demurring with excuses of matters of state that needed his attention. Without as much as a thank you, they left. I let out a juddering breath. You're as pale as a 3-day-old whey. The smith looked concerned. It's nothing, I lied. I'm just a small bit light-headed. You've been pounding away fit to burst, that's what's done it. Come, sit down here. 'Twill do us both good to have a sup of beer after the king and his son visiting. I accepted, fashioning a smile from somewhere. I felt like the worst type of coward. My father's murderer had been standing before me, admitting he had taken my sword, sure proof that he was the killer, and I had done nothing. Nothing. Somehow I got through the rest of the day, burying myself in toil. I had considered damaging the chariot, half cutting through the axle perhaps, or weakening some of the wheel spokes so that Cormac might be injured or even killed. The chance did not present itself, in the main because the smith fussed over it like a mother hen with newborn chicks. When the work was done, with me helping, he personally delivered the thing into the care of Cormac's groom. A grumpy, tousle-headed youth around my own age, he slept in the stable, which ruled out any opportunity for foul play there. One of the female slaves liked me, probably because I spoke to her civilly, and didn't molest her at every opportunity. So it was easy to procure a brimming jug of beer. Taking myself far out along the lakeshore, I sat down and began to drink. It was a glorious summer's evening. Sunlight glancing off the lake surface, fish jumping at flies, corncrakes calling in the rush beds. Damp-eyed, I toasted my father's shade and asked for his forgiveness. I am a nithing. The words came out as a whisper. I wanted no one to hear. Here I find you moping. Palming away tears, I looked up at Vekel. He was dressed as outlandishly as ever. Dark makeup emphasizing his eyelids, a glass and bead necklace at his throat, jingling bracelets on both wrists. He saw my state at once and sat down, uncaring of the damp ground or the midges that I had been ignoring. He leaned in, putting his head on my shoulder. Grieving for your father? That, aye. And wanting to plant a blade in Cormac's chest? Actually, I was going to smash his skull with a hammer. From the forge, of course. How fitting. Vekel clapped his hands, but he swiftly grew serious. You didn't do it, though. I made a face. I don't have skied Blavnir to escape across the lake in. This was the god Freyr's magic ship. It was kept folded up like a cloth, but when unfolded, could sail immense distances at speed. The lake's not that big. You would need Sleipnir on the far side. The thought of riding away with Vekel on an 8-legged horse amused me. He's not here either, I said, so killing Cormac would cause not just my death, but yours. That's not so bad. I glanced at Vekel, but his face was unreadable. You may be happy to cross the Bifrost Bridge today, but I'm not going to be responsible for it. I'm not ready for it myself either. Shame scolded me to say the words. Another elbow, a cackle of laughter. You never know when I'm joking. Curse you, I said, elbowing back hard. It's just as well you did not act rashly. He reached out and I handed the jug over. We sat and drank for a while, midges, admiring the reds, purples and golds of the changing sky and saying nothing. If you leave, what about your revenge? It will have to wait, I muttered, telling myself that my decision was that of a prudent man. I could think of no way to slay Cormac without immediately being implicated. Where will you go? Linduaco. And then? I don't know. Now I was irritated. I had hoped for an easy solution. A quick vengeance on Cormac returning home, life going back to normal. I had not bothered much to think about what happened afterwards. It was not in Veckel's nature, though, to rest easy. Answer a question, and he would always have another. Lynn Duacle is not such a bad place. You'll make your living. There's business enough for a smith. Might even find yourself a wife. Gunkel's daughter. Grelod, maybe. She has good childbearing hips. And eyes that look in different directions, I said, horrified. Once you're pricks inside her, you'll soon forget that. I snorted with amusement, and told Veckel he could marry Grelod's brother Burghard, who was beetle-browed and thicker than a short plank. Ha! A double wedding, I suggested. We fell about, roaring with laughter. Startled, a coot splashed off across the water. Getting away might not be so easy, I said. Mail is taken to you. Leave that to me. The graves of Mail's forebears, Corpse Pan, as Veckel called them, were located a short distance from the Rath. After the evening meal, Veckel made sure everyone knew that he was going to sit out the night there. No one in their right mind, with the obvious exception of a Vitki, would choose to do such a thing. I will ask about your future, Lord. The Utiseta magic will be strong, he said to Mail, who looked startled. The disapproving priest quickly said something in his ear, but was rebuffed. Mail's Christianity was skin-deep, I thought. If there was an advantage to be gained from the old gods from Sadar, he would take it. Veckel returned in the morning, gaunt-faced and sombre. He had spoken with several fetches. One in particular, Isor's son of Dread, had warned him that Briam Borava was machinating against the High King. The priest sniffed and said in a meant-to-be-heard voice that this was no revelation. Muan's ruler and Mail had been arch-rivals for years. Unperturbed, Mail demanded more details. Veckel nodded, as if the request had been expected, and closed his eyes. The clatter of hooves carried inside, a common enough sound. No one paid it any heed. Veckel's eyelids opened. Frowning, Mail watched him. Even the priest looked tense. I felt nervous myself. An army is on the move, Veckel intoned. Mail leaned forward in his chair. Feet pounded. A challenge rang out, and was answered. The door was flung open. In came a messenger, dusty from the road. Lord, I bring news. Urgent news. Mail beckoned. Veckel stood aside. The messenger approached and dropped to one knee. It was not just from respect. The man was exhausted. The information he carried, from a lord whose western lands bordered Muan, was grave. Briam Borava's army had marched to the frontier with me. It was large, perhaps 2,000 strong, and seemed about to invade. His task complete, the messenger hesitated, and then, puce with embarrassment, begged leave to answer a call of nature. My guts, Lord, he explained. Mail waved permission, and as the man scurried by, I saw Veckel's gaze follow. He quickly revealed to the High King that the fetch had also summoned him away from Dun Naski. It was his fate, he said, never to rest long in one place. I would have to go with him. Preoccupied, calling to Concor, ordering his advisers to attend him, Mail barely noticed a sleeve. If I were a cynical man, I whispered as we readied our gear, I would have thought it possible to spy a man with diarrhea stopping to relieve himself before his destination, noting his shield design, that of a southern me-lord, and his urgency to arrive. It is not unreasonable to deduce that he carried serious news. A scandalized look. Are you questioning what I was told at the corpse pens? Veckel might have seen the messenger, I thought, but couldn't have known the news he carried. Yet what Veckel had told Mail was accurate. I bent my head in respect. No. Mail was still deep in discussion with Concur and his advisers as we exited the roundhouse. People stared at Veckel in the settlement, but that was nothing new. Other than his ability to read the future and cast spells, no one had any real interest. Soon the way home would lie open. My happiness at this was tempered with disappointment. My father was still unavenged, and my sword yet hung from Cormac's belt. Where's your dog Niall, herring choker? I scowled to see Stoatface, dusty-footed on the road from the east. Eh? A knowing smirk. You were drinking at Manchester Fuiha not so long since. You and your womanish friend. Couple of mutts you had. One called Dog, and the other Niall. Nihal, his name is, said Veckel. That's not what I heard. Ara, your ears must be full of wax, I said. Neil, I called him, after my uncle. If you say so, herring joker. Stoat-Face turned towards the Wrath. My stomach flip-flopped. He is here to rat on me, I thought, in the hope of some silver. My eyes went to Vekel, and for once I could read his expression. He thought the same thing, which was why, unseen by Stoat-Face, he was drawing a finger across his throat in a questioning manner. I actually considered it. We had time, there was no one near, and an alleyway yawned behind Stoat-Face. But I had never killed a man, let alone in cold blood. Torn, I hesitated. If my determination was wavering, Vekel's was not. His face was a cold, rigid mask, and he was wielding his staff like a cudgel. Stoat-Face noticed, took to his heels, and ran. Mail will be too busy. He won't have time to listen to tavern gossip, I said, as if by saying the words out loud I could convince myself. I would not say the same of Cormac. We should have killed him. I will not murder a man in cold blood. And if he succeeds in telling Mael or Cormac, no matter how disrespectful, a dog's name is of no importance when an army from Muan is on the doorstep. Besides, it's done now. True. Crook! Crook! The sound was familiar. Look, said Vekel. I lifted my gaze. It was not unremarkable to see ravens, but two, overhead, now, seemed God-sent. How is it with you, ravens? Where have you come from with bloody beak at the dawning of day? Vekel cried. Flesh clings to your claws. Your breath stinks of carrion. I think last night you nested where men lay dead. I shivered and rubbed my raven amulet. It is Hugin and Munin, I am sure of it, Vekel declared. Odin wants you to return to Linduakil. I put Stoat-Face and Cormac from my mind. A god had summoned me. Chapter 7. I stared at the bare mast, for that was all the slowly moving vertical length of timber could be. There's a ship in the river mouth, or close to it, I said to Vekel. He nodded, as if it were an everyday occurrence. It was not. In Linduakil's heyday, it would have been commonplace. No longer. Although the location, a wide tongue of land bordered on two sides by a river, on a third by the sea, and protected landward by a massive earthen rampart and ditch, was a natural place for Norse settlement. Its heyday was long gone. Not many craft could fit in the river, and the strong currents offshore made anchoring there a risky enterprise. Difflin, with its sheltered harbour, the Black Pool, was a natural successor. A Nar, do you think? Perhaps, Vekel replied. It certainly explains why Hugin and Munin came. I wasn't listening. It was a Nar, I decided, my excitement rising. The same type of fat-bellied trading vessel whose visits had been the highlight of childhood. The merchant's exotic goods and frequent mention of far-off places, Iceland, Cirkland, Miklagard, had set alight my youthful imagination. Beside them, Lunduakil, Manastir Vuiha, even Dunnaski seemed positively dull. Rather than go into the settlement, we turned towards the beach, where I had found the sword. It was empty of people, waves lapping seaweed off the stones. It wasn't far to the mouth of the river Casson, which wound in irregular fashion around Linduakil before entering the sea. The mooring place favoured by merchant craft, it was empty. Around the bend we went, to the mud flats that were exposed at low tide, and there found a longship, hauled up out of the water. She was magnificent, long, lean, and narrow, a good 100 paces in length. Painted shields lined the nearest side, but the dragon's head had been taken down. I was pleased. It meant the ship's captain respected the local spirits. I also spied a rock cairn on the mud close to the prow. Decorated with raven feathers, it was surely an offering to Odin. She must have suffered sea damage, I said to Vekel. There was little other reason for a longship to break its voyage here. Local monasteries, such as Manastir Vuiha, once a great attraction, were nowadays under the protection of the High King, and so longships tended to anchor in the narrow water at Carlin when sailing north. Going the opposite way, the port of Difflin was preferable. Unless they've come for Grelod, I roared with laughter. Casting all kinds of aspersions on the poor girl, as is the habit of youths, we made our way closer. As the longship's beauty sank in, I devoured her with my eyes. The tightly wrapped-up sail, Yellow and black in colour, was about 15 paces across. Full billowing, it must be immense, I thought, and drive the ship through the waves at great speed. I counted the oar holes in the top strake, 30 along one side. 60 oars she has, I said. 70 or 80 men, then, or more, said Vekel. A strong raiding party. There were not many crew about, but one saw us now. Vekel's appearance could not be mistaken for anything else. The warrior dipped his head in respect or fear, and said something to a companion close by on the mud flats. He stared. I waved. There was no response. It wasn't that surprising, I decided, given that I was with a Vitki. The rest must be in the settlement, said Vekel. So it proved. We went straight to the smithy, and there found a crowd around the doorway. Big men, mostly, hard men all. I could tell by the confident way they carried themselves, and by what they wore, Norse tunics and trousers, silver arm rings, belts, and scabbarded sea-axes, and axes, hand-axes, bearded axes, broad axes. Each man had 1, 2, or even 3. There were spears too, and plenty of swords. These were seasoned warriors. That wasn't going to stop me entering the forge, I thought stubbornly. This was my home. They were the visitors. I stepped inside, and anger stirred. A warrior was fossicking through the floor-piled ironmongery. Another was rummaging about on the workbench. A third was helping himself to the mead I had brought back from Manastir Huiha. "Hey!" I shouted in Norse. "That's not yours!" The 3 turned. The nearest, the one at the bench, sneered. A little shorter than I. He had high cheekbones and raven black hair tied back with a thong. "The smith isn't here." His tone was light and husky, the accent unfamiliar. "Not that there's anything worth taking, except the mead." A red mist descended. I shoved the warrior in the chest. "Thief! Get out!" A seax leaped into his hand. He lunged at me. I scrambled backwards, scornful laughter in my ears, thinking, I am a dead man. "Hold, Thorstein!" The seax was lowered, reluctantly. One of the 2 others in the smithy had spoken. Middle-aged, his entire head was shaved except for a braided strip of grey hair that hung down behind each ear. His tunic was normal enough, but I had never seen such baggy, colourful trousers. "Finished staring?" he asked. His accent was the same as Thorstein's, and not one I had heard before. There was more laughter, led by Thorstein, and I flushed. "Can you blame him, Eamar?" shouted a beefy warrior through the doorway. "You're damned ugly!" Eamar paid no heed. "This is your smithy, I am thinking." "It was my father's. It is mine now, I suppose." "He is dead." No sympathy, but a trace of curiosity. "Yes." In my mind, I saw Cormac picking up the sword. How I wished I had been here. But I had not, and he had slain my father and taken my God-given blade. Worry niggled at me. That stoat-face's intervention might yet make him appear. "Finn's father was murdered." Vekel had come into the forge. He got wary looks, and at least one warrior muttered a prayer. "You saw it happen, Vitki?" Emer demanded. "No, we were away, bullying the cattle." "It was one of the High King's sons, Cormac by name," I said. "He came looking for a horse to be shod, and saw my sword. When my father would not give it over, Cormac killed him. Your father must have been a mighty smith to be slain for one of his own blades." His gaze searched the forge for weapons that were not there. "It was not his. I found it years ago on the beach." Emer's bushy eyebrows rose. "Just lying on the sand?" "A body washed in on the tide. He had a sword." "And a raven landed on the corpse first," said Vekel. Suddenly he had everyone's attention. "It was one of Odin's birds, but he hopped off and let Finn here take the blade. I saw it with my own eyes. Stormcrow, they have called him since." "Stormcrow," cried Thorstein. "More like Scarecrow." More coarse laughter filled the smithy. Freshly enraged, uncaring of how many warriors there were, I threw a punch at Thorstein, who ducked out of the way, chuckling. He was very slim, and, I realized, the only one without any facial hair. At last the husky voice made sense. "Wait," I cried. "You're a woman." "I will leave your corpse for the crows." Thorstein swarmed forward, Seax at the ready. "Hogan and Munnan can feast too." "Thorstein!" Emer's voice. "What?" This from between gritted teeth. He was not to know. Thorstein glared at me. I was confused. I had never put much store in the fireside tale of a red-haired Norse princess leading a fleet to raid Eriu, yet here, before me, was a female warrior. "You have the body of a woman, and a very nice one it is too," said Vekel, caressing the words. The rest liked that, humming and cheering. Thorstein's face was dark with anger. "I am no woman." "We are similar, then," said Vekel, and he wasn't joking. "Lower your blade, Thorstein," Ymir ordered. "You cannot slice up everyone who names you as a woman, not least when this one is a smith." So they needed someone who can work iron, I thought. Muttering under his breath, Thorstein obeyed. A metallic noise. Ymir had placed some hacked silver on the worktop. "What's that?" I asked. "Payment for the mead," said Ymir, picking up the little barrel. "I'll take as many nails as you have, and however many you can make in the next couple of days. Arrowheads, too." The mead was the only drink I had. The rest had been consumed at my father's funeral. But the pieces of hacked silver covered its cost, even if the barrel had been full. I would earn more silver with the ironmonger he wanted, so I muttered agreement, and with Vekel watched the trio join their comrades outside. "Is an inn too much to hope for?" someone shouted. "It is," I called. "But if you go to that longhouse yonder, Gunkel will sell you beer. He has plenty." A loud hum of approval rose into the air. Cormac did not appear during the 2 days that followed, and my worries about him diminished. I learned a lot about our visitors. Brimdior, the longship was called, Surf Beast. She was out of the Seal Islands, known to Norsemen as Ocniar. Hungry for wealth, the Seal Islands had rocks, wind, sheep, and not much else. Ymir and his warband had sailed on the spring tides for Eriu, attacking settlements and monasteries on the coast of Ula. They had been making their way towards Difflin when a storm hit. Springing a leak, Surf Beast had been lucky not to be taken to the bottom by Ran, the ever-hungry sea goddess. According to Gunkel, beachcombing as the raiders arrived, the longship had been low in the water, with men bailing for all they were worth. I understood Ymar's need for nails now. He needed cords of wool and cattle hair too, for caulking, and tar to paint on afterwards. Gunkel and others were able to provide him with the former, but not the latter. I told Ymir about the nearest tar kiln, on a pine-covered hill some distance to the northwest. I got a grunt of thanks, and he immediately sent off a dozen warriors with barrels. As I toiled in the forge, aided by one of the Norsemen's thralls, Ymar's suggestion, not mine, I went over our time at Inniskrow. Maybe I had been a Nithing, but my inaction had saved my skin, and Vekel's. One day, if the Norns wove my fate that way, a chance to kill Cormac and retrieve the sword would come. As for our encounter with Stoatface, it troubled me less and less. Compared to Brion Barava's threat to Mia, not to mention the host of daily problems Mael must deal with, a dog called Niall was of no importance. Vekel agreed. Of more concern was whether I could join Ymar's crew. The moment he had asked for nails and arrowheads, this had been my hope. Until now, there hadn't been even a hint of interest. Proud, wary of refusal, I had not asked either. Time was running out, however. The repairs to Brimdior were almost complete. She would sail on the morning tide of the third day. On the last afternoon I was still making nails, heating one of the square iron rods I had previously fashioned. I would cut off individual lengths and beat each nail to a point at the free end. While I repeated the process, the thrall would pick up the still hot nail and beat it through a hole in the anvil, flattening the head nicely. There was a lot of noise, 2 of us constantly wielding hammers. When I heard shouts through the clamour, therefore, I paused in my labour. Wiping my face with a rag, I walked to the forge door. Gunkel was outside his longhouse, peering towards the rampart. I cupped a hand to my mouth. "What's going on?" "The sentries are yelling and pointing." Gunkel looked worried. I had thought Ymir overcautious to place guards at the rampart, could not understand why his men went everywhere armed. "No one knows you're here," I'd said. "You don't have anything to worry about." He had given me a pitying look and spoken the verse, "Out in the field no man should move a foot beyond his weapons, for a man never knows out on the trackways when he may need a spear." What a fool I had been to try and teach a warrior like Ymir his trade, I thought, going inside for my own spear and shield. The thrall gaped. "Keep working," I ordered. This does not concern you." It was Cormac, I decided, my guts churning. Of course it was Cormac. In he charged at the head of a group of 20 riders, girded for battle to a man. Helms, shields, mail shirts on almost half, spears, swords, daggers. A strong enough force to crush Linduakel's few inhabitants, should it be necessary. More than enough to do whatever it was he had planned. Stoatface had been believed. I could imagine no other reason that Cormac should have come with such haste. I should have cut Stoatface's throat, I decided. But it was too late. Now I was about to die, and with nothing achieved. Cormac dragged his horse to a halt so close to the forge I had to retreat inside not to be barged over. I came out again as, high-spirited, nostrils flaring, it skittered back a little. I lifted my shield up so it protected my body, and gripped my spear overhand, ready to thrust. If I was to leave this world, I thought, I would take Cormac with me. "Finn Thorgilson," he cried, face alight with anticipation. "You know that is my name, Lord," I said, eyeing my sword, still hanging from his belt. I had a bad feeling in my belly, but had to keep up the pretense. "What business brings you here?" "I was told a tale about a smith's son from Linduakel who had the impudence to call his dog Niall. Are you that man?" "No, Lord." Cormac hadn't yet realized that I was my father's son, I decided. He merely thought I had insulted his family by naming my pet after them. I considered denying I was from Linduakel, that I had any dogs. But all Cormac had to do was ask questions of Gunkill, say, to find out I had been born and bred here, and owned too. "He is called Najal, Lord, after my uncle." A knowing sneer. "Really?" "Yes, Lord." I kept my face blank. Let that be the only reason he's here, I prayed. I will get away with a beating, maybe a broken bone or two. Cormac's gaze never shifted, though, and my unease grew. A frown. "Remember that day in the forge when you were helping the smith with my chariot?" I felt sick. "Yes, Lord. I hope you won the race." No reply. His brow lowered further. "Then, you said you were from Brefna." He had me. I did not answer. I thought about thrusting forward my spear. He was just within reach, but the riders flanking him were watching like hawks, a move out of place, and they would gut me like a fish. "So you're from Linduakel, not Brethna." Time stopped. My heart banged off my ribs. Again I wondered about trying to kill him, but one of the riders eased his horse forward a little, and I knew the moment, if it had been there, was gone. Shocked realization on Cormac's face. "You're that smith's son. You murdered my father for a sword, my sword," I cried, throwing caution to the wind. "A herring choker has no right to such a weapon. You must have stolen it." The insult stung as much as at Dún na Sci. "I found the sword on the beach. The god Odin sent it to me." His warriors, Christians all, didn't like that. Several crossed themselves. It didn't stop Cormac sliding from his horse's back. He tossed the reins to a nearby warrior. Out came the sword. He levelled it at me. "You pagan savage! Where is your god when you need him?" Rage took over, and if there had been any bridge left to me, I set fire to it now. "You are no prince," I said. Cormac's lips pinched white. "You are a murdering piece of arse moss," I shouted. "Come here, and I will end you." "Lord," said a warrior in a mail shirt, "let me." "Stay where you are." Cormac stalked closer. I retreated inside, blocking the doorway with my shield. "Master." The thrall sounded frightened. "Keep making nails," I snarled. Only Cormac could come at me. I had a chance, I told myself. I came seeking an impudent herring choker, and found not just him, but the pup of the man who tried to stop me taking what is rightfully mine. Odin gave the sword to me. "Ever wielded a spear before, herring choker?" Cormac asked. "Doesn't look like it." I did not answer. He shifted from foot to foot, appraising me. I waited, nerves taut, unsure what to do. His blade flickered forward, first at my shield, then a feint at my foot. I slammed down my shield, knocking the sword tip to the dirt, and stepped back, panting. Worse, perhaps, than another assault. He laughed. "You cannot win. You must know that." "It'll be hard for you too." His scowl revealed that he wasn't completely confident. It was obvious why. My spear was longer than his sword, and I was standing in a narrow doorway. He couldn't swing his blade overhead or from the sides, but only come at me with thrusts. A saying of my father's came to mind. An angry enemy was one with a chink in his armour. Keep digging away at him, I thought. Scared? I asked. He cursed and told me that my father had begged for his life. Completely forgetting my father's saying, furious, I lunged. My spear thwacked into his shield once, twice. He took the blows and stabbed back with his sword. By some miracle, I dropped my shield enough to prevent him burying the blade in one of my ankles, but the action unbalanced me. I staggered backwards and sensed him follow. If he forced me into the forge, I was done. Desperate, I poked my spear out in front of me. It was clumsy, childlike, but the tip connected with his shield, and he checked. Somehow I regained my footing and drove forward, filling the doorway once more. Cormac smiled. Let's see if you can do that again. This was life and death for me, I thought, but a game to him. If he grew bored, he could force me out by setting a fire in the roof. It was a sour realization. I could think of no tactic other than rushing him. I might get in one meaningful thrust before he ended the fight, before the Norn's shears cut my life thread. I tensed. His expression tightened. Shouts, cries. "Lord!" yelled a voice. "The Norsemen are coming!" Cormac's head turned just a little. I charged. He heard, but couldn't stop me hitting him with my shield. The boss met his midriff with a solid thump, and I came after, eager as a rampaging bullock. Down he went, onto the flat of his back. I stamped on his right hand, and he let go the sword, my spear point resting right below his eye. I said, "Lie still." Paling, he obeyed. It was so tempting, but I cooled my bloodlust. My life hung in the balance. I waited. Our clash had been so brief that the warrior in the mail shirt hadn't seen. He was twisted around on his horse, so were nearly all the other warriors. "What in God's name is going on?" Mail shirt roared. A warrior came running in. "We killed a Norseman." "What?" "Why, it was Carroll. He lost the head and rode after one of the sentries, cut him down from behind." "Fool! And the other one fetched his comrades." "Aye, they are coming from the longship." Chapter 8. Give him his credit. Mailshirt did not panic. In 2 shakes of a lamb's tail, he had the warriors in a double line, with their backs to the forge. Then a man who'd noticed what had happened to Cormac spoke to him. He wheeled his horse. "Lord!" "How many Norsemen are there?" asked Cormac from the ground. 60, Lord," said Mailshirt. 70, maybe." I looked down. Cormac's face had gone fish-belly pale. I wondered if Loki, fickle as ever, had thrown the dice in my favour. The stamp of feet, the shink of mail carried, came closer, halted. Some of the horses shifted to and fro, but the line of warriors held firm. They muttered to one another. "Name yourselves. I would know whose man murdered one of mine." I recognized Emer's voice. His Irish was shocking. Giokgok, as it was known, all mispronunciations and incorrect emphasis, but it was understandable. "We are of Clan Colmoine and the Eneils," said Mailshirt. "You're a long way from home. The king's son led us to this dung heap." "King's son?" Emer sounded disbelieving. "Where is he?" "Here!" I roared. "Show yourself." I stepped back, keeping my spear point close to Cormac's face. Up, faced the wall, close. As he obeyed, I discarded spear and shield and whipped out my sea-axe. Wrapping an arm around his neck, I laid it along his collarbone, point resting against the side of his throat. "I have nothing to lose, understand?" I whispered in his ear. "Make a wrong move, and I will end you." A stiff nod. We walked forward, giving Mailshirt and the riders a wide berth. I could sense Cormac drinking in the Norsemen, staring at Emer, out in front of his men. They filled the space between the forge and the nearest longhouse. An impressive sight they were. A line of mail-shirts, helmets, and overlapping painted shields. I counted more than 50. They were eager-faced too, ready for a fight, ready to avenge their fallen comrade. Best of all, I noted 6 Norsemen on the nearest longhouse roofs, each with knocked arrow at the ready. Half of Cormac's warriors did not have armour. If the archers loosed, the toll on men and horses would be heavy. "You," said Emer to me. "This I had not expected." "It's Scarecrow," said Thorstein. Snickers. "Tell him who you are," I ordered Cormac. "Cormac Shecknell MacDonald I am, of Clan Colmoine and the Eneils." "More," I said, pushing just a little with the sea-axe. Cormac hissed with pain. A drop of blood ran down his neck. "My father is Mael, High King of Eriu," he said. Emer glowered. "I don't give a rat's arse who your daddy is. One of my lads lies dead over there, the back of his neck opened. Which of your nithings did it?" None of the riders moved. Emer's baleful gaze returned to me. "What in hell is going on?" "The king's son came for Finn's dog." Vekel emerged from Gunkel's longhouse. "It got a little complicated after that." "The Ragavitki," said Cormac, mockingly using the Norse words. "I should have known you'd be here too." "This makes no sense," said Emer to me and Vekel, "and my temper is growing short. Explain!" Vekel laid it out. How he and I had got blind drunk at Manastir Vuiha, how Stoatface had heard him call Niall by his name, the return to Lindu Ackle, finding my father dying, the sword gone, our journey to Dun na Ski and Inishcrow, and how we had left guided by Odin's ravens. Stoatface must have gone to the High King's residence, Vekel went on, and at the very least spoken with Cormac. Emer looked less than happy. "So one of my men died because of a bastard dog? That's what you are telling me?" Vekel's lips pursed. "In a word, yes." Emer came stumping over. Several of Cormac's warriors put hands to their weapons. "If a single Irisher moves," Emer cried to the bowmen, "start loosing and do not stop." In an instant they all resembled statues. Emer stopped in front of me, shoved his face into Cormac's. "I've half a mind to cut your throat and be done," he said conversationally, and as if I had no say in the matter. "I wouldn't do that." Cormac's voice was husky with fear. "Why not? Blood for blood, and Kalman was twice the man you will ever be. A wife he has in Orkneyar, and 2 weans who will grow up never knowing their father. Kill me, and Difflin will feel Mael Sheknel's wrath afresh. Blood will run in the streets." "I am from Orkneyar," Emer scoffed, "not Difflin." "That's as maybe. 10 horses to 1 says that you are Citric Silkbeard's man." This was Sigtrish, king of Difflin, but also a man under the power of the High King. Cormac continued. "If my father demands it, Citric will hand you over." That silenced Emer. It was hard to admit, I decided, but Cormac was brave. "Cut off his balls instead," suggested a warrior, and axe heads banged off shields in agreement. Emer leered. The Norn's rune-marked fingernails were moving my life thread, and I didn't like its direction one bit. It was time to seize control of my own fate, if I could. "He's not your prisoner," I said loudly. "He is mine." Emer's jaw dropped just a little. "Hear this cop? What are you going to do, Scarecrow? Leave with him?" called Thorstein. "Can you outrun arrows?" Emer's eyes were on me, intent as those of a mouse-watching cat. "You can have him on one condition," I said. Cormac said nothing. He knew as well as I that all the best pieces left on the Tavel board belonged to Emer. The risk to me was as great. I was gambling not just his life, but my own. "And that condition is?" It was clear as running water that whether Cormac lived or died, I could not remain at Lyn Duackle. When word reached his father of my involvement, as surely it would, vengeance would be swift. Whatever about naming your dog Niall, it was not for commoners to effect violence on members of the royal family. Various fates awaited. Drowned in a bog under wicker hurdles, or a blade death, if I was lucky. Being fled alive, if I was not. Silently, I asked Odin to have a word in Loki's ear. Then, with all the confidence I could muster, I said, "Vekel and I will join your crew." This, of course, was no guarantee of safety, particularly if Mael decided he wanted to revenge himself upon Emer for the mistreatment of his son, but I didn't have too many other options. Emer didn't laugh at my suggestion, which was something. Thorstein did, but that, I decided, was to be expected. "I have watched you work. You are a decent smith," said Emer. "Are you able to fight, though?" "I can handle myself." My words were mostly bravado. I had just been in a I kill him or he kills me situation with Cormac, but I had never fought in a battle, still less slain a man. He himphed, but did not scorn me yet. "And you, Vitki, can you wield axe or spear?" "No," sniffed Vekel, and my heart sank. But he wasn't done. I can weave powerful spells, however, and read the future. I am thinking those qualities would be of use to a man like you, to a war band like yours." Immer grinned, reminding me of a cornered wolf baring its teeth. "Frigg's tits, you're a cocky pair." I looked at him and thought he knew full well that I was in no position to bargain. I could kill Cormac and thereby avenge my father, but the High King's men would soon be on my trail. To let him go, shove him towards his warriors, scarcely guaranteed mercy either. Sealing away in Brimdeor was by far my best option, but Immer had to think it was worthwhile. He let me swing in the breeze for what seemed an age, then a simple, "Very well." I stared at him open-mouthed, like Gunkel's son, never the same since a bull kicked him in the head. "Give the princeling here, before I change my mind," ordered Immer. I released Cormac and shoved him in the back. "I will come for you one day," I said. Convinced, I think, that Immer was bent on murder, he did not reply, but his look back at me was of pure vitriol. Immer didn't even draw a weapon, so confident was he. "I have a simple offer for you, Lord. There will be no retribution against me or any of my crew for what happened here. Do I have your word?" "Aye. Swear it on the White Christ." Cormac obeyed. Immer's grunt was satisfied. "Another thing." Cormac seemed as enthusiastic as a man presented with a bowl of fresh sick. "What is that?" "I want the man who slew Calman." Cormac did not answer at once. Mailshirt's face darkened. I caught Scarface glancing at a ruddy-cheeked warrior who had taken a sudden, intense interest in his horse's mane. "Now," said Immer, and there was iron in his voice. Cormac hesitated, then pointed at the ruddy-cheeked man, who looked up, terrified. "Kill him!" Immer shouted, and 6 bows twanged. Feathered chest and back, Calman's murderer fell from his horse. He made a few gurgling sounds and was still. "And all your men's mail shirts," said Immer. Soon 9 lay at Immer's feet. He had taken 4 swords as well, and seemed content. A little of Cormac's courage returned. "My father will be angry," he told Immer. "You have not been ill-treated by me. As for the armour and weapons, they count as the blood price for Calman. Your father will see that." Cormac glowered, but kept his trap closed. This was my chance, I decided. I almost said the words, "My sword. I want it back," but instinct sealed my lips. It was as if Cormac knew my mind. He half-turned, trying to look unobtrusive. Immer's attention was on him in a flash. "That's a fine blade you're wearing." "A gift from my father." Cormac's eyes met mine. Butter wouldn't have melted in his mouth. I wanted to punch his face in, because he knew the same thing as I. If Immer took the sword, he would keep it for himself. "Your father, eh? The High King of Area, yes." The words were emphasized. "He would be mightily put out to know it had been taken from me by force." Immer weighed up his avarice against how far he could push mail. Then he made a dismissive gesture. "I have no need for such a trinket." Cormac's chin dipped, hiding his smirk. I battened down my anger. The wretch could keep it for now. Taking it back as he died would complete my revenge. Given permission by Immer to leave, the Irishmen rode off, Cormac throwing evil looks over his shoulder at me. Heedless, I prayed to Odin, who had approved my finding of the sword, and asked him for the chance to avenge my father. With the blade returned, I would pay honour to the god with every man it slew. Immer decided not to wait for the morning tide. Better to leave now, he said, and have to row for a time, than to find Cormac returning with warriors from Canogba, say. Just because he had sworn on his god didn't mean his father would leave things be. It wasn't beyond the realm of possibility. I hurried with Vekkel to Diarmid's, there to bid farewell to Ashilt. Horrified by my tale, she asked if Cormac would raid, take slaves. I told her that was highly unlikely. Vekkel jumped in too. The people of Lindu Akkel had done nothing, he said, still less Ashilt or Diarmid and his family. Thor and Odin's protection would also help. Her angry response was that she needed no divine help, but that of Christ, and that, in fact, we had no idea if Cormac would come. If I had not taken Niall to Manastir Vuiha, she wailed, and if Vekkel and I had not gone to Inishcrow, none of this would have happened. When Vekkel said that the Norns weaved as they pleased, she told him to shut his mouth. Shocked, he obeyed. It was rare to see him silenced, but when angry, my sister had a tongue in her. Ashult rounded on me next, demanding to know if I had anything useful to say. I observed sorely that Cormac would still have murdered our father, and that I had not been trying to cause trouble, but to avenge him. "Look where it got you," she snapped, furiously wiping away tears. "Nowhere. Thanks to your pride, you are a fugitive, brother. Not only that, everyone dwelling in and around Lindu Ackle has to live in fear. If only you could have slain Cormac when he was far from home." Defeated, ashamed, with no grain of comfort to offer, because she was right, I muttered something about Brindior needing to sail on the tide. "Go on," she said. "Go." I made to embrace her, but she pushed me away. "Look after the dogs," I said. There was no possibility of taking them on the longship. A sniff. "Of course. They will not suffer because of your stupidity." Heavy-hearted, I apologized to Dermot, who told me what was done, and that I should not worry about my sister. "She is blood kin to me," he said, "or will be soon." I thanked him, feeling even worse inside. I would miss their wedding, and had nothing to give as a gift now. Promising that I would send something fitting, I shook his hand, and after giving Madra and Nal a hug, took my leave. Before we went to sea, Immer had us swear our allegiance. I was not over-comfortable binding myself to a sea-wolf I barely knew. Watched by the entire crew, solemn-faced, it was clear that the oath was non-negotiable, and I was unprepared to stay in Lindu Ackle. So I said the words, and kissed Immer's sword hilt. Vekel did the same, but whispered afterwards that his vows to the spirits took precedence. What he meant was not explained, and I did not ask. I did my best from the start to memorize men's names, and to see how they fitted into the crew. The first I learned was that of Ulf, my oar-mate, an amiable type who almost seemed out of place in a band of warriors. His friend Havard was a tall, sarcastic man whose gangling limbs were clearly the reason he was known as Heron. Bow-legged Clegg's name meant horsefly, I did not know why, and he loved to sing. Stocky and muscled, Odd Coal-biter had fearsome filed teeth, which made me wonder why he had the nickname of someone who liked to sit by the fire. I didn't ask. The largest warrior in the crew, Thorir, Crimpbeard's real name, stood 3 hands taller than I. Inordinately fond of his appearance, he was forever combing his hair and beard. Wisely, I didn't comment. I also knew Hrafran Harbeki, who had, unasked, told me of his ability to creep into a port without being seen and steal a ship. He had a fine opinion of himself, it was clear, but this too I kept to myself. The voyage south to Difflin began well enough. With no sea experience other than fishing close to shore in a sealskin and withy coracle, I expected to find weather and calm waters to mean a smooth passage. Vekel and I had each been tasked with helping to man an oar each. It wasn't so bad rowing, I decided. I was used to hard labour. The technique of rowing was not that simple, but with Ulf's help I managed it. Vekel, sitting on a chest beside Thorstein, looked as if he'd drunk curdled milk, but he was rowing too. We did not go far. Perhaps 5 spear casts from the shore, the oars were shipped, and the mighty yellow and black sail unfurled. What had seemed a light breeze at Lindu Ackle was stronger on the open sea, and soon Brimdior was scything through the waves. The timbers thrummed, ropes snapped taut, and the whole ship moved constantly, up, down, canted now to the left a fraction, and now the right. Clutching the base of the dragon head at the prow, gazing ahead, Vekel cried out with delight, like a small child given his heart's desire. I wanted to join him, but the motion had set my head to spinning. With the stink of tar and sheep's wool adding to my queasiness, I cast about aimlessly, wishing I could magic myself back to solid land. "Feeling sick?" Ulf asked. I nodded. The small motion made the nausea even worse. "Get it up. That's my advice." He mimed, putting 2 fingers to the back of his throat. "An empty stomach is better, see?" His gesture was too much. I rushed to the side and leaned over. Up came the bread Ashult had given me, and more besides. Miserable, I hung there, staring at the blue-green water until the involuntary heaves died away. I wiped the drool away with the arm of my tunic and turned around. I got a few knowing looks and a smirk from Thorstein, but to my relief, no one else was paying any attention. "Does it get better?" I asked Ulf. He looked up from the tavil game he was playing with Havard. Eh? The sickness. Does it improve? After a time. Not always, said Havard. Remember Giard? He puked whatever the weather. Shouldn't have gone to sea, really. He did it to get away from his wife, said Ulf. She was a right shrew, always nagging him. Are the sheep fed? Havard chuckled. Have you put a new hinge on that door? Why is that roof still leaking? We need more firewood. It was clearly a well-worn thread that Geard had endured from his oar-mates. Where is he now? I inquired. The banter stopped. Valhall, said Ulf. This was Odin's feasting hall, where half the warrior dead gathered. Despite the nausea, I was able to drolly think that Thorstein might ask how they could be certain that he had not gone to the goddess Freya's massive seat-room, Sessrumnir. That was where the other warriors who had died went, where I suspected Thorstein might go. I am sorry, I began. Don't be. He's happy there, I am sure, said Havard, glancing at Ulf, because he's not having his ear bent by his wife. They both laughed, in the way men who had spent years in each other's company do. I did too, but awkwardly. Leaving them to their game, I picked my way towards Veckel, still at the prow. I leaned against the timbers beside him and focused on the horizon. He didn't speak, and I, roiling stomach still, didn't want to. I longed to see Difflin, to know that my misery would soon end. Our destination was about a day's sail away, however, so Immer had said. I closed my eyes, as if that would make time pass quicker. Startled to feel a sharp increase in my nausea, I opened them again and fixed my gaze on the far-off junction of sky and sea. To my wonder, it wasn't long before my stomach settled. I sighed with relief. "Feeling better?" asked Veckel. "Aye, staring at the horizon helps." "Better keep doing that, then." "Finn! Vitki! Get your arses over here! This isn't a pleasure cruise." It was Immer, and he sounded impatient. Veckel also seemed aware that our situation aboard Brimdior was by no means certain, because he made no protest either at answering the summons or gutting the fresh fish that would serve as the evening meal. I was of little help, the strong smell causing uncontrollable retching that left me weak-kneed and bathed in sweat. Veckel told me to go to the side and stare into the distance again. I gladly obeyed. "Not much use, are you, Scarecrow?" It was the familiar husky voice. I did not move my head. "Thorstein, I meant no offence." No answer, but no sharp retort either. "I won't call you a—" I groped for the right word and failed, lamely adding, "That is to say, I will treat you the same as Veckel or any of the others." No reply, just the soft shush of leather as he walked away. I took heart. Compared to our previous interactions, this had gone well. I hoped it would continue. I had enemies enough, and would no doubt make more, without adding crew members to the list. Chapter 9. Difflin, east coast of Eriu. I stared at the wooden palisade running down the southern shore of the river mouth, and behind it, the houses. I had never seen so many. Scores of them there were, and if the streets leading away from the gates went far, they ran into the hundreds. That meant thousands of people, I decided. Those numbers far outstripped the largest crowds I was used to at Bialkane, the festival marking the start of summer. It was a little unnerving. "First time to Difflin?" asked Havard. "Of course," said Ulf. "His eyes are as big as plates." "It is big," I said, annoyed that I was so easy to read. "Difflin is nothing special," said Immer with a snort. "If you want to see an impressive place, go to Miklagard." "You've been to the great city?" I had only ever heard about it third or fourth hand. Miklagard had myth-like status. With a hard-to-believe 500,000 population, it sprawled over a massive area. Many buildings were built on a scale that was similarly hard to credit. Its markets were full of exotic spices, silk and satins. A man could buy a Damascus-made blade, the steel even better quality than Frankish. The finest horses in the world could be bought there, and the most beautiful female slaves. It was also the gateway to the holy city of Jorsalir, where Jew men and Arabs lived side by side. Men travelled even further afield from Miklagard too, to eastern Cirkland and beyond, to the fabled regions where silk was made. Ulf gave me a dig. Can't you tell by his trousers?" "They're not from Miklagard, fool," said Immer. "Cirkland, Miklagard, Jorsalaland, they're all the same," Ulf declared. "Burning hot in the summer, balls freezing cold in the winter." "They're not the same, you great ox. You travel through part of Cirkland to get to the great city, which has lands of its own. I've not been to Jorsalaland, but it's even further, on the shores of the Middle Sea." Ulf continued, without drawing breath. "Full of savages that want to steal everything you've got or kill you or both." "The Khazars aren't as bad as the Pecheneks," said Immer. "And know that the Greets in Miklagard call us savages. You get to know the looks, even while they're haggling with you." Ulf himphed. "I'd knock sense into them." "Not with no weapon, you wouldn't," said Immer. "Take them off you at the gate, they do, and no more than 50 Norsemen allowed in at a time." "I'll wager you and your ormates all had sea-axes tucked away," said Havard with a wink. "The small of your back, eh? Or high up your thigh, close to your balls?" "We did, but I tell you, it didn't pay to fight in the great city. Get caught by the city guard and they'd crucify you. Like the Jew men did to the White Christ. Just the same, if that story's true. It's a stinking death. 3 days it can take a strong man to cross the Bifrost Bridge, if he's given food and water." "I would sit below that cross," said Veckel, materializing by my side. "The cedar would be strong." Havard rubbed his horse-tooth amulet. Ulf looked away. Even Immer seemed to find it distasteful. I shoved away my own dread. A jug of beer says you couldn't stomach the smell. "Done," said Veckel, seizing my hand, "although I'm not sure when we will next see a crucifixion." "No time soon," said Havard, with feeling. Everyone laughed. "Would you travel to Miklagard again?" I asked Immer. "Again?" cried Havard. "I'd rather be tied to a cow's tail and scutter to death than go there once." I ignored him. "Maybe one day," said Immer. "You'd come?" "In a heartbeat." "Better learn to fight then, Smith. It's a hard road, that one." I nodded. "Ulf says he will teach me." "I'll test you soon. See how you're coming on." Pleased but nervous with it, I had not seen Immer fight, but to be leader of these sea-wolves he was probably skilled indeed. I muttered my thanks. "Reef the sail! As soon as that's done, I want oars out," Carley ordered. Carley Conalson was his full name, which told me he had an Irish father, Conal. It suggested that not all of Immer's crew were from the Seal Islands or Lachlan, the land of fjords and mountains, where my grandfather had been raised. So eager I wasn't paying enough attention, I nearly slid our oar into the wrong oar hole. In doing so, I blocked Thorstein and Veckel from sliding out theirs. With Thorstein's curses filling my ears, I self-consciously pushed the end through, the next hole along. "Look for the ruin the next time," said Ulf. I stared. Above the attachment for the sliding oar-hole cover, a rune had been carved, an upwards-pointing arrow. I could not read much, but I knew my runes. "Tyr," I said, "for the one-handed god. I hadn't seen it before." A moment later, Carley's shout had us all run out our oars. Keen not to make another mistake, I followed Ulf's lead, pulled the oar towards my midriff, forcing the other end deep through the water, pushed down and back across my thighs, lifting it, dripping, high in the air, raise my arms and pull again. "Sing us into port, Cleggy," said Thorstein. "Aye, do, make it a good one, Cleggy," other men hummed in agreement. Cleggy grinned and began to chant. "Don't say, it's been a good day," this as we pulled, "till sundown." The response as the oars rose from the water again was deafening. "Don't say, she's a good wife, till she's buried," roared the rest of the crew. Even Immer joined in. "Don't say, it's a good sword, till you've tested it. Don't say, she's a good girl, till she's married off. Don't say, the ice is safe, till you've crossed it. Don't say, the beer is good, till you've drunk the last of it." Oars shipped at Carley's command. Brimdior nosed towards the bank. He had guided us past the mouth of the small waterway that joined the larger river Ruarheck close to the sea. A short distance on from that was the famous Black Pool, Dublin in Irish, which had given the town its name. It was a perfect mooring place for ships, but according to the shouts of a couple of men in a small fishing coracle, it was full. Carley had us row against the rear hex current instead, directing us along the southern bank until a space presented itself between a Nar on our larboard side and a trim, smaller longship on the starboard. We got looks from left and right as we glided in. They were noticeably different. Neutral, sidelong or avoidant from the Nar's crew, hard, closed, even hostile from the longship. With no wish for trouble, I kept my eyes averted from both. 20 of the crew leaped into the thigh-deep shallows, catching the ropes thrown by Carley and his right-hand man, Olaf Twinbrows. They heaved the ship close in and tied the ropes fast around boulders placed there for that purpose. Eager to get ashore, I clambered past the Dragon's Head, taken down as we neared land towards the prow. "Where do you think you're going, boy?" Twinbrow's voice was booming. I turned. "What?" "This is Difflin. It will rain, if not now, then overnight." He gestured gruffly at the sail. "That's our roof." Apologising, for I did not want to get on Twinbrow's or anyone's wrong side, I came back to help. So did Vekel, meekly enough. Damp from the sea air made of wool, the massive rectangular sail must have weighed the same as 6 men. "Or 3, Ulf opined, if you were Crimpbeard's size." The mast down, we stayed out of the way as the mast lock was removed, but stepped in to help with a score of others as the massive piece of timber was lifted free of the keelson and mast fish, then laid flat on the decking between the warriors' sea chests. We went back to the sail. Again I got it wrong, fumbling as the other's man handled it across the ship, then unrolling the thing along the top strake. Vekel, more deft than I, showed me how it was to be held in place, passing a strip of leather through the regular seamed holes in the sail's edge and on, through every 4th oar-hole. Each strip was fastened with a loop and antler toggle. "Who taught you how to do that?" I whispered. "Thorstein." I cast a look at him, setting in place vertically, one after another, the lengths of timber that raised the centre of the sail so it became a tent. "Is he being friendly?" "I'm not sure Thorstein does friendly," said Vekel. "He's talking to me, though." "Put in a good word, eh?" "Fancying your chances?" "Arrah, you and your filthy mind. No, I just got off on the wrong foot with him. There's no point making an enemy close to home." "Don't worry over much. Thorstein's bark is worse than his bite." "Are you mad? I saw him with Crimpbeard." The pair had had a practice bout as we sailed, axe and shield against axe and shield, blades wrapped in leather covers, mail shirts also on. They had ducked and weaved, each using their weapons' beards to try and rip the other's shield from his grasp, or shoving, suddenly, to off-balance and send their opponent arse first to the deck. Neither had been going at it with full force. It had more been a limbering-up exercise. But watching had rammed home how skilled the pair were, not to mention the depth of my inexperience. "Done," Carley said, his stern visage relaxing. "I'm for a tavern and as much beer as my belly can take." Loud approval met this comment. Immer spoke up at once. 10 men had to remain behind to stop would-be thieves from climbing on board. Men grumbled and argued, but not very much, and as a leather drawstring bag was handed around, each pulled out a stone. There were 10 white inside, Carley declared. The rest were black. Immer did not stay to watch. Sliding on thick silver arm rings and a magnificent cloak brooch, he went to seek an audience with King Sigtrish. 4 warriors, Thorstein, Crimpbeard, Hraf and Harberkey, an odd coal-biter went with him. These, I whispered to Vekel, had to be his best men. The ability of Thorstein and Crimpbeard had been evident earlier. The other 2 were clearly cut from the same cloth. I decided to walk carefully around all 4. Happily brandishing a black stone, Harvard offered the bag. "Your turn." I took it, thinking it would be typical, my first time in Difflin, to get a white one. To my delight, the stone I chose was a glossy black. It reminded me of the spherical piece of glass used by my mother to smooth fabric. It was Vekel's turn next. "Black!" He held up a stone in triumph. To his disgust, Ulf's was white. His head turned, and my gut screamed, "He's going to demand we trade places." "Come on," I said to Vekel, indicating Ulf with a tiny inclination of my head. He caught my meaning. Ignoring Ulf's calls, I hurried to the prow and threw a leg over the side. "Finn!" "I'll bring back some beer, Ulf, never fear." With a jaunty wave, I dropped onto the mud. Vekel was right behind me. "I thought you wanted to stay on the right side of everyone." "I'm not staying on board," I said, ignoring the fact that I was going against my own advice. "Ulf will make you pay at weapons practice. The others will have noticed too." "I'll worry about that tomorrow." Full of youthful exuberance, I wanted to sample the delights of Dyflin now. True, the mud, discarded rope, a rotting woolen sail, and the carcass of a sheep in front of me weren't inspiring, nor was the huddle of miserable-looking slaves, wrists tied with rope, who were waiting to be loaded onto a nearby vessel. Ignoring the stench of human and animal waste, I decided that the town itself would be a wonder. Vekel linked his arm with mine. "We are not getting drunk." "Of course not." I was happy enough to avoid the tavern closest to the river, which by the loud, enthusiastic conversations I had heard was where the crew were headed. "Mind your purse," Thorstein said. My hand went to the leather bag attached to my belt. I had no hack silver, still less any coins, but iron pins, needles, and fishhooks also served as currency. I felt for the handle of my sea-axe, and was reassured. I had it, and Vekel. No one would try to rob us. Through the gate we went, past a pair of spear-wielding guards who were busy arguing about who was the prettier, the one's wife or the other's new thrall. The winding street was paved with timber, something I had never seen before. Rutted over with mud, it was perhaps a dozen paces in width and had houses on either side. Built end-on to the thoroughfare and set a little way back. They were rectangular houses, different to those at Lyn Duakel. Smaller versions stood behind, the sleeping areas for slaves and animals. Low wicker fences separated one property from the next. Many also had pig pens out front. Hens pecked in the dirt. I saw geese too. An irritated warrior, not one of our crew, shoved past, mouthing something uncomplimentary in Norse. "Walk," said Vekel. "It's best not to look completely like the herring chokers we are." We moved on. Despite himself, Vekel stared almost as much as I did. There was no particular order to the layout, the streets gently twisting this way and that, like multiple branches of a river. There were densities in certain areas of smiths, coopers, and craftsmen working amber, metals, antler, but businesses were also found on their own, millers, clothmakers, and tavern keepers. We continued our exploration, and in the southeastern corner of the town reached the Royal Great Hall. Surrounded by a ditch and palisade, backing onto the black pool, Dublin, there was a great open space before it. Warriors in mail shirts lounged about on benches near the entrance, drinking beer and boasting to one another. I was keen to set eyes on Sigtrish, but after Innis Crow and Dunaski, suspected that his guards would be as stern as males. I led Vekel away, taking a different street to the one we had arrived on. "Thirsty?" "As Odin was after 9 days and nights hanging on Yggdrasil," Vekel replied. Asking directions to the nearest tavern, we were sent along the street and down a smaller way that led back towards the river. The alehouse was run down, its heather thatch mouldy, the door broken-hinged, but the hum of conversation from within was encouraging. I stooped to enter, Vekel one step behind, my eyes adjusting to the dim interior. The building's front half was given over to business, a counter separating the owner's living space from the customers. Rushes covered the floor. Benches ran around the sides, under the low angle of the thatch. Most were taken, and quite a few of the occupants were staring at us. While Vekel went to buy beer, in a town it had to be good, I told him. I found a space to sit. There was room between a man who appeared to be asleep and a couple of Irishmen in long, belted tunics. Their gaze was fixed in horrified fascination on Vekel. I was pleased this increased the chance of not having to talk to them. My father had always warned me to take care who I spoke to at Manchtir Viha. Christ lovers were just as likely to thieve as anyone else, he would say. Dyflin, I decided, with its visitors from every corner of the world, was far more dangerous. Minding our own business would keep trouble at arm's length. Vekel came back with 2 brimming tankards. He was beaming. "On the house." "Why?" "The place is plagued with mice. I put a curse on the little creatures. There shouldn't be a single one left by tomorrow," I told him. This was going too far, I thought. We'll just be drinking here the once, then. "Maybe." Vekel's face was serene, innocent. The beer was as good as I'd hoped. and the free refills provided by the grateful landlord should put pay to our intention of staying sober. We talked in low voices about Cormac and what he might do. It was comforting to conclude that because Immer and his crew were not from Lindu-Acle, he would leave the place alone. This did not stop me from wondering whether Ashelt and Diarmid were in danger. They were not, Veckel declared. He had dreamed of my sister's future, had seen her with a babe in arms, Diarmid by her side. A surge of relief. And Madra and Niall? Did you see them? A flutter of long eyelashes. They are also well. Reassured, Vitgis were renowned for their ability to read the future. I settled back on the bench. Noticing a young, black-skinned man emerging from behind the counter, broom in hand, I nudged Veckel. A bla mur. It was truly a day of firsts, I thought. Fagarum, Veckel said in Irish. The term meant blue man. It made no sense, I decided, given that he was blacker than pitch. Veckel beckoned. Surprised, the youth pointed a finger at his chest, as if to say, "Me?" Veckel nodded. The youth approached, looking nervous. I smiled to show we meant him no harm. "Speak Giocgok?" I asked in Irish. "A little." "Norse?" "Yes." Hesitant, accented. "You're a thrall?" "Yes." "How long have you been here?" "Long time." His face was a mask, protection against the world, I judged. "What do they call you?" Veckel asked. "Sliv. Bramur. Fagarum." "No, your real name." Veckel paused. "What your mother and father called you." Hesitation, then. "Lalo." It sounded strange to my ear. I had never heard the like. "Lalo," said Veckel. "That is God-given, powerful." He grinned at the youth, who returned it with a tentative one of his own. "Get back to work, boy." It was the proprietor. To Veckel he said, "My apologies, Vitki. He knows not to annoy the customers." "Peace. I wanted to speak to him." The proprietor gave Veckel an obsequious head bob, and the youth resumed, sweeping up the hazelnut shells and cheese rinds dropped by customers. "I would not be surprised if we see more of him," said Veckel. Assuming that meant Veckel wanted to drink here regularly while we were in Difflin, I said that the mice plague had better end soon. Veckel gave me a look. "Where do Blamen come from?" "Blaland, a burning region far to the south of the Middle Sea. They say the sun is so hot it burns their skin black, curls their hair too." I shuddered. A hot summer's day in Eriu was more than I could bear. I would not like a place like that. "I imagine he feels the same about here," Veckel continued. "Clouds almost all the year round, rain just as often, and fog as well. Damp, cold, hardly any sun. He must hate it." "I suppose." I glanced at the youth, who studiously kept his gaze on the floor, and wondered if he thought much about his home. We fell to talking about Immer and where he might next take Brimgior. We had not been on board long enough to be told, although, as Veckel said, he might be discussing that very thing with Sigtrish. Muin was a good possibility, we decided. Sigtrish was no friend of Brion Burava. He would surely not care if the king of Muhan's territories were raided. Another place to raid, if we were daring, was Vedrafjord in the southeast. Its ruler, Ivar, had deposed Sigtrish only a year before. It was well known that since his retaking of Divlin, Sigtrish was out for revenge. A third possibility, and a rich source of slaves for more than a century, was the coast of Britain. I mentioned Cirkland and Miklagard. "Listen to the fledgling, and it barely out of the nest," said Veckel. A little fuzzy-headed from the beer, I glowered. "I am no fledgling." "Nor are you a seasoned warrior like Imar. There are dangers enough in Difflin and Eriu, without going halfway across the world to find them." I didn't like him telling me what to do. "Scared?" I jibed. "When have you ever known me back down?" Veckel wasn't a fighter, but nor was he one to retreat if there was an argument to be had. I glared at him anyway. He returned it with feeling. I was more likely to fly back to Lindu-Acle than I was ever to travel to Miklagard, I decided with a sigh. Let's not fall out. Beer slopped as Veckel bumped his tankard of mine. "To friendship. Our friendship." I nodded. Amity restored, we downed the lot. It was my round next, but as Vekel said, the landlord still thought the sun shone out of his arse.
"Better drink as much as we can while we can," he said.
I wasn't about to disagree. Off he went. Nature called. I went outside. Spying a dung heap to the side of the next house along, I emptied my bladder into that. Adjusting my breeks, I wandered back, whistling. All was well with the world. My happiness was brief. Chapter 10. What kind of man dresses like that? A male voice speaking in Norse inside the tavern. A reply came, too low for me to discern the words, or who had spoken, but my pace quickened anyway. A bodsalak, that's what, said a second voice, in Irish. A dirty prick. I ducked inside. Vekel had his back to the bar, with 3 men around him in a little semicircle.
"I want no trouble," said
Vekel, who hadn't seen me. Then you shouldn't have come in here, arse plunderer, said the first man, Irish by the cut of him. He poked Vekel in the chest.
"Do that again, and I'll put a spell on you. Your cock will wither and drop off."
The man checked, but his friend, who was dressed in Norse fashion, laughed. We're God-fearing Christians. We have nothing to fear from pagan filth. He cocked a fist. I rushed forward, seizing his shoulder. I whirled him around and drove a mighty punch into his belly, just the way my father had taught. His mouth gaped, eyes widened, and he dropped. I spun, ready to take on the others. The Irishman was sinking to his knees, both hands clutching his groin. Vekel had kneed him in the balls, but the third, also Irish, was grabbing for a knife. Dragging Vekel with me, I made for the door. The knife-wielder charged after, and things might have gone badly. Stabbing a man in the back is easy, but the young black slave was just outside. He gave me a firm nod as we emerged. I sensed, rather than saw, his broom slide across the doorway at ankle height. An instant later, there was a meaty thump as the Irishman landed face first in the mud. Move, I told Vekel, pushing him in what I thought was the direction of the river. I chose badly. 200 paces later, around a bend, the street was blocked by a wagon, packed high with straw, standing beside a longhouse with a half-finished, half-underlaying sod's exposed roof, and men moving to and fro between. It was going nowhere any time soon. The blockage meant there were no passers-by, just the workmen, and a snot-nosed child sitting in a doorway. As we screeched to a halt, he stared at Vekel with unabashed fascination. Shouts, cries, the sounds of pursuit. "Skit Carls," I said, eyeing 2 men running in our direction. I say run. The one Vekel had kneed was 30 paces behind his friend, and he was struggling. In front was the Irishman who'd gone for his knife. It was out too, gripped in a way that suggested he was no stranger to a fight. "The third one is still winded," I said confidently. "At least we won't be outnumbered."
"Is that so?"
My attention followed Vekel's, past the limper, and I groaned. Walking slowly around the bend was the Irishman I had punched. "We should run," I said, searching for an alleyway, even a gap between houses. Where they would lead, I had no idea, but anywhere was better than a fight with blades, 2 against 3.
"Go if you want."
I couldn't believe it. Vekel was pacing towards our pursuers, his iron staff gripped in both fists like a fighting cudgel. "What are you doing?" I cried.
"Choosing my own thread."
"Vekel!"
"I am tired of being called a ragger man or an urge. Tired."
There was real venom in Vekel's voice.
"Those men need a lesson in manners, and I'm going to teach it to them."
Not for the first time, I decided that part of the reason my friend had become a Vitki was because such men, feared, respected, and despised, were generally left alone. Womanish men who were not Vitkis had a much harder time of it. Vekel kept walking. 2 stark choices faced me: flee and leave my oldest friend to be butchered, or stay and end up with my guts decorating the street. The former was too awful to consider, the latter easy to imagine. Swearing under my breath, I hurried to catch up. "This is a bad idea."
"Not if we get to the first one before his comrades do."
He was right. Pulling out my sea axe, I broke into a lope. Vekel kept pace. The first man saw us coming for him, like 2 dogs chasing down a hare, and he twisted around, looking for his friend. He was still 30 paces off. Courage failing, the man shuffled backward, keeping his sea axe ready. This was not good. 2 against 2 could go either way, and the wounded one would soon join the fray. He and Knee in the Balls might be a little incapacitated, but outnumbered, Vekel and I risked injury or death. I broke into a sprint. The Irishman, whose face was dominated by an oft-broken flattened nose, increased the speed of his backward shuffle. I yelled in triumph and kept after him. We would catch up before his comrades got there. Something moved under my left foot, shifted, and the next thing I was falling. I went down hard, left side towards the ground, but somehow I kept hold of my seax. Struggling to get up, I heard the Irishman laugh. I heard him coming to, telling me he would open my throat. And then Vekel was there, screaming like a banshee and swinging his staff like a battle-frenzied berserker. I rolled over and got up. The Irishman had decided not to fight Vekel, instead retreating to join Knee in the Balls. The wounded one had found a reserve of energy. He was almost there too. "Ideas?" I asked.
You go for Broken Nose. I'll take the one I need in the balls.
"And the third one?"
Whoever's finished first can have him.
A cackle escaped me. This was mad. Loki mad, and it was happening. We closed. "I'm going to cut off your butt, Salak, and feed it to you," wheezed the Irishman. Broken Nose said nothing to me, just came in with his knife, a ripping movement that would have unseamed my belly had I not skipped away. I cut wildly at his face, but I wasn't nearly close enough, and he sneered. Somewhere close by, I was aware of Vekel chanting. Again, Broken Nose attacked, slashing, then converting the swing to a quick stab. Somehow I avoided it, already wishing I had the experience of men like Immer, Thorstein, or Crimpbeard. I was barely able to keep him at arm's length. The one-sided fight would soon be over. I took a step back, as if that would help. An anticipatory smile played over Broken Nose's lips. "Ready to die, herring choker?" he asked. I readied my blade for another futile attempt. My mind was full of dark images. Loki splitting his sides with laughter, Odin uncaring, probably not even watching this pathetic contest. The Norns arguing over which one would cut my thread. I hoped my end would be quick at least, no lingering for days while my wound putrefied. Swipe! Broken Nose advanced. I retreated, thrusting and missing, slash. Behind my opponent, the most welcome of apparitions. Vekel, staff raised high, down it came, full force, taking Broken Nose across the back of the head. The iron staff wasn't heavy enough to break his brain pan, but his eyes rolled upwards, and he fell. I looked for Knee in the Balls. He was lying in the dried mud, moaning softly and clutching his groin again. Respect for Vekel surging, I searched for the Norseman whom I had punched. To my amazement, he was also down, the shards of a broken jug scattered around him. I had an impression of a lithe, black-skinned shape vanishing into a side alley. Amazed, I glanced at Vekel. Was that the Blamor?
Unless he has a twin brother in Difflin, yes.
Why would he help us?
Because we didn't treat him like an animal.
I had no chance to ponder the matter. Somehow Knee in the Balls had got up, and, knife at the ready, was throwing himself at an unsuspecting Vekel. I violently shoved my friend sideways, and without thinking, stabbed Knee in the Balls as he came hammering forward. My seax went into him as easily as a hen for the pot. He folded up, oofing, and collided with me. I braced, holding onto my seax, then shoved it in even further. He screamed, all his strength gone, and collapsed. My seax came free with a distinctive soughing sound. I stared at it, dazed. The entire blade was reddened. A similar colour was rapidly spreading around Knee in the Balls' hands, clutching his middle. His eyes were closed, and he was moaning. The world rushed in. Broken Nose was unconscious, and from the look of him, the winded Irishman wasn't getting up any time soon. Our fight had not gone unnoticed, however. The Thatchers were watching, horrified. The little child who had been amazed by Vekel was now in its mother's arms, bawling. The shock in her face said it all. "The best thing to do is leave," I said, calmly. "Now." Plenty of daylight remained as we reached Brimdior. To my relief, there had been no pursuit. The spectre of what I had done hung over me, though, like a fetch tracking my steps through the winter darkness. The man I had stabbed was for the next world, that was certain. What would come of his death was much less clear. "Should we say anything?" I whispered to Vekel.
Of course. If we don't, and a dozen men come looking for vengeance tomorrow, what do you think Immer will do? He'll feed us to the wolves, and he'd be right too.
They might not realize we're on Brimdior. Archly.
Have you seen any other Vitkis?
I sighed. He was right. Even if Veckel hit aboard, enough people on the shore had seen him to be able to answer questions. Finn, you skitgirl! Come here! It was Ulf, and he wasn't happy. A skitgirl was literally a shit man. I groaned, but quietly. Louder, I said, I am sorry. You will be. Ulf came storming down the deck, the other sentries watching in amusement. He had been regaling them with all the ways he would punish me, I decided. It was understandable, though, and my own fault. He didn't care that I was neck-deep in a dung heap, needing his, Immer's, and everyone else's help, and so I did nothing to avoid a swinging, open-handed slap. My vision blurred, I staggered sideways, preparing myself for the next blow. It did not fall. Confused, assuming he was waiting for me to look at him before he attacked again, I straightened, blinking away tears of pain. Ulf was staring at my knife-wielding hand, which was covered in blood. You've been fighting. I killed a man. Ulf's face was a picture. You? He's not dead yet, but will be soon enough. Stabbed him in the guts. I thought this might impress. Slap! I reeled. Another blow followed, a punch to the stomach this time. I bent double, spattering sour beer over my shoes and Ulf's. He hit me again, on the back of the head, and I went down on one knee, into the vomit. That's for being a stupid arse nithing. Stand up! Through the pain, I wondered why Veckel wasn't helping me. How I had assumed Ulf's amiable manner to mean he wasn't capable of brutal behaviour. Up! Struggling, I obeyed, and found myself face to face with an irate Ulf. First, you sneak off when I want you to do my sentry duty. Second, you return pissed, with a tale of bloodshed and murder all over nothing, no doubt. Give me one reason why I shouldn't turf you overboard, or better still, decorate the deck with your brains. My gaze went from his to the faces of the 9 others. I discerned not a trace of sympathy. They started it, I mumbled. A cynical laugh. Didn't mean you had to finish it. I've had 100 brawls. Most end with cuts and bruises, maybe a broken nose or a couple of ribs. They don't have to finish with men dying, especially when your ship is in a foreign port. We tried to get away, I protested. We ran, but there was a wagon blocking the street. Save your lies, said Ulf, drawing back his fist. It's the truth. Finn wanted to get away, even when the street was blocked, Veckel broke in. It was I who turned to fight. You? Ulf didn't look happy, but he didn't try and punch Veckel. Yes. How many were there? 3. The 2 of you against 3? He could not contain his disbelief. I am not the one to question the spirits. Fight, they said. Do not run. Ulf had no answer to that. He gave me another punch, which sent me to the deck again, then hiked a gob of phlegm onto the planking beside my head. Skitgirl, he said, and walked away. When I judged it safe to move, I rolled onto my front and, wincing, got onto all 4s. A moment later, I managed to stand, but not straight. That went well, said Veckel. Wiping drool from my lips, I gave him a sour look. How, exactly? You're not dead. He didn't heave you over the side, and he didn't lay a finger on me. I sucked on the marrow of his words, and decided the taste wasn't as bad as my aches and pains said it was, even as I took a crumb of comfort from that. A niggling doubt tickled the back of my mind. Ulf's restraint didn't mean Immer would take my side. Immer didn't come back that evening. As Havard said, he was still talking to me. Immer was probably drinking Sigtrish under the table. Or trying to. Twin brows added, to much amusement. I wondered if that meant Immer couldn't hold his beer, or that Sigtrish was a champion drinker, but didn't dare ask. For the foreseeable future, my voice was best left unheard. Sore all over, head aching, I hunched up in the prow, cloak protecting me from the worst of the drizzle, and kept watch. This had been Ulf's command, which I had obeyed with alacrity. Veckel hadn't been told to join me, but did so anyway. I asked if he knew what Immer would do. He said not, and his tone suggested it would be wise to drop the subject. I wanted to tell him that we should have run, not fought, but there was no point doing that either. His glib answer would have been that Sador was behind it. Cursed satyr, I thought, and was consumed with instant panic in case the very idea brought harm upon me. One breath followed another, however, and a soul-possessing fetch did not appear. The men walking the shore paid Brimdior no attention either. I tried not to brood further, but failed. Vekel stood out from a crowd. Upon his return to Linduaco as a Vitki, Gunkel had humorously observed that a blind man would have seen him even at night time. He wasn't far wrong, I thought, looking at my friend. A few questions on the riverbank would reveal Vekel was aboard the Brimdior, and where he was, I was. Unless the companions of the man I had stabbed made no effort at all, it was hard to see how they would not find us, and soon. I thought next about running. Leave the ship, leave Difflin, and I would be safe. Safe from revenge, it was true, but where would I go? Linduaco was the obvious choice, even though I had only just left it, but there I risked being caught by Cormac, and possibly placing Asholt at risk too. A third choice, joining the crew of another ship, stood little chance of success because of my lack of seafaring skills and battle experience. Time passed, and I could think of nothing other than staying put and hoping for the best. It was tiring, chewing over my problems, and darkness had long since fallen. The riverbank was quiet, the town too. The drizzle had stopped, and I was warm in my cloak. There was an inevitability to my eyelids drooping. I pinched myself repeatedly, and when that didn't work, stood up. The day had gone badly enough. To fall asleep would put me beyond redemption, not just with Ulf, but with the other sentries as well. Eager not to burn every bridge, I paced to and fro, watching the shore, and thinking of happy times in my childhood. As the sun peeked over the eastern horizon, Ulf came creeping along the deck. I was still awake, greeting him with a nod. He couldn't quite hide his disappointment. Clearly, he had expected to find me snoring. When he next told me to get some rest, I decided he didn't think I was a complete nithing. I grinned and went to take his place halfway along the deck, beside Havard. His snores were not enough to stop me from slipping away into welcome unconsciousness. Pain in my ribs, I cried out. Another kick, and I was rudely awake. I stirred, finding Immer standing over me, his right leg already drawn back. I raised a hand in protest. "Stop!" "Why?" He kicked me again. "You're a horse turd with the wits of a hen." I struggled into a sitting position. "Ulf told you about my fight." "He merely confirmed it was you." "I don't understand." I got to my feet, grateful not to be kicked again, grateful that Vekel was by Immer's side. A clatter to the side of the face. "I heard the sorry tale just now, in Sigtrish's hall. Not what I wanted or needed when I've a bad head on me." Sigtrish's hall? I hated how stupid I sounded. "The Norseman you fought, Björn, is known to Sigtrish. The man you killed was his friend. The death was sooner than I had expected." "Killed?" "He died overnight. That's why Björn came raging to Sigtrish. His story is that you and the Vitki picked a fight with him and his friends in some dingy tavern, and when they chased you out, there was a set-to in the street, you stabbed his friend, then ran off." "Lies!" I snarled. "So you didn't knife his friend?" Immer's fists closed. "I did, but he's lying about how it happened." "Spit it out then." Hard faces ringed me. I could put names to many now. Thorstein, Crimpbeard, Hrafen, Odd Coalbiter, Twin Brows, Carly, Havard. Ulf's as angry as he had been the previous evening. None were remotely friendly. Struggling to maintain my composure, I said, "I went for a piss outside the tavern. When I came back, 3 of them were picking on Vekel." "3?" demanded Immer. "The Norseman and 2 Irishmen. There was a bit of a scuffle, just fists, and we ran." I continued, laying it out exactly as I remembered, until the point where our 3 opponents were down. "You say the Blamor helped you?" I had mentioned speaking to him in the tavern. Immer cocked his head. "Strange, no?" "We treated him decently," said Vekel. "Why? He's a thrall, like any other thrall." "He's a person too," said Vekel. "Not that you'd ever think such a thing." Immer stared, not quite believing his ears. Then he snorted in amusement. "It explains how 2 wet behind the ears herring chokers like you beat 3 men. The Blaumor struck 1 from behind, and somehow the Vitki managed 2 on his own." I coloured, but there was no denying it. "Aye. So how did 1 end up with a blade in the belly?" It was over, or so we thought. Then one of the Irishmen picked himself up and ran at Vekel. He was going to stab him in the back. Growls, angry hums, glances at Vekel, who nodded to confirm my words. "What did you do?" demanded Immer. I pushed Vekel out of the way and struck the Irishman. It was self-defence. He was coming in hard with a dagger. I did not mean to kill him, though. I made no mention of ramming home the sea axe to make sure. Immer's slate-grey eyes held mine, vice-like. At last he spoke. "I believe you." I blew out my cheeks, letting out a long breath, but my nerves were yet stretched like a thread tested by the loom weight. One test had been passed, but another had replaced it. I knew this as if Hugin and Munin were perched on Immer's shoulder, delivering a message from Odin. "What did Sigrish say about it?" Vekel asked. "He wasn't best pleased," Immer replied, "but said that these things happen, and that finding the man responsible would be like trying to pick out a single sheep from a flock." Everyone stared at Vekel, with his jewellery and eye makeup and women's dress. "Bjorn laughed," Immer continued, "and said that one had been a Vitki, and he had already tracked him down to a ship called Brimdior." I sighed. "And Sigtrish looked at you?" "He did. Wasn't too happy either." I was on the wrong side of two kings now. Male and Sigtrish, I thought blackly. What is he going to do? A chuckle. "Sigtrish, nothing." This was too easy. My gaze went from Immer to Vekel, who shrugged, to Thorstein, who leered, and back to Immer. "I don't understand." "Bjorn demanded a Holmgang, and the king agreed." "Until first blood?" I asked, in hope rather than expectation. "To the death. Bjorn wants vengeance for his friend." I knew well why Immer was pleased. I stood no chance whatsoever in the single combat. My death would satisfy Bjorn, who afterwards would not seek retribution from Vekel, a Vitki. It would also smooth out the friction between Immer and Sigtrish, bring things back to what they had been. I cast a sideways look at Vekel, whose bland expression seemed to say that he had known this would happen. "Where? When?" I inquired. "Outside Sigtrish's great hall at midday." "It's normally 3 days or more after the challenge," I protested, as if delaying would make any difference. "Sigtrish wants it done and dusted." A king's word was law in his own town, I thought. Far above, I could have sworn I heard the Norns cackling with glee. Chapter 11. "Stand up straight. Hold your shield so," Ulf ordered. I copied him, aware that I had too much to learn and too little time. We were standing on the shore, not far from Brimdior. I had on Havard's simple leather helmet, and was armed with my limewood shield and one of Ulf's axes. There was no question of borrowing a mail shirt. Armour was not allowed in a Holmgang. Ulf had set aside his anger over the way I had run off into Difflin, and volunteered to teach me what he could before the contest. "It won't be enough, of course," he'd said to Immer, "but maybe I can teach the Skitkarl a few tricks." Immer, irritable and hungover, waved a hand in acknowledgement and went to lie down under the sail. "Do not wake me until it is time," he growled. He wasn't watching, therefore, but Vekel, Thorstein, Havard, and a few others were. Mostly, I suspected, they had come to laugh at me, and to discuss how bad my odds would be with the bet-takers. "Pay attention, boy, unless you want to die quickly without a fight." I fixed my attention on Ulf again. "Sorry." "Did he look like a swordsman or an axeman?" "I don't know." "He was in a hall of a tavern, so I'm going to say he prefers an axe." "I should use a sword first, then." We were allowed more than one weapon each, as well as 3 shields. And as the challenged, the choice was mine. It felt like clutching at straws. I had no idea if Byrne was also a swordsman. "We'll see. Axes for now." I sucked in a ragged breath and advanced to meet Ulf. Immer waited until it was almost midday before leaving Brimdir. "Nothing worse than waiting for a fight to start," he muttered, and I believed him. Bar the unfortunates who had been selected to guard the ship, the entire crew came too. Most obviously expected me to die, and from their conversations would gamble on that eventuality, if the odds were good enough. I found it oddly comforting that a few were prepared to risk silver on me. I did not know if I could win, but I was certain of one thing: I would not die without a fight. A big body of men we were, the streets cleared as if by Sador. Immer led the way, the same 4 warriors around him as the day before. I was next, with Veckel, who had painted his face an unsettling deathly white. Ulf walked on one side of us, Havard on the other. I chose to think of them as an honour guard rather than an accompaniment to the grave. Although the loud conversation behind me between Cleggy and Coalbiter about how quickly I would die gave the lie to that. Veckel had wanted me to eat something, strength for the fight. Unwilling to trust my stomach or my guts, I refused. Ulf tried to press some meat on me, saying it settled the nerves, but I said no to that as well. Better to be bowel loosened with a clear head, I decided, than to be mead brave and overconfident. The open ground in front of Sigtrish's great hall was jammed. As Immer's guards pushed their way through, allowing the rest of us to follow, he laughed at my circle mouth. "It's not every day there's a Holmgang boy." Ulf saw my confusion. "Sigtrish doesn't often allow them, else they'd be happening after every drunken brawl." "Why did he agree to this one?" Immer Wolf smiled. "Byrne is a crewman on another longship. His captain and I got to talking yesterday. Before news came of your squabble, we hatched a plan to do something together. Sigtrish liked it." Suddenly I saw it all. The bad blood between me and Byrne was a potential bone of contention between Immer's crew and that of the other longship, and that could jeopardize whatever scheme Immer and his new ally had contrived. My death in the Holmgang would see Byrne's honour restored, with the matter settled. Immer's business could continue, which would also please Sigtrish. It was a sour realization, because Immer had a hand in it too. "You think I'm going to lose?" Immer shrugged in a "yes, I do" way. I stuck out my chin. "And if I win, what will the other captain do?" He looked a little disconcerted, then declared bluffly, "If he knows what's good for him, he will grin and bear it." I imagined wiping the smirk off Björn's leader's face and shocking Immer into the bargain. My spirits rallied, but then we reached the clear area right in front of the great hall, and the immensity of my task sank home. Hundreds of townsfolk were there, waiting. Immer worked his way free of the press, beckoning. I obeyed, noting the lines in the dirt. They marked out a square patch, 10 paces to a side, the space for the Holmgang. 3 larger squares surrounded it, each also demarcated by boot-heel-dragged lines. Hazel staves marked the 4 corners of the outer square. "You know the rules?" Veckel asked. "You can cross the first 2 lines without penalty. Put a foot beyond the outermost line, however, and you lose." I nodded. Given that our fight was to the death, the price of stepping outside the boundary would be execution by the other party. Immer steered us to the nearest corner. He had spied Björn in the one diagonally opposite. Ulf came after, setting down the 2 shields he was loaning me, along with his sword, a pair of his axes, one bearded, the other broad. I picked up the sword, wondering what it would feel like to slide it into a man. According to Ulf, Björn was probably an axeman first and foremost, so I was going to take the risk and choose swords. Veckel and the rest had now spilled out, filling the space all around my corner. His dark eyes were on me. "Fight well. Fight bravely. The gods are watching." Empty words, I thought, wondering if he'd seen the future, if there was any way I could win. My new comrades clearly didn't think so. Cleggy had given me a pitying look, and I'd heard Crimpbeard saying he hoped it would be over quickly, so they could go and find drink. It wasn't just their dismissive attitudes that made the resignation swell in my chest. Sparring against my father, training for a short while with Ulf, were worlds apart from a Holmgang against an experienced warrior. In all likelihood, I was going to lose. I was going to die. I reached under my tunic, and caressing the raven amulet, found some determination. I would not go into the endless night easily, I decided. Björn would know he'd been in a fight. A fat-bellied, middle-aged Norseman swaggered into the square's centre, as if he ruled Dyflin, not Sigtrish. His tunic and breeks were of good quality, but scars marked his face and hands. I decided that this once was a warrior, was the King's steward or some such. In pompous tones, he announced that the Holmgang between Björn Skaffhog and Finn Thorgilsson would take place at once. It was a contest to the death, he said, with the loser's property going to the victor. Loud cheers erupted. Good luck to Björn, I thought with black humour. All I had were a spear, a shield, my sea-axe, some clothes, and a bit of ironmongery. Once was a warrior asked what weapon I would use. I told him sword first, loud as I could, and Björn sneered. I hoped that meant he wasn't pleased. "Step forward!" boomed Once was a warrior. Veckel squeezed my shoulder. "May the Norns be with you," said Ulf. "Loki, guide your blade," said Thorstein, which was a surprise. That was it. I walked away, noticing Crimpbeard haggling odds with someone. Evens was not fair, he grumbled. Bjorn wasn't that good. "Give me 2-1 at least." The odds being mentioned for me were far worse. I heard 25-1, 30-1, even 40-1. A devil took hold. "Veckel," I shouted.
"Yes?"
"Put a piece of hack silver on me. Best odds you can get."
"I will."
Bjorn heard. He positively strutted from his corner. "Wasting your friend's money, eh?" "A Vitki knows which bets are good and which are not," he sneered, and I decided words might be a powerful tool. "Following tradition, each man only has a sword and shield," Once Was a Warrior declared. We both raised our shields high, and then, after a nod from Once Was a Warrior, drew our blades. How I wished mine was the sword I'd found on the beach. "Remember the rules. If either of you steps over the threshold marked by the hazel staves, your life will be forfeit." Done. Once Was a Warrior moved out of the way. Bjorn and I stared at each other. "Bjorn E," bellowed a voice. "Bjorn E." The majority of the crowd instantly took up the chant. No one called my name. Bjorn smiled. "Was your friend moaning as he died?" I asked, shouting to make sure he heard. "A barrel of beer says he was." Raising his sword, Bjorn charged. I retreated, shield held in front of my body, sliding my feet back. 1-2, 1-2. Time to find the chink again, I thought. "Did you love him?" "Like a brother." Bjorn was spitting with rage. "You're lying. It was rich to call the Vitki a bod salak, when in fact your friend was." "Coward!" He swung his sword down hard, aiming for my shield, but I danced out of the way. "You're no bod salak." He checked, looking confused. "No, it's a pillow biter you are," I yelled. He charged again and cut sideways, catching the iron rim of my shield with his blade. My arm jarred, but the shield did not break. "Pillow biter!" I taunted.
"Nothing wrong with that,"
cried Veckel. A few spectators laughed. Thorstein was one. "Bjorni," went the shouts. "Bjorni!" "Your bed will be cold from now on with your friend gone," I said. Bjorn's eyes bulged. He came at me like a madman, hacking and thrusting with wild abandon. I retreated, desperately blocking his blows and managing an occasional weak counter-thrust. "You've crossed one line!" Ulf's deep voice carried through the wall of noise. Another 2 steps, and I would be outside the final square. I threw myself sideways back into the central space. Bjorn's sword licked out, and the tip connected with my left calf. It was a glancing blow, or at least that was what I hoped. I ignored the throbbing pain and the warm sensation running down my leg, and shuffled back as fast as I could. "Maybe it's time to find yourself a bald girl," I said. This was a derogatory term for a monk, tonsard and robe-wearing. "Think you're clever, eh?" Bjorn stabbed at the bottom of my shield, Ulf's move. Luckily, I anticipated it. I could not stop my shield top being driven forward. Instead, I ducked down low, almost onto my haunches. Rather than skewer me through the upper chest, his sword whistled over my head, so close I fancy it parted the hair. I drove my blade at him, blind. It didn't hit home, but I sensed him back away. I came up fast, driving forward with my shield. The boss smacked off his one, and as he was forced back, I head-butted him. The edge of my boiled leather helmet split his nose like an overripe plum. "How do you like that, pillow biter?" I asked in jubilation. Blood was pouring from Bjorn's nostrils, running down into his beard. If he had been half-crazed with anger, he was totally consumed by it now. He attacked like a boar cornered by the hounds, wild, savage, uncaring of injury. He wasn't aiming straight, but that didn't matter, because the first blow cracked my shield. The second split it clean in two. Only the boss, curved around my left hand, prevented me from losing several fingers to his blade. My roar for a replacement could have been heard on the far side of Bifrost Bridge. Once Was a Warrior came skipping between us with his staff raised and ordered us to halt. I hurled the broken shield away and went slowly back to my corner. The breath sawed in my throat, and the pain in my calf was bad. I glanced down. The lower left leg of my breeks was red-soaked. It didn't matter, I thought. Bjorn would kill me before the blood loss did. Ulf proffered a new shield, this one with a black raven painted on a white background. "Should have given you this first, what with Stormcrow being your name." He sounded apologetic. I looked for Vekel, who gave me a wink. It was infuriating. I was about to die. "Ready," called Once Was a Warrior. "I am." I turned, horribly aware that I had succeeded in angering Bjorn, but not enough to make him lose reason altogether. I flailed for an idea, anything that could help me not just to win, but to survive more than the next few moments. I came up with nothing. "Begin!" Once Was a Warrior removed himself to the edge of the square. Bjorn ran forward, eager to renew his attack. I felt black despair. 8 paces separated us. 6. I decided to try Ulf's strike the bottom of the shield move. Then, to my amazement, Bjorn skittered. One of his boots must have caught on something in the dirt, and like that, his legs flew up in the air and he landed on the flat of his back. I seized my chance, stamping on his outstretched arms. His sword and shield fell to the dirt. Ignoring the pain from my injured calf, I kicked away the blade, and as the cheering from my corner, Vekel's louder than anyone else, rose to the grey skies, I lobbed my own out of the square. The cheer stopped. "What are you doing, Skitcarl?" It was Ulf's voice, incredulous. I dropped onto Bjorn's chest, straddling him, and my fists already swinging. I wasn't as equal with the weapon, but by the All-Father I was as strong, probably stronger. I hit his broken nose once, twice, and blood sprayed. I felt his cheekbone crack with the 3rd punch. It made him scream. His hands flailed at me, but I leaned back out of the way and punched him in the jaw and again in the nose. He roared. It was so satisfying. I hit him a few times more, reducing his nose to mushy pulp. Frantic, he caught the skin below one of my eyes with his nails and ripped. Sweet agony blossomed down my face. I cursed him for a nithing, and reaching back and around, found his groin and grabbed. As luck would have it, my hand closed around his ballsack. I squeezed as if my life depended on it, squeezed and twisted and wrenched. He wailed like a baby then, roared, screamed, cried. His heels drummed the dirt, his hands waved in the air. He begged me to stop. Instead, my grip tightened. Harder and harder I squeezed, imagining I was getting every last drop of juice from a ripe plum. Dimly, through the noise of blood pounding in my ears, I became aware of a harsh, repetitive sound. I stared down at Bjorn. His head was turned sideways, and he was vomiting. I did not release my hold on his ballsack even a little. A moment later, he lapsed into unconsciousness. I waited to make sure it wasn't a trick. Silence had fallen, but I could have been alone again on the beach at Lindu Akel, with a skull-cloven corpse, a sword, and a raven. I relaxed my grip, brought a hand around to the handle of my sea-axe, and drew it. Calm as a mother rocking her babe, I cut his throat from one side to the other. I took the blade deep, sawing down through flesh, tendon, and windpipe until I hit bone. Blood poured, flooded out of him. The Difflin dirt sucked down every drop. Bjorn's arms moved a little. His lips twitched, but no sound came. Just more blood. I got up, becoming aware of the spectators again. My gaze moved, taking in the stunned expressions, the open mouths, the shock, the fear in some men. "Stormcrow!" It was Vekel. "Stormcrow!" The Brimdior's crew took the cry up with gusto. Crowds are fickle. "Stormcrow!" came a shout from near Bjorn's corner. In a blink of an eye, most people were chanting my name. Crimson-edged sea-axe raised high, I let the acclaim wash over me. There could be no clearer sign of an intervention by Odin. I was sure of it, and in return I offered him Bjorn's life. "Take him to Valhall, great Odin," I said in my mind, "if you deem him worthy. I will sit beside him when my time comes." Chapter 12. King Sigtrich soon heard about my victory and the manner of it. I was summoned to his presence. "He wants to see you now," Once Was a Warrior's tone suggested. Immediate obedience would be wise. "He can wait," said Vekel waspishly. "My friend is busy bleeding to death, in case you hadn't noticed." Once Was a Warrior huffed and puffed, but when Vekel pointed his iron staff at him, he quietened. I was content to lie down and let Vekel examine my left calf. I heard the shears cut away my breeks. Fresh agony burst upwards from the wound as he began to probe. I winced and bit the inside of my cheek, but I let out not a sound. There were people watching. Vekel had come prepared. Out of his bag came a small roll of linen, expertly wrapping it tight, but not too tight," he explained. "Around my leg from knee to ankle, he tied it off."
"That will do for now."
He sniffed and gave Once Was a Warrior one of his looks.
"We don't want the king to get impatient."
I let Vekel help me up, and found myself face to face with Immer. To my delight, there was respect in his eyes. "That was well done, Stormcrow," he said. I gave him a half-smile. "The boy deserves more credit," interjected Ulf. "He has no skill with weapons, but no one can deny he's a fighter." "Grabbing a man's ballsack, I didn't see that coming," said Crimpbeard, shaking his head. "I lost a lot of silver." I laughed. "You should trust a crewmate better." "No arguing with that," he admitted. "I'll know in future, especially if you've worked on your weapon skills, and I will help you with that." "My thanks." That was a big step forward, I thought. Remembering, I caught Vekel's arm. "Did you place the wager?"
"Hurrah, of course I did. But until you mentioned it, I had forgotten."
His head twisted, searching the crowd.
"We'd best be quick. The bet-taker will be making himself scarce."
Ignoring Once Was a Warrior's complaints, and Immer's advice that it was not good policy to make a king wait, Vekel and I began looking. The man was not where he had been, and I wasn't much good, thanks to my limp, and the fact that I only had Vekel's description to go on. Short, bearded, brown tunic, breeks, a belt with a purse and a sea-axe described one man in every two. It was Ulf who spied the bet-taker making for a street that led away from the great hall. Not only that, he and Havard scruffed the blackguard and brought him back to us. "Do you have winnings to collect as well?" I asked Ulf. A sheepish look. "If I'd bet, I would have put my silver on Bjorn." My gaze switched to Havard. "So would I." "More fools, the pair of you." They had the grace to laugh, and I decided they might accept me after all. I rounded on the bet-taker, who fawned and smiled an oily smile, and said he had been going to fetch the Vitki silver.
"So you haven't got it here?"
Ignoring the man's protests, Vekel emptied his purse into my hands. Perhaps a dozen pieces of hack silver fell out. His iron staff whipped up, coming to rest under the bet-taker's chin.
"Well?"
I have it in my house. Do not put a spell on me." The words poured out in a terrified babble. "I'll go with him. Fetch the silver," Ulf offered. "You had best present yourself to King Sigtrich, or mate." I grinned. The last word meant more than my winnings. His back stiff with annoyance, Once Was a Warrior led me, Vekel, and Immer towards Sigtrich's great hall. It was a far grander building than Dun na Sci, which was ironic, considering Mael considered himself lord over whoever ruled Dyflin. Long and almost rectangular, its sides swelled out to the middle and back in again to the far end, like a ship. The roof was straw thatch, and atop each gable end perched a magnificent carved dragon's head. "Be careful what you say to Sigtrich," Immer said in my ear. "Why?" "He's prickly, and not to be trusted." "And you are," I thought. My fate was bound to Immer's now, however, and those of his crew, so I told him I would be careful. The door guarded by mailed warriors was pulled open, leading into an anteroom. Guiding us through another door to the left, Once Was a Warrior turned immediately right, and we entered the great hall proper. My mouth fell open. Once Was a Warrior snickered. "Impressive, eh?" Awestruck, I nodded. The hall was like a longhouse, but grander and far more majestic. Down either side of the central aisle, holding the roof up high overhead, were lines of posts. I say posts, but they were trunks, as thick around as Crimpbeard's middle. Oil lamps mounted head-high illuminated intricate painted patterns and shapes. Each post, I saw, bore a tale or myth told in timber. Dominating the aisle was a long, rectangular fire pit, as wide across as I was tall. It was summer, so only a small section had a fire, enough to cook on, but it was easy to imagine a vast, roaring blaze therein during winter, when the winds howled and rain battered the hall. Living space ran the building's length to left and right. The left had benches, and the best, for the king and his closest allies, were midway along near the fire. The right had benches, as well as storage chests, weapon racks, and rolled-up blankets and furs. Dozens of people were within, household thralls, whose incurious stares did not last long, warriors lounging about on the right-hand side benches, honing blades and combing beards, whose bold eyes warned, "Do not get above yourself here." Womenfolk, slaves or servants, who kept their gaze averted from men they did not know. Children, of whom there were a number. Their fine garments probably meant they were Sigtrish's offspring. A woman with similar features, also well dressed, sat by a loom. Sigtrish's mother, Gurumla, I decided. Daughter of the last king of Lion, sister of the current one, and widow of Sigtrish's father, ruler of Dyfflin and Jorvik in England. She was still a fine-looking woman, and had no fear of staring at us. I gave her a bold smile, which she acknowledged with a slight nod. One of the youngsters, a mop-haired boy of about 12 or 13, noticed the red seeping through Veckel's bandage. He was knife-sharp. "Were you in the Hom gang?" He paused, then realizing, asked, "You won?" "I did," I told him. "I wasn't allowed to watch, but they say you grabbed his balls." A face. "That is true." Another face. "What kind of warrior does that?" One with Loki's cunning. And I would have lost otherwise, I thought. The royal scion had no reply to that, but he tagged along as once was a warrior, led us towards the king's seat. I felt Gurumla's eyes on us. It was no surprise that her seat was within earshot of the king. Sigtrish was a slight figure, with fox-red hair and beard, and eyes that could have come from the same creature. Bright, rapid-moving, they fixed on me when we were still 10 paces off. His famous beard was sleeked with oil, but he could equally have been called Refer. Fox, a silken beard, I decided. Clad in an embroidered tunic, he was dripping in jewellery. Arm rings, finger rings, and a huge silver thistle brooch at one shoulder, Irish chieftain style. There were men sitting close, but not too close, advisers or allies, I presumed. I noticed 2 more than the rest. The first was a monk, a fleshy-faced individual who deliberately made the sign of the cross as I glanced at him. I remembered my father's scorn of the White Christ, and his dislike of the control priests exerted over their flocks. This power, he told me, was the same reason many kings liked Christianity. The second figure, close to Sigtrish, was a Norseman, with a beard woven into 2 braids, each end enclosed by a little silver ring. He too had his gaze intent on me. I was the centre of attention, and I did not like it. "Your pardon, Lord, for taking so long." Once was a warrior spoke a great deal more obsequiously than his outside performance. "What is the reason for the delay?" demanded Sigtrish. Once was a warrior cleared his throat. "The winner of the Homgang, Lord. He was wounded. His injury had to be treated, lest it grew worse." The whole truth, how we had to chase down the bet-taker, would make him look bad, and his lie suited me and Immer as well. I decided that once was a warrior was not all hot air and bluster. It remained to be seen if the king would be satisfied with his explanation. "He's bleeding still, father." The boy danced into Sigrish's side. He pointed. "Look!" "I see." Sigrish ruffled the boy's hair, then gave him a gentle shove. "Run along, Artalak. There is moments to talk to be had." The boy pouted, but obeyed, giving me a broad grin as he passed. So you are Bjarn's killer." It was strange, I thought, for a king to have a stutter. Normally, infirmities prevented men from ruling. Not so in Sigtrish's case. Along with wrestling back the throne from Ivar, this proved his capability. I bowed my head. "Yes, Lord." "Ball Squeezer is your name, I am told." Snorts of laughter from all sides. Immer was struck by a coughing fit. Veckel cackled like an old crone. "Ball Squeezer," he repeated. Scandalized, the priest looked at the rush-covered floor. Sigtrish's eyes remained on mine. He wasn't smiling, nor was Twin Braids. His stare was stone hard. My cheeks were warm. I didn't like the name, nor the laughter, but I could not make a scene lest I offended a king. "I prefer Stormcrow, Lord." But you did squeeze Bjorn's balls until he passed out before you slew him." "I did, Lord." "Then Ball Squeezer you shall be called." The entire sentence came out word perfect. Amid the hilarity, the feet pounding the floor and the cries of "Ball Squeezer," I doubt anyone noticed Twin Braid's scowl but me. He was Bjarn's chieftain, I guessed. "Ball Squeezer is far better than Stormcrow. I wish I'd thought of it," whispered Veckel, who had crept in behind me. Had I not been in the presence of a king, and Liam with it, I would have boxed his ears. Sigtrish's sharp-as-a-fox eyes were also still on me. He was waiting for a response. I bowed, deeper this time. "Who am I to protest a king-given name, Lord? I thank you." He liked that. His attention went briefly to Twinbraids and then past me to the bench-sitting warriors. "See that? Bjorn's possessions are delivered to Brimdior." Two men got up at once and made for the door. "A fine mail shirt will soon be yours, I suspect, and some good weapons, too." I didn't say what I wanted, that I had won Bjorn's things, not him. I would have swapped the lot for the sword Cormac had stolen. But that offer wasn't on the table, so I smiled and thanked the king again. "I am told," Sigtrich glanced past me to Immer, "that you are half Norse, a smith from Linduakel, and along with the Vitki, newly part of Brimdior's crew." "Yes, lord. So you are Immer's man." Sure that this was a test, but not why, I nodded. "I am, lord, oath sworn." Sigtrich's fox eyes went past me to Immer. "See that you keep this one on a tighter leash. Holmgangs are best avoided." "I understand, lord." Sigtrich twisted to look at Twinbraids. "The result is not what we expected, but honour has been served. There shall be peace between your crews. I will not have it any other way." Twinbraids had a sour face on him, but muttered his agreement. "The task takes precedence over quarrels," Sigtrich said to Immer. "There will be no trouble from my men," Immer replied. Sigtrich seemed content. His hand moved. He was about to send me away, when a voice cried, "Ball Squeezer deserves a prize, father." From deep in the shadows in the hall's far side came the mop-haired boy. Sigtrich tutted. "I told you this was men's talk, Artelach." "You are a mighty ring-giver, father." As Sigtrich smiled, Artelach continued, "Surely the Holmgang's winner shall not leave your hall empty-handed." From anyone else this would have been a grave affront, impugning the king's honour. The priest scowled, but Sigtrich gave his son an indulgent look. His attention returned to me. I am a ring-giver, it is true. You shall have a gift." "Thank you, lord." From the corner of my eye, I sensed Artelach's delight. He was a good lad, I thought, even if his father was as crooked as a dog's hind leg. Sigtrich worked the ring off a forefinger and through. Winking in the lamplight, it spun through the air. I caught it. An incomplete circle made from twisted rods of silver. It was simple, but beautiful. "I am grateful, lord," I said, and bowed again. Sigtrich waved a hand. I was dismissed. "Immer," he said. "Asgeir too." Asgeir was Twinbraid's name, I decided, as he walked with Sigtrich and Immer towards the back of the hall. The priest looked none too pleased to be left behind, but said nothing. Gurumla did not speak either, but she was watching. Vekel dug me in the back. "Let's not outstay our welcome." Asgeir was Twinbraid's name, as it turned out. He was also known as Norseman Shaker, if the legend was to be believed. Thorstein told us in the tavern afterwards. He had once killed an entire ship's crew, Norsemen from Kai Pung. As I said to Vekel, behind my hand, he had either had help or he'd somehow scuttled the vessel. "Careful where you say that," Thorstein advised, indicating the rest of the room with an inclination of his head. Startled twice over, for I thought I had spoken quietly, and this was the second time Thorstein had been friendly. I nodded my thanks. Brimdior's crew took up a lot of the benches, but there were other customers too. Afternoon had passed into evening, and we were steadily and determinedly drinking our way through my substantial winnings. True to his word, Ulf had returned from the bet-takers with a bulging at the seams purse. Having escaped certain death, I was in an expansive mood. It seemed right that I should lead the way into the nearest hostelry, and there pay for everyone to get rat-arsed drunk. Most of the crew seemed pleased that I had won, even if they had not expected it. But when the free ale began to flow, any reserve melted away. I was slapped on the back, hugged, toasted, soaked in beer, and told I was one of them. It felt good, I have to say. Ulf, slurring his words after downing no less than 4 tankards in succession, said I was a fast learner. I would be ready for a shield wall in no time. Havard proclaimed he'd known from the start that I was a good one. Crimpbeard insisted on an arm wrestle, and after slamming my hand to the tabletop with disgusting ease, announced to general hilarity that if I was ball squeezer, he was sack crusher. The easing of Thorstein's aggression was another pleasant development. I wondered if he had noticed how close I was to Vekel, and deduced that if I was friends with the Vitki, I would hold no animosity towards a woman who dressed as a male warrior. "How long have you been on the Brimgeor?" I ventured. Thorstein looked at me over the rim of his tankard. 2 years. "And before that?" "A farm, if you can call it that. Rocks and stones, they were the only crops that grew." "On Orkney Yar?" A nod. I suspected there might be more to joining Immer's crew than poor land, yet I judged it prudent not to ask further. Instead, I accepted Coal-Biter's challenge to see who could finish a tankard quicker. He had been drinking for a decade longer than I. He must have been just shy of 30, but I was the best competitive drinker in Linduacal, and although he did not know it, able to open the back of my gullet and empty a tankard in 2 great swallows. So it proved. Mine banged on the table a good 3 heartbeats before his. Mightily annoyed, he threw down some hack silver and demanded a rematch. I met his wager and beat him again. He glared at me, clearly unable to understand how I had bettered him. "Again!" he roared. "Third time lucky!" The significant amount of beer I had consumed had not drowned all my common sense. "Another night," I told him. Catching a serving lad's eye, I had greased his palm on the first round, so he paid attention. I ordered not 2, but 4 tankards. They arrived fast, and I slapped Coal-Biter's back. "Those will keep you going." "Not for long," he retorted, but I was already gone, slipping between Ulf and Havard so that he could no longer see me. I could get no sense from them either. They were arguing over the physical attributes of 2 wenches behind the bar, so I found Veckel. He was sober, possibly the only one in the room, apart from the proprietor and his thralls. "Did you foresee my victory?" There hadn't been time to ask until now. "I did." He could have been lying. I could never tell with Veckel, but that didn't stop my skin from crawling. "Why didn't you say?" "Would you have believed me?" I pictured Bjorn, heard the roars of support, remembered my certainty that I would lose. "Maybe not." "You see?" An arch of plucked eyebrows. I growled in annoyance and finished my beer. "I wonder what Immer and Asgeir are scheming about with Sigtrish. Do you know?" A headshake. "I don't trust Asgeir." "And you would be right not to." "You saw him also." "When Sigtrish was telling him and Immer what's what, Asgeir looked as if he was licking piss off a nettle." I chuckled. The expression was old, but still funny. "Muan has to be one of the most likely places we'll head for." "My thought also. Maybe Sigtrish wants us to sting Brion Barava in the arse." I laughed, giving no consideration about how wise it was to antagonize another of the most powerful rulers in Area. Names went through my head, Irish ones, and places settled by Norsemen, places I had heard talked about but never seen. Vesfjord, Vedrafjord, Limnek, Dunkirky. A dig in the ribs. "It doesn't matter where we go. What's important is for you to learn how to use axe and shield." "Beer cocky," I said. "I know how to do that." "If Bjorn hadn't slipped," said Veckel, "you would have been food for Freki and Geri." These were Odin's wolves, corpse-eating roamers of battlefields. Even though I was drunk, the point was indisputable. "I will learn." Veckel kissed me on the cheek. There were a few looks from our ormates, but I didn't care. Nor did Veckel, who had done it for effect as much as anything else. I caught Thorstein glaring and thought, no, please, not again. I had no time to brood. The next instant Veckel was telling me not to look, but he'd seen Lalo in the doorway. "Who?" Soust, the name meant nothing. "The Blamur." I peered across the room. "He's not there now." "He seems scared. Come on." I nabbed one of Coal-Biter's beers without him noticing and drank the lot. Then I went after Veckel. Chapter 13. It wasn't the best idea to go wandering Difflin streets at dusk, but Veckel's mind was made up, and trying to change that was like trying to stop rain from falling. I would not let him go alone either. I slipped my much-lightened purse inside my tunic, where it was held in place by my belt. It was the safest place I could think of. I kept a hand on my seax too, and moved with such caution that eventually Veckel told me if I didn't keep up, he'd leave me behind. Muttering that we could have just stayed with our ormates, I picked up my pace and followed. We found the tavern after a little wandering. Veckel went straight to the innkeeper, as if he hadn't a care in the world. Wary in case some of Bjorn's friends might be inside, I lingered by the door, ready to extricate Vekel or fight, or both.
He's not here.
Lalo. A withering look.
Who else are we searching for?
I noted the innkeeper's sour expression.
His owner doesn't know where he's gone. He ran off this afternoon, apparently.
I shrugged. It's nothing to do with us. Let's go back. The night is young.
We're going to Brimdior first.
He won't have gone there.
How do you know?
Defeated before I even started, I tried a different tack. Brimdior is in the opposite direction to the tavern we were drinking in.
Do what you want. I am walking back to the ship.
Grumbling under my breath, I followed him out the door, towards the river. It soon became clear that Vekel was more interested in searching the shoreline than returning to Brimdior. Why were we looking for Lalo? I demanded, but got no answer. I wove after him. There was so much beer in me at this point, I couldn't have found my arse if someone shone a light on it. But Vekel's nose was sharp. He soon stopped by a pile of rotting wooden barrels, which were half covered by an old sodden mass of stinking wool. Once a sail, it had been discarded thanks to the great rip down the middle storm damage.
Lalo.
Vekel pitched his voice low. No response. Loud, drink-fueled conversation carried from a group of men sitting round a nearby fire. From the river's opposite bank, a reed warbler called.
Lalo. It is the Vitki and his friend. We spoke to you yesterday. Come out. You have nothing to fear.
Still nothing.
Lalo.
Vekel could really sound persuasive when he wanted. A face appeared from under the sail. It was Lalo, and he looked absolutely terrified. It was no wonder. Escaped thralls could expect to receive a good hiding, maybe worse.
You ran away?
Asked Vekel. Yes.
Where are you going to go? Your home is very far.
I go. You. Lalo's expression was pleading, like a small child looking for a hug. Even as my mouth opened with a vehement no, Vekel said,
That is a good idea.
My indignant protest was stopped by Vekel's hand on my mouth.
Quiet, he hissed, or those drunken fools over there will hear.
I stay you. Lalo's eyes, full of hope and fear, were not on Vekel, but me. I shook my head violently. Vekel, Marabut. I stared at Lalo, uncomprehending. He was pointing at Vekel. Marabut, he repeated.
He's asking if I am a sorcerer.
Vekel tapped his chest and said,
Marabut. Yes. Vitki.
Lalo made obeisance, like a peasant to a king, and muttered something in his own tongue.
How much hack silver is left?
I sensed Vekel's purpose, and liked it as much as coming face to face with Nidhogg, the dragon that gnawed the roots of Yggdrasil, the world tree.
Well?
Not that much.
Give it here.
I had a better chance of pissing into the wind and not getting showered by it than preventing Vekel from getting his way. Jaw clenched, I handed over the bag. He jiggled it up and down, estimating.
With what I have, it'll be enough.
I tell you, Lalo's owner is not going to sell him. Vekel ignored me.
Hide in there until I come back, he ordered.
We go. Ship? Lalo asked.
Tomorrow, yes.
Vekel waved a hand until Lalo retreated under the sail. This is not wise, I said, hating how the beer fuzziness impaired my thinking.
Move, said
Vekel, as if I hadn't even spoken.
Someone might see you, and Lalo must stay hidden. Either come with me or climb aboard Brimdior.
I could go back to the tavern. A sniff.
I have the hack silver, remember?
Which is mine?
And I placed the wager, remember, with my silver. What's left is my portion.
Unable to answer because he was entitled to a decent portion of my winnings, and seething with frustration, I walked after him into the gloom. Inspired, I said, Ymer will never allow a Blamur onto the ship.
Let us see about that,
I groaned. Vekel's plan to sneak Lalo on board while the sentries dozed worked, like a dream. Lifting two of the removable planks in front of the mast, he ordered Lalo down into the tight space below the deck. It was used to store weapons wrapped in oiled fleeces, shields, foodstuffs, spare equipment, and the like. He did not get discovered until the next day, sometime after we had set sail. Havard, fossicking about for a length of rope, got the fright of his life, and threw himself back so hard he landed on his rear end. "A fetch! There's a fetch in the hold!" he roared. Men stood up from their sea chests, shouted in alarm, and drew their weapons. Ymer, who was sleeping off his beer, stirred in his blankets. Vekel shot to Havert's side, waving his arms.
"It is no fetch, but a blamoor. He is my thrall."
The news spread through the ship quicker than a spark lighting bone-dry tinder. A circle formed around the hole in the deck, and it wasn't a friendly one. I shoved my way through to find Lalo cowering down amid the wool bales. "I recognise this blamoor. He's not yours, Vitki," said Crimpbeard, bristling. "He's slave to a tavern owner in Difflin."
"Not any more."
Vickle could sound self-satisfied, whatever the situation. "And how is that, Vitki?" Immer had arrived, sunken-eyed, wild-haired. He did not look well or happy.
"I bought him."
It hadn't been that simple, Vekel had told me, chortling. The tavern proprietor wanted more silver than Vekel had. It had taken the threat of a plague of mice and rats and barrels of beer gone bad, as well as the silver, to change his mind. Vekel eyed Immer boldly.
"He belongs to me."
"Even if that's true," Immer snarled. "'Tis bad luck having a blamoor on board." I had never heard of that superstition, but there were nods aplenty and muttered eyes. "Into the sea with him!" This was Glum Girison, a sour-faced warrior with a limp, and one of the crew I had thus far had little to do with. "He'll make a fine offering to Ran."
"No!"
Vekel shouted.
"I say he will bring us good fortune."
Glum's hand was on a sea-axe. He and Vekel stared at each other. Threat hung heavy in the air, like an autumn murk. Time slowed, as it must have for Odin during his 9 days on the World Tree. Lalo, who didn't need Norse to understand, let out a soft moan. "Immer," demanded Glum.
"The blamoor is my thrall," Vekel intoned. "Any man who lays a hand on him will be forever cursed. I am a Vizendamore. Remember, a man who knows."
"Vitki," said Glum, and spat. It hit a wool-wrapped bundle beside Lalo, who shrank back.
"I am also a sorcerer, yes," said Vekel.
Immer rubbed his face in the manner of a man whose head aches so badly that any decision is confounding. Vekel's hard eyes roved around in challenge. Ulf couldn't meet his gaze, nor Havard. Thorstein gave him a tight smile, which was encouraging. So too was Cleggie's nod. Plenty of other faces, however, were grim and implacable. Glum's friend, Kettle Grammer, the fierce, was beside me. From the corner of my eye, I noticed him tense, like a farmyard cat about to pounce. I slipped behind him in the blink of an eye and twisted his right arm up and towards his shoulder blade until he squawked. "Move," I hissed in his ear, "and I'll break your arm." Kettle muttered something foul, but he didn't struggle, and despite the press, no one grabbed me from behind or slipped a blade between my ribs. I hoped that meant that the cliff edge my life and Vekel's, not to mention the Blamoor's, rested on, was enough to keep our footing.
"Lalo," said Vekel, "out of there, onto the deck with you."
The Blamoor scuttled up and on his knees, clung to Vekel's legs like a shy child with newly arrived visitors in the house. "Marabut," he said.
"Stand," said Vekel gently, "on your feet."
Lalo obeyed, gripping Vekel's hand tight.
"The Blamoor's name is Lalo, and he is not to be harmed."
Vekel was staring at Imur.
"Not now, not when he is cooking food, manning an oar, or helping to sail Brimdior, nor even when he is asleep."
In the momentary lull, gulls screeched overhead. A gust of wind billowed the sail. Brimdior cut through the waves, timbers thrumming. It was a fine day to be at sea, I thought, randomly. "You heard the Vitki." There was weariness and perhaps a tone of resignation in Immer's voice. "The Blamoor is not to be harmed." Vekel's right arm shot out.
"Hansala!"
Immer stared. He knew, as everyone did, the weight of a handshake.
"Your word, Jarl."
Never before had Vekel called Immer his lord. Immer made a face like a cat's arse. "He had better pull his weight, Vitki," he snarled, "else you and the Blamoor will both have to swim to shore one day, ball squeezer too."
"You will see his worth soon enough."
Confidence oozed from every word. They shook hands, and despite the rancour between them, there was a noticeable change in the crew's demeanour. Immer's tongue worked. He scowled. "My mouth tastes as if someone took a shit in it. Someone fetch me beer."
"I have 2 barrels," said Vekel, pitching his words to Carrie. "Enough for everyone to have a few scoops."
Immer's sour expression cracked into a semblance of a smile, and the mood changed further, like a cloud slipping away from the sun. I say that, but as I released Kettle, he gave me a poisonous look. His friend Glum was equally disgruntled, but had the wisdom not to speak against Immer. He and Kettle did not join in the beer drinking, but hunched up together, muttering and glaring at Lalo. I moved to Veckel's side, ignoring Lalo's grateful look. "We can't keep watch night and day," I said quietly in Irish. "Someone will knife him, and one or both of us," I almost added. "We'll see about that," Veckel replied. I grinned. I wasn't entirely comfortable with Lalo's presence, but Veckel had taken him under his wing. That meant he was one of us. I would die before letting Glum or Kettle lay a hand on him. While the crew, Immer foremost among them, set about finishing his barrels of beer, Veckel took Lalo to the small brick-built fireplace close by the base of the mast. He rummaged in his bag and dropped something onto the flames. Curls of smoke rose, to be whipped away by the wind, and a pungent smell spread outwards before it too was carried off. Veckel danced, now hopping from foot to booted foot, now rubbing his iron staff off his groin, and chanting, half singing in a low, monotonous tone. Lalo watched, mesmerized, lips moving in some prayer of his own. Still chanting, Veckel moved to the ship's side. All eyes followed. A jawbone came out of Veckel's bag, that of a young pig. He had had it the day before from a townsman butchering outside his house. Incanting, mumbling, he hurled it into the air. Falling end over end, the jawbone hit the water with a splash that I saw, but did not hear. Next was a goose's wing. I had no idea where Veckel had got that. And more chanting. Held aloft for longer, perhaps because of its lightness or the feathers, it spun and whirled gracefully before landing on the sea. It was still floating when a wave hit sideways and carried it off, down into a trough. I strained my eyes trying to find it again, but could not. Like the jawbone, it had gone to Ran's realm. I hoped she accepted the offerings. A clatter on the deck nearby brought me back to Brimdior. Veckel was crouched on his hunkers, looking at his oxbone ruins, which lay scattered across the timbers. Lalo wouldn't look. His eyes were closed, but everyone else was staring with a mixture of fascination and dread. "Well?" Immer's lips were beer frothy. He looked more human with a few bevies inside him. "What do you see, Vitki?" I stared at the ash-marked lines and shapes on the bones, and was grateful for my tunic, which concealed the sodden goose skin on my arms. I wasn't always sure about Veckel's predictions, but when he cast the runes, I felt the gods watching. "Our raid will go well." Veckel was rocking back and forth on his haunches, like an old crone watching a soup pot on the fire. Immer liked that. Together with Asgir's crew, we were more than 100 warriors, a strong force, enough to best those of Ivar's men, who were at Vedra Fjord. We were relying, however, on the reports that had several of his ships either at sea or trading down the coast to Dunkerque and Lumnek. It was clear that Immer burned to ask questions, but only a nithing interrupted a Vitki who was ruined casting. "I see cattle, many cattle," said Veckel. Immer grinned, his wolf grin, teeth showing. Crimpbeard and Ulf were humming, Thorstein too. "Good numbers of thralls as well." Odin was in a good mood, I decided, and the Norns were busy unpicking other men's lives, leaving us to our own devices. "There will be blood," said Veckel. No one blinked. We were raiding, after all. Bloodshed was inevitable. "Men will die." "Aye, Ivar's men!" cried Hafren, to much approval. "I see oars without roars on Brimdior." Silence fell with the speed of a snuffed-out candle. "At least 2 oars." Veckel's head lifted, and his eyes went first to Glum, then Kettle. "It could be more." They both went as pale as the winding sheet used by Christ worshippers to shroud corpses. Cleggy, more superstitious than most, shifted a couple of steps from the pair. Everyone was staring at them, but for some reason my attention returned to Veckel, which was why only I saw the look he gave Lalo. Deciding that Glum and Kettle would be no loss, imagining myself the proud owner of cattle and thralls, I made nothing of it. There was more to a raid than my imagination had suggested. My mind had been full of images of jumping off a ship before dawn and running amok with my oarmates as our enemies panicked. That might work if all we wanted was to burn houses and seize thralls, but we were after cattle. Even if the kind stay calm, a hard-to-predict outcome, not too many would fit on Brimdior's deck, or that of Sea Stallion, Asgir's ship. No. Immer had eagerly explained, his eyes clear of ale haze, we would creep unseen into the settlement in the depths of night. Once everyone was in position, The houses' thatch roofs would be set alight. At the first sign of flame, with chaos ruling, the cattle were to be driven out into the countryside. Ivar's men would be so distracted by their burning homes they wouldn't even notice their livestock vanish. So the plan, concocted by Ymir and Asgeir on a ship-friendly beach west of Veldrefjord, went. It was more complicated than that, naturally. Veldrefjord was on the southern bank of the river Shur, while Dyflin, where we intended to drive the cattle, was far to the north. Ymir was somewhat at a disadvantage here, because neither he nor any of Brynjor's crew knew the area well. Asgeir did, and according to him, the Shur was not especially deep. There were narrow points too. Once the livestock were a safe distance from the settlement, they could be swum to the other side, reaching the relative safety of Osria, a slender kingdom squeezed between Lion to the east and Muin to the west. Osria was nonetheless a military power in its own right, and Gilla, its king, was no friend to Norsemen. Asgeir had suggested that his warriors herd the cattle from there to Dyflin, where they could be divided. That, or if the opportunity arose, the beasts could be sold on the way. In Ymir's words to us afterwards, the chance of a fair split if Asgeir got his way was as likely as a man with a soup wound surviving more than a few days. He had insisted that the two raiding parties be formed of his warriors and Asgeir's. No one on Brimgeor liked that. Driving cattle to Dyflin with men we didn't trust seemed a sure path to trouble. When Ymir asked for volunteers for the attack on the settlement, the air filled with raised hands. No one responded when it came to the men needed to steal the kine. Cursing us for nithings, telling us that this was how it had to be, he directed Carly to hand round his bag of black and white stones. I was to be a cattle thief. So too were Thorstein, Ulf, and Havard, and Crimpbeard. They grumbled, but Ymir, the bit between his teeth, brooked no refusals. You can slaughter one or two on the way, he declared. Roasted meat all the way to Dyflin, imagine that. Thorstein and the others settled down. They didn't mind what troubled me. Glum and Kettle, the fierce, were also to be in the party. Normally, Vekel's announcement that he was to come too would have raised my spirits, but as we huddled around our shoreline fire the night before the raid, blanket wrapped against the unseasonal cold, I told him it wasn't a good idea. His rejoinder was instant. Why not? What about Lalo? I countered. He's going too. That's even more unwise. It was easy to imagine Glum or Kettle creeping towards us at night. I can't send the poor boy with the settlement party. It sounded as if Lalo were Vekel's son. Staying with Brimdio wouldn't work either. Carly doesn't like him. You bide by the ship as well, then? Imagining myself in Bjorn's mail shirt, the equal of Ulf or even Crimpbeard, ignoring the fact that my suggestion meant we would be separated for the best part of a month, I added brashly, a Vitki has no place on a raid. You have a short memory. His lips quirked at my irritable, questioning look. Have you forgotten the street fights in Dyflin? The gloom hid my reddening cheeks. I've killed 2 men, I growled. One day you will be a mighty warrior, Stormcrow, but not yet. I am coming, so is Lalu. That was the end of it. Chapter 14. Veldrefjord, southern Eriu. I peered into the darkness. Dawn could not be far off, although I could discern no lightening of the eastern sky. More than 50 of us lay in dew-soaked grass, about 5 spear casts from the southern aspect of Ivar's settlement, which ran for twice that distance along the riverbank. According to Eyjolf, the warrior charged by Asgeir to lead his men in the cattle-raiding party, this was the closest point to the pens used by Ivar. There were livestock at almost every house, but rounding them up now posed too much risk. The change in plan had come about at the last moment. Our scouts had brought word of 3 longships moored along the shoreline. It meant that Ivar had close on 200 warriors. Taking away the handful of men left to guard the ships, the crews of Brimgeor and Sea Stallion numbered a touch under 60. Disappointed, sure that the raid would be called off, I had been surprised by Ymir and Asgeir's decision to proceed. The firing of houses would still go ahead, but the only kind to be stolen would be Ivar's. Young and headstrong as I was, the thought of pissing off a 3rd king appealed mightily. So did the thought of stealing a herd of cattle from under the noses of so many warriors. Eyjolf came belly-crawling in from the right. Another warrior was with him. Like all of us, both had smeared mud on their faces and hands, the better not to be seen. Ready, he mouthed to Crimpbeard. "Been wondering what's kept you?" Eyolf sneered. "We go when the owl calls, no sooner. It best be soon, eh? Or next thing dawn will arrive and we'll be lying out here in plain view." The only cover was the shrouding dark. Eyolf's mouth worked, but he held back a retort. "Follow me," he whispered, and began worming his way towards the ditch. Crimpbeard and Thorstein exchanged a look and went after. "They seem as likely to kill each other as the sentries," I whispered. Vakel's lips touched my ear. "Neither Crimpbeard nor Thorstein are that stupid, and Asgeir will have picked Eyolf because he's reliable. The other warrior will be like that too." Vakel didn't see everything, I thought. Sigdrish's wish for peace after my Holmgang had had little effect. The passionate hatred with which both crews regarded each other was currently matched by the mutual desire to get rich. But how long that would last was unclear. "That's not to say there won't be trouble ahead." "What have you seen?" I asked, wondering how he always read my mind. "You will find out in good time." Lalo repeated the words. Aware that he was only trying to learn Irish, I shoved away my irritation at Vakel's reticence and pricked my ears. An owl call was to be the signal that Imar and Asgeir, together sharing the task of attacking the settlement, were about to scale the palisade with their warriors. It wasn't long before a prolonged, unearthly screech carried to us. It stopped, then repeated itself, a harsh, echoing shriek that set my teeth on edge. My mother had hated the noise, identifying it as the cry of a banshee, signifying a death. The noise had consequently terrified me as a small boy. I knew it was Coalbiter now, however. He had mimicked the owl call multiple times until we all recognized it. Imar and Asgeir had heard too. Soon red-orange light appeared in the sky above the settlement, and I fancied I heard the crackle of burning thatch. I searched for Eyolf and Crimpbeard, but the ramparts were pitch black beneath the illumination cast by the just-set fires. "Ready!" This was Ulf, next in command after Crimpbeard, or so he liked to think. "Wait for Sack-Crusher's whistle, ball squeezer." Vekel let out a strangled, just stifled snort. I glared at Ulf, which amused him all the more. He eyed Vekel. "Vitki, keep the blamor out of the way." Without waiting for a response, he crawled on to the next man. I wondered what Ulf would make of Lalo's seax, slyly given by Vekel as we waited. It would be murder to lead him into Ivar's settlement without the means to defend himself, Vekel had explained. I had not argued. My friend always did as he pleased. It was also, I decided, perhaps a way for Lalo to gain some acceptance from the crew. Crimpbeard's whistle came, and we were all on our feet. Despite the weight of Björn's meal shirt, I was younger, and it seemed fitter than the rest. I was soon out in front. Vekel had always been fleet of foot. He kept pace. Lalo, limpet-like to his new master, did too. Crimpbeard met us at the open gate. There was blood on his axe blade, but he was grinning. "Well met, ball squeezer." Since the Holmgang, he'd been a great deal friendlier, but he loved to poke fun. I came back with my usual Sack-Crusher. Crimpbeard laughed. "The sentries?" Vekel asked. "Dead. On this wall anyway." Thorstein loomed up out of the darkness. 4, 1 for each of us." "The pens are this way," said Eyolf, who was shadowed by his comrade. Weapons at the ready, half the group loped after him. The rest stayed outside to prevent the cattle from escaping when they exited the palisade. Ivar was a wealthy man. Perhaps 80 cattle, cows, calves, and young stock were penned up close to what I assumed was his longhouse. Several were white with dark red ears, a rare, valuable type from Britain. The rest were a mixture of local breeds. No one was anywhere near. Shouts and cries carried from the rest of the settlement. As we wanted, the inhabitants' attention was on the burning houses. I copied Eyolf and threaded the handle of my axe into my belt, then slung my shield across my back. Men formed a line, which would guide the cattle towards the gate, and Eyolf lifted aside the gate timbers. The beasts, unsettled by the noise, mulled about, none moving towards us. As much stockman as smith or warrior, I was about to climb into the pen, but Vekel, followed by Lalo, beat me to it. Working their way through to the far side of the pen, they began waving their arms. "Suk! Suk! Suk! Go on!" Vekel shouted. Lalo might not have understood the Irish, but he valiantly repeated it. Led by a horn-dun coloured cow, her head going up and down with unease, the cattle began to emerge. Soon all the kine were pushing to get out. with Vekel and Lalo urging them on from behind. "Cattle herders, we should call you both, not Vitki and Blamoor," I declared.
"If you want me to call you Ball Squeezer from now until Ragnarok, keep saying that," came his tart response.
Eyjolf and his companion had gone off to take the lead, so had Crimpbeard and Thorstein. Staying with Vekel, I ended up at the back, which was why I saw the youth hurtle out of Ivar's longhouse. Perhaps he was a herdsman, or maybe he'd heard us. Either way, he had a spear, and he was stupid with rage. Ulf lobbed a hand-axe, easy as if he were in a throwing contest. It hit the youth squarely between the eyes, killing him deader than dead. "Nothing," said Ulf, retrieving the axe. "Could he not see how many of us there are?" "I understand. He loved his cattle," said Havard. Ulf harumphed. "Arswipe." "Me or him?" Havard demanded. "Both of you." Even Havard chuckled at that. As we walked behind the last of the cattle, I cast a look back at the settlement. "Someone has set a torch in the roof of Ivar's longhouse," I said. Ulf twisted. "It's burning nicely. As if losing his cattle wasn't bad enough, I'd give a handful of hack silver to see his face." I laughed. Relaxed, for there was no pursuit, we neared the gate. Ulf and Havard were already arguing over who would eat the most meat that night. I asked Vekel how many thralls the other party might have taken. "We would see when we saw," he replied, "and it was best not to count eggs before they were hatched." I gave him a dunt for that, and called him cattle herder again. Delighted to find a rare chink in his armour, I decided it was worth the name Ball Squeezer, from him at least. "Man!" Lalo was pointing, his face twisted with alarm. Too late, my head turned. Too late, Ulf and Havard stopped talking. It was too late even for Vekel, with his Vitki wits. A sentry on the palisades walkway, bleeding from a head wound, but not dead, as he was supposed to be, hurled a spear. Havard went down, skewered through the neck. He looked faintly surprised. "No!" Ulf's roar might have been heard in Difflin. Up the ladder he went, faster than a rat into a hole. The sentry didn't have a chance. Head cloven by the same hand-axe that had slain the herd boy, he died. Ulf wasn't finished. Once, twice, thrice, and another 2 times he hewed, reducing the sentry to a headless, limbless torso. "That for you, you whores get!" he roared, kicking each body part off the walkway. Bile filled my mouth, went up the back of my nose. Helpless, I spewed a mixture of bread and beer, what I'd had before leaving Brimgeor, all over the ground, right beside poor Havard. Ulf clambered down the ladder and pulled the spear from his friend's neck. Without a word, he slung Havard's corpse over his shoulder as if it were a butcher-split half-pig. Only then did he take in the 3 of us, me, Vekel and Lalo, rooted to the spot. Curiosity creased his face. "What?" "Nothing," I said, coughing and snorting drool, remembering how amiable he'd seemed the first time we had met. Lalo didn't utter a word. "We had best get after the cattle," said Vekel. "Go on then," Ulf ordered. Ulf laid a last rock onto the pile and stood back to appraise his work. "It's not a fire, old friend, but it will have to do." He muttered a prayer. The grave was not deep. With no spades, we had had only axes and our bare hands to fashion Havard's final resting place. Hindered by the heavy clay and the pressing knowledge that pursuit might be close on our heels, Ulf had given up digging, laying the corpse in the shallow pit we had thus far managed, and with it, Havard's weapons and shield. He built over it a stone cairn. I and a dozen of the Brimdiar's crew helped, which meant it was swiftly finished. Eyjolf and his cronies, who had refused to halt, were gone on with the cattle. So too were the rest of our ormates. Dawn had come not long since. In the middle distance, smoke rose to join the clouds. Vedra Fjord was still burning. The rolling countryside and the bends in the shore made it impossible to see if Ivar had sent any warriors after us. But as Vekel observed, it was safe to assume that he would. The sooner we crossed into Austria and entered the mountains on the northern horizon, the better. "Done?" I asked Ulf. He bristled, but knew as well as I the need for swiftness. "Aye." "Time to run," said Vekel. Lalo echoed him. "Good," said Ulf, and was rewarded with a smile. The language lessons were beginning to irritate. "If you're finished," and I broke into a ground-eating lope. Cattle moved slowly. We soon caught up. For the first time I was able to appreciate properly the stock taken from Ivar. They were fine, well-fed beasts, black, crimson-red, flame-red and brown, as well as a horned dun cow. There were 5 white-backed, with black bodies, and 3 of the rare white, red-ear type. There was 1 bull also, black, thick-necked, a placid enough creature. Now that we had the kine in a compact group, surrounded on all sides, they moved along without giving any trouble. We passed farmhouses, raths and fields of barley and wheat, but it was too early for people to be stirring. Dogs barked. If anyone responded and realised there were strangers close by, they had the sense not to challenge us. "Where's the ford?" Ulf eventually demanded of Eyjolf. "Close." He wasn't lying. Not long after we reached the shore, which was a lot broader than the Casson at Lindoaco. Thirsty, the kine moved between the alder trees to the river's edge without being urged. A pair of murrens swam away from the invaders to their territory, and a flash of bright colour darting off low over the water marked the kingfisher. I had never herded cattle across a river, but Eyjolf had. A dozen men who could swim went over first. Once they were on the far bank, we closed in on the herd, shouting and soaking, forcing them forward. Most beasts can swim, even if they don't choose to, and soon enough the kine were entering the water, and with strong kicks of their legs, crossing without mishap. A few of the younger calves had to be bodily heaved in after their mothers, but even they managed the passage. The same was not true of all the warriors. Perhaps half could not swim. They had to lie on their backs and be hauled over by those who could. There was much cursing and protesting, not to mention splashing and swallowing of water, but no one drowned. Asgeir's advice to leave male shirts on the ships were proven wise. I was one of the few who had ignored it. I now counted myself fortunate to be a strong swimmer and able to cross with my precious armour. Relieved to have entered Osria, amused by the complaints of the men who'd been helped across, the dozen who had swum over first when paying attention to our surroundings. I wasn't either. Truth be told, I was admiring the cattle again, half listening to Veckel grousing as he wrung out his hairy calfskin shoes. Men! Men! Lalo's voice. He's right, I thought, as hooves drummed the earth. "Shield wall!" Crimpbeard yelled. "Some of you, keep the cattle from straying!" The dozen who had been first across formed up at once. Men who had been squeezing water from their clothes or complaining about the rust that would soon be evident on their weapons scrambled and cursed and tried to do the same, but the response was low. Perhaps 20 shields formed up, with Crimpbeard raging in the middle and swearing he'd rip off heads and shit down necks if more didn't join him. A score of men, Lalo and Veckel among them, made a loose circle around the herd. To my intense relief, the kine, alarmed by the thundering arrival, settled. The noise had been a group of horsemen, 80 at least, warriors all. They fanned out in a great semicircle, easily overlapping our pitiful shield wall, their spears at the ready. I joined the formation, guts churning. I was no veteran, but it was plain that a quick charge would take the riders around us and into the midst of the rest and the cattle. One barked order, and bloody mayhem would break out. "Declare yourselves!" This was a thin-faced rider, not much older than I. On his left shoulder was a beautiful, long-pinned cloak brooch, similar to Sigtrish's. "You are in Osria, where Gilla is king. None travel here without his leave. We are sworn men to Sigtrish, Dyflin's ruler, who is on good terms with Gilla," replied Eyjolf. "We are no friends to Ivar of Vedrefjord either," Crimpbeard added. "As if you would be, leaving his territory with a herd of kine," said the brooch-wearer. His men's laughter was loud, and had a tone that filled me with unease. "Where are you going with these fine beasts?" "Dublin, lord." Eyjolf used the Irish name, and his tone held just enough obsequiousness not to sound grovelling. "That's a long way." "If we encountered any of Gilla's warriors, lord, men such as yourself, Sigdrish bade us pay our deepest respects, and to seek safe passage through Osria," said Crimpbeard. This was almost true. Gilla hated Ivar with a passion, Sigtrish had told us, which meant he'd be well disposed towards us, but he was also stingier than a moneylender from Muhan. In Sigtrish's exact words, "Eat his food out of a storage chest," Gilla would, so he can shut the lid if anyone comes knocking on the door. If you meet his men, a hefty toll will be exacted. Asgeir had reckoned we had a decent chance of making it through Osria unhindered. Imr had been less sure, but as he said, there was little to be done other than offer a prayer to Loki and roll the dice. Currently, we had a 3 and a 2, I decided, and Gilla's men were looking at 5s. Eyjolf, who had been quick to shove his way into the centre of the shield wall beside Crimpbeard, seemed about to speak. Crimpbeard gave him a none-too-gentle nudge, though, and he said nothing. Ara, of course you can herd your cattle across Osria, said Brochwera. This was far too easy, I thought. Crimpbeard, frowning, was of the same mind. So too was Eyolf. Can we offer you a few head in thanks, Lord? Asked Eyolf. 10, maybe, said Crimpbeard, ignoring Eyolf's scowl. Brochwera rubbed his chin, the way a man does when he's pondering. That's a little miserly, don't you think? Eyolf looked as happy as a constipated man squatting over a reeking dung pit, but he managed not to protest. Perhaps realizing that his temper would get the better of him, he appeared content to let Crimpbeard do the bargaining too. The latter did his best to appear content. It wasn't convincing. How many were you thinking, Lord? 24. This was almost a third of the kine. I calculated an extortionate price. I wondered if Crimpbeard, clearly unhappy, and Eyolf, outraged, would decide to fight. Ulf, still grieving Havard, muttered that we should just get on with it. He wasn't entirely out of his mind. Everyone who wasn't watching the cattle was in the shield wall now. We numbered almost 50. The Osria men might win the clash, but stood to suffer plenty of casualties. Even if we accounted well for ourselves, however, the fighting would cause the cattle to stampede, many probably never to be seen again. We would be left with nothing to show for the raid but dead and injured men. 20. Crimpbeard didn't sound convincing. You're quite the joker. Brochwera's smile was toothy. 24 it is. Men! Men! Cried Lalo. In all the excitement, we had forgotten Ivar, and the warriors he might have sent after us. Even the Osria men hadn't been watching. Running down to the far bank between the alders came a large group of Norse, 100 at least. They came to a halt at the water's edge, shouted insults and threats, carried across almost at once, but they made no move to swim over. Only those seeking death would try to secure the crossing coming out of the river against an enemy, ready and waiting, and greater in number. Their predicament didn't stop ours from having worsened greatly. If we'd had a 2 and 3 on our dice, I thought bitterly, we had 1s now. Brochwera's 5s had become 6s. Everyone knew it. Eyolf looked as if he'd swallowed a wasp. Crimpbeard was cursing under his breath. Over by the cattle, Vekel looked unsurprised, which was predictable, but infuriating. Somewhere, I decided, Loki was chortling, the tricksy bastard. You could always go back over the shore, Brochwera offered. Maybe you could strike a deal with Ivar's men. There was, I decided, more chance of an appearance by Ymir, the frost giant slain and later dismembered by Odin and his brothers, than of us driving the kine over the river into a welcome of axes and swords. As my father would have said, a man held by the short and curlies does what he's told. Well, asked Brochwera. We'll stay here, Lord, said Crimpbeard, grimacing. 24 cattle are yours, and welcome. Choose as you please. Eyolf's gesture was expansive, but his eyes went to the 3 white red-eared cows, showing he hoped they would not be part of the prize. Did I say 24 beasts? Brochwera's giggle was unexpectedly high-pitched, like a girl's. I meant 3. Eyolf couldn't help it. 36. That's what 24 is, yes. Brochwera spoke as if to an adult pit. Including the white, red-eared cows, obviously. The king is very fond of those. You drive a hard bargain, Lord. Crimpbeard's jaw was gritted. I think it's fair, considering. If you'd rather... Brochwera indicated the far bank and Ivar's irate warriors. You know, deal with the other party, be my guest. We can fight, hissed Ulf. Those pretty boys' horses won't charge our shield wall. The cattle will be lost, sure, but the Osrio sheep-humpers will leave half their number in the dirt by the time we're done with them. Crimpbeard wavered. He was a proud man, and the humiliation was not sitting well with him. My first experience of a shield wall might well be my last, I thought, but if it comes to it, I will play my part. We'll take your offer, and thank you for it. Vekel had come around the side of the shield wall unnoticed. Finally, someone with sense, said Brochwera. It's not your decision, Vitki, shouted Crimpbeard. Moving light-footed as a cat, Vekel was suddenly right in front of Crimpbeard, his iron staff pointed, a clear threat. Fight then, he said.
voice casual. You will not see tomorrow.
Ha! Do you think I care about that?
A gladdener of the raven you would be. I see clouds of them here, feasting.
I had goose skin again. I hated how Vekel could do that to me. He was talking sense, though. Bull stubborn, Crimpbeard could not see it. Eh? Why?
Almost every man from the Brimgeor will join you. Truly the wolves will howl in the hills tonight.
As Crimpbeard's face fell, Vekel turned on Eyolf.
The sea stallion crew will fare no better.
Eyolf, wave-faced, glanced at Crimpbeard. Sigtrish doesn't have to know how many kine we stole from Ivar. I suppose. Crimpbeard looked at Vekel again. Are you sure?
I have never been surer.
Take your 36 beasts, lord, but not a single one more.
I am a man of my word, Broochwearer said, feigning hurt.
You had best be, or there will be blood.
Broochwearer chose to ignore the comment, which, as I said placatingly to Crimpbeard, meant he knew the threat was genuine. We watched and glowered as the Osrio men cut out the cattle they wanted. When Ivar's warriors realized what was happening, their threats redoubled. A prolonged slanging match ensued, threats of sexual assault, torture, killing and dismemberment being hurled from 3 directions. It was all hot air. I commented sorrowly to Vekel. Ivar's party had seen sense. The Osrio men had their minds fixed on the prize, their kine, and our warriors, well, they had given up.
Posturing is important, Vekel said. You should know that by now. Posturing. Lalo's face was quizzical. Acting, I said, putting on a show, pretending.
Lalo repeated my words, but still didn't understand. Vekel began to explain in more simple terms, and I left him to it. Of more concern was the journey to Difflin. He was all smiles and friendship now, but I had my suspicions about Broochwearer's guarantee of safe passage. It wouldn't be a surprise, I thought, if it lasted no longer than it took him to disappear from sight. There was some advantage to staying in Osria, I decided. It avoided Southern Lion, whose king was no friend to Sigtrish. Noticing Glum and Kettle Grammar, who continued to throw evil looks in Lado's direction, I decided that there were also dangers closer to home. Chapter 15. 4 days passed. We took a meandering path north through the heather and gorse-covered mountains. Few people lived there. It was home to deer, foxes, and wolves. There were hawks aplenty too, hanging above like airborne sentinels. I saw no ravens, though, which was unsettling. A halt twice daily allowed the cattle to feed on the scrubby grass. We could have driven them harder and reached Difflin sooner, but as I told Eyolf, they would have lost a lot of condition and not regained it before winter. There was no point pissing off Emer, Asgir, and Sitrich any more than they would already be when they heard about Broochwearer's extortionate toll. We spent more time in Osria as a result. But fickle Loki favoured us now, and there were no encounters with any of Gilla's warriors. Feckle and I kept Lalo away from Glum and Kettle, which prevented that pot from boiling over. Eyolf and his lot sneered and swaggered around us, but there was no bloodshed. A wolf pack came one night, prowling to and fro in the nearby trees. Their howls greatly unsettled the cattle, and so I led out a dozen men with flaming torches. The wolves fled into the darkness, and had the wisdom not to return. The grazing break in the middle of each day meant there was time for weapons training, and Ulf was my main teacher. It was fortunate that Vekel insisted on leather covers on our weapon blades, because still grieving for Havard, Ulf did not hold back. Having demonstrated various moves, he would then insist on practice bouts. They all ended the same, humiliating way. Me in the dirt with Ulf standing over, often having to be prevented by Vekel or one of the others from finishing the job. Bruised all over, in severe pain, my head ringing, I would get up and ask to start again. Practice and repetition were the only way to learn. Thorstein offered to teach me on the 5th day, and to my surprise, Ulf agreed. We used swords rather than axes, which took me straight back to being a complete novice. Unlike Ulf, though, Thorstein did not beat me black and blue. The leather-covered blade at my throat or thigh, or tip pressed against my belly, was enough reminder of the damage it caused in skilled hands. Thorstein was surprisingly patient, showing me how to hold the sword and shield, the best posture to take, and so on. A lot of his exercises were repetition. Ready myself, shield high, sword held at right angles to the body, thrust, follow through with a punch of the shield. Strike with the iron boss, Thorstein advised, and you could break an enemy's nose.
and then deliver a final life-ending sword thrust. Do it again and again and again until my arm muscles burned. Swinging from on high was to be avoided because it invited a skillful opponent to bury his blade in my armpit. Stabbing was safer and just as effective. "Sink this much into a man's belly," Thorstein said, marking a hand's length on the steel, "and he'll go down, screaming. There's no need to push it in further. That enemy is done, finished. Move on to the next one. Stamp hard on him as you walk over, though. Make sure, Glum?" Crimpbeard advised to much laughter. He saw my incomprehension. "Most often what Thorstein said is right, but every now and then a gut wound doesn't immediately end a warrior. That's why Glum walks with a limp." Hums, roars of amusement. "You should have told him always to look down, Thorstein," shouted Goat Banky, so known because of his skill at breeding goats. "Stuck Glum good, that Saxon did." Rather than turn on Goat Banky, not the brightest spark in the hearth, Glum glared at me. "What's so funny, eh?" Wary I hadn't joined in the merriment. To my knowledge, I hadn't even shown any amusement. "Nothing," I said quickly. "Doesn't look that from here," he stumped over. "There's no need for this," said Thorstein. "Keep your nose out of my business." Glum shoved in front of Thorstein. "You were laughing at me." "I was not." "I saw you, ball squeezer." He shoved me in the chest. The slightest reaction would escalate the situation beyond redemption, so I didn't retaliate, even though the young, prideful part of me wanted to. I didn't say it. Crimpbeard and Goatbanky did. Pick an argument with either of them, why don't you? "He's right," said Thorstein, although he didn't intervene. "Crimpbeard is an Ormid." Then, with a little reluctance, "Goatbanky too." "So is Ball Squeezer," Thorstein declared. "Not to me." Another shove, a leer. His hand went to his sea-axe. My mouth was dry. I wouldn't get the leather cover off my sword blade before Glum struck me, so I'd have to try a headbutt or a gut punch and hope that granted me time enough. "Stop!" Crimpbeard's yell caught everyone's attention, as it was intended to. "All we have lost this far on the raid is some kine." 3 dozen kine, said Eyolf, but it was only said for the benefit of his cronies. "None of us are raven's meat yet, like the Fitgi foretold, and I would like to keep it that way," said Crimpbeard. "Leave it unless you would like to fight me." Glum's expression could have curdled fresh milk, but he wasn't about to take on Crimpbeard. With careful precision he spat, the gobbet landing on the toe of my left shoe. "I'm watching you and your arse-loving friend, not to mention the cursed Blamor, so is Kettle." He walked away. I imagined what it would feel like to ram my blade into Glum's mouth and out the back of his neck. My fingers toyed with the leather covering. "Your balls aren't that big," Thorstein said in my ear. "Even if you killed him, Kettle would do you in revenge. You're not fit to take the 2 of them, one after the other." "Yet," I said. An appraising look, the faint suggestion of a smile. "We'll see. Let's keep practicing. No, that's it for now." "Why?" "It's time to get the cattle moving." Men were getting up from where they had sat, stretching and farting. "Glum, bad man," said Lalo as I joined him and Vekel. "He is," I replied. "Him and Kettle both." "Kettle. Glum." There was a venom I had never heard in Lalo's voice. He was a thrall. I thought nothing of it. Afternoon moved towards evening, and finding an abandoned rath atop a small hill, we drove the cattle inside, finding it sufficient for stock and men both. Interwoven branches lopped from trees and a patch of nearby oaks were used to close off the entrance. This done, our minds turned to food. We were hungry and running low on provisions. Goatbanky said he'd try his luck afield. He didn't have much between his ears, Vekel whispered, but he was a fine archer, sure enough. Goatbanky was back before sunset, with a grallocked red deer hind slung over his shoulders. The warriors from the Brimdior cheered him to the darkening skies. Even Glum seemed pleased. A couple of Eyolf's men had also gone out with bows, but returned empty-handed. He and his companions looked on sourly as we built a roaring fire and fashioned 2 wooden tripods, between which, at chest height, ran a stout branch. Then, lashing the carcass to the spit with leather thongs, we suspended it over the flames. It was lacking handle, but there was plenty of willing hands to see that it got turned when the part closest to the heat began to scorch. Crimpbeard, never one to hold back, was first to cut a hunk off with his sea-axe. The venison was warmed at most, in all likelihood still raw, but that didn't stop him eating it in 2 great swallows. He smacked his lips. "Odin's balls, that's delicious!" Like that, we were all leaning in, jostling and slicing off meat. Raw or not, it did taste good. I cut myself another chunk and gave some to Lalo, who smiled, red-lipped thanks. "All we're lacking is beer," said Ulf, "or mead." "It'll be Difflin before we see either of those," said Thorstein. "Worse luck." "We should have a story," I suggested. Everyone seemed to like that idea. "Vekkel?" "If I talk, your savages will eat all the venison and leave none for me." Thorstein spiked a great lump of meat onto a length of branch. "I'll cook this for you, Vitki. It will be ready when you're done." Vekkel's eyes roved, assessing the audience. "A tale, eh?" Eyes from around the fire. Even Eyjolf's lot seemed keen. "Seeing as we're thirsty, a story about mead seems fitting," said Vekkel. "Plenty of hymns." I knew what was coming. "Listen closely," I said to Lalo, who was perched by Vekkel's side. "This is a good one." "Some of you have heard of the giant Suttung who took possession of the mead that gives men poetic power," said Vekkel. "How he got it is another tale. Just know that Suttung intended to keep the mead for himself. He put it into 3 cauldrons named Odrerir, Bodin and Sun, and hid them within a mighty boulder, where they were guarded by his daughter, Gunnlod. Lewd comments reined in. Vekkel continued. Odin knew of Suttung's mead and its wondrous power, which had originally belonged to a man named Kvasir. "And we all know where he came from," said Ulf, hawking phlegm into the fire. Everyone laughed, including Vekkel. As I had about the cauldrons, I clarified for Lalo. Kvasir, the wisest man in the world, had been formed from globules of godly spit, murdered by the dwarves Vialir the Deceiver and Galar the Screamer. Kvasir's blood was used to make mead. The resulting brew contained his ability to dispense wisdom. "If dwarfs make, how did Suttung get mead?" asked Lalo. "As I said, that is another tale for another night," replied Vekkel. "But in short, he took it from Vialar and Galar." Lalo nodded. "Odin knew of Suttung's mead and its magical properties, and he wanted it for himself. He left home in search of it, and after a time came upon 9 thralls mowing hay. He asked if they wanted their scythes sharpened. They agreed, so he took a whetstone from his belt and set to work. Soon their scythes were much sharper. Impressed, the thralls asked Odin for his whetstone. Anyone could have it, the god said, if they gave him an appropriate price. All 9 wanted it and suggested that he sells it to them alone. Instead, he tossed the stone into the air, and as the thralls pushing and shoving tried to grab it, they each managed to cut their own throats with their scythes. "That would have been a sight," said Thorstein to eyes and hymns. "Odin found lodging for the night nearby with Suttung's brother, a giant by the name of Baugi," Vekkel went on. "Baugi was in a difficult position. His 9 thralls had killed one another, he complained, leaving him insufficient labourers for his fields. Odin, who had given his name as Bolverk—" "Stupid bloody giant obviously didn't speak Norse," interrupted Ulf. I joined in the laughter, but Lalo's face was blank. "Bolverk means worker of misfortune," I explained. Lalo grinned. "So Bolverk offered to do the 9 thralls' work. His pay was to be 1 drink of Suttung's mead. Baugi said that he had no control over his brother, but agreed to go with Bolverk and see if they could persuade Suttung to grant the request." "Some chance of that," roared Goat Banky. Over the summer, Bolverk did 9 men's toil. When winter arrived, it was time to be paid. They went together to Suttung, and Baugi told his brother of the bargain he had made with Bolverk. Suttung flatly refused a single drop of mead. "Typical giant," muttered Thorstein. Bolverk persuaded Baugi that they should get the mead through cunning. He pulled out a gimlet. Here Vekkel glanced at Lalo. A special tool for boring into rock. They went to the boulder in which Gunnlod and the mead were hidden, and he asked Baugi to bore into the stone. After a little while, Baugi said he had gone right through. Bolverk blew into the hole, but rock dust came back. This showed that Baugi was trying to trick him. "Keep boring," he ordered, and Baugi did. This time the gimlet entered the boulder's centre,
Quick as a flash, Bolverk turned himself into a snake and wriggled through, avoiding Bogey's attempts to stab him with the gimlet. As Vekel spoke, I studied the faces around the fire. Rapt they were, entranced, just as I and everyone in Lindu Akel had been when my friend wove his magic. Vekel was not just a Vitki, I thought, but a skald. The story went on, disguised as a handsome young man having slept with Gunlod for 3 nights and drained Odrerir, Bodden and Son in the same number of gulps. Odin put on his eagle skin and flew off at top speed, chased by Suttung, also in eagle form, all the way to Asgard. He regurgitated the mead into buckets left out by the gods. A few drops went astray, falling from his beak down to Midgard, where humankind live. "'Tis clear that you have drunk none of that, Vitki," said Ulf to loud approval. Vekel's chin dipped in pleased acknowledgement. The tiny amount of mead let fall by Odin gave the poorest and mediocre poets their ability, while fine skalds and tale-tellers received theirs straight from the gods. "An excellent rendition, Vitki," said Thorstein, with more warmth than I had ever heard in his voice. "You must be thirsty." "I would not refuse a drink." Thorstein proffered a water bag. Vekel took a swallow, and his expression went from surprise to delight. "This is beer." Thorstein shrugged. The astonished accusations that Thorstein was a conniver of the first degree, to have had beer when no one knew, were matched only by demands for a taste. He let it go around the fire willingly, saying Goat Banki was to have it after Vekel, and that there was enough for each man to have a mouthful and no more. "How about another tale, Vitki?" asked Ulf. "I'm done for the night." "You tell one, Ulf. About Havard," I said. "The filthier the better," suggested Crimpbeard. "He was a randy bastard." "I saw him hump an old blanket once," said Cleggy. "Honest to Thor, I did." Chuckles, hums, and obscene gestures, more mention of Havard's sexual exploits. Cheered by the colourful memories of his friend, Ulf settled down and began. I was woken by shouts, voices calling the alarm, blanket thrown off, rubbing sleep away with one hand, sea-axe ready in the other. Since the confrontation with Glum, I had lain down with it unsheathed. I got up. Vekel was awake too, but there was no sign of Lalo. I had no time to wonder why. "Guard the entrance, some of you. Banki, Banki, I need you and the others here with your bows." Crimpbeard was a dark outline atop the rampart. "Eyjolf, send up your archers, quickly." I seized my shield and axe, and hurried to where we had stacked cut branches to prevent the cattle escaping. A great hole gaped in it. Someone had been tampering. Ulf was there, and Kettle, Grammer, and several of Eyjolf's comrades, all peering into the night. Movement was audible beyond the rath, but I could see no one. "Are any of the kind gone?" I asked. "I don't think so," replied Ulf, turning to regard the milling beasts. "If some did get out, it wasn't many." "Who was it?" "Locals. Has to be," snarled Kettle. "Thieving, Osria, filth." Considering how we had come by the kine, that was a little rich, but I said nothing. I wondered about going outside, but took my lead from the others who were staying put. It would be impossible to tell friend from foe, I decided, not to mention the risk of being skewered by Goat Banki. Even now, he and the other bowmen were loosing shafts, loudly encouraged by Crimpbeard. We stayed on guard. The noises outside the rath died away. Banki and his fellows, who had apparently not hit any of the would-be cattle thieves, ceased shooting. Vekel came, Lalo now with him. I wondered where the Blamor had been. "We have counted the kine," said Vekel. "None are missing." "Loki be thanked," said Ulf with feeling. "The sentries be thanked, more like." Kettle cupped a hand to his mouth. "Glum, was it you who raised the alarm?" There was no immediate answer. Kettle clambered up the hacked earth steps to the top of the rampart, still calling for his friend. "That was a lucky escape," said Vekel. "It would have been a shame to lose any more cattle." "No, lose cattle," said Lalo, with a shy smile. I clouted his shoulder. "In part, no doubt thanks to you and your stockmanship." He looked puzzled. "Stockmanship?" "You are good with livestock," I said, waving my arms as we did when encouraging them to move. "Suk, suk." His face lit up. "Suk, suk." "Glum! Glum!" Kettle sounded angry and concerned. "Someone help me find him." "He couldn't find his own prick if it wasn't attached," said Ulf, putting a foot on the bottom stop. I couldn't have cared less about Glum.
so I busied myself with staying alert in case the thieves returned. Ulf and the rest made desultory conversation. Vekel and Lalo vanished, presumably to get what rest they could before the dawn came. That wouldn't be long. There was a paling in the eastern sky. "Glum!" Now Kettle's voice thrummed with alarm. I heard him jump down from the rampart. More shouts of dismay and anger. Ulf and a few others ventured outside, weapons at the ready. Soon it was evident that Glum's corpse was lying outside the rath. His throat had been opened ear to ear. He must have heard the cattle thieves, Kettle raged, and been killed before he could call for help. Everyone thought the same. So did I. Until I went back to my sleeping place by the fire and mentioned something along those lines. Lalo and Vekel glanced at one another, which triggered a memory of the look between them when Vekel had predicted an oar and Brimdior without oarsmen. Lalo had gone off when the alarm was raised, I decided. Black as the night, no one had seen him, or how, in the confusion, he had slain Glum. I wondered about saying it to Vekel, but as he loudly lamented Glum's death, and how sorry he was that his vision had been correct, I thought it prudent to keep quiet. It seemed that Lalo was not just a herdsman, and his hitherto unseen skill might prove useful again. Kettle would be lucky to reach Difflin in one piece. Chapter 16. Difflin. Glad to leave the hills of Northern Lion behind, we pastured the cattle in a paddock close to the western edge of the town. Everyone wanted to head in and start drinking. Thorstein's waterskin was but a distant memory, and Eyjolf's band had had none of that. Yet the herd could not be left unguarded. Crimpbeard and Eyjolf didn't agree on much, but they were of one mind when it came to the number of sentries. 20 at least, and lucky it wasn't more, they told us, ignoring the grumbling and sour looks. Carley and his bag of black and white stones were on the Brimdior, so we made do with varying lengths of grass, 10 at a time, held in Crimpbeard's giant paws. To my delight, I chose a long one. Cleggy had to stay behind. So too, to his immense displeasure, did Ulf. That was until Thorstein offered to change places. "Drown your sorrows," he told Ulf, handing over a silver coin. "Have a drink for Havard from me while you're at it." Emotional, Ulf replied with a gruff nod. Crimpbeard didn't make Vekel choose. He wanted the Vitki by his side when they met with Sigtrish. We had been with the Brimdior for less than a month, and already Vekel was indispensable. It was uncomfortable to think that I wasn't in quite so secure a position. I had been accepted, it was true, but I hadn't yet proved myself. Until there was a fight or a battle, in which I wasn't maimed or slain, I was still a young pup to many of the crew, a smith and not much more. As we walked towards Difflin, I moaned about it to Vekel, who said that patience was a virtue. My retort, acid sharp, was to ask if, with monkish words like that, he was becoming a white Christ worshipper. This slipped inside his guard. He shut up. Relishing this rare victory, I did my best to reassure Lalo, who was visibly out of sorts. It wasn't surprising. Difflin was where he'd been kept as a slave, and his former owner would not have got over his grievance at being blackmailed by Vekel. "You don't have to worry," I said. "You're with us." This made no difference. Lalo hunched his shoulders and withdrew further into himself. I tried another tack. "You are Vekel's thrall now, not the tavern keeper's." "He belongs to no one." I looked at Vekel, startled. "What do you mean?" "I freed him." "When?" "After the cattle raid. The attempted cattle raid." I gave Vekel a sharp look. This gave weight to my suspicion. "Why then?" "He proved his worth yet again, preventing the cattle from stampeding." "That's not enough to warrant being freed." Quietly, I said, "It was killing Glum, wasn't it?" "Feigned shock." "I have no idea what you're talking about." "Pull the other leg. It has a bell on," I said. Vekel made no acknowledgement. Then, "He was my thrall. It was my decision." "Except you used my hack silver to buy him." "No. Your portion paid for our comrades to get pissed, remember? Mine went towards Lalo's purchase." I gave up on that line of attack. "When were you going to tell me?" An elegant up-down of his shoulders. "You found out now." "Vekel!" I was being unreasonable, and I knew it, but he was so hard to read, to understand. He smirked. And smug, I thought. I was about to shove him arse first into the ditch when...
No horseplay. We're not boys in Linduackle any longer.
I know.
Act like it then. The others must see me only as a Vitki, someone to be feared.
It was preferable, I decided, that the others respected Veckel and his power. Very well, but know that I know you're not above trickery when it suits. He threw me a look. You predicted Glum's death, then brought it about yourself, or should I say, got Lalo to do it. Kettle is next, I assume. His eyes were slits.
Perhaps. Only the Norns can tell.
Which one are you, then? Erd, Verdandi, or Skuld? I shot back.
Are you going to tell anyone?
Of course not.
That is good.
I wanted to ask more questions, but Veckel went into one of his silences. We did not talk for the rest of the journey. Crimpbeard and Eyjolf found something else to agree on, going to the Blackpool first, not to Sigtrish's great hall. There was a pleased, not to say a little relieved, reunion with Ymer on Brimdior. Asgir's sea stallion was moored alongside our longship. He had also safely returned. They had been in port for 4 days, Ymer told us, and beginning to wonder if our group had come to harm. We knew you had taken the cattle. The pens were empty. But after that? Just as we had no idea about you, said Crimpbeard. Did you capture many thralls? A wolf grin. Close to 200, all told. We were low in the water coming back. Sold already they are. Sigtrish was pleased with his cut. You will be with yours too. Did many fall? A handful. He mentioned a few names, but none were men I called friends. Crimpbeard grimaced. It could have been worse. And you? Ifar's pens were a decent size. You must have had the whole herd. Not quite. How many head, then? About 45. Ymer's lips curled. Is that all? It's a long road from Vedrefjord to Difflin. Even trying his best, Crimpbeard was shit at lying. Ymer had the truth out of him in no time. Heard the sorry story of how we had been caught between Brochwera and his Osrua men, and on the other side of the shore, Ivar's warband, how we had been forced to hand over the best beasts. He took 3 dozen? Ymer swore. Why didn't you fight? We might have beaten them off, said Crimpbeard, but a lot of the crew would have died, and the cattle would have scattered to the 4 winds. This way there were no casualties, and we saved 45 kine. No men lost at all? Ymer was surprised. There was one, Glum. He was killed a few nights later by cattle raiders. They didn't take any of the herd. Crimpbeard quickly added. Glum was a miserable shit, said Ymer. Amazing that his mother knew what to name him when he was a babe. Crimpbeard snorted, and I decided neither of them liked him. Thinking of Kettle, I glanced at Veckel, whose expression was smooth as fresh-fallen snow. He was expert at hiding his emotions and real motives. Even if there was an element of trickery to his art, he had real power too. I was glad to be his friend, not his enemy. Well, Vidki, Ymer said to Veckel, you were right about the raid. Lots of thralls, bloodshed, but not too many dead. You were wrong about the cattle, but I suppose you cannot see every movement of the Norns' fingers on the threads. Even so, Ymer grunted. And the Blamor didn't bring any ill fortune upon you. He was useful, said Crimpbeard. Right good with livestock he is, worth keeping around, I'd say. Good enough. Ymer didn't seem to care one way or another, which suggested that his desire to throw Lalo overboard had not come from true fear, more dislike of the unknown.
He is no longer a thrall, said Veckel.
Eh? A swarm of flies could have flown into Ymer's open mouth. Veckel explained, calm and confident, what he had done.
Lalo will stay with me, as is the custom, but he is not a slave. He is to be treated accordingly.
It was common knowledge that the status of freed men was only one ladder rung above that of thralls. But Ymer wasn't about to antagonize his Vitki, so he nodded in agreement. His attention soon moved on. I see Asgir and Eyjolf disembarking. They'll be going to Sigtrish. Come on, otherwise the mingy dogs will take all the credit. Once was a warrior brought us into Sigtrish's presence, his swagger no different to the first time. Artelak spotted us first and came running. Ball squeezer, you're back. Lord, I bowed.
Were you at Vedrefjord with Asgir and Ymer?
I was, Lord.
You were part of the group who seized the kine.
Indeed, Lord, I said, thinking he's a sharp one. He listens in on Sigtrish's conversations. "Your pardon, lord," said once was a warrior politely, "but your father is waiting." Artalac made a face, but let us continue towards Sigtrish's dais. The king spoke to me first. "Squeeze any more balls in Vedra Fjord." His voice was pitched to carry. Asgeir and Aewolf glowered at me. They had not forgotten Bjorn. But genuine amusement rippled through the rest of the hall. Artalac was particularly entertained. It was tempting to mock Sigtrish's stutter, as I might have done in childhood. Instead, I muttered that I hadn't had the chance. He wasn't even listening. "How many cattle have you for me?" he demanded of Immer and Asgar. Sigtrish's face soon grew sour. His cut was 1/3. 15 beasts?" he grumbled. "I could get more by sending Artalac and his friends into me one night." Artalac puffed himself up like a fighting cock. I could almost see him trying to do just that. Stranger things had happened. "What happened to the rest of Ivar's herd?" asked the king. Again the sorry tale had to be told. Crimpbeard pitched it as well as he could, making much of the fact that we had only lost to Glum. Eyjolf emphasized the Osria men's numbers. Sigtrish was having none of it, and said as much. "You should have fought, from the sound of it. You would have only had Gigilla's men to deal with. If Ivar's lot didn't have the balls to cross the river." His stutter, I noticed, got worse when he was angry. "Casualties would have been heavy, lord," said Immer. A contemptuous f. In the minds of kings, ordinary mortals' lives were of no consequence compared to wealth and riches, I decided. Immer and Asgeir took the disrespect without reaction. Eyjolf also managed to keep an impassive face, but Crimpbeard, proud, bristled. Vekkel laid a hand on his arm unseen, and he quietened. "If there had been a battle, lord," Vekkel said, smooth as butter, "the kine would have stampeded in every direction. We would have been lucky to get a quarter of them back." "If that," I added. Immer rode in, mentioning the almost 70 thralls given to the king as his cut. Fine slaves they were too. Asgeir went on, young and hale, desirable to anyone. "There's no point crying over spilt milk," said Sigtrish, and I thought with relief he was going to leave it at that. If he demanded more than a share, Vekkel whispered in my ear, no longship captain would want to serve under his banner. Sigtrish addressed Immer and Asgeir. "You are to divide the cattle equally." "Yes, lord." "As I thought. Immer, I shall have your beasts. That will give me 30. "My lord, I don't understand." "That is none of my concern. Why am I to be punished and not Asgeir?" Angry, Immer forgot to, or deliberately didn't, add the word lord. "No messenger has come from male Sheknals demanding Asgeir's head, as well as those of 2 of his men." I could not help looking at Vekkel. I had worried about Ashild since leaving, but away from Linduakel, Cormac's threats to me had soon faded away. That, I realized, had been foolish. Immer kept a straight face. "Why would Mael do that, lord?" "One of his sons was badly handled at Linduakel. He was bandied about like a for sale thrall, and his life threatened by a local smith, a man with a dog by the name of Nile." Sigtrish's gaze fell on me. "What have you to say, ball squeezer?" My throat closed. If I lied, and Immer did not, I was in deep trouble with Sigtrish, but telling the truth would result in the same thing. "Well?" There was no difference between the frying pan and the fire, I decided, and began to tell my tale. A little to my surprise, Sigtrish listened without interrupting. Artalac paid close attention too. I held back nothing. Bullying cattle, the encounter with Stoatface at Manastir Witha, returning home to find my sword gone, and my father dying of a murder wound inflicted by Cormac. Vekkel and I travelling to Inishcrow, and leaving again without exacting vengeance. Seeing Stoatface for a second time, Brimdior's presence at Linduakel, dealings with Immer, Cormac's arrival, the killing of Calman, and the confrontation that had come after. The bargain made with Immer as I stood with my blade at Cormac's throat. The last detail elicited a gasp from Artalac. Sigtrish liked it too. "A hard neck you have, ball squeezer." "I had nothing to lose, lord," I said. He turned on Immer. "I can understand why ball squeezer and the Vitki earned Mael's enmity, but you did not have to. Why did you not just give them up?" "Cormac's men killed one of mine, lord. It did not matter who the little shit was. Vengeance had to be taken. Handing Ball Squeezer and the Vitki over to him afterwards would have felt too much like arse-licking. And you did not think to tell me of this? Imar shifted from one foot to the other, a rare display of uncertainty. I should deliver the three of you to Mael. Sigtrish's fox eyes were flat and cold. There it was, the threads of three lives, mine, Vekel's, and Imar's, with the Norn's shears poised to shift them forever, and not in a good way. Let us continue to serve you, Lord, said Imar, and I will deliver to you riches untold. Brimdior will be the scourge of Erio's coastline, I swear. Sigtrish sucked on the marrow of that, and it seemed he liked the taste. Riches untold, eh? You will see, Lord. A sniff. Very well, I will tell Mael that I know nothing of the men he seeks. He is busy enough not to pursue such a trivial matter, I wager. Artalak's face gladdened. Thank you, Lord. Imar even sounded genuine, though the words must have galled worse than a burr under a saddle blanket. Sigtrish wasn't finished. He beckoned, and we came closer. When Artalak did the same, Sigtrish did not send him away, but warned him to keep silent about what he heard, on pain of a severe beating. The boy promised earnestly that his lips were sealed. Sigtrish muttered, I will want you to raid Clon McNoy's next. He mangled the Irish words, but I knew what he meant. A monastery built on the great river Shannon. It had been sacked countless times by Irish and Norse alike. It was also allied to the High King, which showed his intentions towards Mael remained malicious. There had never been any intention of surrendering the three of us, I thought, seeing the same bitter realization in Imar's face. We had been used. Asgeir was more focused on the task and the potential risks. I thought you worshipped the White Christ, Lord. Sigtrish made the sign of the cross, as if that would excuse him from ordering the plundering of a sacred place. The church will receive its share of what's taken. Maybe this was why the fleshy-faced monk wasn't present, I thought. The king's donation would be a token and stick in the gullet of any cleric, even a brown-nose like the monk. He might even feel moved to tell Mael what Sigtrish was up to. And what share will I get, Lord? Asked Imar, recovering some confidence. We will not raid for nothing. You will not go empty-handed. 1/4. Imar bridled to learn that Asgeir would get 1/3 as before, but he had the wits not to protest any further. Sigtrish was fox-shrewd, I decided. A single leech did not hurt that much, and 1/4 of the plunder was better than none. Give Imar and the Brimdior's crew any less, however, and he risked them sailing away, choosing to be their own masters. I caught the king looking at me sidelong, and wondered if Vekel and I were to be an offering to Mael. It might be you alone, a voice said in my head. Sigtrish isn't going to get rid of a Vitki, but you're not worth anything. Have you heard the tale of how Stormcrow, Ball Squeezer to you, Lord, came by the sword that was stolen by Mael's son Cormac? Vekel's mind-reading was eerie. There was goose skin on my arms again. Do I care? Sigtrish had what he wanted. There was no more need to humour. You might, Lord. Vekel put a light emphasis on the word might. The king's expression became sly again. Very well, tell me. Artalak came closer to hear. Half embarrassed, half proud, I listened as Vekel related my discovery of the head-cloven corpse on the beach, and how I had taken the sword with the approval of one of Odin's ravens. You saw this yourself? Asked Sigtrish. This is not some story expanded on with each telling that you heard third or fourth hand. I saw it all, Lord, said Vekel, his tone reverential. I saw the raven land on the body. Rather than attack the eyes as you would expect, it pecked at the sword hilt. I saw Stormcrow approach slowly, with deference, heard him speak to the raven. It did not fly away, no, it hopped onto the sand and watched as close as we are to you. While he took the sword, it croaked at him too. Artalak's expression was stunned. Sigtrish was holding his Thor's hammer amulet. Anything else? Other than Odin's sacred bird offering a sword to Stormcrow? Vekel chided. Sigtrish laughed. It was a remarkable thing to have witnessed. To me, he said, Speak. I saw the blade first, Lord. I was about to take it when the raven landed on the corpse. I heard muttering, could guess what the king's warriors were saying, that they would have left well alone. I said that I would offer myself to Odin if I could have the sword. Out loud? Yes, Lord. I spoke to the raven. I swore an oath to Odin. Another gasp from Artalac. A slow shake of the king's head. Ball Squeezer, I named you, but Stormcrow is your rightful name. Like that, I knew Sigtrich would not sell me out to Mael. I also knew, from the questions he asked, that if I ever came into possession of the sword and the king found out, he would take it from me. When I thanked Vekel later for weaving in the story, I mentioned this. He inquired if I would rather have been dunted in the back of the head on a dark night and carried off to Duneski, there to be delivered into Cormac's hands. There was only one answer to that. And as Vekel warned, Sigtrich's forbearance would only last as long as it suited him. If word came that Mael would pay good silver for our hides, the king would easily enough forget he was a Vitki, and that I was Odin-favoured. It was a sobering thought. Chapter 17. Clonmacnoise on the Shannon River. Dawn would not be long coming. Off to my right, where sky met land, I detected a tinge of rosy pink. Brimdior nosed upstream, faint plashes coming from the oars as they rose and fell. We had practiced this the day before, Carly and Immer stalking up and down, watching intently until everyone got it right, quiet enough. The crew of Asger's sea stallion had done it too, the two longships beating up and down a stretch of water a good distance downriver from the monastery. Bogland, empty of people, it had been sufficiently far to prevent a turf-cutting peasant from running to Clonmacnoise with a warning. We had set out in the middle of the night and rowed until buildings could be discerned on the marshy shore. They were impossible to miss, even in the half-gloom. It was flat terrain. The monastery and surrounding settlement sprawled across a large area. Peace still reigned, if you discounted the two crowing cocks vying with each other for supremacy. By Immer's and Asger's calculation, we would land just as the monks were about to get up for the second service of the day. It didn't much matter if they were wrong. Ulf had joked earlier because ball girls didn't know how to fight. Attacking a monastery, Thorstein explained, was a bit like taking sweets from a child. All they did was cry. Even though the monks were defenceless, I had elected to wear my mail shirt. I had ignored the jibes thrown by Kettle, jerking my head at Crimpbeard, Thorstein, Hraffen and Coalbiter, who had done the same. That had quieted Kettle. Glancing across the narrow gap between Brimdior and Sea Stallion, I noted that Asgeir's warriors were also clad in just tunics and breeks. Some hadn't even bothered to don their helmets. "Don't say, 'It's been a good day,'" Cleggy whispered behind me. "Till sundown," I replied, amused as my oar came out of the water. "Don't say, 'She's a good wife,'" Cleggy softly continued. "Till she's buried," more men had heard and responded. "Shut your traps," hissed Immer. I choked back a laugh and received a clout across the head. Cleggy got kicked in the back. "Quiet, all of you," Immer ordered. "What does it matter?" Kettle lifted an arse cheek off his chest and let out a thunderous fart. "That's for the Christ-loving monks." Immer glowered, but Carly's low-delivered announcement to dig in the starboard oars and lift to the larboard stopped him from saying more. Men obeyed. Brimdior turned towards the bank, and a moment later she came to a gentle halt in the reed beds, disturbing an indignant water rail. Sea Stallion, manoeuvring in with Asgar standing tall at the prow, also stopped. Ulf was first over the side, lowering himself into the waist-high water. I handed down his shield and broadaxe. He gave me a predatory smile and began wading shoreward. The monks weren't to blame for Havard's death, I thought, but they were going to pay, nonetheless. Crimpbeard and Thorstein were close on Ulf's heels. So too were Hraffen, Coalbiter and Carly.
"Just going to stand there and watch?"
Vekel's tone was waspish. Without a word, I gripped the side planking and swung over and down. The water was colder than I liked, the bottom sucking and muddy. I took my shield from a grinning Lalo. 2 axes and my seax were in my belt. "Stay in the ship," I told Lalo. Vekel chuckled as he joined me.
"There's no chance of that."
Sure enough, Lalo clambered down and, shorter than either of us, ended up chest deep in the river. "Very cold," he said, teeth chattering. We pushed into the shallows, surrounded by our comrades. On the bank, I saw that Lalo also had a sea-axe on his belt. Vekel was fearsome-looking, daubed white face and heavy black colouring around his eyes. Despite his lack of weapons, I thought monks would run from him, screaming. To my amusement, the water was deeper where Sea Stallion had come in. The first warrior to disembark vanished beneath the surface and came up, spluttering. He had to swim ashore. I could hear Asgeir swearing and ordering anyone wearing a mail shirt to take it off unless they wanted to drown. A loose circle gathered around Imar, who was also in armour. He had donned it just before leaving Brimdior. In the lightning air, he was quite a sight. Spectacle helmet, fine sword, painted limewood shield, colourful trousers. "Spread out, move fast, head for the big buildings. That's where the riches will be. Keep any mead or beer until later. You can get pissed on Brimdior." The tense faces relaxed. Many laughed quietly. Imar glanced at Vekel and received a grave nod. The omens were good, Vekel had told him the night before. Our raid would be successful. "Go on," Imar ordered. "Sea Stallion's crew are still arsing about. This is a real chance for us. Regroup here by the time it's full day. We'll get on the river again fast." Men loped off in twos and threes towards the settlement. Beyond it was the monastery, set back some distance from the river. I heard Kettle complaining that there was no need to hurry. "Odin's sake, they're only monks." Vekel and Lalo came with me. Thorstein joined us, which was surprising. Then a memory tickled. I had noticed them together on Brimdior more than once, but assuming that Thorstein wanted a reading of the future or some such, had paid no attention. There had been looks, though, and men talking behind their hands. Now, for the first time in my life, I wondered if Vekel had feelings for someone. Feelings of the heart, that is. I cast a look. He and Thorstein were walking side by side and talking to each other in low voices. Lalo dogged their heels, seax in hand. A shout in Irish carried from the houses ahead. Cut short, it turned into a gurgling shriek. Another cry, another abrupt end, and it really began. A woman screamed. A dog barked, the short, frantic barks that signal utter fear. Shouts rang out, men calling to each other. I pulled out an axe and broke into a run. I wasn't really looking for a fight, and I had no great desire to kill anyone. I just wanted silver and gold, if I could get it. It was hard to see how bloodshed could be avoided, however. During our voyage around the southern coast of Moon and into the mouth of the Shannon's estuary, most conversations had revolved around previous attacks the crew had made with Imar. All had been violent. From the narrow gap between two straw-thatched houses, a man came charging at full pelt. His spear was aimed at my chest. There was time only to duck behind my shield. A massive impact. The iron point rammed through the limewood and punched into my chest. I staggered and instinctively swung my axe. The man, struggling to drag free his spear, didn't even see. The axe blade took him where neck meets shoulder. He was clad in only a tunic. Flesh split open, bone smashed. Warm red blood misted over my shield and face. The man went down, a rag doll, a half-cut asunder corpse. I looked at what I had done, and my stomach roiled. "You would never make a butcher," said Thorstein drolly, stepping over the dead man as if he were nothing but a rock. Lalo didn't look. Vekel said, "Fool, what was he thinking?" "He wasn't," I replied, pulling the spear from my shield, glad that my belly was empty. "He was probably just defending his home or his family." "Better to run," said Vekel. "Run," said Lalo, but he sounded unhappy. This is a warrior's life, I told myself, a raider's life. It's what you always wanted. The horrors continued. In the settlement, houses were burning and people dying. A dog lay in a pathetic jumble of limbs, head severed from its body. There was a child about the same age as Artelak, sprawled on top of its dead mother. Their faces bore expressions of terror. A pig ran past, squealing blue murder. A naked crone haunch rocked back and forth, cradling the bleeding stump of one arm with the other. Another man appeared in a house doorway. He ran at me with a pitchfork, face twisted with rage or grief, I could not be sure. He lunged the tool at my face. More prepared now, I leaned to the side, the pitchfork skidding off my mailed shoulder. Propelled forward by his own momentum, the man came within reach. An instinctive axe swipe took off the top of his head. A neat disc of hair and bone flopped onto the ground beside him. I was angry now, aggravated by the stupidity of those who attacked armoured warriors with pitchforks and old hunting spears. Was there no one in the settlement, I asked Vekel, who could fight? Probably not, came the answer. I decided there was no point entering any of the one-roomed houses, which were miserable and poor-looking. Anything valuable would be in the monastery, and plenty of the crew were ahead of us. Asgeir's party could not be far behind either. Breaking into a ground-eating lope, with Vekel and Lalo following, I found the gate in the low earthen rampart. It was open. A short distance inside lay the doorman, a monk, dead. He had been going to raise the alarm. What difference it would have made I had no idea, because the Brimdior's crew were running amok. Monks charged hither and thither, wailing and calling on the White Christ for help, and if they came near, dying. Crimpbeard, a barrel balanced on one shoulder, was arguing with Hrafan about which church would have the most treasure. Hrafan's acid reply was that gold and silver bought more mead than one pissing little barrel contained, and they had better move fast, else there'd be none left. I didn't go for the largest building, cathedral in size, which would already be mobbed. Instead, I headed towards a small, almost square church behind it. I twisted the latch and pushed. To my amusement, the door, strengthened with iron knobs, wasn't even locked. It swung open, revealing a bare stone-flagged room with an altar at the far end, and behind that, a large cross on the wall. Below that was an inset box. I knew what it was. My mother had dragged me to enough masses when I was small. It had an odd name, the Tabernacle, and inside, if I was lucky, would be at least one silver chalice. Who is that? Lala was pointing at the figure nailed to the cross. The White Christ, said Vekel, making the sign against bad luck. Have you never been in a church? An indignant shake of his head. My owner and Difflin tried, dragged me to one. I bit his hand and ran back to the tavern. I have my own gods. A perplexed expression. He is nailed to it. Why is he suffering? Odd, I know, said Vekel. He did it for those who worship him. A god suffer for us? Lalo muttered something annoyed-sounding in his own tongue. So they say. 3 days he was on the cross, wearing a crown of thorns, and only been given sour wine to drink. Odin did it for 9 days and nights on Yggdrasil, I said. That was for his own benefit, to gain understanding of the runes. He's still a better god. Obviously, said Vekel. I offered up a silent prayer and ignored the White Christ, who seemed to be staring at me. I wasn't about to ask his permission. A few raps from my axe head shattered the lock on the tabernacle. Inside, to my delight, were 2 chalices, one larger and more ornate. What are they? Asked Lalo. This, I lifted the smaller, is used to hold wine that the priest drinks during Mass. Wine? Mass? Not now. Annoyed that I had not thought of something to carry valuables in, I went to shove the chalice into my belt. Here. Vekel had his leather bag wide open. We don't want the others to see. I handed it over and took out the bigger chalice, marvelling. A beaten silver plate served as a cover. Around the vessel's rim ran a band of gold, decorated at intervals with dark red stones. Gold also encompassed the outside of the bowl's bottom. Another fat band shaped the circle of the flat base. That is worth a fortune. Vekel, not easily impressed, was. Mesmerized, I did not answer. The chalices I had seen used were simple things, dross compared to this. Quickly, before someone comes, said Vekel. I lifted the cover and tipped. Little white discs spilled onto the floor. Lala was entranced. What are those? Communion bread. A blank look, so I explained. Sacred bread for the White Christ followers to eat. Food is not much. It's not meant to be, said Vekel. They think it is the White Christ's flesh. Lalo recoiled and kicked a few away with his foot. It is strange, I said, stashing the large chalice alongside the smaller. The only other thing in the tabernacle was a long-handled silver strainer. I took that too. The same might be said about hanging an ox carcass from a tree or a man, said Vekel. Those are offerings to the gods, I said, offended. You and I know that, but a White Christ worshipper who chances upon a sacred grove thinks it is barbaric savagery. What are you doing? The fearful but determined voice belonged to a tonsured monk in the doorway. He came into the room, protuberant eyes fixed on the open, empty tabernacle. Those vessels belong to God and this monastery. They're ours now, I said, striding forward. He had courage, that bald girl, and he came to meet me. Thoughts swirled around my head. The monk didn't have a weapon, but he would try to impede me. I could easily split his head open, as I had with the second man in the settlement, but the thought of killing someone unarmed, a monk sworn to peace, did not appeal. I decided to chest smack him with my shield. He might suffer broken ribs, but that was better than dying. "What have we here?" In strolled Eyolf and an ill-featured warrior I recognized from Sea Stallion. Both their axes were bloody, and Eyolf's face was crimson-splashed. The monk, caught between us, quailed. Eyolf smiled and crossed himself. The monk, pleased, did the same. "Well?" demanded Eyolf. "We find nothing," I said, and beckoning to Vekel and Lalo, walked past the monk. "The box in the wall was empty?" "It was," I said sorely. "Someone got here before us." Eyolf scowled, and that might have been that, but for the fool of a monk. "He's lying! The sorcerer has the holy treasures in his bag!" Eyolf's expression darkened. "I should have known you for a liar, ball-squeezer. Empty it, Vitki." Vekel stared at Eyolf. He said nothing. "Don't make me hurt you, Vitki." Eyolf took a step forward. So did his leering crony, Ugly Bastard. "You'll have to come through me first." It was strange, but I felt no fear. Instead, I hefted my axe and thought, Eyolf's brains on the blade will be a good thing. Eyolf stalked closer. "God will reward you." The monk actually clapped his hands with excitement. Afterwards, I concluded that he had mistaken Eyolf's mockery in crossing himself for reverence. That in turn made the monk think Eyolf would help him against me and Vekel. The half-wit was still smiling when Ugly Bastard unseamed him with his sea-axe. A horrific cry of pain, and the monk collapsed amid his own entrails. "Give me what's in the bag, Raggerman, and you can all walk out of here alive," said Eyolf. "Even the Blaamore." "Not Blaamore," said Lalo, and there was a fury I had never heard in his voice. "Mandinka." "Nothing is a better name for you, Blaamore." Eyolf spat on the floor. Vekel also looked angry now. He and I fronted up to Eyolf, an Ugly Bastard. Lalo went skirting around the side of the room, his intent clearly to get behind them. I could taste my fear. Eyolf and Ugly Bastard weren't wearing mail shirts, but they were experienced warriors. I was not, and Vekel had only his staff. As for Lalo, well, he was a slip of a thing. "I'll kill Eyolf, then help you," I said quietly. "Stay alive long enough for Lalo to reach you," came Vekel's answer. There was no time for a response. Eyolf was coming at me, his accompaniment the eviscerated monk's awful moaning. Bang! Eyolf's bearded axe bit into my shield. He wrenched, pulling me forward even as it came free. I hewed at him, my axe blade cutting a deep notch in his shield rim. I punched forward with my own shield, fast, trying to unbalance him, and then Thor's hammer, Mjolnir, hit my head. Knees buckling, I cut sideways at one of Eyolf's legs as I fell. I saw blood spray, and thought he cried out before darkness took me. Water. Cold water on my face. Helpless, I inhaled some. After a bout of paroxysmic coughing, which made the pounding in my skull twice as bad, I came to. Cold stone pressed against my back. I was lying on the church floor. Vekel was kneeling over me, my upturned helmet in his hands. Lala was perched on my other side, looking concerned. "What happened?" I mumbled. "Eyolf knocked you senseless. Can you sit up?" I tried, and could. Eyes slowly focusing. I saw Eyolf, an Ugly Bastard, lying close by. Neither was moving. They weren't asleep either. The guddling pools of scarlet were evidence of that. The monk was almost dead. "What happened?" Lalo answered. "Vekel threw his bag at the Ugly One. He tried to catch it, and Vekel hit him with the iron staff. He stumbled, and I cut his throat from behind." I stared. This former slave could have been talking about slicing a joint of meat. I found my voice. "And Eyolf?" "You cut his leg badly. He was lamed, couldn't move fast. Lalo and I finished him off. Not bad for a raggerman and a Blaamore." Vekel stood and offered a hand. "On your feet." I stood, and the world spun. If Lalo hadn't grabbed an arm, I might have fallen. "I feel as if I drank an entire barrel of beer last night," I said, my tongue fat and hard to use. "You'll be all right." Vekel picked up my helmet. "Put this on. It's already proved its worth once today." I eyed the helmet with respect. An axe-blade-length dent ran along its top helmet from front to back. It'd save my life, no question. I put it on gingerly, noticing that the felt and wool liner was soaked through. You scooped water from the font, I said, realizing. And poured it on your head, said Lalo, with evident enjoyment. Oddly, I thought of my mother, and how horrified she would have been at the profaning of holy water so. I didn't let myself consider what she would have made of me helping to sack Clonmacnoise, nor of my stealing sacred vessels. We hurried outside. Smoke rose to the skies. Several monastery buildings were aflame. A group of the Brimdior's crew was watching the cathedral burn, the barrels of mead stacked nearby, another source of their enjoyment. I rolled my eyes. It was as if Immer had said nothing. To many, getting pissed was just as important as finding treasure. Brrr! Brrr! Dazed or not, I recognized Olaf Twinbrow's Valhorn. He wasn't making music now either. Brrr! Brrr! The sound went on, a clear alarm. Vekel had heard it too, and Lalo. So, to my intense relief, had those watching the conflagration. Trouble? Said Ulf, draining a cup and wiping his mouth. It's coming from over there, I said, pointing east. We had best get back to the ship, said Vekel. No, said Ulf, annoyed. We go to find Twinbrows. Vekel didn't argue for once. Forming up with the swiftness of a wolf pack, Thorstein and Crimpeard led the way. A dozen more joined as we ran. A rough head count came to about 35. Hearing the racket, seeing us, a score of warriors from Sea Stallion came too. Did you foresee this? I demanded of Vekel. No answer. He hadn't, I realized, which was why he looked as if he'd drunk a bowl of sour milk. Twinbrows met us before we were halfway to the furthest limit of the monastery wall. He came at the run, slowing now and again to sound the alarm. What is it? Crimpeard called out. Warriors, horsemen, and foot. How many? 200 at least. Someone saw us yesterday and went for help, said Thorstein, swearing. No one was up for that fight, drunk or not. A few resentful glances were thrown at Vekel, who pretended not to notice, and then we ran for Brimdior. Weighed down by my mail, head still pounding, I could not keep up. There was nothing wrong with my ears, however, so I heard the shouts from the ship at the same time as everyone else. It was Immer, and he was roaring as if his life depended upon it, which, as the large group of warriors approaching from the west came into sight, it did. Chapter 18. The second group of newcomers, men from me by their shield designs, were too close to allow us to embark safely on Brimdior. Sea Stallion was behind us, which meant that Asgeir and his warriors were protected to some extent. They made no attempt to join us, which ought not to have been a surprise, yet still was. The whole stinking lot of them clambered into their ship as fast as they could. We had to stand and fight, though, else a whole-scale slaughter of the Brimdior's crew would have resulted. Imor ordered a shield wall. Under normal circumstances, I would have been in the second, or more likely the third rank, but being one of the only warriors wearing a mail shirt, I was ordered into the front rank. Ignoring the pain in my head as best I could, I took my place beside Crimpeard and Thorstein. Immer was on my other side. Cleggy, who had seen the enemy coming and thrown on his mail shirt, was beyond him. A few others came off Brindior as well, but I wasn't trying to recognize faces. I was staring at the Irish, who were preparing to attack. 100 at least there must have been, about half mounted, half on foot. The horses will charge first, eh? I asked. A snort from Thorstein. They will all come together. Try and break us the first time, added Crimpeard. Banky, roared Imar. Aye. He was on Primdior. Are you ready? Aye, me and the other lads with bows. When they come, shoot over our heads. Aim for the horses, I know. Imar grunted, satisfied or irritated, it was hard to tell. If Banky and the rest do their job, we'll charge ourselves, do you hear? It seemed insane, however many of us there were, against a far larger force. But Crimpeard hummed, and Thorstein banged his axe off his iron shield boss. Others copied him, and as the loud metallic noise filled my ears, my fear receded. Odin! I shouted. Odin! Men snarled in agreement. Next thing, everyone in the shield wall was roaring the god's name and rhythmically battering his shield boss. Odin! We shouted. Clatter, clatter. Odin! I almost forgot that if we broke, there was little chance of boarding Brimdior. A watery death in the Shannon beckoned instead. As if spurred by our challenge, the Irish riders clapped heels to their mounts' flanks and drove forward. The warriors came after, in an uneven, screaming tide of shields and spears. The distance between us halved in the blink of an eye. I could see the Irish men's expressions, could pick out individual horses' markings. Shoot, Banky, I thought. An arrow hurtled over my head, then another. 4 more followed, 1 for every bowman and brimdeor. Down the arrows came, into the mass of animals and men. They could not miss. Struck in the neck, one of the lead horses staggered, barging into another. It stumbled, and an arrow hit its rider, who lost control. Each shaft had a similar effect. A heartbeat later, another half-dozen arrived. "Boar, snort!" Imar yelled. Instructed by Thorstein, I formed up behind him and Imar. Crimpbeard, the biggest, stood beyond them, at the point. The others in mail shirts completed the left and right sides of the rough triangle. The warriors without armour were in the middle and back. Shields and axes ready, we advanced towards the milling, disorganised Irish. "Hold your position," Thorstein told me. "Remember what Ulf taught you." "Aye," I said, determined not to let my comrades down. Felling what I recognised afterwards as the hot surge of battle rage. For the same reason, perhaps, my memories of the fight were splintered. Crimpbeard's axe splitting the head of the first Irish warrior to come within reach, and his bellowing, triumphant laugh, a horse's thrashing leg knocking down its dismounted rider, and Thorstein burying his axe in the man's belly. Arrows from Banky and his comrades flighting in, landing among the Irish who had yet to close with us. A constant sweat sting in my blinking eyes, a numbness in my fingers from tight grasping my axe and shield grip, the snarling mouth of a warrior who charged me, and his shocked expression when my blade carved open his upper arm. The incessant screaming of an unarmoured man struck by a spear. Our charge broke the Irish. They retreated in poor order. Battle-mad, I would have gone after, so would others, but Immer, wolf-wise, roared at us to hold. Back to the ship we went, moving as fast as men can when walking backwards, facing the enemy. This was Banky's saga moment, his and the other archers. They laid down such a volley of shafts that the Irish, rallied by their leaders, thought twice about attacking again. Men pulled themselves on board, laughing like madmen, laughing like men who have braved the storm of steel and come out the other side. I stayed on shore with Crimpbeard, Thorstein, and Hraffen, and several others. Together straining, we heaved Brimdeor backwards into deeper water. Carly bellowed that she was afloat, and men waiting on either side of the prow sent knotted ropes snaking down and dragged us up one at a time. Sensing that we were going to escape, bravado swelling, I stayed behind until only Crimpbeard was left. We were chest deep in the river now, and my feet were mud-sticking. Another few steps, I realised, and my heavy mail would drag me under. I no longer had the strength to swim with it. "Come on, fool!" Thorstein was staring down from above. Heaved upwards, hands working the rope, feet walking the timbers, I obeyed. Standing square on the deck, seeing the Irish helpless on the bank, feeling Brimdeor's turn. Carly was directing those at the oars. I realised I was going to live. All at once, I had an overwhelming need to piss. I wasn't the only one. A row of men lined up, joking, throwing insults, and arcing yellow streams of urine over the side in the direction of the Irish. Furious, still wanting to fight, they shouted threats of their own. Spears were hurled but fell short, vanishing into the Shonen. Brimdeor was in midstream now, beyond reach, and as more warriors joined the rowers, she moved downstream, away from Clon McNoy's. In the distance, all oars out, prow aimed towards the sea, was Sea Stallion. I hoped it sprang a leak and took every warrior to the bottom. Turning away, responding to Carly's demands for oarsmen, I noticed Hraffen sitting with his back to the mast, legs out in front. His face was grey, and worse, there was blood all over the planking. Vekel and Lalo were kneeling, their hands pressing in vain against Hraffen's thigh. Worse was to come. "Hey!" The shout came from the bank, and the voice was familiar. No, I thought. It was Ulf. Ulf, somehow left behind, shouting as if we could turn Brimdeor around and go back. The Irish weren't deaf. Men pointed, began to run towards him. "Swim!" I roared. "Swim!" Ulf needed no encouragement. Tossing aside his shield, he plunged into the river. I rushed to Carly. "Stop rowing! It's Ulf!" Carly went to the side and swore. He rounded on the oarsmen. "Stop! Backwater!" The risk of turning was too great. Some of the Irish had found coracles on the bank and were coming downriver. All we could do was resist the current as much as possible, not move away at speed. It was not enough. Ulf, as I later learned, had taken a wound. Weakened, not a strong swimmer, he floundered perhaps half the distance to Brimdior before his head went under. Tears running down my cheeks, I made myself watch. His death, pointless, had to be honoured in some way. A hand on my shoulder. Half thinking myself still in battle, I whirled, reaching for my axe. It was Carly, his face understanding. "Can you row you all alone, Stormcrow?" "I can." Palming my cheeks, I went to take my place. By general consensus, we passed by Lumnek and Inishkathig without stopping, just as we had on the voyage in. Somewhere between Vedrafjord and Difflin in size, the twin settlement was also ruled by the Norse, but situated within Muhin, its residents lived in fear of Brian Burava. They were likely to do us harm, Immer declared, or to send word of our presence. Veckel was quick to join in. We had done well to escape once, he said. Testing the Norns again so soon would be downright foolish. Mourning Ulf and Hrafn, who had died before the sun went down, and the others who had fallen, no one protested. There was grumbling, however, that Veckel should have known that the Irish were coming, that he should have warned us. It was no surprise that Kettle was chief among the grousers. Hearing him that night, anchored in the wide mouth of the Shannon's estuary, Veckel took the bull by the horns and challenged Kettle. At once the men whom he had been talking to slid their arses further away, which was encouraging. It was impossible, Veckel shouted, pointing his iron staff at Kettle, to know every movement of the Norn's fingers on the thread of more than 50 men's lives. "I am not a god, but a Vitki," he said. "Do you know the difference?" Men laughed, and Kettle flushed. "Of course." "Best remember it then, lest you be cursed." Veckel thrust the iron staff back and forth, and said lasciviously, "Or take it like a raggerman." Kettle was furious to be insulted so, but no one was supporting him. He stitched his lip. Better it would be, Veckel went on, to look for vengeance on Asker and his treacherous crew. If they had also stood their ground, the outcome of the battle would have been different. Rather than flee to the ship, we could have plundered the fallen Irish and taken our time leaving. Ulf would not have been left behind, he said to loud approval. Perhaps others who had fallen might have reached Brimdior also. This was pure speculation, and disregarded the numbers of Irish, but it fell like spring rain on seedling crops. Names went around the ship. Crew members who were gone. Svein Estridsen, the best singer on the ship. Halfred, a likeable drunkard, who I heard men saying was probably still in one of the monastery's barns, sleeping off the barrel of beer he'd snaffled for himself. Steenan, grumpy and bald, who had, despite his age, wielded a spear with a youth's dexterity. Asker was to blame, Veckel said. Asker and the arsewipe Nithings who followed him. He looked at Immer, who growled approval. Veckel drew a deep breath, as if making up his mind about something, and then he said, "There will be a reckoning, in blood." A sharp look from Immer. Retribution in Difflin would be ill-advised. Sigtrich would come down heavily on everyone. Veckel's smile was sly, conspiratorial. "The king need know nothing of what happened. We can tell Asgeir not to feel bad, too, that we would have done the same thing. Water under the bridge, we shall tell him. No hard feelings." "He won't believe that." "Throw a feast for him and his crew to celebrate the raid, and his misgivings will ease. Arrange another voyage for Sigtrich with Asgeir, and an opportunity to strike will come." "Lull him into thinking we have forgotten," said Immer, smiling. "Precisely. The sweetest revenge is served cold." Only I noticed Veckel's eyes brush against Lalo's. Here it was, I thought, his trickery again. It was no surprise to me when, off the Lion coast, several nights later, Kettle vanished while on watch. Goat Banky, who had also been on duty, swore blind that he had seen nothing. There was immediate mention of his habit of falling asleep on sentry duty. Banky, thin-skinned at the best of times, threatened a Homgang with any accusers. If it had been Crimpbeard, or Carly, or Thorstein, or anyone else popular who had disappeared, he might have had a taker. But Kettle, like Glum, had not been liked. No one took up Banky's challenge. No one mentioned the pair from that day forward either. Another good thing that came off the raid on Clonmacnoise was a general acceptance of me by the crew. I wasn't just ball squeezer or Stormcrow any longer, or the man who had paid for a night's drinking in Difflin. I had been in the boar's snout which had broken the Irish, who would have slain us all. My daily practice bouts, Thorstein had offered to take Ulf's place, were watched with interest now, and encouraging comments replaced the jibes of before. Crimpeard gave me tips, so did Odd Coalbiter. Immer was pleased with me as well because of the larger chalice and the strainer handed over by Veckel. As Immer loudly announced, it was the match of anything else plundered from the monastery. Wiley, he had asked if that was all we had found, but appeared to believe Veckel's vigorous assertion that it was. The smaller chalice, naturally, had been held back for us both to share. Cut up into hack silver, it would more than make up for a cut of the 15 cattle taken by Sigtrich after Vedrafjord. Lalo was also making good strides forward. I initially assumed that Veckel's describing our fight with Eyolf had been to increase the crew's antagonism towards Asgeir and his warriors. Watching men's faces as the tale was told, though, I realized that it had other purposes. To prove that Lalo was not just a good stockman, he could also fight. When he offered to join me on my oar, where Ulf had sat, there were a few looks, but no protests or name-calling. Lean and strong, he learned fast, even joining in the choruses to Cleggie's stroke-keeping songs. It went on. A few nights later, Thorstein told Lalo to help himself from the cooking pot, as everyone else did, and there were no objections. I wondered about declaring that he was part of the crew now, but decided laying it out as bald as that could wait. Gradual acceptance was better than ramming something down men's throats. I told Lalo quietly that he was one of us, however, and he beamed from ear to ear. You used a word at the monastery, I said, curiosity returning with the memory. Mandinka. He tapped his chest. My people. Mandinka. I rolled this strange word around my mouth. Then, intrigued, I asked, what is Blaland like? Where? How stupid, I thought, to call his land by its Norse name. The place you come from. A broad smile, a wistful look. Mande. Mande? A nod. They say the sun is hot there, burning hot. Oh, yes, it is wonderful. You would not like it, Stormcrow. You know me well. When we stopped laughing, I asked what had been in my head since the first time I saw him. How is it that you ended up here, half a world away? His face grew serious. I'm sorry, you don't have to say. No, I tell you, Stormcrow. The Mandinka often fight with other tribes like other peoples. Here it is Lion and Muhan, Osrea, Connachta, Difflin, and Ulla. Where I come from, it is Mandinka. Sonike, Ligby, Vai, Bissa. We steal cattle, sheep, and goats from each other. Slaves are taken too. He saw my surprise and said, resigned, It is the same everywhere. Usually the slaves are sold to other tribes, but sometimes they are taken to the coast and bought by foreigners, Arabu for the most part. That was my fate. And the Arabu? I stumbled over the word, which was unfamiliar. Took you where? Valand, you would call it. From there to here is not so far. I knew of the land of the Franks, and of the fine swords made there. It lay some days' sail from Eriu's southeastern coast. You would not think that during a storm on the open ocean. I gave him a rueful nod. Sea-sickness no longer troubled me much, but when it did, I was prone to decorating the deck with vomit. Lalo, on the other hand, could eat a full meal even as the wind threatened to rip the billowing sail free. He was also better travelled than I was, and in all likelihood most of Bryndir's crew. Even Immer, who had visited Miklagard, might not have been as far. I noticed Lalo's expression, and trying to reassure, imagining what I wanted for myself, I said, One day you will return home. Do not lie to me, even if you mean well. Wrong-footed, I said. It is possible. You made the voyage from your land, after all. As a slave, what do you think would happen to me if I tried to take passage to Mande? It is the Arabu who sail those waters, remember? I am a fool, I thought. They would enslave you again. You see? Lalo's voice was full of bitterness. I am free now, and yet I am not. He faced the same danger everywhere, I decided. It wasn't just from the Aribu and Franks. The Norse, Irish, and Saxons would also see him as a blaumoor, an escaped slave. I tried to imagine how it felt to live with that truth, and didn't like it at all. "You are a sea-wolf now," I said. He smiled, and it was as if he realized my own predicament. Llyn Duacal was less than a day's voyage from Dyfflin, yet I dared not go back there, not while Cormac, Mael's son, lived, and that could be decades. I would never forget my father's murder, though, or the sword. Part 2. AD 999. Chapter 19. Near Glanmoyna, southwest of Dyfflin. The wind howled down off the mountain tops, wild as any I had experienced at sea. I was grateful not to be on Brimdeer, because this gale would have had me emptying my guts. Snow skirled down, light enough for the moment, but the heaped grey-yellow clouds filling the sky threatened more. It was a cursedly stupid time of year to make war, I decided, pulling my gaze away and fixing it on the back of the next man along, Crimpbeard. Vekel was beside me, and Thorstein on his other side. No one was talking. We were part of the army's long column, somewhere between the front and the middle, and Dyfflin lay a day and a half's march behind us. Warmth, shelter, and a full belly were but distant memories. So was being in bed with my Irish thrall, Darvoil, and being able to feel my toes. My face was all right, covered by a woolen arming cap, and my helmet, with a long scarf wound round and round the lot, leaving only a narrow slit to see. I had on 2 thick wool tunics and a padded felt jacket, but the 4th layer was my mail. Parts, the arms and the lower border, protruded beyond the limits of my cloak. The 5th layer, and soaking in the cold, transferred it through my garments. My legs had only a pair of woolen breeks for protection. Other than my head, I felt half or completely frozen. There was no point grumbling. We were all in the same boat, and Brienne's army was on the march towards us. Not only that, so was Mael Sheknel's. Unforeseen, unpleasant, and unwelcome, war had come in midwinter, and on 2 fronts. Its beginnings, as was often the case, had been innocuous. 2 clans ruled Northern Lion, one led by Donnacha y Duncada, the other by Mael Morda Effilen. The latter was Sigtrish's ally, but the former had orchestrated his ousting and replacement by Ivar of Vedrefeard 5 years before. Unsurprisingly, Sigtrish had often punished Donnacha since. Rather than quench the flames of discontent, it had driven Donnacha into Brian Baravo's arms. He in turn had sent a host from Muin to ravage Mael Morda's lands the previous autumn. Sigtrish's response to that was swift. Donnacha had been languishing in Dyfflin's jail for 3 months now. Now the whole world knew what Brian's answer, and Mael's, would be. Dyfflin's walls were not fit to withstand a siege, so staying put had not been an option. We were marching towards Glanmoma, which lay south-southwest of Dyfflin. According to Mael Morda, this was the best place for battle. It was as well to have his support, with 2 of the most powerful kings in Eriu allied against us, and Sigtrish able to rally perhaps 1,200 warriors. Mael Morda's men were sorely needed. The tally conducted in Dyfflin had come to somewhere short of 2,800. We would be outnumbered at least 2 to 1, perhaps more. Failure to reach Glanmoma therefore risked being outflanked, slaughtered, or both. The sour as gone off milk idea came that we could be outflanked and slaughtered anyway. There was nothing to be done about that either, so I thought of happier times. Llyn Duacal when I was a boy, and my mother still alive. It worked for a short while, and then my glance fell on Lalo. If I was in poor shape, he was twice as bad. He had on far more clothing than I, 4 tunics and 3 pairs of breeks, 2 cloaks and a pair of scarves, but the cold still affected him worse than anyone. It was no surprise, him being from Blaland, but he was a piteous sight. The little of his face that I could see was pinched and greyish, and he could not stop shivering. To try and keep warm, he had volunteered to be our eyes and ears, regularly running to the front of the army and back. It helped a little, but the abuse he received from Mael Morda's warriors, we heard some of it the most recent time he had returned, meant that Vekel had forbidden him to leave again. "They're savages," Vekel said, as Lalo protested.
One might put a spear in you as you went past, and no one would say a thing."
"We accept you, Mandinka," said Thorstein, "but men from Lion don't." Others had heard me talking to Lalo that day, and the name Mandinka had stuck. To be honest, I think men just preferred it, and Lalo didn't seem to mind. He uttered something in his own tongue, definitely uncomplimentary, and started half running on the spot as he walked. He looked ridiculous, but I copied him anyway. 2 fools we could be together, I thought. At least we'd be a bit warmer. "A jug of ale or a joint of roast lamb, Stormcrow?" I gave Cleggy a sour look. "Eh? Which would you prefer now? Choose one." "Easy, roast lamb." The mere thought set my mouth to watering. He came back at once. "The lamb or a decent spell in front of a fire?" "Warming my bones," I said, trying to ignore my snarling belly. "That or a hut to spend the night?" The chances of this were slim indeed. We had passed a few miserable cottages, but the last one had been some time since. Even if we saw one when the time came, I thought, there would be 20 men to each of us also looking for shelter. "Shut up, Cleggy. I don't want to play." Undeterred, he tried Thorstein, who gave him short shrift. A look from Vekel saw Cleggy move on to someone else. Crimpbeard liked the game, though, and so did Coalbiter. When Cleggy had done with them, he began to sing. Everyone joined in, even Lalo. Cleggy could be a pain in the arse, I thought, but he was good at keeping men's spirits from falling. Whether he could do so until we made camp was another story. In fairness, he did, but by the time darkness fell, Cleggy had lost his voice. Accustomed to raiding inland, we hacked branches off the nearby rowan and hazel trees and built shelters. There was little natural protection, and without moss to fill the holes, the wind whistled through the crude shelters, but the edge had been taken off the cold air, or so we told ourselves, huddling together inside. There were smiles all round when Thorstein produced Hanushka, touchwood, from a leather pouch. This was a fungus collected from trees in autumn, and soaked in urine, among other things, before being dried and beaten, and worked into felt-like material that was easily set ablaze. Lalo and I reduced a heap of twigs and smaller branches to kindling with our sea-axes, and heaped them before Thorstein. He arranged Hinosker fragments on top, and taking a curved steel from his belt, he knocked off sparks with a flint, letting them fall onto the precious touchwood. Cupping his hands, he blew until tendrils of flame danced upward. The small fire that resulted was a distant relation of the massive one in Sigtrish's hall, but to us, shivering, hungry, and footsore, it felt Odin's scent. Food left from the previous night, stale bread and hunks of hard cheese mostly, was shed around. Men chewed in silence, unable to keep their eyes from coveting others' portions. When the meal, such as it was, ended, not a morsel remained. It was lucky that Gloin Mama wasn't far. I remarked dourly to Vekel, and that the scouts reckoned Breon's and Mael's armies would reach it the following afternoon. Deep in thought, he did not reply. His continuing reticence did not help my mood. Belly unsatisfied, chilled to the bone, set for a poor night's rest, and imminently facing an enemy whose numbers dwarfed our own, it was hard to imagine victory. I threw the grim thought into the recesses of my mind and locked the door. Whatever the outcome, I would fight. "I'm too cold to sleep," Thorstein announced. Crimpbeard chuckled, and Cleggy, who had somehow squirmed his way into our shelter. Lalo, shrouded in his wrappings, just chattered his teeth. "Tell us a story," I said to Vekel. He ignored me. "Come on, Vitki," said Thorstein. "It's a long time until sunrise." "You know you want to," I nudged him. Vekel huffed and puffed, but our eagerness was so obvious that only a stone heart could have refused. "I will tell you of Asgard," he said, "the reward for those slain in battle." No one protested. It was an apt choice. Many men would die on the morrow, and likely some of us. Asgard was where we all wanted to go, except maybe Lalo. I didn't know where he thought he might end up after death. For me, I wanted Valhall, Odin's enormous hall with its 540 doors. Grim reality returned. Despite my oath and the beach encounter with the Raven, I had no guarantee the god would accept me. If he did not, Freyr's hall Sessrumnir would do. I deserved that, I told myself. As Vekel laid out, Freyr chose first. I had not given much thought to this before. In my youthful arrogance, I had assumed I would live to be a greybeard. No longer. It was ridiculous, however, to worry about whether I was picked by Freya or Odin to be one of the Intrigue, the immortal warrior dead. Neither might. If my time came the following day, the only thing within my control was to die in the best manner possible. Between them, the Norns and the gods would decide my fate. This might be my last night in this world, I thought. The last time I would spend with my oarmates, with Vekel, Lalo, Dearvoil, who despite being a thrall was dear to me. I fought back sadness. Then mercifully the tale drew me in. I imagined standing in Valhall, holding in one hand a tankard of the exquisite mead produced by the goat Hydron, and in the other a choice cut of pork from Sarimnir, the boar who was roasted and eaten every day and whole again the next. I was carried away by Vekel's skill, forgetting the cold, the hunger, the fateful morn to come. It was milder by dawn. A lot of the snow had melted, exposing the ridges and a piece of ploughed ground nearby. The previous day's cutting wind had been replaced by a gentle breeze from the south. The cloud cover complete, it was a grey day, like so many at this time of year. Yawning and farting, we emerged from our shelters and began to prepare for battle. There was no food, just water from our leather bags to drink. I didn't care. I wasn't thirsty or hungry. I wanted to find the moon and the me-men and destroy them. I caught sight nearby of Sigtrish's hot-headed brother Harold, a man with the same fox look as Sigtrish. Fond of his own voice, he liked to drink, fight and hump, and not much else. He was in charge of Dyflin's warriors, although it would fall to each longship's captain to lead their warriors into battle. 2 of Sigtrish's sons were also with us. The older, slender-framed Olif was a skilled rider, but he had none of his father's ref or cunning. Artilak, eager as a hunting hound, was too young to lead men into war, and so it had fallen to Mael Morda to command the entire army. The scouts he had sent out returned with news of the enemy host, camped half a morning's marching distance from Glain Moma. Brian scouts, identifiable by their blue and gold patterned shields, were a lot closer. There had been a short clash, resulting in the withdrawal of the Muin men. If we moved fast, the lead scout told Mael Morda, the high ground on either side of the Glain could be ours. Mael Morda and Harold took him at his word. With no tents to pack away, and having slept in our gear, it didn't take long to get ready. An air of nervous excitement was palpable, but I could also hear joking and laughing, the usual banter. It helped Brindier's crew that Vekel cast his rune bones before we left and pronounced the omens good. Victory would be ours, Immer told us, walking up and down the line. We would wreak such a slaughter as had not been seen in Eriu this 100 years. And by the day's end, each of us would be laden down with booty, swords, armour, silver. Hymns and even a cheer met the last announcement. I waited before asking the question that was preying on my mind. Carved from sheep's tail vertebrae, Vekel's ruined bones were covered in odd dashes and lines that held no meaning to ordinary men. I had never tried to understand them either. The Sedor in the yellowed bones was for Vitkis and Volvus, not me. I pitched my voice so that even Lalo, close to Vekel on the other side, could not hear. Is it true that the omens were good? No answer. Vekel. His eyes, rimmed with fresh black, turned on me. What? Were the omens favourable, or did you lie so that men would not feel afraid? His gaze held mine. I could not look away, and he said, Do you really want to know the answer? When put like that, it was easy to choose. No, I replied, determined not to let fear take root in my heart. I didn't think so. We marched. Glain Moma wasn't much of a Glain, not compared to the ones in the mountains further south, nor was it a great place for an ambush. The grassy slopes leading up to the woodland on the left and right were gentle, scarcely steep enough to put a man out of breath. That was good, Mael Morda told us. There was little risk of falling as we charged down on the unsuspecting enemy. A steep incline would not have worked. I wasn't convinced, and by the faces around me, nor were many others. But no one disputed the point. There was nowhere else to fight the enemy other than the flat terrain to the west, and that would end in disaster. The army split into 2 halves, Norsemen and Lion men moving into place between the trees on either side of the Glain. It was imperative, Mael Morda's orders had come, not to walk on the flat ground at the bottom. It made sense. Brian and Mael's warriors might well see us hiding as it was. To announce our presence with thousands of boot prints would have been catastrophically stupid. As I observed to Veckle under my breath, it felt catastrophically stupid anyway. Hazel, ash and rowan trees made up the majority of the trees. All were autumn shedders and completely leafless. If we tried to hide behind them, a cloudy-eyed dotard would see us before he entered the glen proper. The only real concealment was the holly bushes, green-leaved and red-berried. There were plenty, but they were scattered about with no rhyme or reason. We had no other choice, however, and so took up the best positions possible. It meant that there were large gaps in our line, and in male mortars on the other side. "This is no ambush, it is pure horseshit," said Crimpbeard, breath clouding before his face. "A big, steaming pile of it," said Cleggy. I was not happy either. This would be my first full-scale battle, and against superior numbers. Things looked ominous, whatever Veckle's runes might have indicated or not indicated. The warriors to our left were under the command of Steerlog, captain of the long ship Geilfrieder, which meant beast of the crashing sea. A stolid, quiet type, he was brave and reliable. So were his men. I wish I could have said the same of those on our right, who were led by none other than Askir. He had come skulking back to Difflin 2 autumns after his disappearing at Clon MacNoise. There had been no reckoning about what had happened, but Sigtrish made him work hard to regain favour. He never sent us raiding together again, either. The years since had seen a steady increase in tension between the crews. Brawls were the norm when we encountered Asgir's lot, bloodshed too. It was something of a Christ miracle that no one had died, and I decided that we needed to watch our right flank as well as the Muin and me men in front of us. I studied my close companions. Coalbiter didn't care about survival. His self-confessed purpose for being in the world was to kill his enemies. Thorstein was calm too, but then he always was. I had seen him stand and fight 4 men once rather than run, and come out on top. Another occasion also stood out, a storm years before. Brimdior had been climbing waves taller than barns, and then, barely under the control of those at the steering oar, shooting down the other side. Each time, and there had been a score at least, we had been within a hair's breadth of flipping over. I had seen fear in everyone's eyes then, even Veckle's, but not in Thorstein's. I would fight like him, I decided. Play my part. Fight until victory was ours, or defeat overcame us. If I died in the process, I died. Harold and Olif worked their way up and down our positions, declaring that if we hit the enemy hard enough with the first charge, they would break. Break an enemy, Harold declared, and he will run. Running men are easy to kill. "Follow me," he said, "and one day we'll be telling our sons and grandsons about today's victory." They were fine words, fighting words, and they lifted spirits for as long as it took Harold to disappear from sight. Then men stared at the gaps in our line, and those in male mortars opposite, and their courage leached away again. Realizing that the faint-hearted might begin to slope off, abandoning the rest to an inevitable fate, Immer and the other captains strutted the lines. They slapped backs and filled ears with encouraging words, and did it until the tramp of feet, thousands of feet, became audible. An army makes a lot of noise, there's no 2 ways about it. There were horsemen too, curse them. Muin scouts, out ahead of the main body of Brians and Mael's hosts. They were alert too, doing their job. The nearest riders were perhaps 200 paces from the trees, when a great cry went up. The same man who'd given voice pointed straight at us and shouted again. He and his comrades reined in, secure in the knowledge that they were at the extreme limit of arrow range, and took a good look. They also stared at the trees where Mael Morda's warriors were hidden, and more cries of alarm went up. "That's it," said Crimpbeard. "There'll be no cursed ambush today. Just a toe-to-toe contest." Coalbiter's voice was anticipatory. It would be brutal, I thought, and with little chance of victory. Part of me exulted, though. I had always dreamed of standing with comrades in a shield wall, fighting overwhelming odds. I tested my axe blade for the umpteenth time. Finding it pleasingly sharp, I told myself that my oarmates and I were better than any warriors from Muin or me, that they would cut down anyone who came within reach. If Cormac was here, I might even get a crack at him. And if the battle went against us, we would retreat in good order and return to Difflin. It was also possible that I would go to Valhall today. If I did, I decided, I would take plenty of the enemy with me. "Out of the way! Move!" It was Goat Banky and his friends, the archers among us. They walked to the tree line, arrows already knocked, and we cheered. "Quiet, you fools," said Banky. His warning came too late. The Moon scouts saw him and his friends, but clearly thought the chances of being hit were remote, because they didn't budge, just sat on their horses and continued assessing our numbers. Their nonchalance allowed Banky and the rest to get a feel for the wind and the distance. Almost in unison, they bent their bows to full draw, aimed high and loosed. All eyes followed the 6 arrows. Up they went, virtually disappearing into the clouds. Down they came. A pair of horses dropped, kicking, and a rider took a shaft in the shoulder. We cheered like men watching a race when the outsider they have wagered a fortune on comes in first. A single arrow in the second volley hit a target, another rider, but it killed him stone dead. The Moon scouts beat an undignified retreat, leaving 2 wounded horses and a corpse, and their ears ringing with our insults and jeers. Brion and Mail's response didn't take long. Their combined army continued to advance, spreading out as it came. By the time it entered the Gloin, it would fill the flat ground. A great rectangular block of warriors that far outnumbered us and the Lion men. We would break off it, I heard a man say, like waves against a harbour wall. Even if our charge, or that of Mail Mortar's warriors, was successful, he continued, the formation would not split apart. It was too bloody big. I turned. "We do what Harold and Imar said." My voice was loud, hard, determined. "We are braver than those Irish whoresons, better hewers of flesh. We feed the wolves and ravens better too." Those who could hear liked that, but then Imar appeared, face black as thunder. "What?" I asked, my belly tightening. "They are too many," he said quietly. Coldbiter bared his filed teeth. It was a terrifying look, one I had never been tempted to copy. "Run if you want, Imar. I am staying." A few voices joined Coldbiter's, but most men's eyes were on Imar. He was our leader, the one we trusted, the one who would decide for us all. "I gave Sitrish my word, shook his hand. We stay, we fight." Imar's cold stare travelled from warrior to warrior, even to Lalo. "Victory is possible. Hit those sheep-humping Muhan and me men at full tilt, and they will break." Men clattered blades off their shield bosses, rumbled their readiness to fight. "Croak!" From above, the croaking call I knew so well. I glanced upwards, through the leafless branches. It was a solitary raven, floating over the Gloin. It might well have been looking for food, a deer carcass, or a sheep that had strayed from the fold, but naturally, I took its presence to mean that it was Odin's scent. The god was watching, I thought, touching my amulet. He had not abandoned me. He was with us. "Look!" I pointed. "A raven comes." "A sign from Odin," Vekel declared. Imar seized the chance. "Odin!" he shouted, and also pointed. "Odin!" Other men saw, joined in, beat weapons off shields. Hearing the din, Mail Mortar's warriors began yelling their own battle cries. It was an almighty clamour, and it gave me strength, purpose, conviction. Today was similar to when I had won the Holmgang, I decided. I had beaten Bjarn. Our army would defeat Brion's and Mail's. I gave no consideration to the blood price. As the cheering faded, Vekel continued what he had been doing all morning. Standing on the low platform he'd had us make, he cast spells to fill the minds of the Moon and me men with fear and confusion, and to weaken their limbs and weapons. He wove them to make us invulnerable, able to kill our enemies with ease. The spells had many verses, but one stuck in my mind. "The third I know," Vekel chanted. "If I have real need to hold my foes in check, I blunt the blades of my adversaries. Their weapons and staffs cannot bite." Men liked that, so did I. The gods were on our side, Vekel told us, and we believed him. The Moon men and the Me men did not hurry to the fight. There was no need. The scouts came again to look at us. Wary of arrows, they stayed much further away. Small groups broke away and rode off to left and right, their purpose to go around the woodland to the far end of the Gloin. There they would ascertain we had no reinforcements, no surprise other than the one that had already failed. And frustrating though it was, we had to stay put. Charge out from the trees, and the scouts would simply ride away, leaving us on flat ground, exposed to the entire enemy army. Midday was drawing close when the same riders came galloping back to join the scouts at the Gloin's entrance. After a brief conferral, the whole lot withdrew towards the main body of the Moon and Me men. A warrior loped out of the trees opposite, a messenger sent by male Mordor to Harold. The order soon passed down the line. We were to let our foes come as close as possible before attacking. No one was to move until a horn sounded 3 times. We would meet the Lion Men in the middle of the enemy. Chapter 20. The horn blew once. My knuckles bulged on the haft of my bearded axe. Over my shield rim, beyond the trees, all I could see was Moon men and warriors of mead. Thousands of them. They were walking slowly, facing 3 ways towards us, forward and towards the Lion Men. Prepared for our charge, my gaze rose. I could almost see the Valkyrier in the air above. I certainly sensed them. Another horn blast. "Lord of the dead, I will give your ravens food enough," Crimbeard shouted. "Raw meat!" "I will also, Odin," I promised calmly, wondering if my own flesh was part of the offering. The 3rd horn blast came, and the time for thought ended. We surged forward, roaring like madmen. Crimbeard was on one side of me, Thorstein on the other. Cole Biter was there, and Ymir to left and right, and beyond them the rest of Brimgeor's crew and all the Norsemen. From the trees opposite, male Mordor's warriors were running towards the enemy too. My mind was focused. I would kill as many foes as possible. Victory would be ours. If I was to die, I intended to die well. A worthy Intrigue then. Odin or Freya would take me for their own. The Moon men were ready. So were Mael's warriors. They halted and formed a shield wall, a good approximation of a Norse one. A line of overlapping shields, mainly painted in Brian Burava's colours of blue and gold, awaited us. The same, but patterned with Mael's design, faced the Lion Men. We closed to 20 paces. Cold air rushed past my face, my breath sawed in my throat. Colebiter was yelling. Crimbeard had edged in front. He would hit the enemy first. The Moon man I would meet had a simple leather helmet. I readied my axe. 10 paces. 5. The din, shouts, the crashing of shields, screams, was so loud I discerned nothing else. Time lost meaning. My vision narrowed. Killing distance. I saw my opponent's expression change and intuited his move. I dodged behind my shield, and a mighty spear thrust went over my shield and head. I sprang up off my haunches, and with an overhand swing, split helmet and skull in twain with my axe. 1, I counted. The warrior behind made no immediate response as his comrade died, his muscles perhaps frozen by the Valkyria Herfjordor. He screamed when I hewed off his right arm at the shoulder, though. He twisted, still mewling, and spray from the stump crimson misted my vision. I battered him away with my shield boss and shoved onward to the next man. He had seen me coming. Down came his sword, its hammering power smith-worthy. If this strike had connected, my collarbone would have snapped like a twig. Male or no, but the Valkyria mist was with me. I twisted, causing his swing to go a fraction awry. The blade spanged off my helmet, clacking my teeth together, and most of its force spent, bounced off my mail. Double-visioned, I was still close enough not to miss. A short, vicious side chop with my axe almost cut his head from the neck. The face registering complete surprise, it fell sideways, prevented from separating entirely by a few tendrils of sinew. 3, I counted, as blood jetted. I screamed, a wordless cry from the pit of my stomach, and when I went at the next Moon man, he quailed and tried to back away. There was nowhere to go. The press was too great. I snagged my axe beard onto his shield top, ripped down, and as his arm engaged in the straps, pulled him forward. I went in with a headbutt. Nose reduced to mush by helmet steel, eyes pain closed. He did not see my axe. Another chop at the junction of neck and shoulder. Another head all but severed. Another corpse falling to the trampled, frozen grass. 4. A small space yawned in front of me. On the other side was another Moon man, a youth who looked to have pissed his breeks. He made no move at me. I risked a look to the left and right. Thorstein was there, mailed, spattered red, helmet dented, but chopping his opponent into fleshy ruin. The next warrior to face him looked ready to soil himself also. On my other side, Crimpbeard was still in front, and there was an empty semicircle, axe swing in size, before him. I laughed. We would drive Brion's host from the field. The Lion men would see our success and win their own. It wasn't just Odin who was with us, I decided, my spirit soaring. The Valkyrior were here in force, exulting in the chaos, seeding fear in our enemies' hearts, ensuring that their blows were poorly aimed. Vekel had invoked them before the battle, asking for their aid, and it had come. From Herefordshire and Mist, Loch and Svide were here also. Skalmold and Randgrid, Stigerdrifa and the others. Not all their actions would be helpful. They were, after all, the choosers of the slain. Coal-biters down! Thorsten's voice. Not for the first time, I wondered if a divine being had read my mind. I couldn't look, because Pissbreeks had actually found enough courage to charge. I let him drive his spear into my shield, and as he tried to dislodge it, cut off his right arm at the elbow. 5, I thought. His shriek was ear-piercing, and I used the moment to belt my axe and wrench the spear from my shield. I succeeded, but did not have enough time to arm myself again before another Muan man was on me. This one was a veteran, and clad in mail, armed with an axe, Norse style. He did what I had done to the fourth man, and hooked his axe beard to the top of my shield. He pulled, and instead of trying to stop the shield being dragged down, I shoved forward, like a man heaving at the mud-bound wheel of a wagon. Unbalanced, he staggered back. Rather than carve me open at the neck, his axe swing went harmlessly over my left shoulder. It allowed me to bury my sea-axe in his upper thigh, just where his mail ended. It went in nice and deep. He staggered as it came out. Blood gushed, but he was still able to fight. Too close to swing properly, he battered the back of my head with his axe once, twice, thrice. Again I saw stars. Another few blows and I would fall. The will to live took over. I probed forward with my sea-axe again and stabbed and stabbed. The blade grated off bone, and his throat opened in a visceral scream. His right arm flopped over my shoulder, as if he were a drunk needing help to walk, and I stuck him another time for good measure, driving the sea-axe right up into his groin. Warm liquid covered my hand, proof that I had cut the great vessel there. 6 went my count. The veteran's eyes had glazed over. I don't think he knew where he was, dying. I wondered if he had prayed to the White Christ beforehand, asking for his intercession as we had with our gods and the Valkyr. If so, it had done him scant good. Stormcrow! Thorstein, sounding more urgent than I had ever heard. My head twisted. Crimpbeard was staring in astonishment at the spear jutting from his right armpit. Horrified, my eyes followed its shaft. The Muan man wielding it was as big, maybe even bigger than Crimpbeard. Grimacing, he ran it in deeper, and Crimpbeard emitted a horrible groan. He tried to raise his axe, but failed. The spear slid another hand's breadth into his chest, and his strength vanished. Nerveless fingers let go of his axe, and his great shape almost folded in on itself as he went down. An animal roar rose from the Muan men. I barely heard. Anger, white-hot battle rage, had erupted inside me. Sea-axe sheathed, I dragged free my axe. As the enemy swarmed forward like a pack of hungry wolves, I charged back, alone. I knocked the first warrior down with my shield and smashed another's chest. 7. A spear rammed into my right shoulder, but the mail didn't give, and heaving myself sideways and off its point, I somehow back-chopped up into its wielder's face. The axe sheared his nose in half and ruptured an eye, juddering to a halt in his brow bone. Howling, he fell away, and I leaped into the gap, thinking, 8. Nothing would stop me. No one would stop me. I was going to kill them all, for Crimpbeard. I must have slain 3 more Muan men before, chest heaving, no foeman immediately in front, I felt a hand seize my left shoulder. I spun, axe coming up, and found myself eyeball to eyeball with Thorstein. He rapped his axe haft hard off my helmet. Finn! Sense returned. I focused. What? He jumped past, met a jabbed spear with his shield, and killed its wielder with a casual axe cut. The Muan men hesitated, and Thorstein cried, Our attack has failed. We need to retreat. Crimpbeard would not want you to die in vain. Again his haft clattered me. Come on! I wanted to keep fighting, but the battle rage was slipping away like frost in the morning sun. Suddenly aware that nothing separated Thorstein and me from 100 Muan men but a few corpses, and the momentary fear my battle insanity had birthed in their hearts, I let him lead me backwards. We moved slowly, without turning our backs, and still numbed by the violence we had inflicted, they merely watched. We soon rejoined the rest of the Norsemen, who were making a fighting retreat. I glanced about, trying to recognize shields or faces. I saw Hrafn, Banki, and a few others, but there were many missing.
Coalbiter, I asked. Dead. Immer.
Haven't seen him. Thorstein raised his shield, and an arrow tonked off it, spinning away to the right.
What happened to you? Eh?
If I had to wager, I'd say you turned berserker like Coalbiter. An arrow hissed in, and I lifted my shield. It punched through the limewood, and I had to snap the shaft to get it out.
Maybe, I said.
I hadn't had time to think, and whatever it was had gone.
You were like a man possessed.
It was because of Crimpbeard. My voice was thick.
Aye, said Thorstein, sadly.
We kept moving. The situation was the same or worse all along what had been our line. There were Asgeir and his warriors, also pulling back. I spied Steerlog's shield, white with a black raven, so he was still alive. Harold was dead, but Olif and Artelak were unhurt. Out on the battleground, the Lion men had also retreated. There were far more Norse and Lion dead than Muhan or me men. That didn't mean Brian and Mael's casualties were light, far from it. Their warriors had been given a real bloody nose. Rather than give pursuit, they just dragged away their wounded and regripped. In the shelter of the trees we found Immer. He was bleeding badly from a leg wound, but his fire wasn't gone. Even as Vekkel, who had stayed behind with Lalo, dressed his injury, Immer was declaring that we had to charge again.
Why? I demanded.
Battle rage gone. I could see we were between a rock and a hard place.
They didn't break the first time, Thorstein added.
Look at them, Immer spat. Do they look like an army that wants to win? They look like an army that has held its ground and seen off an attack, I said.
Are you afraid, Stormcrow? He taunted.
I squared up to him.
Ask that of the Muhan men who died after Crimpbeard fell.
Vekkel shoved in, and with a hand on each of our chests, pushed us back.
Brion and Mael have surely won if you start fighting each other.
And Crimpbeard will have died for nothing. Immer's face changed.
Crimpbeard.
He's gone. And Coalbiter, I said.
And the guts of a score more,
added Thorstein harshly. Immer shook his head, clearing his mind.
That many?
It's the same everywhere, said Vekkel. See for yourself. In the end, we did make a second charge, in the main because the Lion men made to do so first. Norsemen are proud, and it seemed cowardly to let them fight alone. I wanted to avenge Crimpbeard, and others did too. Giant not just in frame, he had been one of the most popular crew members. The attack also went badly, and sooner than the first. The battle rage didn't appear again. Banki fell, and another half-dozen from Brimdior. I was injured in my left, my shield arm. It was a flesh wound only, but I could no longer defend myself, or at least do so well. When Immer, now nursing a cut to his face, said that we were done, no one argued. The Muhan men had had their noses bloodied enough not to come after us into the trees, but they had given no ground either. One way or another, either through and over us, Vekkel said, or with us watching, they were going to march on Dyflin and Mael Morda's stronghold. Asgeir had already gone, of course, sloping away instead of joining the second attack. We heard this from Olif, who didn't argue with Immer's statement that it was time to retreat. The battle had gone badly with him also. Perhaps half of Sigtrish's household warriors remained. Artelak protested. He wanted to try and ambush the enemy in a different place, closer to Dyflin.
No, it's over, Olif said.
Father will be furious.
Olif scowled. Aye, well, he wasn't here, was he? So Brian Berevna and Mael Sheknel are just going to walk into our town and do what they want?
That's right. And anyone with a titter of wit won't try to stop them. Artelak genuinely looked as if he might attack Olif, but he never got the chance, because Lalo said,
The Muhan men are charging again.
They were too, the bastards, a great section of their line, loping towards us with horrible intentness. Someone had lit a fire in their bellies. Even if we stood and fought, they easily outnumbered us 4-1. There were also archers at the back, and they were loosing already, high over their comrades' heads.
We go, now, said Immer.
I could hear Artelak still protesting to Olif as we began to run. No, I'm staying. I glanced back. Most of Sigtrish's warriors were retreating. Only Artelak, Olif, and a handful of others, the most loyal, remained. One went down, an arrow in his leg, and the Muhan men whooped. "Let's help," said Vekel, but I was already turning. Shoving away the pain of my arm wound, telling myself that I could still fight, I joined the brothers. Vekel came too, which surprised me. So did Lalo, which didn't. "Lord," I said to Artelac, "this is not wise. We should retreat." "No. At least one of Zigtrish's son has courage." A savage oath from Olif. "You're a fool, Artelac. The battle has been lost. Run, then." "Your brother is right, Lord," I said. "I am staying." He went to put on his helmet, which he had taken off to wipe his brow. "Forgive me," I said, and smacked him on the back of the head with my axe. His eyes rolled up to the whites, and I caught him as he fell. Olif gaped, and I said, "Are you going to help me, or just stand there?" "Take him, Lord," said one of the household warriors. "We'll hold the Muhan men." Olif gave him a tight, grateful nod. We each hooked an arm under one of Artelac's, and with his legs dragging, half walked, half ran east towards Difflin. Arrows smacked into the earth around us, but they were speculative shots. As long as Zigtrish's household warriors stood firm for a time, I decided, we would get away. "You better not have cracked his skull, Stormcrow," said Olaf. If it wasn't for me, he'd be dead already, I wanted to say, but instead I muttered something trite about Artelac being a tough lad. More shafts came down. I could see Immer and the rest up ahead, though, and my heart lifted. Brian Baravna's army might be coming to Difflin, but we could get away in Brimdir. I didn't know where we would go. It didn't really matter. "Finn," it was Vekel. "What?" "The boy has been hit." Olaf heard too. We gently lowered Artelac and stared in dismay at the arrow jutting from his thigh. It had been a freakish shot, I thought, and hit him completely by chance. It was bad, too. His breeks were already soaked with blood. "Can you remove it, Vitki?" demanded Olaf, "or work some Sedar to save him?" "Maybe, but I need time." "We don't have any of that," I snapped. "Most of the warriors who stayed have fallen." "Lord," Vekel asked. Olaf hesitated, then looked again whence we had come. "Do it later. Otherwise we're all dead men." He stooped towards Artelac again. I did the same, telling myself the boy would be all right. Relieved that the enemy had given up their pursuit, we decided to spend the night in a barn. The short day meant there was no possibility of reaching Difflin in one march. 29 of Brimdior's crew remained, many wounded. With no food, we huddled together in the straw, glad just to be out of the freezing night. We weren't alone. Steerlog and the remnants of his crew were in possession of the other half of the barn. Artelac was still alive. As soon as we'd arrived, Vekel set to work. First he had chanted and danced and waved his staff over the boy. No one dared ask what he was doing, what spirits he called on. This done, he had set to work on the barbed arrowhead, removing it with a great deal of difficulty and even more blood. The flow had been staunched with cautery, an iron heated in a smouldering fire. I had not been alone in gagging at the burning smell as Vekel worked the long metal probe deep into the meat of Artelac's thigh. Finishing, strapping up the wound with lengths of fabric from a ripped-up tunic, he told Olaf that the boy had a slim chance of survival. Even if he did, infection could set in. Amputation would then be necessary, which came with its own risks. Olaf's expression, switching between rage and grief, suggested he would have struck anyone bearing such news, but even a king's son thought twice before attacking a Vitki. Artelac was stiff and cold the following morning. No one was surprised. Sedar was unpredictable, and the blood loss had been significant. Olaf was composed, but it was clear it had hit him hard. I was sad. The boy had been likeable, but I was also glad it wasn't me. My Ormate's expressions suggested they felt the same way. "Father will take this hard," said Olaf. "Harold and Artelac both dead." "We had best move," said Immer. "Else he will only find out that we lost when that whoresome Brian marches into Difflin." Olaf nodded. "We carry him home. He should have a proper funeral." A pang of grief hit me. Crimpbeard, Coalbiter, Banky and the rest of the slain were lying in the open, left on the battlefield. There would be no earthly interment with their weapons. Instead, the flesh would be picked from their bones by the wolves, ravens, and other carrion birds. It was a harsh fate, but one I could do nothing about. I sought out Immer on the march. "What's your plan?" "Getting back to Difflin alive." "Assuming we do that." "The gods know what Brian and Mael will do, but it won't be pleasant. Brian might not know that we raided Clon MacNoise a few years ago, for example, but he'll suspect everyone from the longships. He will. Britain, then? Perhaps, aye. We might come away with a lot of silver. Everyone knew that the English king, Ethelred, paid tribute to Danish raiders, chief among them Svein Forkbeard and Olaf Tryggvason of Nordvegr. This was Norse for Lachlan. Even though Olaf had recently made peace with Ethelred and Svein had his own troubles at home, some raiding continued. That is my hope. We are short of crew. It hurt to think about it. So many would never pull an oar in Brimdior again. Immer was all business. There'll be a few at Linduakil, maybe. And if not, on Man. There are always men there with too much time on their hands. I spent the long, cold walk back to Difflin, imagining raiding settlements in Bretland and England. Chapter 21. We fled Difflin before the victorious moon and me-men arrived on the first day of the year that the Christ worshippers called 1000. With Steerlog's Gilfrider alongside, Immer aimed Brindior's prow north. Sea Stallion and the other long ships had scattered to the four winds. Sigtrish was on board our vessel. He was prickly and difficult to deal with, true, but he was open-handed with silver, especially when his life was in danger. As Immer said, and everyone agreed, only a fool looked a gift horse in the mouth. The riches offered by Sigtrish, silver, hack-silver, Christ chalices, gold, were worth 100 horses, and fine ones at that. It made sense to take him and his family as paying guests on Brimdior. The remnants of his household filled the shortage in the crew nicely. I avoided them and Sigtrish both, as much as was possible on a long, narrow ship. It was plain that the king had not forgiven my outspokenness before Clown Moima. And even though Olaf had told him I had tried to save Artelac, Sigtrish blamed me for his death. By his looks, he felt the same way about Vekal, who had removed the arrow, but didn't dare say it. The king's warriors picked up on his anger towards me, cowed like beaten dogs by the defeat, however, and the fact that I was friends with the Vitki. They did not offer any violence. Gorumla alone seemed to believe my story. She smiled if I ever caught her eye. We stopped at Linduakil, but could not linger. It was too close to Difflin, and that was without considering Mael Sheknal, Brian's ally. There was a brief reunion with Ashild, still with Diarmid, and now the mother of a sturdy little boy. I gifted enough silver to widen her eyes, kissed her, and ignored her warnings about the life I led, and the sure path to damnation I was taking. The White Christ has no power over me. I am one of Odin's chosen warriors, I declared, and believed it. Gloin Moma had seen to that. She sighed and crossed herself, and said she would pray for my soul. When Vekal asked if she would do the same for his, and pinched her arse as he did so, she slapped him. Laughing, he blew her a kiss and said he had laid protective spells on the house, the farm, and all of her family. Ashild's protests at this were at best half-hearted. Despite her outward piety, she had not given up on all the old ways, which pleased me. On up the coast we took the long ships, braving gales, heavy seas, and relentless rain. It seemed even the elements were against us. Men would usually have asked Vekal to read the future or cast spells, but not now. I wondered if it was because he had been wrong about winning the battle at Gloin Moma, and whether they still believed in him. I did, because I knew that he had lied to keep up morale. Sigtrish hoped to find refuge with the Dal Fiatak clan, rulers of the Ula, the largest population in the kingdom of the same name. He was sorely disappointed. King Yoki MacArdle allowed us just 2 days to procure supplies and water. A strong force of warriors guarded the harbour to ensure a prompt departure. We found no safe haven either at Ulfrexfjord, a small Norse settlement perched on the northeast coast of Yoki's kingdom. Its ruler, Snorri, was full of what seemed genuine apologies. Yoki had eyes and ears everywhere, he said, and if word carried that he had welcomed Sigtrish, there would be serious consequences. More winter storms awaited as Brindiar and Gylfrider battled around Ariu's northern shores. Steerlog lost 3 men overboard, but not a single warrior of our crew drowned. Rand did not take us to the bottom either, or Thor. Whether it was thanks to the many offerings we threw overboard for both deities, Carly's incredible skill, or both, I was not sure, and did not care to try and decide. Pulling into the bay close to the main settlement of the Canal Noan, rulers of a small kingdom west of Ula, I had never been gladder to be in calm water. For once I wasn't alone. Even Carley, stoic to the last, declared his relief. King A of the Canal known wasn't on particularly good terms with Yockey, which had given us hope that he might prove more friendly. But it was not to be. Once again, Immer and Steerlog were allowed to replenish food, water, rope, sailcloth and such like, and then we had to leave. If Sigtrish's mood had been black when forced out of Difflin, it plumbed new depths on that second voyage. I felt some sympathy. Between his fury at being deposed by Brion, his grief at losing a brother and son, his failure to find refuge in Eriu, and his seasickness, he had no sea legs, the man was entitled to feel out of sorts. His mood improved at Man, a large island close to the English coast. It belonged to the King of Difflin. Man's Norse inhabitants had no intention of swearing allegiance to Brion Biravna, but they wouldn't kiss Sigtrish's arse either. Secure in their own fastness, they only paid lip service to him, but they offered a friendlier reception than anywhere thus far on our voyage. Sigtrish decamped to a hall kept for his visits. Immer and Steerlog bargained with a local jarl, who offered us a ramshackle longhouse on the settlement's outskirts. It meant I did not have to be around the king, which was good. Things between us had not improved. Man provided a welcome base for several months. It was also the first time anyone had had to grieve the comrades who had fallen against the Muin men. We did that in style over many nights, toasting Crimpbeard, Coalbiter, and Banky, also remembering Ulf, even as we drank ourselves under the table. Immer was busy from the outset, recruiting warriors. It ought to have been hard. News had come of the slaughter at Clown Moma and Sigtrish's expulsion from Difflin. Fortunately, Brimdior had a reputation. Immer had plenty of silver too, not just his own, saved over years, but recent payment from Sigtrish. The promise of raiding in a renowned longship is attractive, but few things persuade a man to take service like hack-silver in his palm. Valley the Strong was the first. A smith like myself, barrel-chested and with tree-trunk-thick arms, he wore no fewer than 3 hand-axes in his belt. When Immer asked why, he whipped out one and flung it through the air. The axe was still quivering in the mast when a second joined it, followed by the third. All were stuck deep in the wood in an area not much bigger than a shield boss. Immer didn't often look impressed, but he was by Valley, who had also been on plenty of raids. "If you ever have the need," he announced, "I can geld a man, and he won't bleed to death neither." "An odd skill to possess," Vekel commented. "Is it something you practice on your enemies?" Chuckling, Valley wagged a finger at Vekel, whom he didn't seem the slightest bit afraid of. "A funny man, and a Vicky." Vekel ignored him, which I knew meant that he had been discomfited. "No, that's not why I do it," Valley went on. "It's on account of my wife, see. Hlif Horsegelder, she's called. Learned it from her." "A woman who cuts horses' balls off," said Thorstein, grinning. "She sounds formidable." A vigorous nod from Valley. "She is that, and beautiful with it." "You wouldn't want to tumble a shapely thrall with such a wife. Is that why you want to join Brimdior? Out of sight, out of mind, eh?" Vekel poked his forefinger in and out of a ring made by the thumb and forefinger of the other hand. We laughed. Valley took it in good spirit. "A man likes to get away is all. I miss the sea." He stomped the deck. "I miss this." I understood that. So did Immer, and they shook hands. After Valley came 2 brothers, Thormod the Tough and Hrolf Redbeard. Confusingly, both had red beards as well as hair, and Hrolf was quick to assert that despite their names, he was the tougher of the pair. What was clearly an oft-repeated argument began, but they shut their mouths when Immer told them to. They were also experienced raiders. Another was a cocky, beardless youth by the name of Carr, who swaggered up to Immer by the prow, the spot he liked to interrogate potential crewmen. Carr proudly announced that he was Mercy's son. Immer gave him a blank look. We all did. Nonplussed, Carr explained that Mercy's skill with an axe had been famed throughout Man for years. "That is all fine and good," Immer replied, "but can you wield one?" Carr bridled that his youth counted against him, but did not protest when Immer suggested he and I have a bout. With leather covers on the axe blades and the entire crew watching, we went at each other on the deck. To my surprise, Carr was indeed proficient, and it took considerable effort not to be hurt. Immer saw too, and swiftly ordered a halt. "You'll do," he said to Carr. "What about your father? We would have space for him too." A sad smile. "A fever took him during the winter." "Family?" "Mother is dead. and my sisters are married off." Immer nodded. "Understandable why you're looking to leave." I understood too. Carr's story felt similar to my own. With time on my hands, I often thought of Darvoil, who had been an exciting bed companion, but also sharp-witted. There had been no space on Brimdior, so I had left her in Difflin. Imma's shock that I had freed her at the same time was memorable. She was pretty, young too, with most of her teeth, no children either. You'd have made your money back on her at least. I hadn't bothered to explain. Until Vekel had liberated Lalo, I felt similarly about thralls. They were possessions, like cattle and sheep, but years spent in Lalo's company, eating, sleeping, and fighting beside him, had changed my opinion. True, his skin was black where mine was white, and his hair curled tight against his head, while mine fell to my shoulders. But there the major differences ended. His blood was red in colour, his piss and mine were yellow, and his shit stank too. He was a man, like me, who had been born free and only enslaved through ill fortune. Darvoil's story was a little different. She had been captured in a Norse raid as a small girl. Immer would have said I was going soft, but he was wrong. Lalo and Darvoil were special cases. I would still take thralls on raids, because they were currency, and sometimes when silver and other treasures were in short supply, thralls were the only currency. Thoughts of Darvoil made my groin tighten, and more than once I considered buying a female thrall. I had seen several still attractive ones in the marketplace. With regret, I had decided it would be a waste of hard-earned silver. We might not be here much longer. Word had come fresh from Difflin. If it was to be believed, Brion Boravna wanted to sit down and talk with Sigtrish man to man. It sounded too good to be true. Sigtrish was no slack-jawed nithing to believe the story at first hearing. That very morning, Steerlog had gone off to find out what was what. One thing was certain in my mind. If the story proved accurate, Sigtrish would jump back to Difflin quicker than a flea onto a dog. His return made a bizarre kind of sense. Brian had no interest in ruling the town. He wanted hostages and silver, and an oath not to cause trouble again, and he'd be happy enough for Sigtrish to reinstall himself in his great hall. The 5th month of the year arrived, and Brimdior was back in the Black Pool. After the manner of our last departure, it was strange to be here. Just one other longship was at anchor, Steerlog's Galefrieder. Evidence that Sigtrish's position was still weak. I did not like that, or being in Difflin. Things had changed. Sigtrish was king again, in name anyway, but Brian Boravna was the master now, and Sigtrish danced to his tune. Whether he would mastermind raids all over Aereo and get fat on profits from the town's bustling slave market remained to be seen. Immer was content to wait and see. He spoke to no one of his intentions, always his tendency. Restless, I hoped that the time spent on Man had awakened in him a desire to take Brimdior elsewhere. We had returned fresh after the withdrawal of Brian Boravna and his army. The king of Muin had gone after accepting Sigtrish's word, sent by messenger, that he would faithfully serve Brian from this moment forward. This, Vekel and I agreed, had been done to allow Sigtrish and his household to re-enter the town with some pride and thus avoid further humiliation. I had looked for Darvoil, but she was nowhere to be found. It gladdened my heart. According to the innkeeper where we had stayed, she had set out for Ulla. I hoped she had found her family. Brian had not gone far from the town because the treaty went further than hostages from Difflin and oaths of loyalty. Sigtrish was to marry one of Brian's daughters, and Brian would take Sigtrish's mother, Gorumla, as his wife. The joint ceremony was to take place the very next day, strengthening the peace. I was in an odd mood, resenting being here while looking forward to the morrow's festivities. I didn't want to leave the company of my shipmates, yet I had little desire to drink myself senseless, the intention of most. Vekel and Thorstein had vanished together, as they sometimes did. Their disappearances, indeed their entire relationship, was ignored by Immer and the rest of our shipmates. Their reasoning was simple, I had decided. What wasn't spoken of wasn't happening. I had given it some thought. Since forming a relationship with Thorstein, Vekel was the happiest I had ever seen him. That made it straightforward enough to accept them as a couple. Presumably the two lay together, yet Thorstein's belly had never swelled. Vekel had to be the reason why. Thanks to the herbs I'd bought on his advice, Darvoil had never got with child either. Good luck to him and Thorstein both, I thought. A purpose for the afternoon appeared. I would buy Vekel a gift, simply because he was my dearest friend. What it would be, I had no idea, yet. Deciding that there was enough in my purse, and no need to visit my personal hoard, buried in a field a short distance north of Difflin, I got ready. Clean tunic donned, hair combed and seax in my belt, I clambered off Bryndior. It wasn't far to the gate in the wall, where the sentry's greetings were friendly. Our role in Sig Trish's escape had not been forgotten. The open space before the king's great hall bustled. Preparations for the royal weddings were in full swing. Once was a warrior, was in his element, pointing and gesturing, shouting at a slow-moving thrall, ordering benches carried inside before a party of musicians were allowed to enter. Ribby mongrels hung around a butcher's cart laden down with sides of beef. Chickens had escaped from a broken wicker cage and were running about, getting under people's feet. A couple of young lads were in pursuit, but they were laughing so hard I doubted the hapless birds would ever be caught. I picked a way through, remembering the Holm gang I had fought here years before. Many would have said Bjorn's slip and fall was ill fortune. I had always put it down to an intervention by Odin himself. Inexperienced and callow, there was no other way I could have won that fight. I thought of the beach at Linduackle then, and the beady-eyed raven, and the skull-cloven corpse, and the God-given sword. News came of the last now and again, stories of male Isheknal's son wielding it in battle, and of men swearing allegiance to me on its silver hilt. The knowledge pricked, galled, like an ill-fitting saddle girth, a bitter reminder of my still unavenged father. Nor was there ever any mention of the blade's rightful owner, me. It would be mine again one day, I swore to myself. There would be a reckoning with Cormac, in blood. I would offer his life to Odin, as I had Bjorn's, and every life I took with it thereafter. Need a guide? The question came in Giokgok, its utterer, a filthy garmented barefooted boy of about 10 years. He was blocking my path, the gouger. I know Difflin well enough. Do you? He had the cockiness of the young and the stupid. Where's the best ale sold? The thatch. This was our favourite haunt. His turn to snort. Every Egypt knows it's the Brazen Head. Watch who you call an idiot, I warned. The truth was, I'd heard the same, but that inn was on the western edge of the town, a long walk when sober, worst when ale-sized. This was the principal reason I'd never crossed its threshold. It's not drink you want anyway, he declared. This was perceptive. How can you be sure? On your own, aren't you? A lascivious wink, bizarre from such a youngster. Want a tumble? There's a place full of pretty young ones close to here. I do not. Nonetheless, I felt a pang of nostalgia for Darvoil. Is it a man you fancy? A boy? No. I had never had those kind of feelings for Vekel or any man. You're looking to buy something then? I strode off in the direction of the closest shops. He kept pace, delivering an amusing running commentary on what I might want. Shoes, boots, a belt, a tunic, breeks, for mine were in poor repair, he opined, a knife, an axe or spear, a sword. I made no answer, but my silence added fuel to his fire. A shield, a helmet, armour. Despite myself, I was amused. His suggestions were shortening the list of possible gifts for Vekel. Inspiration hit, yet I could not remember ever seeing a silverworker's shop in Difflin. Searching, I continued down the street and into another and another. I had no luck. Locals would have known, but I was not going to ask for directions, because that would give the boy the upper hand. I was acting like my 10-year-old self, I realised, arguing and tussling with Vekel. I gave in. I'm looking for a silversmith. Hands on hips, as Ashel did when she was proven right, the boy said, I was starting to think you'd never ask. You hadn't guessed right either, I countered, smiling. True. One word, so solemn, his hand came out. There's nothing free in this life, as my uncle says. You'll get paid if the shop is something I like. I stared him down. At length, with an exaggerated sigh, he led me down the next alley to the left, coming to a triumphant halt outside a nondescript house. Here. It was this close? A sly look. Not my fault if you don't know Difflin as well as you claim. I chuckled, and knocking on the open door, entered. Cloth-covered tables spanned the width of the building, separating it into unequal parts. A small quantity of silverwork was on display. Brooches, rings, simple necklaces with glass pendants, and one engraved arm ring. It was prudent. A nimble-footed thief could be in and out in the blink of an eye. Other things were for sale. A polished oak taffel board with antler and stone pieces. A lovely wooden panpipe, goose-bone flutes, drilled pig bones on twisted cords.
If the premise's owner made these as well, he was talented indeed, I decided. The chances of finding a gift for Veckle seemed good.
"Well met, sir."
A portly, red-cheeked man in a leather apron stood, laying a slender hammer on his workbench. I spied a small anvil, clippers, pincers, punches, and sheets and lengths of silver.
"Are you after anything in particular?"
he asked in Norse. "Just looking," I said, studying the arm ring. A solid tube, it bore a striking design of hundreds of little triangles, each studded with one or more pellets. The style was familiar. Immer had one, and Thorstein. "That'll cost plenty." My guide had come in, uninvited. I didn't want him hovering, so Pouch fumbled and produced a piece of hack silver worth a day's labour. His eyes widened, and I said, wagging a finger, "This, but you will take me wherever I ask for the rest of the afternoon." A quick nod. I dropped the silver back into my purse and drew tight the string. Later. He managed to strangle most of the protest that came bubbling up his throat. "Wait outside." An indignant whisper. "Without me, you might get cheated." "I'll manage." With many a backward glance, he slunk out the door.
"Appointed himself your guide, eh?"
"Something like that."
"He's all right."
"You know him?"
"Aye. Orm, his name is. An orphan. Lives with his uncle, a smith, who works him like a dog."
It explained the boy's keenness to earn his own money, I thought. The silversmith's fingertips caressed the arm ring.
"You like it?"
"I do," I replied, quickly adding, "but I'm not here for myself."
"A gift for a lady?"
"Not that either. Show me your other merchandise." He moved to a strong box at the back of the room. Pulling a thong-hung key from under his tunic, he opened an impressive barrel padlock, the like of which I had rarely seen, and lifted the lid. He returned with a thick bundle of wool. A swift, practised motion saw it unrolled, revealing a wealth of finger rings, arm rings, 6 stunning but unfamiliar little seashells, and a beautifully carved pair of dice. "These are not silver," I said of the last.
"They have been shaped from the tusk of a Hrosvalar."
My memory tickled. A lifetime before, in Lindu Akel, Egil the Fat had a whole tusk. "A what?" A feminine voice speaking Norse, but with an Irish accent. Chapter 22. The silversmith bowed in welcome.
"Hrosvalar, lady."
"That is a strange-sounding name," she said in Irish. She was shorter than I, young, red-haired, and disconcertingly seemed very aware of how attractive I found her. She was confident too, and uncaring of the disapproving face on the middle-aged woman behind her. A servant, I decided. "It means horse whale," I said. "They are like seals, but much larger, and dangerous with it." "Where are they found?" "Groenland." Interest in her green eyes. "Have you been there?" To lie would have impressed, but I had always been bad at it. "No," sadly. "They say it is even colder and more inhospitable than Iceland." "I have heard that," I replied, amazed by her knowledge. A tisk. She had seen my surprise. "It is not just you Norsemen who voyage far across the seas. St. Brendan sailed to Iceland hundreds of years before any of your race. That is common knowledge." It had escaped me. I coloured, and noticing the smith's amusement at my embarrassment, felt irritated as well. She was sharp as a pin. "I meant no insult." "None taken," I said, forgiveness coming easily. Smelling business, the silversmith interjected in serviceable Irish.
"How may I be of assistance, lady?"
"Do you fashion brooches?"
"But of course."
From under the table came another woolen bundle. Its contents, numerous pairs of intricately engraved brooches, soon had the young woman and her servant oohing and eyeing. My attention now strayed more towards the lady than the items I'd been looking at before.
"You like those dice, young sir?"
The silversmith, an old hand, brought me back to the matter at hand.
"I will give you a good price."
"Another time," I replied in Irish, so the young woman could understand. I picked up one of the little shells, mesmerised by its smoothness and the dappling of spots on the top. The only shells I was used to were razor shells, whelks, and mussels. "Where is this from?"
"Have you heard of Jorsalaland?"
The place name sounded bizarre in Irish. "Naturally," I said, grateful I had listened to Immer's tales. The young woman's head turned. She was listening, which pleased me. "Its capital is Jocelyn."
the Christ worshippers' holy city. Both lie a long way south of Micklegard. A grave inclination of his head. And further south still is a narrow sea controlled by the Arabu. I am told the shells come from there. The local people use them as currency, as we do with silver. How much for the 6? His price was eye-watering. I laughed and made to leave. His next breath halved it. I offered him a 7th of his original demand, and we settled on a 5th. I would have paid more, said the young lady. The silversmith was scandalized. Why did you not speak, lady? I did not want to seem rude. A glance at me. Are the shells for your wife? I am not married. Your woman, then? A fine warrior like you must have one. I like this even more. No, the shells are for my friend, Vakil. He is a Vitki, a druid. A little fear came into her eyes. It is as well I stayed silent. It would be ill-advised to get on the wrong side of a druid. The shells are yours, if you wish, I said, thinking I can get Vakil something else. No. She folded my fingers around them and gave a light squeeze. Very well. I bent my head in respect, and to calm myself, for her touch made my head spin a little. To my relief, she went back to examining the brooches. I accepted a wrap of cloth so the shells did not get chipped in my purse. Secreting them away, I thanked the silversmith. Calmer, my pulse returned to normal. This was the moment to speak again with the young woman, but my mind was empty as an upturned bucket. I knew well why. Darvoil aside, and she had been a thrall, I was unused to speaking with attractive women. She gave me a half glance, and I seized the opportunity. Find any brooches you like? It was a weak first attempt. I am not sure. Any of them would look good on you. All I could think of, this sounded even worse. The servant's scowl would have curdled milk, but her cheeks dimpled. I wanted to continue the conversation, awkward as I found it, but hearing loud voices outside, among them Valley, Hrolf, and Thormord, I decided to go while the going was good. We would probably never meet again, she being a visitor to the town, and I did not want the young lady's last impression of me to come courtesy of lewd suggestions by my crewmates. With a polite nod at her, ignoring her servant, I exited the premises without Valley and the others noticing. I let them go on down the street. Although I had not bought the arm ring, I was in a mood to buy something for myself, and that would not happen in their company. Friends of yours? The boy was lolling against the shop front. Yes. See? I knew you weren't in any shape for drink. I grunted. You like that girl. I could tell the tone of your voice. Is that right? I retorted, again surprised by his perception. She wasn't from round here. Where is her accent from? I couldn't tell. Austria, maybe? Or Moon? It was ridiculous to feel disappointed, I told myself. A chance meeting like that would never amount to anything. Even so, the memory of our encounter stayed with me. Well, it is time. It was the following day when two kings were to wed, and Immer had dressed to impress. Beard oiled, in his finest tunic, he was wearing every last one of his arm rings. He had even had his thrall wash his baggy, colourful trousers. We best not be late, else all the beer will have been drunk. The crew, gathered in the inn where Immer stayed, laughed. No one cared about attending the marriage itself, held in the largest of Difflin's Christ churches, but every man on Brimdior intended to take up the invitation to the feast afterwards. It was typical that Vakil wanted to see the brides, especially Brien's daughter Slania. Old to be wed, she was 16, and if the stories were true, a beauty. I had no interest in the girl. The daughter of a king, she was from a different world to mine, and would be all airs and graces. If I ever found someone, I decided, she would be like the spirited young women in the silversmiths. I did not glimpse Sigtrish, Brion, Gorumla, or Slania when we reached the great hall. The place was packed to bursting point, with tables and benches set up outside, and the day warm and bright. We did not even try to enter. The throng was in part household warriors and thralls, but there were hundreds of guests and well-wishers too. They had arrived from Difflin and Moon, Lion, Osria, and me. Thankfully, male Sheknel had not come, nor his son Cormac. The king of Connachta had sent one of his sons, however, and the Ula, wary of Brian and Sigtrish's new alliance, had sent a party of high-ranking nobles. There were jarls from Man too, full of smiles and health toasts. Practised at keeping their feet close to the fire, Ivar of Vedrafjord was present.
barely able to conceal his resentment, but he had always been stiff-backed. Emissaries from Limerick and Dunkirk were here, a show of respect to Brion, the largest fish in their pond. Last but not least, I spied Snorri of Ulfrexfjord, forgiven by Sigtrich, or so he said. Once was a warrior, who had also escaped on Brimdior, greeted us like old friends. Apologising for the lack of room inside the hall, he had tables brought out, and importantly, 2 large barrels of beer. We set to with a will, toasting Sigtrich and Slanya, Brion and Garumla, and once was a warrior too. Pleased, he sat himself down and had a tankard with us. The wedding had gone reasonably well, he said, celebrated by 2 bishops and the thin-lipped priest. Only reasonably, I inquired. A jarl from Ulla puked on the floor. Too much ale. It was during the sermon, luckily, and he was near the back. I don't think Sigtrich or Brion saw. Someone will tell them, said Thorstein. No doubt, I said. Another reason for Sigtrich to hold his grudge against the Ulla. Here's to the king's health, anyway, said once a warrior. May he get Slanya with child soon. We raised our beers and drank. Judy's calling. Once was a warrior, then took his leave. Better get used to such toasts, for the king will be our master should we stay. Him and Brion. Immer's eyes roved, gauging reactions. I am for greener pastures, said Thorstein, never afraid to speak his mind. Lalo nodded. His feet were always itchy. Veckel cupped his chin in one hand. He was watching too. It will be politics and nothing else from now on, that is certain, I said. Brion is the most powerful man in Eriu, and no one can deny it. I for one have no wish to be his man, any more than I have been Sigtrich's. There will be raiding, but only to Ulla. That is my prediction, said Veckel. Its kings have still not bent the knee to Brion, and Sigtrich will want revenge after the way they treated him. Grunts, mutters. The coast of Ulla was prone to storms, and its people did not roll over the way soft-handed monks from Clonmacnoise did, say. Immer sucked foam from his moustache, and continued to hold his own counsel. It was impossible to tell which way he would lean. If he stayed, I was not sure I could. Relations with Sigtrich had been strained before Glaun Moma, and had worsened after Artelak's unfortunate death. Our spell on man had seen no improvement, sitting on his hands. Sigtrich had had time to brood, and not just on how he had been deposed. Despite my trying to avoid him on the voyage back to Difflin, his stares had been murderous. To remain, I decided, would eventually see me bleeding out in an alley some dark night, or floating face down in the black pool. When I left, I would not be alone. Thorstein had already spoken his mind, and Veckel would not linger if both I and his lover were leaving. That meant Lalo would also come. I studied my comrades. The majority of the newcomers would probably stay, among them Valley, Thormwood, Hrolf and Carr, but some of the original crew might be persuaded. If so, well and good, I decided. If not, we would go anyway. Nars carrying merchant goods often crossed the sea to Britain and Man during the spring and summer, and we had the silver to find passage. I thought of my father, and decided that staying or leaving made no real difference to the chances of retribution for his murder, or regaining possession of the Odin-sent sword. My one chance at Dun na Sci had been squandered. To go there again on my own, or even with my friends, would see me dead rather than Cormac. My father would not have wanted me to die avenging him, I told myself. It was some solace. So was the heartfelt hope that when I returned to Eriu, Odin might grant another opportunity, not just to kill Cormac, but to claim the sword again. I would not waste it. Mood brighter at the thought of seeing new lands, determined that Sigtrich would cause me no problems before my departure, I decided to join in properly with the festivities. Some time later, much the worse for wear, I wandered away from my friends. Not wishing to piss in the open like everyone else, I was drunk, but not a complete savage. I wandered down the side of the great hall, leaning against the wall every so often until my head cleared. When I was far enough from the crowds, I undid my breeks and let my relieved bladder empty itself. I had just finished when my attention was caught by voices to my left, towards the back of the building. My head turned. A figure stood perhaps 30 paces away, tall and broad-shouldered, with his back to me. "You're pretty. Give us a kiss." He spoke Norse. "Have you any idea who I am?" A woman, her Norse accented. She was in front of him, and smaller, so I could not see her, but my memory stirred. "Don't know, don't care. Go on, kiss me." He took a step forward. "Leave me alone, you brute!" The sound of a slap. "Bitch!"
The man lunged forward, and there was a cry of pain. I began to run. I had seen violence against women before, but not in a peaceful town, and most certainly not at a wedding. Busy grappling, the woman's assailant did not hear me. I hooked a foot around one of his ankles and heaved. He did the splits and tumbled backwards against me. I punched him in the face as he gulped upwards, and when he fell onto his back, kicked him wherever I could. Ribs, head, belly, head again. His arms flailed, trying to grab me. I stamped and had the satisfying feeling of his nose breaking beneath my boot. "That for being a skit, Carl," I said, and stamped again. He roared and curled into a ball, which allowed me to look at his victim. A feather could have knocked me over. It was the young Irish woman from the silversmiths, the one who had captivated me. But today she was in a magnificent blue dress, with the floral wreath in her red hair. She was stunning. "It is you." The comment was so pathetic, I cringed inwardly. An eyebrow arched. "This is a surprise." "Are you hurt?" Her hand rose to her neck and the red wheal around part of it. "Only a little." I kicked the man again, and he groaned. "Ill-mannered brute." "If Sigtrich finds out, he's dead." I was dumbstruck. The shock was as great as the occasion one winter, when, to the amusement of my oarmates, I had fallen head first into the black pool. "Leave your mouth open that wide, and a fly will go in," my mother would say. "You are Slania, Brian Barava's daughter. Unless Sigtrich married someone else today." It was incredible how easily she discomfited me. I kicked out again, eliciting a satisfying groan. My mind spun. "What? Why were you outside, my lady?" Her turn to colour. "I needed some fresh air." This was familiar ground, or so I thought. "Had too much ale?" "No, because I am just wed to a man with sons my age." "Forgive me, I didn't think." She made no answer, and I said, "You did not agree to the marriage?" "I had no choice." "I suppose not." Sympathy filled me that the daughter of a king, now wife and queen to another, should have as much control over a life as a thrall. Sigtrich wedding me, and my father marrying Garumla, helped to solidify the peace. "It is for the good of the people. My wishes count for naught." "I am sorry," I said, not knowing what else to say. A dismissive gesture. "Yours is not a Dublin accent. Where are you from?" "Lynn Duacle, a small settlement a day's sail to the north." "I know the name. It was Norse originally." "Indeed. My father was Norse, my mother Irish." "Both are gone?" "Aye. I could see them both, the one pale and cold in the birthing bed, the babe laid alongside, and the other victim of Cormac's greed. My mother died years ago. My father's death was more recent." She touched my arm, making the skin tingle. "His was not an easy passing. He was murdered by one of Mael Shecnel's sons, Cormac." Her mouth made an O. "Why?" "He came into my father's forge and saw a sword, my sword. I was away at the time. Cormac wanted it, and my father said the blade was not his to give. Cormac slew him and took it for his own." "How terrible! Did you seek justice?" "Faugh! I did not even try." I was not going to mention Dun na Ski and how I had not slain Cormac. "Why?" "Only one thing happens when people of my station seek redress from the nobility." A shocked look, then, "I have never really thought about that." I forbore from the sharp retort that rose to my lips. "I hope to meet Cormac again one day. Nothing will stop me from taking my revenge. Odin strike me down if I lie." Silence. I saw her face. "You worship the White Christ." "And you are a pagan." She looked slightly scandalized, but there was a flush to her cheeks. "Proud of it." I reached into my tunic and brought out my raven. She recoiled, as one might from a snarling dog. I laughed. "You are scared of the old gods?" "I am not." To my surprise, she reached out and grasped the amulet. Our fingers touched. Self-conscious, I let go, although the contact exhilarated. She held on. We were close now. She was studying the raven hammer, which allowed me to breathe in her perfume, to admire the light pattern of freckles on her fair skin, to note the curl of red hair around the base of one ear. "You are beautiful. The most beautiful woman I have ever seen," I thought, feeling a lightheadedness that had nothing to do with beer. Her head rose. Her eyes met mine. Less than a hand's breadth separated our faces. "Thank you," she said, smiling. It took all of my self-control not to lean towards her and... "It's a raven?" she asked. "Yes, Munin, one of Odin's birds." The words came out whispered. I did not know why. "My lady." A woman's voice, insistent, even strident. Slania stepped back, her chest rising and falling rather faster than before. "What do they call you?" "Finn, my lady. Finn Thorgilson." "I am grateful to you." "My lady, where are you? Your husband is calling." The voice was nearing the doorway, through which she must have emerged. Slania stepped within, preventing her maidservant from coming outside and seeing me. "Shall I kill him?" I kicked her assailant in the groin, who let out a deep, pit-of-the-belly groan. "You would do that?" "For what he did to you, aye. I meant it too. Dead men tell no tales." I had shocked her, that was evident. She vacillated, with the maid's cries growing louder, then said, "No. Just make sure he talks of it to no one." I gave her a firm nod, waited until the door closed, then leaned down and grabbed the front of the man's tunic. Dragging him up off the ground, I slid the tip of my seax into his left nostril. His eyes, petrified, went down to it and back up to me. "What's your name?" "Rognald." "You crew on a longship?" "Aye, sea stallion." "It makes sense that you're one of Asgir's men," I snarled. "I know you, Rognald, and I know your longship. Breathe a word of this to anyone ever, and I will hunt you to the ends of the earth. Your death will be incredibly unpleasant. Fingers and toes cut off, balls sliced away, eyes gouged out. You'll be begging for release long before I'm done. Understand?" Tears were running down his unshaven cheeks. "I swear it," he sobbed. "On the All-Father and the White Christ, too." I stared into his face for a long moment, until the smell of piss, he had soiled himself, told me he was probably telling the truth. And then, flick, I sliced his nostril right open and let him drop, screaming to the ground. "Do not forget," I told him. That done, I was thirsty for more ale. Chapter 23. Amid the singing, arm-wrestling, dice-rolling and grabbing of any female thralls foolish enough to come close, no one noticed my return. That is, save Veckel. He never drank much these days, even at times like this, declaring that if he was to lose his head, it would be with herbs that brought dreams or second sight. I poured myself a fresh cup of beer from the barrel and went to join him. "That was the longest piss a man ever took," he said. I elbowed Carr to one side, sitting beside Veckel. "Well?" I feigned ignorance. "Eh? You were gone a long time." He stared. "A woman?" "No." But I could not meet his gaze. "I knew it. Get a quick comp in." This wasn't unusual behaviour from our oar-mates. "Arrah, get over yourself." I was indignant. "It wasn't a thrall, then." I buried my nose in my tankard, and hoped he would give up. "A freeborn servant caught your eye." I did my best to ignore him, but Veckel was like a child, worrying at a scab. He would not give up until it lifted off, ready or no. "Did you kiss her?" "No." I could imagine it, clearly. "Are you going to see her again?" "I hope so," I said, thinking, beyond the most banal of greetings, it will be easier to put a pack saddle on a colt than to speak to her. That was before even considering the danger of doing so. "You look miserable suddenly." "It's nothing." "Doesn't seem like that." I drank deep of my beer and reflected sourly that it would have been a better idea to have taken my leave the instant it became clear who Slania was. "What is it?" I scowled and thought, it will never come to anything. I might as well tell him. I placed my lips against his ear. A leer. "Ooh, that's nice." I punched him. "All right, I won't tell you." "I'm sorry, Finn." This was rare from Veckel. I looked to see if he was being genuine. He appeared to be. So I relented and leaned in again. Quietly, I said, "I met Slania." Veckel blinked. "And?" "She might like me." I explained what had happened. "The girl is grateful you stopped her being raped. That's not the same as thinking the sun rises in your eyes." I told him next about our meeting in the silversmith's, and her comments about my having a wife. That is more interesting. You might be right. Is the feeling mutual? I nodded. I expected him to leap in with warnings not to get involved with Sigtrish's wife, that I would get myself gelded or killed or both, but instead Vekel smiled. Quite the moonstruck calf you are. I did not know how to reply, so I said nothing. I'm unsurprised she's not happy. Sigtrish is no looker, and old enough to be her father besides. I ground my teeth, trying to put the image of him climbing on top of Slanya from my mind. It would be madness to pursue this. You must see that. He was rummaging in his bag. His fist came out, gripping something. No, I said, not the ruins. Vekel cast them anyway. He leaned over the beer-soaked table, mouth pursed in concentration, poking at one bone, then another with a long fingernail. My guts were in knots, but I could not take my eyes off him. He muttered something inaudible. Well? I demanded. Ooh, the Vitki is reading the future. This was Carr, slurring, with face alive with interest. Where are we raiding next? My heart lurched. The last thing I needed was for another person, especially someone I did not know well, to find out. Vekel brought his black-lined eyes up to Carl's. That's not what I am looking for. What are you doing then? Determining when you will die. Cold words delivered in a flat monotone. Carr's face paled, and a hand went to his mouth. Lurching to his feet, he hurried off. He's going to be sick, Vekel observed. That was uncalled for. Would you rather I told him the truth? He had me, and knew it. I wasn't up for any more game-playing, however. Tell me what you see. I need to know, Vekel. The Norns have woven your threads together. There was an unusual reverence in his voice. My heart sang. I see them part. It will not last for long. Disappointment met realism. Slanya was married. Sigtrish was in good health. She loves me? She will, and you will love her. A chuckle. You are halfway there already. I thought beyond the attraction and the passion to the consequences if Sigtrish found out, and felt a tickle of fear. Quickly, I rolled the bones this way and that, upsetting the pattern. Vekel made no move to stop me. A lot of men don't want to know at all, he said, shrugging. Look at Carr's reaction. I kept silent, partly wishing I had destroyed his reading even sooner. I might have held back, not gone to Slanya's aid. Now, though, it was clear fate had brought us together. Who was I to try and stop that? He raised his cup. To you and your lady love. Lifting my own, setting aside thoughts of death, I grinned. My earlier decision to quit Difflin quite forgotten. I began to imagine ways to meet Slanya, and how Immer might be influenced to tarry a while. In the event, I did not have to try the latter. Late on in the night, Immer, who, as he said afterwards, should have known better, agreed to a wrestling bout with Vali. The smith's mighty strength soon told, and Immer was grappled to the dirt once and then twice, thumping his arm on the ground to concede. Even though he could no longer win, the contest was the best of three. He insisted on going ahead with the last. Going low, he wrapped his arms around Vali's knees and took him crashing down, somehow managing to leap astride the smith's chest, knee pinning his arms and forcing Vali to admit defeat. Jubilant, Immer only noticed afterwards that he had badly wrenched a hamstring. In considerable pain, unable to stand for long, he was ordered by Vekel to rest. When Immer asked how long, Vekel replied, As long as a piece of rope. Be more precise, Immer demanded, to be told that a rope could be any length at all. I had no wish for Immer to be bedridden, but I was mightily pleased that he was unfit to take us to sea. Hamstrings were unpredictable injuries. As Vekel told me, winking, sometimes the recovery took months. I was in no state to seek out Slanya the next day, which was as well, for the newly wedded couple emerged from their bedchamber only to see the blood-stained sheet from the bed, proof that she had been a virgin, was brandished outside the great hall. Then, thralls having changed the bed linen, they vanished again, as Sigtrish loudly observed to the crowd, to ensure more seeds were sown. This was related by Lalo, who had gone to watch. It sent me into a bad temper. Although I had only spoken briefly with Slanya, I hated the idea of her underneath a heaving Sigtrish. I wondered, tetchily, if he stuttered at the climax. Not wishing to brood, I dug out my weapons and put an edge on them such as I never had. Carly, who never liked to be away from the ship for long, and had slept on board overnight, commented, Know something I don't, Stormcrow? I gave him a quizzical look. Eh? You're preparing for battle. I wondered if Sigtrish told Immer this morning to go raiding. No. I ran the whetstone along my axe blade, up, down, then the same on the other side. I tested the edge with my thumb. It was deadly sharp, and would part Sigtrish's head from his shoulders with ease. Clearing the beer fog, that's all. Carly humphed in disbelief, but he knew when a man didn't want to talk and left me to it. The repetitive task had tired me out, drink-weary as I was, so I curled up in my blanket between the sea chests and closed my eyes. Awakened by the screeching of gulls, I judged afternoon to be almost gone. There was no sign of Carly. My only companions were the disgruntled-looking sentries, men chosen by lot. The reward for missing the wedding feast was to be given 2 days off duty, starting at midday just gone. I decided that their disgruntlement had been significantly added to by the complete absence of the crewmates who should have been replacing them. This was confirmed when I asked. Adding my amusement, I did feel for the sentries. I offered to go back to the Great Hall and wake the latecomers. The suggestion was met with hearty agreement. I packed away my weapons in an oiled cloth, pulled the worst tangles from my hair, and clambered over the side. The walk from the Black Pool wasn't long, but a brisk sea breeze blew away the worst head cobwebs. Revisiting the previous day's events, I admitted inwardly that there was more to my offer than rousing the layabouts. Slania was in the Great Hall too. I told myself at once not to be a fool. Even if I somehow gained entry to the royal quarters, and by some lucky chance Sigtrish happened not to be with her, I would not go undiscovered for long. There could be few surer ways of losing my head than being suspected of carrying on with the king's new bride. Not that I would ever get that far. There would be sentries outside his door, and sober ones at that. I buried the fantasy, and concentrated on searching out my oar mates. They were easily found, lying under the very benches provided by Once Was a Warrior. I picked out the nearest 4. Nudging didn't work, nor did a few gentle kicks. A bucket of water taken from a kitchen thrall did the trick, retreating from their curses only when I had an agreement that they would relieve the sentries in Brimdior, and soon. I aimed for the side wall of the Great Hall, and the door where Asgir's warrior had attacked Slania. She would not be there, I knew that, but standing on the spot would sharpen my memory of her. It did, and also increased my frustration several-fold. The headstrong part of me wanted to hammer on the door and demand entry. The wiser part made me walk away, wondering if Veckel's reading of the ruins had been incorrect. It wasn't unknown. He admitted it himself. Maybe he'd just been trying to make me feel good, I thought, or maybe the Norns were behind it, cackling as they moved my thread away from Slania's. The beer headache threatening to return, a cold sweat on my temple. I decided to forget about the Queen of Difflin and head for the thatch. At least one of my oar-mates would be up for a drink. A little whiskery dog, brown with a white flash on his chest, was nosing about the open space before the Great Hall. There was plenty to attract his attention, from gobbets of table-fallen meat to half-gnawed bones that had dropped from drunken hands. He was young, too young to be out on his own. I cast about, looking for the person who should be looking for him. I saw no one. The majority of those who were actually upright were thralls, beginning the massive process of cleaning up. Once Was a Warrior was supervising, bleary-eyed and still loud of voice, but as far as I knew, he didn't have a pup. I walked towards the dog, still searching for an owner. At 10 paces, I stooped and said softly, "Hello, pup. Handsome boy, aren't you?" He wagged his tail, but didn't stop chewing on his latest find. He did not run, though, as I came closer, and let me pick him up willingly enough. Stroking him, my fingers stopped on a fine leather collar with an intricately designed silvered buckle. "You do have an owner," I said, "and a rich one, too." "Coo! Where are you? Coo!" A woman was calling from inside the Great Hall. She sounded worried. He wriggled in my arms. "Is that your name?" I felt a pang of sadness. At my father's funeral, Veckel had sent his dog Coo to the afterlife. Spying a thick-waisted, middle-aged woman in typical Irish dress exiting the main doors, I headed towards her. "Is this the fellow you're after, Mother?" I asked. Her glare would have stopped a charging berserker. "I am not your mother, Christ be thanked," she snapped. Her face softened to see the pup. "And yes, that is him." It came to me. "You are Slania's servant." "The Queen's maid, yes," she said, stiff and formal, as if we'd never met. "And that is her dog, her pride and joy, he is." "I'm sure. He's a lovely little thing." I made no move to hand him over. "We met yesterday." A blank look. "In the silversmith's." A long, appraising glance, a sniff. "Ah, yes, I remember." "Nice to see you too," I thought. "My father had a dog of the same name. 'Tis some coincidence that Slania does also." "Indeed. Give him here." She reached out. "I would like to return the pup to Slania myself. I find him." "Absolutely not." Again I was subjected to the berserker stopping stare. Her fingers beckoned. I let out an exaggerated sigh, and just as she was about to take him, stepped back. "Be sure to tell Slania who found Ku, won't you?" Her third hard stare was met with one of my own. Christ and all his saints. I petted Ku, and pretended not to have heard. A murderous scowl. "Very well, I'll do it." "Thank you, Mother." I passed over the pup with a sweet smile. "Good boy," I said to him, and he wagged his tail. "He likes me," I called after her. No answer, and I wondered if Slania would hear how her maid had caught the dog, with no mention of my part. I hoped not. 7 days went by without my seeing or hearing from the new queen. When entering the town, I made sure my feet carried me past the great hall on the off chance that Ku might have escaped for a second time, or that Slania herself might be coming or going. I had no luck in either regard. From the casual conversation I had one afternoon with Once Was a Warrior, she was keeping to her quarters, or the great hall. "It must be hard on the creature, not just married but taken from her family, and living the Norse way rather than the Irish. It is fortunate she has her maid," he said. His perception surprised me. Evidently, there was more between Once Was a Warrior's ears than I had assumed. There was no Sigtrish believable reason for me to send a message to Slania, or to seek out her company, so I did my best not to think about her by keeping busy. I trained with Carr, went fishing for mackerel with Vekel, something we had done as boys. I even had time for a swift rustling expedition into me with 6 oar mates. We weren't greedy, taking only 3 sheep, enough to feast Bryndior's entire crew for one night. Belly full of mutton and ale, I slept deep and dreamless, wakening to a warm, sunny morning. Slania came to mind, and I did not try to bury the thought this time. I hadn't been given any duties for the day by Immer, so I decided to try my luck again outside the great hall. I donned the cleanest of my tunics, combed my hair, and was ready. Vekel asked where I was going. I told him, and he winked. "Loki be with you," he said. I nodded, thinking, the scheming trickster won't be bothered with me, with something so small. I was completely wrong, because a few moments later, just inside the town gate by the Black Pool, who should I see coming towards me but Slania's maid? This could not be coincidence, I decided. "Are you lost, Mother?" I asked in Irish. "Amadon," she replied. "Do not play games." I nodded, deciding it was wise not to anger my only contact with Slania. "Are you looking for me?" "Why else would I come anywhere near the Black Pool, a place overrun with savages?" I smoothed my features. "Here I am, Mother." "The Queen wishes to meet." My heart leaped. Vekel had not been wrong. "When?" "Tomorrow." My heart leaped again. "Where?" "Do you know the Brazen Head?" Aye. I hadn't been there yet, but remembered Orm declaring it had the best ale in Difflin. "Be there tomorrow at midday. Tell the innkeeper that you have come to see an old friend." Her mouth was a thin line. "When asked, say that you are from Moon." "I will. Tell the Queen nothing could keep me from meeting her." A fearsome scowl, a shake of the head. Clearly, she did not like Slania's orders. "Thank you," I called softly. She walked away without responding. It was cloudy the following morning, which made the time hard to judge, so I erred on the side of caution, leaving Brimdior early and following the Ruarheck to the west of the town. The Brazen Head was easy to find. Whitewashed, the street outside swept clear of the usual detritus. It was a 2-story structure, larger than most houses. Knowing I had a little time to kill, I was drawn to the smithy on its right. Smoke eddied from a hole in the roof. The smith was busy within. By the door was a wooden table upon which ironmongery had been neatly laid out. To my surprise, on a stool behind it perched no one else but Orm. He returned my grin. "Shopping?" Something like that. Under his beady eye I picked over buckles, pins, hooks, clasps, belt ends. There were stirrups too, which I was unused to. They are well made, I said.
Of course,
he said huffily, as if I had intimated that this was surprising. Your uncle's work? I peered inside. The bare-to-the-waist man inside did not look up, focused on the piece of metalwork on his anvil. Yes. There was more behind his one-word answer, and I remembered what the silversmith had said. I held up a ring-headed dress-pin, as nice a piece as I might have made. It would go well with my cloak. How much?
A silver penny.
His eyes were bold. Do you think I came down with the last shower? I winked to take the sting from my words.
Orm!
Yes, uncle.
Are you being fair?
A scowl, quickly hidden.
Yes, uncle.
To me, he said,
half a silver penny.
That is twice the price I would charge for a dress-pin. Trickster or not, he was still only a boy. His mouth fell open. You're a smith. I am.
What have I told you, Orm, about robbing customers?
His uncle, who had been listening, came barrelling outside, a too slow hen squawking and fluttering out of his way. His meaty arm went back and the lad cowered. Hold, I said. Surprise on the sweaty, soot-marked face.
Why?
Your nephew was only trying to make money. He's inexperienced, that's all. I turned to Orm. Next time, study your customer's hands. I held out my own, calloused, marked with old burns. Orm was careful not to look at his uncle, who muttered something under his breath. Next time, be less greedy, I advised. Start with the price at half a silver penny, and be prepared to drop it a little. You will still make a profitable sale.
I cannot argue with that.
The smith gruffly held out the pin. In return, I offered a piece of hacked silver, almost half the weight of a penny. This is yours. You sweated over the pin, and the boy's food and clothing do not grow on trees. He took the silver with a nod. With a warning look at Orm, he went back inside. I waited until the ting of his hammer carried outside, before using Orm's shape to block what I was doing, laying down another piece of hacked silver. His astonished gaze went to it, then to me. A question began to form on his lips, but I shook my head. No. This is for you, I said quietly, not your uncle. You might see me more often, entering the Brazen Head. Keep an eye on the customers, eh? Anyone unusual or odd-looking around the times I am here, I want to know. There's plenty more where that came from. I tapped my pouch so it clinked. You in trouble? Not at all. I shoved away the thoughts of sick Trish's reaction if he found out I was meeting his new wife in secret. Why do you want to know who's coming and going, then? That's my business, not yours, I said. Noticing the smith staring, I picked up a stirrup and called out, Very nice. I might come back for a pair of these.
The boy will give you a good price.
Satisfied, he returned to his work. Advising Orm to keep a good lookout, I ventured inside the Brazen Head and found a table at the back, from where I could see who entered and left. It was not yet midday, so I did not approach the landlord, a pot-bellied Norseman with a long beard, nursing a tankard of good beer. It was far better than the stuff served in the thatch. I kept my head down and spoke to no one. My mind was busy. Even if Ekkel approved, getting involved with Slanya was reckless. There was still time to leave, but that was a Nithing's way out, I decided. If I was going to rebuff Slanya, I would do so politely and in person. My inclination after making this decision was to drink more. My nerves were jangling. So it was relief to see two women enter a while later. The first was the fearsome maid, and the second had her hood up, shielding her face. I watched, my heart thumping as the maid spoke briefly to the innkeeper, who led them up the wooden staircase. A door opened and closed, and he returned alone. I went to the bar. Waving away a grey-haired serving thrall, I beckoned the innkeeper. Aye. He wasn't the most communicative. I am here to see an old friend. His rheumy eyes narrowed. Where are you from? Muhan. I indicated the staircase with a jerk of my chin. His gaze went over my shoulder, studying his other customers, and I thought his palm had been well greased to make sure no one has followed Slanya. She is young, but no fool. Last on the right. He was already moving along the counter, greeting another customer. I risked a casual look around the room myself. Satisfied that no one was paying any heed, I trod lightly up the stairs. There were 4 doors, a pair on each side. I stopped outside the second on the right and raised my hand. It was still not too late, a voice said inside my head. I remembered Slonya's beauty, and rapped softly twice. The door opened a fraction, revealing the maid's face, squinting and suspicious. She huffed. It's you. It is, mother, I said politely. Alone, are you? Aye. No one followed you? No. Sure? Before I could answer, Slania intervened. Let him in. The maid stepped sorely aside, and I entered. Slania had shed her cloak. Her long red hair was tied back in a ponytail. Her cream cheeks were a little flushed. A chain of colourful beads linked the silver brooch over each breast, and held in place her long blue dress, which, despite its loose fit, managed to accentuate her figure. This would have been Sigtrish's choice, I thought, his queen in Norse raiment from the start. She was a magnificent sight. My lady, I said, and bowed. You came. Her voice was breathy. I did. I wanted to add that I was not going to stay, but fueled by the beer I had drunk, my determination was soaking away, like rain on dry soil. I must thank you for finding Ku. The maid wasn't entirely mean-spirited, I decided. It was nothing. I disagree. He could have strayed further, and I might never have seen him again. I'm glad he was yours, I said. By happy coincidence, my father once had a dog of the same name. You must tell me about him. Slania ordered the maid to keep watch outside the door, ignoring the under-the-breath tutting and disapproving looks. When she had obeyed, Slania slid the bolt home. There, we are alone. This was no girl, I decided, but a woman who knew her mind. I steeled my resolve. I should go. She came close, placed a hand on my chest. But you've only just arrived. I looked down into her upturned face. Her expression was open, her lips a little apart. You are married, I said, hoping this would act as discouragement. To a man I do not love. I had no answer to that. Standing on tiptoes, she kissed me, slowly, languorously. A pulse beat in my throat. Did you like that, Finn Thorgilson? She whispered. I did. Kiss me then. So I did. Chapter 24. Midsummer was nigh, and Immer's leg was still not right. He had listened to Veckel's advice for the first month. Then, impatient to go to sea, he had overdone it and put himself back to where he'd initially been, grumpier than ever and often drunk with it. He had himself carried to Brimdeor every day to oversee preparations for departure. Rotas were drawn up, tasks allotted, and woe betide the man who didn't turn up for a spell stitching holes in the sail, caulking the strakes, or rebraiding ropes. Immer didn't care who did what, and no one liked filthy tasks such as applying pitch to the timbers, so it was easy enough to swap out my jobs when they clashed with the time I was supposed to see Slania. My intention not to get involved with her had died a death that first meeting, not least because of the enthusiasm with which she had taken me to bed. Each time we parted, I was already looking forward to the next. Generally, we met in the middle of the day, when it was usual for Sigtrish to be dealing with court business. It was always in the Brazen Head, and Orm, the smith's nephew, proved to be worth every piece of silver I handed over. A detailed report was given each time I arrived and left. Fortunately, the only indication that Slania and her maid were being followed was the unexpected revelation that Lalo tracked my every visit. As one of the few Blaumen in Dyflin, it was easy to deduce that it was he. When I challenged him, Lalo wasn't the slightest bit embarrassed and said that he was looking out for me. One day when Orm's uncle was gone to see a customer, and before Slania arrived, I introduced the two to each other. Orm was astonished by Lalo's now fluent Norse, but when he heard that a Blaumur could not just be free, but my friend, and also a crew member of Brindior, his eyes all but fell from his head. Upon discovering that they both liked fishing in the Ruhrheck, the pair began to plot a day's outing. I left them to it, and hurried inside the Brazen Head. I had become obsessed with Slania, who was not just a passionate lover, intelligent, sharp-witted, and well-informed about the power struggle between her father, Mael Sheknel, and Sigtrish. She possessed a good sense of humour. She never mocked my humble origins, nor my tales of childhood, instead wishing for the freedoms I had never given a second thought to. Curious-minded, she was forever asking questions about Veckel and Sedor or Lalo and where he came from. I had had to ask Immer for more details of Miklagard, so fascinated was she by my first description. In turn, I learned about her family, in particular her famous father. Growing up, I'd known a few things about Brian Baravna, but not the fine detail. Slania, rightfully proud, enjoyed the telling. One of 12 brothers, he had lost both parents in separate attacks to Norsemen, which explained his determination to defeat them wherever they were in area. He had grown up campaigning against the Norse, developing into a brave and capable leader. As the youngest royal scion, he ought never to have taken the kinship of Muin, yet some 25 years earlier, when his older brother Macowen was killed in battle, it was Brian who took his place. Defeating another claimant to the throne, he had begun a long-running, bitter war against the High King, Mael Shechnal. Brian suffered many setbacks during Mael's frequent invasions of Muin, but achieved as many successes by sailing his large fleet up the Shonin to raid the western borders of Mael's kingdom. He had also taken Lion. Determination defined him. It applied to all aspects of life. Once he'd decided that she was to wed Sigtrish, begging and pleading had made no difference. Slanya told me it would have been easier flying to the moon than to change his mind. A sad sigh had escaped her before she returned to the rivalry between Brion and Mael Shechnal. Peace had finally come 4 years before, when the two kings each recognized the other's sovereignty over the northern and southern parts of Eriu. The background to the savage battle at Glain Mormo had been Mael Morda's rebellion against Brion's rule. This threatened not just Brion, but Mael Shechnal, which is why they had briefly joined forces against Mael Morda and Sigtrish. Their amity had not lasted, Slanya continued. Her father had every intention of invading me this year and forcing Mael to recognize him as High King. This was not a surprise to me, because Sigtrish had declared his support for Brion and would send warriors to join the Muin men. I imagined being part of that army and fighting Mael's host. The chance of meeting Cormac in battle was slim, but it was there. Why then, a voice in my head demanded, was I risking my position in Dyflin by betting the king's wife? There was no sensible answer, and I wasn't willing to address the issue either, so I buried it deep and slaked my lust instead. Slanya loved recounting her father's campaigns. I often joked that she should have been a man. One day it opened a door. To my complete astonishment, she asked to join Brimdeer's crew. As she forcefully put it, it was no kind of life staying in Dyflin, bearing children for Sigtrish, possibly dying in the process. If Thorstein could be one of us, why not her? She could use a bow, she said, and would quickly learn to wield an axe or spear. Despite my infatuation, the suggestion was impossible. Immer might have stolen her away, risking Sigtrish's eternal enmity, but he was not her lover. There was no chance he would do it for me. Slonya's desire was one of the few things I would not give way to her on. She did not take it well. Sometimes she raged, saying I did not care about her, and at others she stormed out of our encounters. There would be no communication for several days, during which I told myself that it was over, and then the sour-faced maid would appear with a fresh summons to the brazen head. Vekel would roll his eyes and say that women were never happy, but such was the attraction I felt for Slanya, and my anticipation of our love-making as we made up, I did not listen. She was as eager to see me, and our trysts began extending to early evening, which made her reason for leaving the great hall to go shopping more suspect than it already was. Looking back, it was foolish behaviour, but at the time it was easy to believe Slonya's assertion that Sigtrish paid her no attention, save in their bedchamber, and that his days were spent plotting revenge on the Ulla, who had turned him away in his time of need. A month passed. The weather, which had been changeable for much of the early summer, had finally grown dry and hot. The foul smells which filled Dyflin grew immeasurably worse. It was hard to decide which was most unpleasant: decaying animal dung, the acrid tang of sun-drying urine, the stench of rotting offal, the stomach-turning reek of an unclaimed corpse in an alleyway. I had taken to wearing a cloth wrapped around my face when on the streets. It was worth the resultant sweating. One particularly hot day, Slanya and I were to meet. I longed to take her for a swim in the Ruarchek, but it was impossible. The bathing spot upstream favoured by Dyflin's youngsters was thronged daily. She would be recognised within moments of our arrival. The brazen head would have to do. When I reached it, hot and ill-tempered, Orm was not in his usual spot. He had gone to cool off in the river, I decided. It didn't matter. Nor, I told myself, did the fact that Lalo had vanished with Vekel to the ship recently come in from Britain. If the stories were to be believed, it carried goods from Cirkland and even further afield. I entered. It was quiet. Just a few customers seated in the gloom. None seemed noteworthy, and I made for the stairs. The need to tell the innkeeper that I was meeting an old friend had long since been dispensed with. Up the stairs, two at a time I went, to the same room Slonia and I first met in. The tiny window was open, letting in more of the stink I had breathed all the way from the black pool. I did not shut the door, hoping it might draw some air inside, foul though it was, but there was no breeze, so it made little difference. I sat on the stool, now and again wiping away sweat with the arm of my tunic. When Slonia arrived, she was as warm and uncomfortable as I. It did not stop us wanting to do what we always did. I closed the door, leaving the maid to bake in the heat of the corridor, and we both took off our clothes. Things took on a life of their own, and it was for this reason that I at first ignored the sound of voices outside the room. As the maid's tone rose, becoming even shriller than normal, however, I felt a tinge of concern. Slonia had also heard. We stopped kissing and listened. "No, you cannot go in there! Get away, you dog!" A man's voice replied, low and threatening. Cold reality crashed in. Leaping away from Slonia, naked, I lunged for my belt. Sea-axe in hand, I slid back the bolt and threw wide the door. Two astonished faces regarded me, the maid's and a bearded warrior I vaguely recognized. The latter's expression went from shock to delight, and I thought he hoped to find me here. In the same moment, I recalled that he was one of Zigtrish's household warriors. He turned, intent on pounding downstairs, and I knew with sickening certainty that he was going to tell the king. If he succeeded, Slonia might survive, but I would be a dead man. I leaped past the maid. The warrior was already at the top step, calling out to someone below, his comrade, probably. I wrapped an arm around his neck, clamped fingers over his mouth, and bodily heaved him back a short distance. The sea-axe blade ran across his throat, neat as neat. Blood sprayed everywhere. He sagged into my grip, and the maid shrieked. This was all going wrong, and fast. "Innkeeper!" I roared. "Aye!" He sounded wary. "There's been an argument. Get up here!" I hissed to the maid. "Get your mistress dressed, quickly." She had not lost her wits, and vanished into the room. I dragged the dead warrior away from the stairs, and waited for the innkeeper to appear. He took in the body. "Christ and all his saints," he said. "You've seen the like before," I said harshly. "Can you get rid of him?" His expression sharpened, but when I retrieved my purse and he gauged its weight, he nodded. "That can be done. See that it is, and keep your lips sealed." "I will." I stuck my face into his. "If I hear that you haven't, I will geld you." I brought the sea-axe up between us, letting him see the blood. "You won't die, though, because I'll cauterize the wound. After that I will flay the skin from your back." He had gone a pasty shade of grey. "I will not tell a soul, I swear it, on the white Christ." I stared into his eyes, until convinced he was utterly terrified, and then I ducked back into the room. Slonia was almost dressed. The maid was helping. "You must leave now," I said, "with your hood up, you understand?" "Let me come with you." Slonia's gaze was steady. Images flashed through my mind, fleeing the town, making a life together, I knew not where. I came to the swift and unpleasant conclusion that we would not get far. Under torture, for that is surely what would happen to the maid when she returned without Slonia, Zigtrish would discover that we had eloped. Every warrior in Difflin would be sent after us. "Stay. We will work things out later," I said. "I'm going after the other one." I was tugging on tunic, breeches and shoes, wiping my sea-axe on the bedclothes and ramming it into its sheath. There were two, at least. I had a leg out of the window. "I will get word to you soon." I pulled the other leg after the first and dropped into the narrow lane that ran between the inn and the next house. A pig riddling in the muck squealed in alarm and took off. In other circumstances it would have been funny. Now I just followed it to the street, praying to all the gods that my quarry hadn't put too much ground between us. The pig emerged right in front of a large mastiff, which barked and set off in pursuit. To my delight, the racket attracted everyone's attention. My luck continued. No crowd was spilling out of the brazen head, and Orm was close to the door. I ran over. "Anyone come out in a hurry?" He scowled. "Just now. A man all but knocked me over." Relief flooded my veins. One only. "Do you think we can catch him?" "Uncle!" Orm shouted. "I've got to go!" He didn't wait for a reply, but sprinted off down the street. I caught up fast. "We have to reach him before the Royal Hall." Or, I thought, I would be joining the ranks of aspiring Einherja outside Valhall. Why? Orm was ever direct. He's going to the king. To tell him you've been ploughing his wife? Eh? He slowed to sidle through the gap between an ox cart and the fence of a house. Throwing me a sly glance, he broke into a run again. Think I didn't know? Does anyone else? I asked, horrified. I don't think so. That didn't help much. I ran, studying everyone in sight. 2 women talking, one with a babe dandled on her hip, the other holding a basket of vegetables. A man sitting outside his house, whetting a knife. A group of youths swaggering and blustering their way youths do. A bent-backed thrall carrying a sack of grain, and his master strolling behind. There was no one running, no sign of the man I sought, and my worries sharpened. Hurry! We can still catch him. 6 silver pennies it'll be. Done. Orm might have been an opportunist, I decided, but he wasn't cynical. Either that, or he didn't fully appreciate the depth of the cesspit I teetered on the edge of. Orm dodged right, into the lane between 2 houses. I followed. I leaped over the larger pile of turds, bucket deposited by the residents on either side. But there was so much of it, I soon gave up trying. Shit-covered shoes were the least of my troubles. How do you know about me and Slania? I demanded, chest heaving. Simple. Orm couldn't have sounded more smug. I followed her and a companion from the Brazen Head one afternoon. Straight to the Royal Hall they went. I did it another day, curious to know who she was. Her hood got blown back by a gust of wind, and I recognised her. Did you tell anyone? I demanded. I'm not stupid. We merged into another street, turned left, went a short distance, and entered another laneway. I had lost my sense of direction. My fate was entirely in Orm's hands. I hoped the gamble was worth it. If you catch up to the man we're after, I'll give you 20 silver pennies. How's that? Done! What are you going to do to him? I said nothing, but when he'd looked away, I touched the handle of my sea-axe, making sure it hadn't fallen out. We passed a stench-laden butcher's yard, where crows clamoured over a pile of discarded bones and offal. Geese honked in a pen, unhappy at being confined in the heat. A mother working a loom outside her house used her foot to rock a cradle, singing a lullaby to her infant. Outside an inn, a boy watched 2 drunks engaged in a pissing competition. There was still no sign of my quarry. My fear swelled. Fail to catch him, and I would have to leave Difflin before nightfall, or face a lingering and unpleasant death. Even if we succeeded, my choices were grim. A man couldn't murder one of the king's warriors in broad daylight and expect to get away with it. I had been around the town long enough. Someone would recognise me. I would have to flee regardless, I decided. Is that him? Orm pointed. The man some distance ahead was clad no differently to most, but the scabbard slapping against his left leg as he ran denoted a warrior. Every now and again he cast a backward look, which was also telling. It must be. My mouth was dry. Stay close behind him. Don't do anything until you see me. I wanted Orm to explain, but he had disappeared into yet another laneway between houses. Cursing, thinking it was Loki luck for my destiny to be in the hands of a child I barely knew, I kept after the warrior, moving in until perhaps 20 paces separated us. That kept a few people between us, far enough, I hoped, to prevent him realizing that I was so close. My wish was in vain. He turned, saw me, and put on a burst of speed. He was the second warrior. Sir! Orm had somehow materialized in front of him. A moment, sir! Out of my way! Orm stuck out a foot, but the warrior had a neat sidestep. It was not far to the Royal Hall. I had failed. Beyond all hope, Vekel and Lalo. Vekel and Lalo, right in the warrior's path. Vekel, his face painted white, rings of black around his eyes, looking entirely like a creature from another world. Lalo, teeth bared in his dark face, his fists clenched. I thrust from me Gondal's breath, Vekel cried, pointing his staff. The warrior came to a juddering halt. His hand went up in a warding gesture. One breath to bite you in the back, another to bite you in the breast, Vekel intoned, and a third to turn harm and evil against you. People were staring, horrified. No one dared to intervene. Vekel continued his chant. The warrior quailed at first, but when nothing happened, he rallied. Move, he grated. Out came his sword. Do not harm the Vitki, I roared. The warrior's arm went back. Vekel didn't flinch. Lalo grabbed for his dagger. Too late. I shoulder-charged the warrior from behind, sending him face first to the street. He was lithe, though, and managed to cat-twist up onto his knees. Wrapping both arms around my thighs, he took me down. I slammed into the dirt, my head, shoulder, and hip banging. 1, 2, 3. Hurting, I didn't see the punch aimed at my jaw. Flashes of light burst across my vision. Pain exploded in my skull. A voice shouted, "Veckles." So did another, piping in tone, "Orm." I heard a blow landing, a solid connection of metal on bone, and a body landed close by. A calmness fell. People asked questions, and I heard Veckles say that the warrior had taken against him after a prophecy he had paid for and not liked. Groggy, I sat up. The warrior lay beside me. Veckles had smacked him across the head with his staff, I decided, but only partly scrambled his wits. He was stirring and groaning, and my fears resurged. The moment he struggled to his feet, he would go to Sigtrish, and I would be undone all over again. Veckles hauled me up. "Come on," he said in my ear. "Get across the river, and we can make for Linduaco. The king will send men after us, riders. They will have to catch us, unless you'd rather stay here." "Look out!" Orm's voice, movement at the corner of my eye. As the warrior lurched upright, a wicked skinning knife in his fist, I whipped out my sea-axe and lunged. His momentum carried him forward onto the sharp steel. Slicing through tunic, skin, muscle, the tip hit bone, a rib, skidded up a fraction, and ran into the hilt. It brought us face to face, close as lovers, as intimate too, but in a deadly way. His eyes were pain-filled, shocked, mine cold, hard, determined. I whispered in his ear, "Never spy on a queen." When I tugged the sea-axe free, he fell, dying at my feet. "You all saw!" Veckles shouted. "He came at me with a knife!" Orm joined in. "He tried to kill a Vitki!" A man in a doorway made the sign against evil. Others averted their gaze. There were no challenges, no accusations of murder. No one appeared to know who the warrior was either. There was time for swift consideration. When the king found out about the man's death, he would want an explanation, justifiable killing or not. Even if no one remembered me, Veckles and Lalo would stick in most people's minds. That was enough reason to leave at once. I could not be sure about the owner of the brazen head either. If he identified me, willingly or not, Sigtrish would definitely be out for blood. My decision had been made, but I could not leave without getting word to Slonia, no matter how great the danger. I said this quickly to Veckles. My heart warmed that he accepted my decision without protest. He was ready to go. My sea-axe cleaned, so was I. We walked into the crowd as if nothing had happened. Lalo and Orm, amazingly calm considering what had just happened, were with us. No one stopped us, and within 100 paces we had left the chaos behind. I asked Veckles for his purse, reassured him that yes, I would pay him back, and offered it to Orm. His eyes widened. The bag was fat with silver. "You've earned it. You could be a warrior one day if you wanted." His chin rose. "I'd like that. I need one more thing from you." He lit up. "Tell me." I whispered in his ear. He nodded. I spoke a few more words. "I'll do it," he said. I clapped him on the shoulder, as I would with a comrade. "I am grateful. Make yourself scarce now, eh? The fewer people who see you with us, the better it will be." There was sadness in his eyes. "You're leaving, after?" "I have to." "Will you come back?" "I don't know. Probably not. It'll be too dangerous." "Farewell, Stormcrow." I smiled as he slipped away, unsurprised that he also knew who I was. The three of us returned to Brimdur, told Immer that a message had come from my sister, and that I was returning to Linduaco. He looked dubious, but wasn't about to call me, Veckles, and Lalo liars. It was agreed that when his leg healed, he would sail north. We made no mention of going next to the thatch, which was done via a circuitous route. I waited down an alleyway until Thorstein, who had joined us, had procured the use of a building in the yard. Like a criminal hiding from a mob, I stayed there for the rest of the day. I suffered Veckles, commenting and laughing, to dress me in the woman's clothing Thorstein had gone and bought. I also wore one of his glass bead necklaces. I even had a Norse woman's headdress, which helped conceal my too short hair. 2 rolled-up balls of cloth served as my bosoms. It was fortunate I had no beard, else a shave would have been necessary too. The only weapon I had was my sea-axe, strapped high up on the inside of one thigh, in the Miklagard style mentioned a lifetime ago by Havert. "Quite the looker you are," Veckles said, and tried to pinch my arse. I punched him and glared at Lalo, who was chortling with mirth. Thorstein held back, for which I was grateful. Too readily identifiable, the pair stayed behind while Thorstein and I slipped back onto the streets. The sun had gone down, but the remaining light in the sky was enough for us to pick our way, again by less used thoroughfares, towards the Great Hall. If Sigtrish had sent out warriors to search for me, they were no longer about. Few other people were abroad. At this hour it was safer to stay inside one's house. If anyone stared, and few did, we looked like a warrior and his wife, going about their business. I was pig ugly for a wife, Thorstein told me. He could no longer resist. But now that we were together, he'd keep me. I told him where to go in no uncertain terms, which only amused him more. To my great relief, the open space before the great hall was quiet. We skirted around its edge to reach our destination, the very door where I had rescued Slanya from Rognald. An immediate quandary presented itself. There was no sign of Slanya, and I had no idea if Orm had succeeded in his task, asking her to meet me outside between Vespers and Compline. I was familiar with monastery bells ringing at sunset, and again not that long after, but I'd had to ask Thorstein to find out what the Christ worshippers called them. He had duly done so. Various possibilities rolled around my head as I stood in the shadows, hoping that no one saw us, or worse still, demanded to know our business. Orm might have failed, and Slanya would not come. In that case, we would leave a short time after Vespers sounded, or he might have succeeded, but Slanya was unable to leave her quarters. Given what had happened to Sigtrish's men sent to follow his wife, this was a distinct possibility. It was also feasible, and my greatest hope, that Orm's message had not just got through, but that Slanya would soon emerge from the door and into my arms. It would be a bittersweet farewell, but better than nothing. I am a fool. Do not be so hard on yourself. Startled, I had spoken out loud without realizing. I shot a look at Thorstein. Why? I should never have got involved with Slanya. Many men would say the same thing about me and Vekel. I had never thought of that. The heart is a strange organ, Finn, with its own purpose. Ignore its voice at your peril. From Thorstein, this was a speech, and a deep meaning one. I was cheered by his words and his loyalty, standing here with me when it was as likely that 20 of Sigtrish's household warriors might come barrelling out the door rather than Slanya. Time passed, and I began to think that we had come in vain. The Clompine bell would sound before long, and waiting on after that would be sheer lunacy. I wished now that I had told Orm to come and meet me here. That way at least I would know if he had failed or not. I paced up and down, fighting the urge to force the door open and enter the great hall. A noise. Movement behind the door. I heard Thorstein's sword come free of its scabbard. Guts twisting, I reached under my dress and took out my sea-axe. I would not die weaponless. A whine, the scuffle of paws. My heart sang. A bolt moved. The door creaked. Ku emerged, straining on the leash, and after him, not Slanya, but her maid. Fighting disappointment, I whispered, "Where's the Queen?" A glower that would have made a child cry. In her quarters, under close guard. Is she unharmed? For the moment, yes. The king is suspicious. One of his men slain in the street, the other vanished, but he has no proof of any wrongdoing by her. Relief surged. Slanya had kept silent, and the proprietor of the Brazen Head had not played me false, yet. Be quick. I was seen going outside. Tell Slanya I love her. I will always love her. The maid did not sneer, which encouraged me. Tell her that I have to leave, but I will return. When? I do not know. When it is safe. The maid sniffed, and I knew well why. It would never be truly safe, not while Sigtrish lived. I hesitated, unsure what to say that was not a lie or trite. There was movement at the end of the great hall. Thorstein stirred. Finn. Go, I said to the maid. She nodded, the friendliest gesture I had ever seen her make. Christ be with you. Odin guard you and Slanya, I thought. Chapter 25. You bedded Sigtrish's wife. Asholt could have been heard in Linduakal a good walk away. Her name is Slanya, I muttered, wishing I had kept the reason for our arrival secret. Like the village. I'd walked through Bolya Slanya with Vekel what seemed like a lifetime ago, on our way to Loch Annan, but had never given a moment's thought to its name. Yes, I suppose. No matter. she said with a withering look. "You are a fool, Finn Thorgelson, a fool who thinks with his bod, not his mind." I reddened and tried to ignore Veckel's broad grin, and Thorstein watching in amused surprise. Lalo's eyes were huge to see me cut so roundly down to size. My sister's husband, Diarmid, had gone outside, ostensibly to check the livestock, but more likely to save me further embarrassment. From his parting expression, I suspected it was more usual for him to be on the end of her acerbic tongue. I didn't envy him. I busied myself petting Madra and Niall, who were at my feet, demanding attention, and hoped she would be done soon. "Am I wrong?" demanded Ashult. What was I to do? We fell in love. An exasperated sigh. "In the eyes of God, she is a married woman. You broke the 7th commandment." I snorted. "I don't believe in that nonsense. I will ignore that blasphemy. God will have his justice on you one day." She crossed herself. "For the moment, it is Sigtrish you need to be worried about." Maybe not. Her hands went to her hips, just like our mother when she was angry. Why might that be? The warriors who came to the inn where we used to meet. I met Ashult's disapproving gaze, refused to look away. Are dead. "So you are also a murderer. The second one tried to kill Veckel. I was protecting my friend. And the first? Disapprove of me, sister. Think what you will. But if I hadn't slain him, he would have told Sigtrish. It was the same for them both. Their corpses can't talk. And Slania, she will keep her trap shut. You cannot be certain of that." "No. But it will not be in her interest to admit anything." I hoped this would end my interrogation. But of course Ashult, wanting to examine every possibility, would not let it go. On and on her questions went. In the end, I could take no more. "It's done. Over. We got out of Difflin safely, and with a little luck, Sigtrish has no idea about Slania and me. Immer will soon be here in Brimdior. We'll sail for Britain, and the king can kiss my arse goodbye." I saw in her face what I had not thought of, and my heart skipped a beat. "Suppose he does know about you and his wife? Having failed to catch you, what if he decides to seek out your family?" asked Ashult, her voice quiet. "Me, Diarmid, our child." I wanted the floor to open up and swallow me. Veckel intervened. "That will not happen, Ashult." "How do you know?" She was a Christ worshipper, but still used a softer tone than she had with me. "I consulted the ruined bones last night. You will come to no harm." She stared at him for a long time, and then she sighed. "I hope you're right. It's not as if we can do anything about it. This is our home. We can't jump on a long ship and sail away like some." "We shall leave," I said, not wanting to place her or her family in any more danger than I had already. "Stay close to the shore and wait there for Brimdiar." "You'll do no such thing," scolded Ashult. "It's bucketing down outside, and you haven't eaten yet. You look half-starved, the lot of you." My eyes went to Thorstein, then Lalo. They appeared eager not to go out in the heavy rain. Even Veckel seemed content not to move. "Thank you, sister," I said. "You can build a shelter in the morning. Diarmid knows a good spot, protected from the weather, but close to the sea for keeping watch." I had to smile. There was always a sting in the tail with Ashult. I didn't mind. In the event, we had camped out for only a day when the gods intervened in the most unexpected way. Not that long after sunrise, Ashult came looking for us, her face stern. She was coming to give out again, I decided. When I said as much, Veckel just raised an eyebrow. "Is all well, sister?" I called. She proffered a fresh loaf. "I baked this for you." "That is kind." I waited, because there was more. "It was not just the bread. I have news." "I thought that. Go on." "I was out in the sheep pasture early this morning. I saw Cormac riding north." This I had not expected, nor from the momentary shock in his face had Veckel. "The High King's son," I said. "Yes." "Are you sure?" "I think I would remember him." Her tone was acid. I coloured. "Of course." "How many men were with him?" 6. They were carrying bows and spears. A hunting party, and close by. Suddenly my heart was racing, as if I'd run up a hill in my mail shirt. "We will need horses," said Veckel. How I loved him in that moment. No questions, no warnings, just an acceptance of what I had to do, and a willingness to be part of it. "Who is Cormac?" asked Thorstein. "The man who murdered our father," said Ashult, and there was death in her eyes. Best leave soon to be sure of catching him. I nodded. Thank you, sister. Make sure, Finn. I will, I swore. Thorstein announced he was coming too. He made it sound as if we were going for a stroll. Lalla wouldn't be left behind either. I grinned at Ashfield. 4 against 7 were odds that I could live with, especially when it gave me a chance to kill Cormac. I prayed that my sword was with them. The horses we were loaned by Gunkel and one of his neighbours were sturdy Girons, but they weren't of the same quality as those of Cormac and his companions. If Mael's son had been riding somewhere in a hurry, we would never have caught them. But as it transpired, they were out for sport and taking all the time in the world. We followed their trail at a decent pace, through the rolling countryside that was so familiar to me. The raths were large, the land being good. Sheep dotted the low hills. Cattle grazed the pastures watched over by thralls. No one greeted us, instead wary of an armed group that included a Vitki and a Blaumoor. Word of our passage would spread fast, but it didn't matter. Our quarry was not that far ahead. Sunset wasn't far off when Lalo pointed out smoke rising above oak trees in the middle distance. The grove would provide a good place to camp. It might not be Cormac, but their horses' hoof marks led in that direction. I decided that the chance of it being anyone else was small. Tethering each Giron with a lang fetter, a rope that ran from the hind legs to the neck, we talked first. Get close enough to spy out Cormac and his party before the light went, it was agreed, and our attack could be in darkness, a real advantage. Thorstein and I had prepared as we would for a raid. Lalo never wore armour, but he had a shield and a spear, as well as his sea-axe. He was also adept with a bow, of which we had 2, loaned by Gunkel. Veckel, who normally didn't fight, said he would use the other. I hadn't seen him use a bow in years, but Thorstein and I were the only ones who could effectively charge our enemies. It made sense. I just hoped his aim was good. We walked to the tree line, and then Lalo slipped away between the oaks and rowans like a dark wraith. He came back not long after, an impish look on his face. It is them. He anticipated my question and nodded. 7 men, good horses. One has long fair hair, and the others defer to him. I licked my lips. That sounds like Cormac. What are they doing? Lounging around a fire, roasting meat, drinking. There is lots of boastful talk. Sentries? Lalo chuckled. No. It was perfect, I thought. We waited until full dark before getting into position. Lalo, able to move silently to and fro, brought back word that most of the group were drunk, or well on the way to that state. Annoyingly, Cormac was being abstemious, the reason for which was not clear. Veckel's response was that Lalo should shoot him first, get the job done immediately. I would have none of it. The whole point of the ambush, I argued, was for me to avenge my father. It would not feel the same if Lalo had slain Cormac. My passion won the day. We crept closer, placing our feet with incredible care in case of treading on fallen branches. Nothing could be done about the plentiful nettles, but lengths of bramble were held back not to whip the person behind. We paused often to listen. It was a pleasant, cool night, the sky partially clouded. An owl call, haunting and eerie, carried through the still air. Rustling in the undergrowth marked the passage of small creatures. A fox barked thrice and was silent. From some distance away came the characteristic call of a nightjar. Voices became audible, too, loud and beer-fueled, relaxed. My stomach clenched. Since the disastrous events in Difflin, I had given no thought to avenging my father. Now here I was, with Cormac about to be handed to me on a platter. If Loki was in a really good mood, the sword might be with him. I offered up thanks to the gods, adding, I will not forget this. The last 100 paces were infinitesimally slow. Crawling on hands and knees, I was with Veckel. Lalo and Thorstein were a little distance to our right. Attacking from opposite sides of the fire would have reduced the chance of escape, but the risk of a stray arrow was too great. About half the distance remained when Cormac began to hold forth. I pricked my ears. He had been the one to take down the deer. It was the finest shot he had ever made, he claimed, and the longest too. 150 paces it must have been. I shook my head in disbelief. Any hunter who risked an arrow at that distance was a fool, or one chancing his arm. Cormac was exaggerating, and he had a captive audience. His men rained down praise, saying that they could not have done it, that Cormac was a truly skilled archer. One was a real brown-nose, claiming that the mythical warrior Cuchulainn himself could not have made the shot. An awkward silence met this comment, and I bit the inside of my cheek not to laugh. Kiss arsery only went so far. When fawning was overdone, even half-wits realised. Cormac was many things, but he wasn't stupid. Right now, I wagered, he was glaring at the brown nose, who, embarrassed and scared, was wishing he had held his tongue. Vekel snake-bellied in beside me. Even the darkness could not conceal a smile. He had heard too. We made no move until the conversation around the fire started up again. It wasn't a long wait. Men like Cormac loved the sound of their own voice. Was the meat ready yet? He demanded. He was famished. Almost, he was told. Not much longer. Cormac responded surlily that it better not be burnt. Beer, he said. Here, Lord. Cormac drank loudly from a skin, I guessed, then belched. Maybe we'll get a boar tomorrow. If we see one, Lord, I am sure your spear will be first in its flesh, said a voice. I made a face at Vekel. Cormac was then asked to recount the tale of his last boar kill, which had been the previous winter. He launched into a long, rambling story, pausing often to accept his companion's adulation. It was the perfect opportunity for Vekel and me, and I presumed Lalo and Thorstein to close in. Cormac's group had set up camp in a small clearing. When the trees began to thin, I stopped. Peering through the scant undergrowth, I made out 7 men lounging around a large fire. Cormac was about a third of the way around the blaze, gesturing expansively as he described killing the boar. 3 men had their backs to me, and the remainder faced in my direction. None were wearing armour, and I could see no shields. I judged the bows to be with the pile of spears a short distance from the fire, or perhaps lying by their owners' sides. Their horses, each hobbled with a lang fetter, stood quietly nearby. Ready, I mouthed at Vekel, who was awkwardly knocking an arrow. He nodded. I considered taking the bow from him and putting a shaft in Cormac's back. At this range it would be easy. No, I decided. I wanted him to know who had ended his miserable existence. The agreed signal was an oil call, not something I was good at replicating. Lalo was, unsurprisingly, and Vekel was to reply. We had lain there for 50 heartbeats before Lalo called out. It was so close it had to be him. Vekel waited, but there was no reaction from Cormac or his companions, so he copied the sound. It was a poor imitation of Lalo's, but that didn't matter. We were on our feet, and 15 paces to our right, so were Lalo and Thorstein. Lalo's bow sang, and one of the warriors facing in our direction was punched backwards, an arrow deep in his chest. Vekel loosed, and a man with his back to us roared as a shaft took him in the shoulder. I charged, knowing Thorstein was too. I ran towards the fire, as if the dragon Nidhogg was on my heels. The first warrior I met was still scrabbling for his dagger when my axe split open his chest. I managed to hit the next man with a backswing. The heavy axe head smashed his cheekbone, and he reeled away. I whirled, looking for Cormac. With the dexterity of a hunted deer, he leaped the fire to get away. A sudden thump in my midriff made me pause. I had been stabbed in the belly by one of Cormac's companions. There was pain, but the steel rings of my mail had held. He had not got at me. I broke his nose with my shield boss, and as he stumbled backwards, cut off his left arm with my axe. The dagger dropped from his other hand. He stared vacantly at the spraying stump, then the pain hit, and he began to scream. Panting, I looked for more enemies, but there were none. Thorstein was all right. Vekel was fumbling another arrow to the string, and Lalo had just loosed one over the fire. After Cormac, I realised, and hurled it, my feet moving the instant I hit the ground. "Did you hit him?" I roared. "No," came Lalo's disappointed reply. I was a nothing. If I had shot Cormac, or agreed to let Lalo do so, I thought, he would be lying dead with his lick-arse companions now, instead of running unhurt into the darkness. I chased 20 paces after him, but my eyes had adjusted to the firelight, which meant I saw almost nothing. I cast about, hoping to see a branch still moving from his passage, or a footprint in the soft ground, yet found no trace. I was on the point of getting up when a crash resounded from the darkness. I sprinted towards it, barking my shins on a low-lying trunk. Brambles whipped one of my cheeks, but I did not care. I was running so hard, barely able to discern a thing, that I didn't even see the dip in the ground. My feet went from under me, and I went down. My head banged off something hard, a fallen tree, and stars clouded my vision. Dazed, my axe gone, I lolled back like a man blind drunk at a feast. Someone leaped on top of me. Cormac, I thought dully. He had tumbled in the same hollow, but regained his footing before I'd arrived. My strength was gone.
I could not stop his hands wrapping around my throat, choking the life out of me. My breath rasped, my lungs starved. I began to slip away, lose consciousness. The blackness was welcoming. I would see father soon, I thought muzzily. Mother too. A sneer. Like father, like son. My descent into the abyss slowed. I thought you'd have more fight in you, herring choker, but you're no better than your dog of a father. He didn't try to stop me burying the sword in his flesh, the coward. It's just a pity that I didn't plough your sister as well. A spark of white-hot rage birthed itself in my mind. Pulsing, it swelled in size, illuminating the dark corners and the soft, silent path to eternity. My father was no coward, I screamed silently. My sister had done nothing to you. The injustice of Cormac's actions fueled the rage which grew, filling my skull. It gave me the desire to live, and with that came a desperate, furious strength. My first, poor-aimed box barely connected with Cormac. It wasn't powerful either, but it startled. His grip on my throat weakened. The second hit his chin, snapping his head back, and he let go. A powerful squirm of my hips, and I had him off me. He fell one way, I rolled the other. We got on our knees and stood in the darkness, sensing where the other was through close proximity. There was time for a rasping inhalation, and then I threw myself at him. He punched me in the face. I caught him with a hook to the jaw. He kneed me in the balls, or tried to, but I twisted from the waist in time, and he banged off my hip bone instead. Cormac was the smaller man, but I was half strangled. We traded blows, neither able to knock down the other, both willing to take the hits. I attempted a headbutt, a favourite move, but he anticipated, and all I did was hurt my forehead on his cheekbone. He gouged at my eyes, but managed only to fingernail rake some flesh from my face. I landed a punch. He did the same. It made no difference. Shh! The sound of a knife being tugged from a sheath. I felt sick. All I had were my bare hands. Cormac padded near. "Nothing," I heard a voice clear as day. "Your sea axe." I had not remembered it until then. My hand went down, fingers closing on the familiar haft. Out it came, snugly fitting in my fist. I closed, uncaring of injury, interested only in bearing it in him. An impact in my midriff, a burst of dull pain following, an oath from Cormac. I stabbed him in the guts. I buried the sea-axe to the hilt, and he mewled like a pup ripped from the tit. Only when he fell away groundward, taking my sea-axe with him, did my adult mind realize that I was not in the same way because my mail, which I had forgotten I was wearing, had stopped his blade. Cormac was screaming now, sobbing for his mother. I pulled out the sea-axe, and he bawled even louder. I did not care. In fact, I rejoiced. "How do you like that, Lord?" I asked. He cried and sobbed and said he was sorry. "You are far too late." I stabbed him in the chest, and he died. A great weight lifted from my shoulders. My father had been avenged, and Aisle's honour restored. When I bent and groped around his waist, and my fingers closed on a hilt, I felt as if I had found the greatest hoard in the world. After so long, the sword was to be mine again. When I got back to the clearing, dragging Cormac's body, all his men were dead. The wounded dispatched by Thorstein. Vekel embraced me and said I had done well. He admired the sword and declared that Odin was pleased to see it returned to its rightful owner. My father's shade would definitely rest easy now. My heart warmed to hear it. Together we dug a deep grave further into the woods and piled the corpses into it, higgledy-piggledy. We covered them in earth and walked the ground to tamp it down, before laying a massive pile of cut branches on top. Their horses were loosed and chased into the darkness. They would go their separate ways, and like as not never be returned to Inniskrow or Dunnaski, unless someone found the grave, which seemed unlikely. Aisle, Diarmid and their child, not to mention Madra and Niall, were safe. The sooner I left the area, however, the better. Mael might well send men to search for his son. If I was not there, I could not be suspected. Ymir's arrival in Brimdior could not come too soon. Chapter 26. Our longship reached Linduacal the afternoon of the second day after the ambush. I had spied its sail sometime before, so we were waiting at the river mouth as she came nosing in. Colley returned my wave. Plenty of others, already at the oars, called out a greeting. I did not see Ymir, and assumed he was lying down, resting his leg. I was able to keep pace as the longship eased its way against the current to the mooring place, where I had first clapped eyes on it.
a lifetime before. "Any news from Difflin?" I asked casually. "Sittrick is like a maddened bull. I was glad to be shot of the place," said Carly. I decided to be prudent. It was still possible that my involvement with Slania was not generally known. "Has Brion changed the terms of their treaty?" This was not outside the realms of possibility. A snort, then a word to the oarsmen who backed water, and he returned his attention to me. "Nothing like that. The king took a notion that someone was ploughing his new wife, even though she swore blind it wasn't true." Slania had kept her word, I thought, relieved. "And them just married. It seems unlikely." "So you would think, eh? But stranger things have happened." He stared. "By all accounts, she and her lover met in the Brazen Head. There were witnesses." I did not panic. This was not recent information. Sigtrish had been aware of it, which was why his 2 men had gone there to catch the cockle. Carly's attention moved on, but now Immer had appeared at the ship's side. "Do you know the inn?" "You're up and about," I said, actually pleased, even though I was avoiding his question. A grunt. "It wasn't before time." "Are you back to normal?" "Almost." "That's good," I said, watching as the oars were shipped and Twinbroys and Valley ready at the prow prepared to drop the anchor. "So?" Immer demanded. "What?" I adopted a curious expression and hoped it was enough. "Do you know the Brazen Head, you nithing?" "I've walked past it, never went in, though. The ale is expensive, they say." "It wasn't you bedding Sigtrish's wife there? The customers talked of a tall Norseman with red hair." "Ara, that's 1 in every 3 men in Difflin," I said, scoffing. Immer's eyes were slits. "Not quite. Besides, half are too old or have no teeth, so that rules them out. Would I be that stupid? I'm not sure, Stormcrow. It's a little odd that you left Difflin the same day 2 men sent by the king to find the culprit were killed." I gave him an "it's nothing to do with me" shrug. "I told you. A message came from Linduackle. I had to go." "To see the sister you never visit," he shot back. "She needed me. Or more, her husband did. Sheep had been rustled. He wanted help guarding the flock. We had time on our hands, so I went. It's not my fault that Sigtrish's men were slain." I could see the arcing spray of blood from my first victim, and the bulging eyes of the second as my seax filled his chest. "And the sheep rustlers?" "They were hunted down," Veckel offered. "We killed all 7, added Thorstein. "We got back yesterday," said Veckel. Lalo was nodding too. Immer glowered and muttered something under his breath, but wasn't up for more of an argument, not against Vitki, 2 of the best warriors in his crew, and Lalo, the finest archer now that Goat Banki was gone. Not that there was any need to be, I thought, because he and Brimdior were safely beyond Sigtrish's reach. Nonetheless, I struggled to put Slania from my mind that evening, as we sat outside Gunkel's longhouse, eating a fresh roasted wether he'd sold to Immer. Slania had been wonderful company, and in another life I would have asked her father Brian for her hand. Whether my offer would have been accepted was another thing, but despondent about the manner in which our affair had ended, and certain it would never again be rekindled, I refused to consider that. I was leaving Eriu, and I did not know when I would return. I had given Ashult a large portion of my riches, and buried the rest nearby. The following day, Brimdior, with a brisk westerly snapping her mainsail, and her prow aimed firmly at Britain, chopped her way through the waves, and I set aside my issues of the heart. It was not hard after the previous night's fireside conversation. Emer had waxed lyrical about the weak English king, Ethelred, and his policy of giving silver to Norsemen instead of fighting them. Gaffol, the English called the payments, and we were talking about thousands of pounds of it being handed over each year. This dwarfed any riches to be made in Ulla, Emer said, and we had slapped our thighs in agreement and raised our beer mugs in anticipation of this great wealth. He had given no indication of how we might join the Norse fleets that threatened England, but that was for another day. As for Slania, I concluded, the threads of her life and mine had moved apart on the Norn's tapestry. It seemed certain that they would never be joined again. Much as I did not want to admit it, that was probably a good thing. The coastline of Bretland was not much different to that of Eriu. True, there was Inishmon, an enormous island almost attached to the mainland, but as Brimdior ran past that to the south, we could have been sailing from Linduackle to Difflin. Most of the beaches were rocky, but there were some of yellow gold sand. The river mouths were small, and thanks to the onshore wind, the tree cover sparse. Hills were visible further inland. My father had talked of monasteries on this coast, but they had long since been raided by Norsemen and afterwards abandoned. The same was true after we crossed a stretch of open water towards what was known as West Bretland. One day, Carr spotted the ruins of a monastic settlement. Immer declared it to be St. Pedroch Stow, destroyed almost 20 years before. Lalo spent even more time at the prow than I, wrapped in his cloak, deep in thought. More than once, I noticed a sad cast to his features. I asked once, to be told he was remembering Blyland, his home, and how it was still half a world away. "I will never see it again, Stormcrow," he said. "Never see the river near my village sparkle in the sun, or the girls bathing there. Never hunt with my friends. Never dance under the stars to the beat of the drums. Never find a woman of my tribe to wed, to have children with." "You don't know that for certain," I said, trying to be cheery, but thinking the same about Lindoackle and my former life there, and Slanya too. I felt my mood sour. "If you were to wager on it, Stormcrow, what odds would you give?" I stared into the teeth of that question and didn't like the answer. "Well?" Lalo's voice had a rare, harsh tone. I did not want to lie to a friend, nor did I want to seem a doom-monger. "I would advise you to save your silver for the journey home." "Pah!" Lalo retreated further into himself. "Do not give up hope," I said, as I had before. "There is a chance you might return to your homeland one day, even if it is a small one." He did not reply, and I wondered if I should have lied and told him he would see Blyland again. It was too late, however, so I awkwardly patted his shoulder and left him to it. I nearly fell over Vekel, whom I had not noticed right behind us. He was on his haunches, ruined bones covering the planking. He looked up. "See anything?" I asked. "Always." "Know it all," I said, determined not to start worrying about Lalo or myself. I meant about West Bretland. "The pickings will be lean." Anyone in Brimdeer could have told you that. We hadn't seen a settlement worthy of the name village yet. "There will still be danger, bloodshed." Unease tickled my belly. We'd gone ashore twice since crossing the sea from Eriu, and both times managed to find fresh water, and either hunt for deer or kill far from their owners, sheep. There had been no sign of local warriors. Indeed, we had hardly seen a soul on our voyage down the sparsely inhabited coast. All the talk had been of a quiet enough voyage to the south coast, where we would make contact with the Norse fleet, the leaders of which would welcome another longship into their midst. It was not clear on what terms, but Immer seemed confident. There seemed no good reason for Vekel's doom-mongering, I thought, and yet he was the Vitki, not I. "Why?" I asked. A graceful up and down of his shoulders. I wanted to shake Vekel, but he had always been this frustrating, and it amused him if I reacted to his reticence. I went instead to Carr and suggested a training session. A keen student, willing to take advice, he was coming along nicely. He accepted, as always, and soon, sweat-lathered and working hard to prevent myself being injured. Even with the leather cover, an axe hit hard. I had forgotten about Lalo and Vekel. I gave no thought to the matter later either, when Immer told Carly to take Brimdeor in towards the shore. Lalo, keen-eyed as ever, had spied a flock of grazing sheep. Bow at the ready, he cast a glance at Immer. "They are close. I see no shepherd." Immer's lips twisted, which was as close as he ever got to a smile. "Go on then, Mandinka." Lalo laughed. "One or two." "I'm famished," said Valley. "Two." "Two!" Thormwood and Hrolf cried. "Two it is," said Immer. "I'll go as well," I said. Valley got ready also, and Thormwood. 4 of us could easily carry a pair of dead sheep. "I want to come." Carr had a bow in his hands. Whose it was, I had no idea. "Have you any skill?" I asked. "I'm a decent enough shot." I glanced at Immer, who said, "Let the lad go if he wants. Be quick." He didn't need to add that we were vulnerable on shore, that at anchor Brimdeor was too. Carly guided us close into a stony seaweed-covered beach. The anchor plashed down, and seeing how shallow the water was, I followed after, leaving spear and shield behind. Chest deep in the gentle swell, careful not to be hit by the prow, I reached up and accepted my weapons. Holding them above my head, I waded in. Valley and Thormwood were next, and Lalo and Carr. Soon we were all safe ashore, dripping and already growing cold in the brisk breeze. Lalo strung his bow and nocked an arrow. To Carr he said, "Ready." Carr nodded, his face eager, and the two went off, crouching down low. Valley, Thormwood and I remained where we were. Sheep were stupid creatures, but not so dim they would stay put if strangers approached. Lalo and Carr would keep out of sight until they were close enough to shoot. If that proved impossible due to lack of cover, they, or perhaps Lalo only, would try to walk into range. So the plan went, and so it came to pass. Not long after, Lalo's loud, whistled summons came. We found him in scrubby grass, gutting a fat ewe. Carr was a short distance away, doing the same with another. The rest of the flock were in the middle distance, running as fast their short legs would carry them. Valley and Thormwood praised Lalo, who barely looked up. I was already anticipating the fresh meat we would eat that night at a mooring place far from here. Common sense dictated we avoid the chance of reprisals by the dead sheep's owners. It was as if Loki heard me and sniggered. An angry shout. My head went up. A youth in a rough tunic and breeks was sprinting towards Carr. There was a spear in his hand. The shepherd, I thought, and cupped a hand to my mouth. "Carr, pick up that carcass and get over here, now!" He glanced at me, then followed the direction of my pointing arm. Rather than obey, though, he set down his knife and fitted an arrow to his bowstring. The young shepherd did not slow a fraction, instead waiting until Carr let fly, when he threw himself onto his face. The shaft flew over his prone shape. He was up and running again in a flash. Carr's second arrow missed as well, and my belly knotted. "Carr, you fool, come back!" I roared. Carr's third effort almost took down the shepherd. Almost. And then the youth was close enough to throw, launching his spear without slackening speed. It was an incredible shot, taking Carr smack bang in the middle of his chest. Death must have been instantaneous. He went down like a sack of grain, bow falling from slack fingers. I didn't think. I charged. 100 paces it might have been, and I covered it with Valkyria-given speed. The shepherd took one look and fled. I sprinted harder, breath sawing in my chest, past poor Carr and his sheep, closing the distance until my lungs burned and leg muscles screamed. I juddered to a halt, drew back my right arm, focused and threw. It was a good shot, arcing well, coming down fast, looking as if it would take the shepherd in the back. It went into the heather 2 paces to his right. He jinked and kept running. A bitter curse escaped me. Then I realized Lalo was by my side. His bow bent, the arrow tip at an acute upward angle. He had one eye closed, and his lips were moving in prayer. I joined in with one of my own. The shaft went skyward. Time stretched as it rose, becoming a tiny black sliver against the cloud. The shepherd ran on, never looking over his shoulder. My chest rose and fell as I regained my wind. Sweat stung my eyes. Lalo was muttering in his own tongue. I heard Valley and Thormod's pounding steps. Down came the arrow. Down it came, like a bolt from the gods. Vengeance in a slender length of wood and iron. It hit the shepherd between the shoulder blades. The sweetest shot I had ever seen. He hit the ground face first and was still. "Odin's balls," said Valley, his voice reverent. "That was well done," I said. "It will not bring back Carr." Lalo's face was bitter. "No, it won't," I said heavily, remembering Veckel's mention of bloodshed and hoping that this was the limit of it. "And we'd best get back to Brimdior, in case that shepherd had any friends close by." We returned to the longship, carrying the carcasses of 2 sheep and Carr as well. Cries of alarm and anger met us on the beach. Immer leaped into the shallows, demanding an explanation. Hearing the tale, he swore and called Carr a stupid arsewipe. "Should have listened to you, eh?" "Yes," I said, wondering if someone else would have been slain if Carr had not accompanied us. Lalo, Thormod, Valley, or me. Maybe, I decided. But it was also possible that Veckel's prediction had nothing to do with our scavenging expedition. Perhaps others would die in the coming days. I shoved these concerns aside, trying to second-guess the gods hurt my head. We heaved the sheep and Carr aboard and rode away from the wretched spot. Wary of this shepherd's kin tracking us all along the coastline, Imar didn't let Carly bring Bimdior in again until evening was well on. It was a good spot. A little gorse-bound promontory with flat ground to camp on and anchorage that protected from the wind. Fires were kindled, and the sheep butchered and set to roasting, and Imar ordered a score of us to hack branches from the few trees. From these we fashioned wooden stakes. Not until a rough barricade ran across the neck of the promontory did he let up. Even then, he found several gaps, insisting more branches were cut to fill them. Imar's next announcement, that sentries would have to watch the barricade all night, was not popular either, but a glance at Carr, stretched out by the edge of the camp, was enough reason not to argue. When the sheep had been devoured, men began to drink in earnest. There was a dedicated fierceness to the way they went about it. I felt the same emotion. There was a tendency not to get close to new crew members, because when one died, the pain was worse than if he had been kept at arm's length. Carr had been different, though. For all his cocksureness, he had not been shy of asking for help when needed. There had also been a burning enthusiasm in him to learn how to row, navigate, fight with any weapon. Carly had taught him to rebraid snapped ropes, and even how to stitch torn sails. It was no surprise that he had been popular. We drank to his shade entering Valhall. He had been young, but valiant, Thormund declared, in the ponderous way of the drunk. Odin would see him right, and accept him as an Inhyrja. Men liked that, and hummed their appreciation. Sitting beside Vegel, I heard his quiet comment. If a sheep rustler can get into Valhall, there's hope for everyone. I stared, and he said, I'm only telling the truth. I had not the heart to argue, because he was right. It made Carr's death even more pointless, so I drank to forget. We finished one barrel of Difflin ale and started on another. That didn't last long, nor did the third. There was singing and poetry and toasts to Carr and all our lost comrades. I shed a few tears for Ulf, whom I had not been able to save either. I would later reflect that my dark mood might also have had something to do with the manner of my parting from Slania. But at the time, determined to send myself into oblivion, I gave it no consideration. Late on in the night, Hrolf, owlishly drunk, told Lalo that he had never known of an arrow shot like it. To think a Blamor could do such a thing, he said, his face redder and blotchier than normal. My mouth opened, ready to tear Hrolf a new arsehole, but Lalo got there first. Strange, is it? He asked. Hrolf nodded. Aye. Why would that be? Lalo's voice was quiet. Hrolf took in Lalo's stony expression and began to realize the quagmire he had just waded into. Well, you know how thralls are, tell me. Hrolf hesitated. Tell me. Carly half choked on a mouthful of beer. All conversation ended. They're not very bright, clumsy too. You know what I mean, surely. Hrolf stopped, as he had realized what he said. Not meaning you are like that. Lalo's look would have withered a freshly opened flower. I thought you were stupid the first time I clapped eyes on you, Hrolf. I was wrong. Hrolf's initial scowl died away. The beginnings of a confused smile hovered on his lips. So it's clever, you think I am? No. You are thick as two short planks, Skitgar, and ignorant with it. Lalo's seax was out and under Hrolf's chin. Men shouted in alarm. Thermod drew a blade but did not dare to rush to his brother's defence. Lalo, I said, do not be hasty. Hasty. He rolled the word around in his mouth. What does that mean, Stormcrow? It means think before you open that nithing's throat, said Vekka, sober. You cannot murder him in front of all of us. Can I not? Lalo chuckled and put a little pressure on the seax. A bright red line of blood sprang out along its length, and Hrolf whimpered. Who says? Lalo demanded. I say. Immer was on his feet and he was angry. I will not have my men killing each other over nothing. Nothing! Lalo shouted. Have you been called thrall, Immer? Treated as less than human, spat on, laughed at, compared to an animal? Have you? Immer scowled, but give him his credit, he did not lie. No. Of course you haven't. I used to live with that abuse every day, every cursed day, and I grew so sick of it, but I could never say a word because I was a thrall, a Blamor thrall. Then I joined Brimdir, and Vekal freed me. After a while I thought the shit-talking had ended, that I had been accepted for myself. I was wrong, said Lalo, and he moved the blade to and fro under Hrolf's chin. The shot that killed the shepherd was no accident. I have been using a bow most of my life. Do you understand? Hrolf couldn't nod because of the seax. Aye, he whispered. I speak fluent Irish and Norse as well as my own tongue, and a bit of Saxon and Frankish besides. I can read Latin too. How many languages do you know? Norse. A little Giokgok. A contemptuous snort. Can you read or write? Hrolf's cheeks flamed. No, I can. This was a surprise to me, but looking at Vekal, I saw that he knew. Put away the knife, Immer said. Lalo completely ignored him. "Am I still a stupid thrall?" he asked Hroth. "No." "Say it, nice and loud." "You are not a stupid thrall." Hroth was puce with embarrassment and shame now. "Did everyone hear?" Lalo cried. "I did," I bellowed. "And me," said Thorstein. "I heard as well." Vekel pitched his voice loud enough to be heard in Difflin. "And I," growled Emer. "Now, enough of this nithing behaviour. Mandinka, sheath your blade." His tone brooked no refusal. Lalo looked at Immer long and hard before obeying. He did it very slowly. Hroth spun. Lalo tensed, and I thought, blood will be shed yet. But that was not Hroth's purpose. "Hum, gang," he said. "I challenge you to a hum gang, Mandinka." "Agreed." No, I thought, no. Yet it was too late. The challenge had been issued and accepted. Immer was downright furious, but could not go against tradition. It would not happen now, he said in a cast-iron voice, or he would see them both dead. No, it could take place in the morning, when everyone had clearer heads. The festivities had had a sombre note because of Carr. Hroth's challenge poured ice-cold water on what remained. Before long, most men had rolled up in their blankets and were snoring to wake the dead. I had no desire to fall asleep, however. As I said to Vekel, Hroth or Thormod, or both of them, might try and kill Lalo during the night. "They won't," he said confidently. "Why not?" "Where is he?" I looked. To my surprise and delight, Lalo had vanished. "Did you say something to him?" I asked. "I didn't have to." It was good news, but as I lay down, I couldn't help chewing over the outcome of the Hom gang. Neither seemed good. If Lalo was killed, I would lose a good friend. If he was victorious, Thormod would hold a massive grudge against him, and Lalo would need to be on constant lookout against a blade in the back, or being heaved overboard in rough weather. I lay awake for a long time. Chapter 27. "Stormcrow!" Lalo was shouting. I didn't know why. I paid no heed. "Stormcrow, wake up!" A kick. "Hey!" I was angry now, and opening my eyes, realized I had been asleep, and that Lalo was not. Standing over me, he was very real, and by his face alarmed. "What is it?" "A fleet!" He was shaking Vekel, and stepping round the remnants of our fire to Immer. "A fleet!" Lalo cried. "Wake up!" Over and over he repeated this, moving between the prone shapes of Brindiar's crew. I stood up, gummy-eyed, furry-tongued, and faced the sea. Cold dread filled me. Not a patch of water was without a ship. A great flotilla ran from left to right, all the way to the horizon. There were a few longships, but the majority were broader in their beam, shorter too. No Norse fleet this, I thought. It was English. What it was doing in this remote place I had no idea, but the chances of its crews being friendly seemed vanishingly small. Even as I watched, 4 vessels changed tack, heading towards our position. We had been seen. Immer was up, cursing and rousing men from slumber. "To the ship!" he shouted. "Move! Take Brimdia out there!" said Vekel. "And we are all dead men!" Immer turned on him, furious, but he was too wily a creature not to see what was in front of his face. "Aye, aye! Why in Frigg's name is an English fleet sailing along this coastline?" he demanded. "I have no idea," Vekel answered. "Of more importance is how we are going to escape." "There's only one thing we can do," I said. "Abandon Brimdir. Go inland." Immer eyed the approaching ships and swore again. "Stormcrow's right." His gaze moved over the expectant, hungover faces. "Don your war gear. Pack all the food you can carry, quickly." "What about Carr?" Vali asked. "Cover him in stones. That will have to do." Vali didn't argue. I and 5 others helped, piling enough rocks over Carr's corpse until it was safe from gulls and foxes. No one mentioned what the English might do to such an obvious recent grave. There is only so much speed that sore-headed, heavy-limbed men can reach. It isn't fast either. But with Immer literally kicking arses, and Lalo, clear-eyed and loud of voice, announcing the shrinking distance between the English craft and the shore, we outdid ourselves. They were still a good distance away when Immer and Carly, having poured a barrel of pitch along Brimdiar's deck, lit pieces of Inyuska and tossed them on board. She began to burn at once,
the fire spreading with incredible speed. There were tears in Corley's eyes as flames licked skywards. He had overseen her construction, I thought, and sailed her from the first day she was floated. His fist was as resolute as Immer's, however, when he urged us away from the shore and into West Bretland. Immer was full of energy, quite unlike someone who had spent half the night carousing. Despite the heavy cloth bundle on one shoulder, he paced up and down the ragged column, encouraging, urging, telling men all would be well. He gave particular praise to the two carrying his chest of hacksilver. He also wanted to know who had seen the English first. Heads were shaken. Couldn't says and not sures were his only answer. I suspected.
Immer reached me and Veckel, and beside us Lalo.
"Any of you know?"
"It was I," said Lalo. "I woke early before dawn. The sentries were all asleep, so I kept watch."
"Hear that, lads?" Immer roared.
"What?"
"No! Say it again!" "It was Mandinka who raised the alarm. Mandinka!" A ragged cheer. Given the general state, I decided, it amounted to a rousing one. Lalo didn't seem to care either way. He was grinning. Immer stuck out a hand. They shook.
"You're as true a warrior as ever sailed in Brimdir," Immer declared.
Another cheer, more robust this time. I searched for Rolf. He wasn't smiling or joining in, but I put him from my mind. There were bigger fish to fry, the most urgent of which was to put some distance between us and the English. Loki was behind the fleet coming upon us unseen, I decided, hoping that the tricksy bastard had had his fun. I also began to wonder if the bloodshed mentioned by Veckel had nothing to do with poor Carr. As Immer sent Lalo and the 4 other bowmen to the rear, our best defence against pursuit, I put my head down and concentrated on picking my way through the gorse and in the patches between bugloss, wild cabbage and horsetail. There had been a brief discussion of which way to go, but no one knew the area. Away from the sea, it had been decided. Put enough distance between us and the fleet, and then we could work out what to do. Immer's chest of hacksilver, brutally heavy and impossible to carry fast, was not mentioned. It was no kind of plan, but it was all we had. The uselessness of it was soon clear. Shouts and cries became audible from our rear, together with excited barking. The English were using dogs to track us. Not that they were needed, I thought sorely. 50+ warriors in full gear, moving fast with no attempt at concealment, left a path that a blind man could follow. "We need somewhere to stand and fight," I said to Thorstein. "Lalo and the others will do their best, but the English will have come ashore in force." The rolling terrain, bare of trees, did not lend itself to ambush. The best we could come up with was a low hill, at the summit of which stood 2 giant pieces of stone topped by a third. Ancient, covered in lichen and moss, it was similar to structures in Eriu. No one knew who had built them, but often built over graves. They were regarded as sacred. It was a good place to set our backs against. The gorse bushes grew thickly enough on the upward slopes to prevent a line of men attacking us, but there any advantage ended. Those who arrived first formed a rough circle around the stones, chests heaving, spitting, and wiping away sweat. A quick head count came to 45. Taking Lalo and his 4 companions into account, it meant that 7 warriors had fallen behind. Lalo appeared a short time later and confirmed our suspicions. The English war party was strong, at least 150 warriors. He and the bowmen had accounted for 10, perhaps more, but the English had grown wise and were advancing with their shields up. "How far behind were they?" I asked.
"Close," Lalo replied. "Some of our men are slow."
"There are 7.
"Aye."
"I'm going to get them," I told Immer.
"Be careful, Stormcrow. I don't need to lose you in the first skirmish."
Lalo and Thorstein came with me, but Veckel stayed behind to weave magic for the crew. We ran, and as the expectation of battle increased, I found my weariness falling away. It wouldn't last. I had drunk too much the previous night for that, but for the short term I felt ready to fight, ready to kill, ready to send as many English as I could into the mud. Carley was the first one I saw. He was blowing like a winded horse, and his broad face was an unpleasant shade of purple. The causes, I decided, were his corpulence and the large leather bag which held his loot.
"Stormcrow," he wheezed.
"Get a move on," I told him, "unless you want the English to carve you into little slices." Carley was short of breath. He just nodded, but his pace picked up. We came upon 4 others. They too responded to our dire warnings, managing to half walk, half run towards the hilltop. A droll part of me wondered if it was merely delaying their fate. By this point, I could see the English, and scarily near, the other bowmen. The reason they were taking such risks lay between them and us. Hrolf and Thormod moved like a pair of arthritic greybeards. Now and again, Hrolf would stop and dry retch, with Thormod waiting until his brother was done. Unsurprisingly, the English were fast closing in. As Lalo loped off to rejoin his fellow archers, I exchanged a grim look with Thorstein, and we pointed towards the laggards, trampling the dandelions and purple-flowered mallow. "Are you blind?" I shouted at Thormod. "I see the English, but Hrolf can't stop puking." "He'll have more to worry about than that if you don't get a move on." Thormod nodded, and Hrolf wiped his mouth. Pasty-faced, he looked like death warmed up, but they shuffled off together, noticeably faster than before. "Shall we charge?" asked Thorstein. "Make enough noise and the English will think there are men behind us." "Might cause a bit of panic," I said, giving no thought to the risk. Lalo heard. He trotted up the slope, and I saw he had only 3 arrows left. "Is there no one else?" His voice was incredulous. "We are going to attack," I said. "Drive the English back." Thorstein was smiling. "You're insane," said Lalo. "Do not throw your lives away." "We won't," I said. But I was thinking we are dead men. I was unwilling to let Hrolf and Thormod die, however, and it seemed the only way. "Wait," said Lalo, and summoned the other bowmen. None were hurt, but they too were down to their last shafts. Quickly, Lalo explained our plan, and as his comrades gave one another incredulous looks, he laid out a fresh strategy. It made sense, even if it wouldn't change our fate. We muttered our thanks, and Thorstein said, "Ready?" We moved to stand side by side and hefted our broad axes. Prideful, I was wearing the sword too, although I had much to learn in its use. Perhaps 100 paces separated us from the mass of English who, thinking we were up to something, had slowed to a walk. I brought my abiding memory of Ulf to mind, when he jumped into the Shonen and tried to reach Brimdior. Instant rage bubbled up. Then I made myself imagine the bowmen, including Lalo, as well as Hrolf, Thormod, Carly, and the other stragglers, being butchered by the English before they could reach Immer at the hilltop. Red mist blurred my vision. A vein throbbed at my temple. I was hungry to kill. I was careful, however, not to let the anger take control. "Brimdior!" I shouted, and broke into a run. Thorstein caught up before I had gone 10 strides. We screamed and roared all the way to the English, while Lalo, keeping his promise, let out an undulating war cry that sounded like a banshee and her 5 sisters combined. The other bowmen yelled as well. It was a fearful din. It was also mad. Yes, we were in mail, while most of the English were not, but they numbered more than 100, and we were just 2. Fear is a strange thing, though, and to our enemies it might have seemed we were the front-runners, that a short distance behind would come Emer and our crewmates. The English stopped, raised their shields, glanced at each other. A few of the more clear-headed lobbed spears, but they were poorly aimed or fell short. "Oh, Din!" I screamed. "Oh, Din!" Thorstein was yipping like a crazed dog. Lalo's timing was perfect. 5 arrows flighted in, aimed just so, hitting the enemy's front ranks. 2 men died, and several were bawling in pain. Another volley arrived, inflicting similar damage. A third landed, and more men were slain, others injured. A degree of panic took hold. The English did not know that these were the last shafts Lalo and his companions had. I saw an Englishman twist to look at the rear, and exultant, I changed the angle of my run to reach him first. I roared again, and he flinched. I closed at full tilt, somehow avoiding the spear points aimed at me. My shield smashed into his, and he reeled back, making no attempt to fight. My axe split him from neck to mid-rib cage, and blood fountained. Over me, over my shield, but best of all covering the man to his left. He wailed and tried to turn, and I opened the back of his skull. Close by, Thorstein was swearing and battering and swearing. Englishmen yelled, shoved, even argued with each other. I slew a 3rd one, and a 4th. The English ranks parted in front of me. Men at the back were edging backwards. Would they actually break, I wondered, break and run? Of course it was too good to be true. A captain of some kind, in mail and a Norse-style helmet with protective eye-rings, appeared, clattering men with the flat of his sword and issuing dire threats. The English closed up again, and men pressed forwards at me. I aimed at another, a clumsy sideswipe that almost missed, but the edge of my axe blade caught in his flesh, and that was sufficient. It carved a deep line across his neck, opening the major vessels. I think it cut his windpipe as well, because he made a horrible, frothy noise as he collapsed. That made the nearest men pause, and I yelled, "Thorstein!" "Aye, have Hrolf and Thormod gone far enough?" I spoke in Irish. Some English knew Norse, but few indeed could understand my tongue. "Who knows?" Thorstein laughed, a manic, devilish sound. "The others need us." "Fighting retreat, then?" "Yes." I chopped off an Englishman's arm and rammed the head of my axe into another's face, pulping his nose. I took a step back, and another. An Englishman launched himself at me, but the blood-slippery ground was treacherous, and he fell, obstructing two men behind. I edged another few paces, took a quick glance to see if Thorstein was there. He was, and continued to withdraw. The English captain was bellowing. He had seen, knew this was a golden opportunity to swarm forward and kill the pair of us. But his men were wary. I had finished 5 and disabled 2. Thorstein would have done the same. The English had the numbers, but the first to reach either of us would die, and in all likelihood the second would too. So they hesitated, and using their timidity, Thorstein and I increased our speed. 1.5 paces from them, an exchanged nod saw us turn and run. Baying like hounds, the English came up the slope in pursuit. It is amazing how fast one can move with a horde of enemies on your tail. We gained some ground, and then a little more, but gradually the weight of our mail began to count. It was the beer too, although I hated to admit it. Lalo and the others were running alongside the English, hurling rocks, but they were only heavy enough to distract, not cause real damage. The tale would have had a bad ending, but Immer arrived unexpected, and more welcome than rain after a drought. He brought with him half our number, about 20-odd warriors, formed into a boar snout with him at the front. They came past me and Thorstein and hit the enemy with a mighty crash. It was a one-sided engagement. The English went from an easy pursuit of 2 warriors to facing an armoured formation of axe-wielding killers. Men screamed and died. They broke off and retreated down the slope, ignoring their captain's furious shouts. We wouldn't have long before the English came back. There were still far more of them. Immer, wily, had the warriors walk backwards to our position. "You took long enough, Stormcrow," he said. "I could say the same about you," I replied. We laughed, a combination of relief and humour. Spirits were high. Everyone had made it to the hilltop, even Rolf and Thormod. The piss was mercilessly taken out of them, and the other dawdlers, but they gave back as good as they got, throwing accusations of sitting on arses, doing nothing, while their poor, suffering oar-mates were at risk of being massacred. As the good-natured laughter continued, men sat down to rest. Water was drunk, bread shared, and gear checked. The hilltop offered a view back to the coast. A pall of smoke marked where we had camped, where the remnants of Brindy still burned. I counted 4 ships at anchor nearby, but the remainder of the enemy fleet was receding from view. It was something, and with the English war party content for the moment to stay put, licking their wounds, planning, the place was actually beautiful. Meadow-brown butterflies flitted about. Bees were busy in the red heather, and not far off, a chough dug in loose soil for grubs, while keeping a beady eye on us, intruders in its domain. High overhead, a pair of falcons glided through the air. 4 crews makes how many men? Vekel asked. If it's similar to longships, said Immer, 200 to 12 score. I counted about 150, said Lalo. Immer grunted. The rest must be guarding the ships. Between arrows and our axework, you can cut that number by 30, maybe 35, I said. Immer liked that. You did well, all of you. Even more because you came back alive. His gaze went to the English, and his expression hardened. We had suffered no casualties thus far, I thought, but that was about to change. Our bowmen were out of arrows, and although we had the high ground, there weren't enough warriors to prevent the enemy reaching the hilltop. They would surround us, and by sheer weight of numbers, annihilate every last man. What in hell's name is a fleet that size doing this far west? Immer grumbled again. The reason didn't matter, I thought. We were screwed. Thorstein shrugged, Lalo too. Immer sucked his moustache and said, Perhaps Ethelred isn't all about kissing arse and handing over silver. I thought of Brian Baravna, and what he had done earlier in his life. You think he's scouring the land of Norse. How do you get rid of fleas on a dog? Keep combing it day after day until you don't find any more. I've been called worse things, said Thorstein, amused. What is a flea? Asked Lalo, which lightened the mood. I was grateful that Immer had not said we would have been better off staying in Difflin. I had gone from the frying pan into the fire, but he and the rest of the crew could have safely remained and served Sigtrich, rather than being butchered atop a hill in the middle of nowhere, West Bretland.
Well, Vitki, now's the time for some magic, said Immer.
Do you want me to cast the rune bones as well?
No need, Immer replied, his face deadpan. I didn't want to know either. Our future was blindingly obvious.
I have an idea.
This was unexpectedly quick. My attention sharpened.
Spit it out, said Immer.
Push that down the hill, Vekel pointed. We all regarded the stones in bemusement. The top one does look a little unstable. I hadn't noticed before.
Because of that smaller stone, Vekel replied. The top stone was shaped like a lying down triangle, and its narrow end was balanced on two rocks, the top one of which was about the same size as a cross-section of a middling-sized tree trunk. It was tiny in comparison to the stone below. The two legs and the roof, all four of which were vast. What Vekel was suggesting would anger the shades of whoever had been interred here, but if the idea worked, I could live with it. Immer and Thorstein did not protest either, nor Lalo. Get the strongest men, said Vekel, and push the top stone off the smaller one. It wouldn't have to move far to become unbalanced. It's quite rounded, too.
Get it to the top of the slope, said Immer, looking excited.
Exactly, said Vekel.
We would have to stand in front of it, or the English would see, I said, and the timing would have to be exact.
It's worth a try, said Immer, invigorated, and we'll need to prepare.
There is another thing we could do, said Lalo, looking sly. He explained, and I began to feel hope again, just the slightest trace, but that sufficed. Judging by Immer's face and Thorstein, they liked it too. I couldn't tell with Vekel, but that was nothing new. Time would tell. Chapter 28. The English prepared to attack just before midday. It was warm, and with the low cloud cover humid. Beneath my mail, my tunic was sodden. Sweat rolled from under my helmet down my face. The air was still. Clouds of midges plagued us. I was horrid thirsty as well, but I didn't drink. Water was in short supply, and I would want it even more after the fight began. Everyone was in the same boat except Lalo. It didn't rain in Blaland from one season to the next, he said, adding that this weather wasn't even hot. Perhaps because of this, I shot furtive looks at his full waterskin. It didn't go unnoticed, because before leaving to carry out his plan, he entrusted it to me.
Drink as much as you want, Stormcrow, he declared. Just save some for Vekel and Thorstein.
I nodded my thanks and wished him luck. He grinned and said his gods would help. Then he slipped away downhill, on a side unseen by our enemies, and left us to fend for ourselves. The English captain, having watched for a time, he definitely seemed to be the main leader, organised his men into two groups, one to attack our front, the second our rear. By rights, they should have ascended at the same speed to hit us simultaneously, but unable to see each other, the first was a decent distance ahead of the second. Immer leaped into action. This was our chance, he said.
Our only chance,
someone commented dourly. No one laughed, but there was plenty of energy in the way men formed lines, one deep on both sides of the hilltop, in full sight of the English. Meanwhile, a dozen of us, including Vali, myself and Thorstein, went about pushing the top stone off its legs. We heaved until I thought my arm muscles would burst with the strain, and for what seemed an age, it did not move. Immer, supervising from the side though, swore that it had shifted. We took a breather and tried again.
Hold,
said Immer after a moment.
Where are those English bastards? He called.
A good spear's throw away, no more, came the clipped reply. Best get a move on.
We pushed again, and this time I felt stone grate against stone. Immer confirmed it. The English were now 30 paces from the top, we were told in an urgent tone. Vali counted us down. 1, 2, 3, and once more we shoved.
It's going to fall, Immer shouted. Out of the way!
This was to the warriors in front of the slab. Down it went with a thunderous crash. The earth beneath my feet actually shook. A great cloud of dust rose, and my heart sank. Our plan had failed. The stone had landed too far from the top of the slope. Then, with ponderous slowness, it began to slide, and hope against hope to roll. An awful scream shredded the air, and the stone vanished.
Forward!
This was Immer, urging us into a line. We obeyed, eager to press home the advantage.
The shriek had come from one of our warriors. It was unclear why he hadn't jumped out of the stone's path in time. Both his legs were shattered. His screams came to an abrupt end when Valley, his heavy face set, knocked him on the head with an axe. It was a mercy. No one said a word. The stone had done far worse to our enemies, leaving a trail of broken bodies in its wake. The survivors were reeling, their advance brought to a halt, men staring in dazed confusion at the red ruin of what, an instant before, had been their comrades. "With me!" cried Immer, and led us down the slope. The demoralized English put up little resistance, and we slew a dozen before they fled. No one followed. Our ormates on the other side of the hilltop needed us, or so we thought. When we got there, they were cheering and hurling insults at the second group of English. "They heard what was happening and refused to come at us," a delighted Carly revealed. "Yellow-livered dogs," said Immer, and spat. Not necessarily, I thought. Only a Nithing walks into certain death. And the English captain would soon realize that our tactic with the stone had been a once-off. If he was any kind of leader, he'll be telling his men that we were still outnumbered and had no arrows. Sure enough, it wasn't long before our enemies came at us again. This time they were better organized, reaching the hilltop together. It was a bitter struggle. With our survival at stake, we had more fire in our bellies, but the English had an almost 3-to-1 advantage in numbers, and their captain was a man who led from the front. A towering figure. He reminded me of Odd Coalbiter, who had died at Glaun Moma. He used an axe too, which along with his helmet made me wonder if he had Norse blood. Whatever his ancestry, he carved a hole in our pitifully shallow line in the first assault, cutting down Thormod and another warrior. It might have been the end for us had not a grief-stricken Hrolf thrown himself at the captain, providing distraction long enough for Carly to sneak in behind. Mail and fighting skill count for nothing when your hamstring's been cut. The captain fell, and Hrolf, bawling like a child, opened his throat. That took the wind out of the Englishmen's sails, and they retreated. Our dry-throated cheers came out cracked and discordant. In reality, there was not much to celebrate. 15 of Brimdior's crew would never leave the hilltop, and 10 others were injured. Some of these could fight, but not many. Immer was hurt too, blood soaking through the arm of his tunic. He would not let Vekel look at it, brusquely ordering him to care for the rest of the wounded. Just shy of 1.5 warriors were left to meet the next English attack. I hoped that the death of their captain might cause a change of heart and a withdrawal to their ships. It was not to be. Messengers were dispatched, and not long after, reinforcements arrived at the base of the hill. The party was not huge, about 30 men, but the odds, which had balanced out somewhat, were again massively skewed towards the English. The one thing it did was decrease the number of men guarding the enemy's ships. I said this to Vekel, and he half smiled, that curious expression that always made me think he knew what was coming. I was desperate to ask if Lalo would succeed, but if the answer had been no, it would not have helped, so I stitched my lip and focused on bolstering my comrades' morale. It was a crude tactic, but I'd seen old hands like Ulf and Coalbiter do it before. "Oh, Valley," I said. "Didn't need our help to move that rock, did you?" He knew instinctively what I was at. "That's right, Stormcrow. I was sparing you girls' blushes." Roars of protest. "Think you're strong, Valley," Thorstein cried. "When this is over, let's have an arm wrestle. We'll soon see who is stronger." Hoots and cheers. "I want to see that," Vekel observed. Valley snorted. "I will be happy to win that contest." 5 pieces of hack silver on Thorstein, I said, thinking if the bout ever happened and I saw it, we would all 3 have survived. Losing some silver was nothing in comparison to that fantasy. "Is that the sum of my worth?" Thorstein challenged. He was trying to get a rise out of me. I snorted. 10 pieces then, and you had better win." Men began betting with one another. The lightly wounded joined in. Nearly everyone wagered on Valley, whose upper arms were about as thick as Lalo's chest. To my amazement, Immer said he'd put his silver on Thorstein. "It's all about tactics, eh?" he observed. Valley was starting to get a little defensive. "No one could beat me on man." "Man's a small place," Thorstein said dryly. "Let's do it now," Valley said, and a roar of appreciation went up. I chuckled. It was insane to have an arm wrestling contest during a break in a battle which we were bound to lose. Somehow that made it more appealing. The lack of a table or any flat surface immediately became apparent. With some reluctance, Valley and Thorstein, who was most amused by his opponent's keenness, agreed to postpone the contest until another day. The good-humoured atmosphere lasted until our sentries, positioned on each side of the hilltop, announced that the English were attacking again. Sensing that the tide had turned in their favour, our enemies sang during their ascent. With the wounded propped up against the standing stones, or lying between them, we formed our pitifully weak circle. Immer was there too. He would have it no other way, even though his face was blanched. Vekel stayed behind us, but had picked up a spear, the first time I had seen him bear an actual weapon. It emphasised the grim reality of our situation. The English halted a short distance away. They stared at us and jeered. They did not attack, yet. My belly tensed. There had to be 50 of them. We were 17, including 3 wounded. Our oar-mates at our backs were facing the same overwhelming numbers. This was our final battle. My final battle. I would make it a glorious end. "Ho! Norsemen!" A mail-clad warrior in the front rank spoke. "Aye," Immer answered. "You do not have to die today." His Norse was poor, but understandable. "That's right," Immer shouted. "We will leave here victorious, walking over the bodies of you and your comrades." We cheered, and I recalled a saying my father had been fond of. When death stares a man in the face, all he can do is stare back. "Brave words, but you and I know that they are false," said the warrior. "I meant that you should lay down your arms. Surrender." I jeered. So did many. A number stayed silent, though. They could not help themselves. They wanted to know what was being offered. "We would become thralls, eh?" demanded Immer. "Correct," said the warrior. "But you would be alive." "I'll ask my comrades." Immer's tone was mock courteous. "Well, boys, what do you say? Do you fancy becoming this Rhaegar Englishman's thralls?" "No!" Even those that kept quiet joined in. Our roar startled the stone chat out of the gorse. "There you have it," said Immer, with an apologetic shrug. "My warriors refuse your offer, which I suspect was only made because your followers are spineless worms." The mail-clad warrior sucked in his cheeks. His men didn't like it either. Vali chose this moment to set down axe and shield. He turned his back on the enemy, and quick as a flash, dropped his breeks and undergarment. It was perfect. We cackled uproariously as he waved his hairy, sweaty arse at the English, who hurled insults and spears in reply. One landed beside Vali. His response was to pitch it back downhill, and with a bit of Loki luck, he hit a warrior. Again we voiced our appreciation. Vali gave a last arse waggle, and pulling up his garments, resumed his place in the line. "You should have stayed put," said Vekel. "With that monstrous crack to face, the English wouldn't have come any further." "Give it a fondle if you like, Vicky," said Vali with a chuckle. "Just know that when Hilfhorfgelder hears, she might want a word with you. I'd mind your ball-sack." Vekel bellowed with laughter. The sound of his mirth was so loud, and he so outlandish-looking, with his black eyeliner and whitened face, that the English hesitated. "Come on, you cowards!" I yelled, clattering Axehead off shield boss. "Cowards!" We called on that all the way up the slope. It was simple but effective, and I think if the mail-clad warrior and a couple of others in the front rank hadn't been there, the assault would have died before they came within reach. As it was, their attempt was half-hearted, especially after I smashed the mail-clad warrior's shield apart with the first blow of my axe and beheaded him with the second. We drove them back, but things were going badly for our oar-mates. In the first moment, we had to draw breath safely. Mixed shouts of triumph and despair from the other side of the hilltop filled our ears. I intuited their meaning. Yelling for Thorstein, telling everyone else to stay where they were, or else the English on our side would swarm uphill like rats. I turned and leaped past the wounded, desperate to get to the far side of the standing stones. 10 steps. It might as well have been the distance from that hilltop in West Bretland to Linduakel, or, for that matter, Miklagard. Immer was still on his feet, screaming like a lunatic, so covered in blood that it was impossible to tell if it was his or his enemies. But the rest were down, wounded or dying, or fighting alone against several foes. I was about to die, but an odd calm bathed me. I parried a spear thrust with my shield, and belly-punched its wielder with my axe-head. His mouth made a shocked "oh," and I chopped low, removing his left leg at the knee. I caught a blur of movement towards my face and jerked to one side. A spearhead whistled through the space, carried forward by the momentum of his lunge. The Englishman had no defence against my axe, which cut away most of his lower jaw. A bubbling scream tore the air as he staggered back. But 2 comrades took his place and came at me with spears. From the corner of my eye, I sensed a third moving around to attack from behind, and I thought, this is it.
Look!
Veckel, who had clambered on top of one of the stone legs, was pointing.
In Saxon, he cried, "The ships! The ships are on fire!" Lalo, I thought, and hammered a blow at one of the spearmen. Over and over, Veckel repeated himself. The English, like all sailors who were on shore, were alive to the danger of losing their means of travel and escape, stopped fighting, and looked. And with space to breathe, so did I. 4 ships had landed, 2 were now aflame, and I fancied I could see the frenzied figures of men running hither and thither. Loki, you faithless shit, I thought, keep Lalo safe. Odin, strike down any enemies who come near him. The sight of their burning vessels saw the Englishmen's desire to fight vanish. They broke away and retreated down the hill. Without a backward glance, they ran for the shore. I had not the energy even to cheer, nor did anyone else. Veckel was unhurt. He was chanting and pointing his staff at the English, weaving magic against them. Thorstein had a shallow cut on his right arm, but seemed to be otherwise unhurt. Carly had escaped without injury, to my relief. Vali had survived too. He was tending to Hrolf, who had a wounded leg. Immer, however, was down, and his face had that near-to-death grey pallor I knew too well. I hurried to his side. "Stormcrow," Immer grimaced. "Where are the English?" "Gone," I said, kneeling. "Lalo set 2 ships ablaze." More of a smile. "Ah, that Blamor, he's a clever one. Veckel was wise to buy him, and even more to set him free." "I hope he's all right." "They won't have caught him. Me, though." Immer closed his eyes. "Immer." No response. I felt for a pulse at his neck. It was there, but weak and irregular. Then I lifted his arm. I wished I hadn't. By some unlucky chance, Immer had taken a novice's wound in the armpit. It couldn't have gone in deep, because that was instantly mortal, but his tunic, crimson sodden to his waist, told its own story. I wondered if he'd known when refusing treatment earlier. "I'm done." Immer's gaze, although distant, was level. "There's no fixing it, Stormcrow. Not you, not Veckel, not even Odin himself could." "He wouldn't help you anyway, because it would delay you joining his Energia," I said, voice thick. "You will be in Valhall soon." A low chuckle. "I hope so." I glanced up at Veckel, who had stopped spell casting. "What are they doing?" "Running about like headless chickens. There's time to get away." Veckel was right. We needed to go. The chance of pursuit was still there. I did not want to leave Immer, but nor could we carry him. Speed was of the essence. "I will stay behind, Stormcrow." Ashamed that he had so easily read my mind, I coloured. "No, Immer, I will not have it any other way." A liquid cough, another grimace. "I am not long for this world." "Which way shall we go?" During the battle, sure of death, I'd given it no consideration. Now, with escape possible, but Brindy burnt and gone, and Immer dying, I was at a loss. "That is your decision, Stormcrow." I wondered if I had heard aright. "What do you mean?" "Thorstein, Veckel, they—" "Vidki cannot lead warriors, and Thorstein isn't the leader you are." "Carly," I began, "is a good shipmaster, but he is not the chief of a war band." I thought of Twin Broys, Carly's right-hand man, and discounted him as well. The other survivors were brave enough, Vali and Hrolf and so on, but they were not warriors whom men would follow. "You will do it," Immer whispered. "I will." I bent my head so he would not see my grief. "Take my silver, Stormcrow." My heart stilled. "Immer, I have no use for it." The words were slurred. I swallowed. "Very well." Immer made no reply. I looked down. His eyes were staring, his jaw a little open. He was gone. Battening down my sorrow, for despite his wiliness, he had been a good leader, I announced it was time to leave, before the English returned. No one questioned the order. There were 9 injured warriors, however. 5 were reasonably mobile, but the remaining 4 could barely stand. I was matter-of-fact, asking what they wanted. 3 asked to be put out of their misery. The last was unconscious. The 13 able-bodied among us drew lots. Using Colley's black and white stones, I could have opted out, but as the new leader, I felt it important to participate in everything. Twin Brows drew the first white stone, and I the second. I wished my 2 warriors, one a quiet man by the name of Boslov, the other a beer-swilling oaf called Augment, a swift passage to Valhall. And after they shut their eyes, opened their throats with my sea axe. Twin Brows used his axe. I didn't look, but asked that those men also went to Odin's great feasting hall. Then it was time to go. I helped to pick up Immer's chest, and was amazed by its weight. I was adrift in a foreign land with little more than a dozen warriors, and with no real idea where to go. But I was a wealthy man. It was wryly amusing. I had momentarily forgotten about Lalo. Vekel mentioned him, and we cast about, but could see no sign of him. He would find our trail, I declared. I hoped I was right, but crucially, no one questioned my order. Not Thorstein, nor Carly, not even Vekel, which told me Immer had been right. Chapter 29. There was a settlement a short way inland from the hilltop. When the 18 of us arrived, it had just been abandoned. Smoke trickled from a few roofs before being carried away by the brisk easterly wind. A collection of thatched, one-roomed wattle and daub huts. It was like 1,000 others I had seen. Remembering Immer's stories, it was easy to surmise that the inhabitants were all too familiar with Norse raids and had fled, taking their livestock and everything they could carry. I posted sentries in case the English decided to follow us. The rest set about securing food and supplies. A few hens had been missed. These were swiftly caught and dispatched. A scrawny dog, nosing a refuse heap, barked furiously at me and ran off. We went from house to house, moving fast. There wasn't much, but as Vekel said, something was better than nothing. Vali showed everyone his haul, a quiver of 20 arrows, and invaluable to Lalo and our bowmen. Thorstein found a pile of cabbages. Not all were mouldy. Hrolf discovered a wooden bucket with 2 hands' depth of barley flour. I was luckiest, chancing upon a leg of ham in an outbuilding, perhaps too heavy for its owners to carry. It had been hidden under a mound of sacking. Delighted, we took the latter as well to serve as blankets. The search was almost complete when Lalo appeared, grinning from ear to ear. I grabbed him in a bear hug. As Vekel seized him next, men gathered, pleased and relieved in equal measure. "You did well," I said. A frown. I would have fired the 4 ships, but the English saw me. I had to run. "It was more than enough, Mandinka," said Thorstein. "You saved our lives." Lalo's gaze trailed from man to man. They dipped their chins and muttered their thanks. If any had a poor opinion of him before, I thought it had changed. "You still want a home gang?" Lalo asked Hrolf. "No." A rueful look. "I spoke in ignorance before, Mandinka. I am sorry. You have saved my life twice since, moreover. When climbing the hill and now this, I am in your debt." "As are we all," Vekel declared. Hums, hands beating off shields, eyes. Lalo beamed. "You look as pleased as a dog with 2 bawds," I said. "A dog with what?" he asked as Thorstein creased with laughter. 2 bawds. Pricks. Lalo thought this was hilarious, but suddenly his posture changed. "Someone's there." He shot towards a hovel at the edge of the settlement. Reaching the doorway, he leaped inside, spear at the ready. I ran forward, sword in hand. I heard others behind me. Lalo emerged with a girl of about 12 years, barefoot and in ragged clothing. Giving him terrified looks, but making no attempt to flee, she burst into tears. I couldn't help but smile. "She has never seen a blaumoor," said Lalo. It was acceptable if he said it. "I would say you're right," ventured Thorstein. "No one will have in this shithole." "Do you understand me?" I asked in Irish. A slight frown, a look as if she almost knew. Immer had said that the language of West Bretland was similar to Irish. I repeated myself more slowly. "I understand," she said. "We won't hurt you," I told her. Unsure, she half turned towards Lalo. "And him? Is he a demon?" "No," I said, smiling again. "He is from a land far, far away where the sun always shines." "Everyone there has black skin," said Lalo in Irish. A look of wonder, and I thought the child had probably never been further than the next hamlet, if that. Whatever my concept of the world was, hers was infinitely smaller. She was won over soon enough, however, after Lalo did some sleight of hand, pulling a silver penny from behind her ear and making it disappear from his hand. When he gave her the coin at the end, she gasped and held it so tight I knew she had never possessed such a thing before. I fed her a couple of slices of ham, which she wolfed down, eyeing the rest with such hunger that I cut her a larger chunk. I would have offered more, but men were staring. It wasn't unreasonable. We had 18 mouths to feed, and enough rations to last perhaps 3 days. According to the girl, the place was called Cambron, which meant Crooked Hill. Her people were farmers and fishers, and their lord, to whom they paid rent, lived away to the east. She didn't know how far or how many warriors he had, other than it was a lot. More than us? I asked. A nod. She had no awareness of the large fleet we had seen. Everyone had run away because of the battle on the hilltop, she said. She hadn't, hampered by her left ankle, red and swollen after an accident at the low cliffs nearby. She had been hunting for seabirds' eggs. You were lucky not to be killed, I told her, and received a cheeky grin. My parents are gone, she said, but thanks to my grandfather, I know how to climb and where the water is deep if you fall. Vekel shook his head. This one is feisty, eh? She is, I said, and gave her 3 more silver pennies. She clapped her hands in delight, and when I asked, willingly led us to a stream. I am not ashamed to say that I went down on all 4s like a dog to slake my raging thirst. Only when my belly could hold no more did I fill my leather skin. The girl was still examining the coins as we left a short while later. I waited until she was out of sight before opening Immer's chest and divvying out as much of the silver as possible. We couldn't carry it all, but we made a good fist of it. The wealth was ours now, I told the warriors, and it would help to buy us a ship. What we could not carry was buried, the spot hidden by a large, odd-shaped boulder. Memorize the place, I told everyone. We will come back for it one day. I hoped that that was the truth, that we didn't end up like Immer and the rest. I did not linger, but headed eastward. I had no real idea where we were going, other than away from the English ships. Immer had talked of meeting the Norse fleet plaguing the southern coastline, but hadn't known where it was. As I said quietly to Vekel, he'd probably just been going to sail Brimdior towards the sun until we found it. One location that held some promise was Whitland, a large isle that had been used as a base by the Norse of recent years. How far away it was and how we would reach it remained to be seen, as did finding a boat to carry us the final distance from the mainland. Despite the day's brutal events and our uncertain future, I was in good spirits. The sword was mine again. I was rich, and I was leader of the war band. In my mind, these were surely signs of Odin's favour. Vekel agreed. This was my time, he told me. I was given little opportunity to bask in happiness. The settlement was still visible to our rear when Lalo, who had offered to stay back, came loping in to say the English were approaching the hamlet. Groans met this unwelcome revelation, and I wondered if Loki, unhappy with Odin's beneficence, had decided to level the field. It wasn't a total surprise. As Vekel said, the massive English fleet probably signified that King Ethelred was trying to rid Britain of the Norse, and that meant the warriors we had fought saw us as targets. There was to be no rest. Tireless, Lalo again offered to act as a scout. Thorstein, whose reserves also seemed limitless, also went. I led the rest of the band east-northeast, now searching for a suitable place to ambush our relentless enemies. I skirted around a gorse-covered hill, the top of which we might have held with Brimdior's full complement, not with the third. When Twin Brows asked what we were going to do, I told him brusquely it would soon be apparent. He did not question me further, but I sensed the warriors growing unease. I couldn't blame them. In my mind, I could imagine little but a second, unequal battle that would leave us all dead or enslaved. Got any ideas? I muttered to Vekel. I do, as it happens. For once his smugness failed to irritate. Spit it out. The weather is changing. Intent on finding a location suitable for an ambush, I had been paying little heed to the sky. Dark clouds were piled atop one another to the east, and moving towards us at a decent clip. It's going to rain, I said. How does that help, other than slowing down the English? There's more than rain in those clouds. Thunder and lightning. Exactly. Thor is angry. He might be, I retorted, but that doesn't help us. When the heavens open, the English will seek shelter and wait it out, because they will assume that is what we will also do. I began to see his purpose. You think we should attack during the downpour? His eyes were bright. Who would do that? Only madmen. We're men with nothing to lose, I thought grimly, and the rain would have to be torrential to prevent us being seen. Lalo returned not long after, reporting that about 50 warriors were on our trail. They don't look happy, he said. Nor would I if I'd lost a fight against some Norsemen, then had my ship fired, and straightaway been forced to chase after the very same Norsemen, I said, grinning.
It is good news, declared Vekel.
There are still 3 of them for every one of us, said Rolf. But the English do not have God on their side, I declared. Vekel pointed at the threatening black clouds and explained his plan. Carried by a howling wind, the heavy rain drove in at an acute angle. The gale found a dozen ways beneath my cloak. To add to the unpleasantness, the garment was already letting in water. My trousers were wringing, and both boots also leaked. It was a familiar and objectionable sensation. Getting drenched had been part of life in Lyn Duakel. It might have been a drier part of Eriu than Muhan, say, but there had been dreek days aplenty. Bullying cattle, helping neighbours with their sheep, walking to a neighbour's or, on occasion, Manastir Buitha, all ran the risk of encountering a downpour. I had not liked it as a boy, and I did not like it now. The only thing to do was grit your teeth and carry on. Nonetheless, I had a job to perform, one a great deal more important than physical discomfort. Half stumbling into a gorse bush, I squinted into the gloom and tried to make sense of the darkened landscape. I had no idea where the Englishmen were. Lightning flashed, a bright white illumination that hurt my eyes. By the time they had adjusted, darkness had descended again. I swore and trudged on. A few moments later, thunder rumbled overhead. The gaps between the two were shortening, a sign that the storm drew nearer. "This way!" Lalo, invisible until 5 or 6 paces separated us, was jabbing a thumb in the direction from which he had come. I peered over his shoulder, seeing nothing, baffled by his unerring sense of direction. "You've seen them?" "Yes. They are huddled together like a bunch of cattle in the corner of a field." "How far?" "Maybe 500 paces." "Sentries?" Thunder rolled, making speech impossible. Rain sheeted in. Lalo shook his head. No, his smile dazzling in the lightning. "Bring us in close," I said, determined to make the best of this insane situation. Nice and slow. A happy nod, and he led off again. I filled in Thorstein, next in line, and he passed the information on. I counted down the distance, sweating despite the chill in the moisture-laden air. At one point, I sank my left leg up to the knee in mud and needed help to extricate myself. We continued. At just over 300 paces, Lalo again appeared out of the blackness. Lightning flashed, brilliance illuminated us all, and I waited for a shout, the cry of a sentry. Nothing. We gathered in a huddle, and I studied my warriors' faces. Some, those of the wounded, were etched with pain, but to a man they looked determined, resolute. There was even a trace of eagerness, which I felt myself. I had to prove my worth as leader, and winning this unequal contest would be a good start. "Loki, you trickster," I thought, "do not play me false now. Thor and Odin help me." "We shall attack from 2 sides," I said. "Some will escape anyway," said Thorstein. "If they do, they do. Let them go," I replied, "and make plenty of noise. Scare the shit out of the English, and the battle's half won." Fierce, whispered eyes. "Thor is with us," Vekel added. Even Christ worshippers like Vali were pleased by this. We separated, Lalo leading Thorstein and 7 others in a semicircle around the Englishman, while I remained in place with Vekel and the rest. Lalo had told me it was about 400 paces to his position. The count was the longest wait of my life. I crouched down so as not to be seen in the lightning bursts, motioning my companions to do the same. My heart was racing, and every time the black turned to blinding white, I tensed, expecting a wave of Englishmen to crash into us. I reached 100, and it hadn't happened. Still, my belly was knotted with tension. I kept counting, imagining Lalo leading the others through the foul weather. 200 came, and an eternity later 3. If things were going to plan, I thought, both groups now had 100 paces until they reached the English. I had opted for my bearded axe tonight. There would be enemies all around, and it needed little room to swing. I motioned, and Vali came to stand alongside me. The others filed in 2 by 2, with Vekel at the rear. He would not take part unless, he had archly observed, we needed help. We walked in the direction Lalo had indicated. I was as wet as if I'd jumped in the Shannon, but I no longer cared. 50 paces, and we spread out into a line. The rain had not let up. A God's blessing, but the lightning had. Another stroke of luck. It was as black as hell, hard to see much beyond what I could touch. Gaze searching the ground, I tried to pick out anything human-shaped. 20 paces. 35. I could still not see an Englishman, let alone a whole group of them. Worry gnawed my guts, and I wondered if I had headed entirely in the wrong direction. 30. 25. Finally, a shape in the darkness that was not a gorse bush. My eyes had accustomed to the darkness. I peered, realized it was the English. They were bunched together, just like Lalo had said, and incredibly, none appeared to be keeping watch. I checked again that my men were ready, and taking advantage of another thunder roll, threw myself forward. I was very close when an Englishman turned his head and saw me. His cry was brought to an abrupt end by the bearded axe, which caved in his skull. His panicked companions pushed and shoved at one another as they tried to stand, to grasp weapons that were beneath cloaks to fight back. We took full advantage. Even a praise-seeking arse-licking scald could not have called what happened next a battle. It was wholesale slaughter, cutting, chopping, kicking men into the mud, stamping on their heads, ignoring pleas for mercy. I hacked and swung mechanically over and again, as if I were chopping wood, not human flesh. The iron tang of blood was on my lips, and it was not mine. I liked the taste. A pair of hands lifted towards me, fingers wrung together in a wordless plea. I sheared through them with my axe, lodging the blade in the man's face. A sudden sting in my side had me whirling to find an Englishman whose dagger had been thwarted by my mail. I cut at him, laughing when arm and dagger fell to the mud, and as he screamed, I stove in his ribs. The massacre was over quickly, leaving the ground littered with corpses. There were some wounded, mud-thrashing men who bawled and cried for their mothers. We killed them. When there was no more noise, the storm had moved past, and the rain had also stopped. I did a head count. 16. 2 men fewer than had begun the attack. I could see Veckel and Thorstein and Lalo, and felt no guilt that I was glad they were among the unharmed. Our casualties turned out to be 2 of the previously injured. Both were dead. But this loss did not diminish the magnitude of what we had done. A handful of our enemies had escaped in the confusion, but 44 had been slain. The English warband had ceased to exist, as I jubilantly told my warriors. Even if the few survivors reached their ships, the spine-chilling tale of the ambush made the chance of further pursuit vanishingly small. "Stormcrow!" The chant was taken up so fast I didn't see who began it. "Stormcrow!" my men roared, hammering bloodied weapons off shields. Goose skin dimpled my arms, the hairs on my neck were standing too. Sure that Odin was watching in approval, I drew the sword that I had taken from a beach corpse so many years before, and held it aloft. "Stormcrow!" Chapter 30. Near the coast of southern England. 10 days later, I did not feel so brash. We had gone east after the fight near Cambron, sometimes southeast or south-southeast. I always kept the coastline, our only guide, to our right. Whitland would eventually appear, or so I kept telling myself. How we would see it through the murk was another matter. The weather had been brutal. Its dominant feature the rain. Light, heavy, or torrential, the precipitation was often accompanied by violent wind. Always in the open, unable to light fires, we lived in a drenched, chilled state, weapons rusting and leather gear mildewing by the day. Hunting was impossible, all game having vanished, and keen to avoid being identified as Norse, we avoided human habitation. For the first few days this was easy enough, the land being poor and sparsely populated. As the rough scrub and gorse gave way to rolling grassland and pasture, though, farms grew plentiful, forcing us to lay low in the day and move only at night. The pitiful existence was a constant sting to my pride, but it was the sensible choice. 15 warriors and a Vitki was not a sufficiently strong force to march through hostile territory. We risked enough by sneaking into farm outbuildings at night and taking a few hens, or killing a sheep in a field far from any dwellings. Norsemen, we were enemies to everyone in West Bretland, and after it, England. Not until an encounter with our own kind would there be a possibility of welcome. We had no guarantee of that either, however. With a fully crewed Brimdior and Immer, a well-known longship and captain, there had been a decent chance. No longer. Wolf packs accepted single individuals, as we had with Valley and Carr and Man, but large groups of shipless newcomers were a recipe for trouble. Allowing Hrolf and Thormod to join together had been an unusual exception. staring round at my warriors, gaunt-cheeked, sunken-eyed, miserable-looking. It was hard to imagine anything other than a hostile reception, or one where we had to join different ships, crews in twos and threes. I told myself that Odin would not grant the Storm victory over the English only to cast me aside immediately afterwards. That would mean the loss of Brimdir and Ymir's death, not to mention the others who had fallen, counted for nothing. I tried also not to think of Loki, who would have found it highly entertaining to subject us to such trials. This was a test of my mettle, I decided, nothing more. And so I endured, and I helped my warriors to endure. When Hrolf came down with a fever, I carried his gear and my own until he recovered. Carly, weakening from lack of food, got half my ration for several days. I ripped up my own garments to fashion new bandages for the wounded, lanced Vekel's blisters with a needle, took more sentry duties than anyone else. I went out setting snares with Lalo, and on the 11th night found 2 with rabbits in them. It was not much food compared to the size of our band, but we received a rapturous welcome in camp, and no one held back from eating raw meat on the bone. When a raven alighted the next morning on one of the tossed-away carcasses, my spirits rose further. I sat and watched as the blackbird pecked and tore, its scaled feet holding the rabbit steady, and thought, Odin has not forsaken me. A second raven, its mate perhaps, landed to join in the feast, and it was hard not to think that these were Odin's birds, sent as a divine sign. I was not alone in drawing this conclusion. Friends of yours, Stormcrow? Vali asked, his tone sincere. Indeed, I said, plucking the raven amulet from under my tunic. I am never without one. See? With uncanny timing, the first raven swallowed a goblet of red and turned a beady eye in our direction. Crook! It heard you. Carly's tone was reverent. I didn't have the arrogance to agree, but fortunately Vekel was there. Of course it did. Hunan that one is, the other is Mugen. Odin likes to watch over his chosen. Crook! The second raven spoke. Fresh determination flowed through my veins. Even if we were damp, hungry, footsore, and in foreign, unfriendly territory, the most powerful Norse god was with us. More blood might be required, it was true, but that was the warrior's way. It will not be long until we reach Whitland, I said, loud and confident. And then? Vali asked. There will be longships who need crew. You will not be our leader. This was Carly, sounding unhappy. We'll gather the rest of the silver for a ship soon enough. I hoped it was true. Another Brimdir will sail the seas. I shall captain her, and you warriors will be foremost among her crew. They liked that enough not to want to discuss placing ourselves under another's command. Relieved, I sought out Vekel. That was well done, he said. Aye, well, our fortunes are going to take a turn for the better now. They have to, I decided, or we will also be raven food. Things improved for a day or two. Creeping out of camp in the dark before dawn, Lalo came back bent double under the weight of a decent-sized hind. It was dangerous to light a fire in the daytime, but a vote resulted in an almost unanimous decision to risk it. Only Vekel and I, wary, voted against. Loki was in good humour with us, though. No one came. We were also helped by the gusting wind that dispersed the smoke as it rose above the trees. Everyone was famished. We hovered around the fire, barely able to hold back as twig skewers of venison sizzled in the flames. I doubt a single piece of meat cooked through before it was taken from the heat and devoured. The liver was finally sliced and handed round, raw and glistening. The heart came after. I had rarely eaten anything as delicious. A bit of salt, and it would be perfect, said Carly, licking his lips. Tastes fine to me, said Thorstein, expertly disarticulating a hind leg from the pelvis. Vali leaned in, dagger ready to slice, but Thorstein lifted it out of the way with a tut-tut shake of his head. He threaded a length of branch I had hacked into a skewer in and out of the hock, and threw the meat at the back of the haunch. Then, balancing each end on a neat pile of stones built by twin brows, he suspended it over the flames. This needs time, he said, smacking away hands that strayed towards the joint. I saw the coast from a high point while I was hunting, Lalo said. Belly growling, I continued studying the roasting venison. And? There is a big island just off the coast. My eyes shot to him. You did not think to say this before? A Lado shrug. I am telling you now. Vekel thought this was amusing, even if I did not. How big exactly? I demanded. It would take a day to walk across. Whitland! I was triumphant. It has to be. We just need a way of reaching it, said Vekel drolly. He was immune to my glare, so I dunted him in the ribs. "What was that for?" he squawked, not being helpful. I was frustrated that my happiness at passing safely through West Bretland and southern Britain had been so short-lived. Now another mighty obstacle confronted us, the channel of water between us and the island. I had no idea that my attention was soon to be focused entirely on land rather than sea. The following day it was Gunnar's turn to come back with news of interest. The sentry position overlooked a track that led down to a fishing village on the shore. It was the nearest settlement to our position, and where we hoped to beg, borrow, or steal a vessel. Gunnar had spied 2 wagons, slowly working their way down to it from the chalk downs to the north. "Probably a merchant or trader who cares," said Carly. "We can't sail to Whitland on wagons." Gunnar, not the brightest knife in the box, looked crestfallen, but then he said, "Merchants don't have 30 guards, not for 2 wagons anyway." 30. "Are you sure?" I asked. A resentful look. "I can count." Cold certainty seized me. They're carrying silver. What else could it be? 30 warriors is half a war band. I turned to Gunnar. "How long until they pass our position?" "Not that long." "Have we time to fell a tree?" "If we move now." "I see your mind," said Twinbrows. "You mean to take the silver for ourselves." Vekel was grinning, so was Lalo. Valley smiled back. But for the arrows I had found in the settlement, the mad plan I had in mind would have been inconceivable. "It is risky," said Thorstein. 16 of us against 30. "We have faced worse odds and won through," I replied. "Aye, at night in the midst of a storm." 2 wagon loads of silver will buy us a longship," I said. "I don't see too many for sale around here," Thorstein retorted, "and that's before we take into account the Norsemen the silver is intended for. They won't be very happy when it doesn't arrive. There'll be precious little chance of joining their number. If no one gets away, the Norsemen will be none the wiser. We can join a different part of the fleet further down the coast," I said confidently, aware that I was rolling the dice with all of our futures, and expecting to get 2 sixes. My gaze travelled. "Well?" They agreed, as I had hoped. So did the rest of the group when we put it to a vote. The prospect of vast treasure was too much to resist, even if it involved tremendous risk. Having lived in our mail shirts since Gambron, we had only to snatch up weapons and shields, and make our way to Gunnar's sentry point. Rising above the ash and beech trees, it was a rocky outcrop, with a bird's-eye view over the surrounding area. Thorstein, Vekel, Lalo and I accompanied Gunnar to the top, while the others stayed out of sight. Crouching on the rock's westward side, we viewed the rutted track as it wound from the chalk downs towards the coast. "There," Gunnar pointed. The ox-drawn wagon stood out, the only traffic visible. The accompanying warriors constituted 10 riders and 20 men on foot, evenly divided in front and behind the pair of wagons. Doubt flared bright in my mind. Given the value of the cargo they protected, these warriors would be no inexperienced youths but seasoned fighters. They outnumbered us 2 to 1, and a couple of my band were wounded to boot. "Well," I stared at Vekel. "Fortune favours the brave." I waited, but he wasn't going to give me any more. My eyes moved to Thorstein, who shrugged. "It's insane, but I'm with you." "It is vital that none of the riders escape," I said to Lalo. "If they do, I understand." "We'd better move," I said. "Trees don't fell themselves." A tree across the road always suggests an ambush. I therefore chose a decent-sized beech just around a bend. It would not be seen until the last moment. Valley took charge, and with axe-wielding men working in pairs both sides of the trunk, the beech was soon brought down. It blocked the track nicely, but we needed more. With Lalo running back and forth from the woodland's edge to keep us informed of the wagon's progress, we tackled another tree, this time an ash, 100 paces to the north. A jay screeched protests at our presence. We worked differently this time, trunk-chopping the ash to the point where Valley could push it across the track, trapping the wagons and their protectors. Preparations completed, and our prospective victims hopefully still unaware, I ordered Lalo and the 2 others with bows to choose the best shooting positions. Each had 6 or 7 shafts. None could miss. Vekel aside, there were 12 warriors to carry out the ambush. Valley would push over the ash and then join me and 4 others as Lalo and his companions rained down arrows. When we attacked, Thorstein and his 5 men would charge in from the other side. It was peaceful in the woods. The birds, silenced by our axes, were singing again. I heard the 2-note call of a chiff-chaff, and one of my favourites, a willow wobbler, A black cap started out hesitant and chattering, and followed with its long, beautiful sequence of notes. My reverie didn't last. The magnitude of what lay before us was driven home as our quarry drew near. Several riders had male shirts. I hoped Lalo saw this, and aimed at throats or the horses. The warriors around the wagons were tough-looking too, and some also wore mail. Fortune favours the brave, Vekel had said, but I couldn't put from my mind the saying that fools often rushed onto ground that wiser men were wary of treading on. I considered retreat. Humiliation would be our only companion. An approach could be made instead to the recipients of the silver, soon to arrive at the fishing settlement. With no knowledge of our aborted attack on their riches, they might be well disposed to taking on fresh crew, in particular men who had come through the trials we had, the battle on the hilltop, the storm ambush, our journey from West Bretland. We would be split up between different ships, though. That was hard to stomach. I also bridled at the thought of acknowledging another as my leader. I had commanded the warband for a short time only, but it felt good, natural. The attack would go ahead, I decided, wiping one sweaty palm, then the other on my breeks.
"Nervous?"
whispered Vekel. A little. I could say it to him. The lead riders reached the bend. My breath caught in my chest. One of the horsemen reined in, his face twisted. Now, Valley, I thought, now! A loud cracking noise, which dragged on and ended with a heavy impact. Arrows flew, blurred dark shafts. Men died, fell from their mounts. Horses reared, kicking, and collapsed on riders. Shouts filled the air. Orders. The warriors on foot formed a line on each side of the wagons, or tried to. More arrows came. I counted the horsemen, the ones who could most easily escape. 4 of the 5 at the front were dead or dismounted. Only one was still in the saddle, and he was rallying his men. At the back, 2 remained on their horses, but the arrow in the haunch of one meant it was unrideable, wheeling and turning in evident agony. The last rider spurred alongside the wagons. A warrior in his path collided with a horse and was knocked down. I lost sight of him until he emerged beyond the lead wagon, and I knew he intended to jump the beach. If he succeeded, our hopes would be dashed. Odin be thanked. Lalo was tracking him too. An arrow blurred in, taking the rider in the throat. It was the most extraordinary shot, even more skillful than the one which had slain the shepherd. Now it was up to us. Bellowing a war cry, I charged towards the track. There hadn't been time to count how many warriors remained, but they still outnumbered us by a considerable margin. We had to win fast. My first opponent was tough and wily with it. He lunged and anticipated me ducking down. Angling low, his spear connected with my helmet, the top, fortunately. It screeched off, but the force sent waves of agony down my wrenched neck. In he came. Smack! Shield boss clattering into mine, and I staggered back. Back went his right arm for a second lunge. Completely unbalanced, I went down hard, arse first. A howl of triumph, and the spear loomed above me, point aimed at my upward-looking, fear-filled eye. I hacked sideways, blind with the bearded axe. One of the Valkyria must have been with me, because the blade bit deep. Into what, I didn't know, but the warrior screamed, and forgot all about spitting me like a pig for the roasting fire. It was his turn to stumble, which allowed me to get up, balls tight with the expectation of a different spear, or a sword ramming into my flesh. I made it to standing, however, and saw the ruin of the warrior's thigh. White bone gleamed amid the bleeding muscle. He was maimed. I put him out of his misery. I killed another wounded man next, so busy trying to pull the arrow from his right arm that he didn't see the bearded axe sweeping in. 2 warriors, one in mail, came at me together, and I had a hard time of it. But for my own mail shirt, I would have been badly hurt. They got cocky, though, and with it, sloppy. I pulled the mail-wearer's shield towards me with a flick of the axe's beard, and then, fast as a snake, cut downwards. I parted one of his shield straps and damaged the other. With it sagging down, he was defenceless against the next blow. An angled swing that shattered his shield arm. Mouth agape, breath sawing, he was easy prey. Again, the bearded axe drank deep. The mail-wearer's companion attacked. His spear rammed clean through my shield, and the point hit my chest. Robbed of force, it did not penetrate. Its wielder gave an almighty tug. The spear did not come free, but he jerked me forward. Unable to disengage my arm from the straps, I hammered at him with the axe. He caught the first blow with his shield, and the second, but simultaneously trying to dislodge his spear, he didn't anticipate. I switched angles and came in from the side. The bearded axe hit just below the bottom of his rib cage, slicing through the abdominal wall and lodging in his backbone. I let go and grabbed my sea-axe. I had to release my shield too, with the spear still in it. That left no protection but my mail, and what in effect was a large fish-gutting knife. All my enemies had either a spear or sword. A nearby warrior saw, and immediately came at me. Asholt would have been proud of my sideways skip, neat as she at dancing, and also how I converted that into a jump forward. A vigorous slash of the seax decorated his throat with a new gaping mouth. Crimson gushed, his eyes bulged, he died. In desperate need of a shield, expecting another opponent before I could find one, I realized with amazement that there were no warriors standing. None of my men appeared to be down either, and there was no sound of fighting from the other side of the wagons. "Did any get away?" I shouted. "Not from here," Thorstein called. "And from this side?" My struggle to survive had taken all my attention. "No," Lalo came into view. "Only the wagon drivers are left," Vekel gestured. "Lucky for us they didn't run, or the oxen might have stampeded off the track." That wouldn't save them, I thought, refusing to let any notions of mercy take root. The one nearest me, a beardless youth, took the easy way out. Leaping down from his seat with a spear, he charged. Valley dodged and swung, and the sound of his axe was reminiscent of a butcher's cleaver hitting the block. That left the second wagon driver. Older and wiser, he raised his hands, and in stumbling Norse said that he had a wife, a family. He would go home and never say a word of what had happened. "As if he could do that," said Vekel dryly. "They would put his feet in a fire to discover what happened to the silver." "I know," said Thorstein, and killed him. My initial head count had been wrong. One of my warriors was dead. He wasn't much loss. Wounded in the leg at the hilltop, he had kept up thanks to Valley, who had half carried him much of the way. Remarkably, the only other casualty was Thorstein, who had taken a cut to the face. It needed stitching. Vekel did that at once, tutting as Thorstein grimaced. "Do not move, or it will scar." "It will scar regardless." In a whisper, "I'll still fancy you." Thorstein pretended not to have heard, as did I. I went to the back of the first wagon and pulled aside the heavy canvas covering. I liked what I saw. 2 long timber chests, bound in strips of metal, each with a heavy padlock. The enormity of what we'd done sank home, and as the next obstacle presented itself in my head, I began to laugh. "What's wrong?" Carly's blood-spattered face appeared beside mine. He looked in. "That's silver, or I'm a 3-legged dog. Why are you laughing?" "We don't have enough men to go wandering about the countryside with a fortune in silver." "It's a bit late for that, Stormcrow." He was right, of course, but it didn't help a jot. I had been rash, I realized, rash and proud. My throw of the dice had given me 2 sixes, but the Norns had not taken the thread of my life away from danger. No, the bitches. They had kept the two entwined, snug as me and Slanya wrapped up in each other's embrace. As I saw it, we had several choices. One was to bury the silver and try to enlist with the Norsemen who would soon be arriving. It would not be without risk, given the non-appearance of the silver. Some form of suspicion was bound to fall on us, even if we appeared penniless, and that was assuming they didn't send men up the road to look for it. A blind man could find the ambush site. Succeed in passing that trial, however, and we would be split up among different ships' crews. I would also not be my warrior's leader. It was potentially very risky, but was no longer completely unpalatable. A second option was to journey east through Wessex, in the hope of finding a Norse fleet. I did not like this prospect either. 14 warriors and a Vidki provided far too little protection for our newly acquired riches. Travel at night was dangerous with wagons, hiding our tracks nigh on impossible. Someone would notice our passage, someone would see our party. Any Ealdorman with his salt who heard would put 2 and 2 together and send a warband to investigate. My toes curled at the thought. The third option was only appealing because the first 2 were so unpleasant. I gathered everyone in and laid it out. Vekel laughed, but did not argue against my suggestion. None of the others liked it. Rolf suggested returning to Man or Difflin with the silver. That aroused a lot of interest. But the longer voyage around the West Bretland coast and over the sea to Eriu, not to mention the perils of meeting the English fleet again, meant that it soon died a death. We went back to discussing my third option. An age it took, back and forth, without agreement. In the end, frustrated, rolling the dice yet again, I declared we would take a vote on all the options, my 3 and Hrolf's. To my surprise, Vali chose the first option. No one opted for the second. Hrolf was alone in voting for his plan, which meant that I carried the day. Chapter 31. The rest of the afternoon passed without incident. That is to say, the track saw no other traffic, and the sea remained clear of longships. Mightily relieved, because either could have been our ruination, I gave permission for 2 oxen to be butchered when darkness fell. We lit a massive fire deep within the trees and set to roasting. There was such a quantity of meat that in the end even Valley, by everyone's admission possessor of the largest appetite, declared himself defeated. Good, I told him, because we needed the rest, or as much as could be carried, for supplies. The remaining kine I ordered set free. Some farmer would round them up eventually, thanking his lucky stars at the unexpected gift. It was well after midnight when we skulked towards the fishing village. I say village. It was more of a hamlet. Perhaps a dozen cottages straggling along the moonlit, pebbly shore. There was no harbour. The inhabitants' boats were simply dragged up out of the water. All this had been evident from the rocky outcrop. What was less clear was whether any of the craft were large enough to take 15 men and 4 chests full of silver. According to Lalo, who had crept in not long before us, one was. It looked to be in use too, he said, with nets piled at the prow. We were going to sail along the southern coast of Wessex. Our silver could have bought a dozen vessels and crew, yet we could not go throwing our weight around, lest a leader with more warriors than us simply take it. With most of the treasure safely hidden before encountering any Norsemen, therefore, we would somehow establish cordial relations. How this would be established was unclear, but again my desperate men had not argued. After a few months of campaigning, I told them, there were bound to be long ships short of oarsmen. I had reconciled myself to the idea of not being captain. A second chance would come sooner or later. We skirted around the backs of the houses, keen not to be discovered. The fisherfolk here would be no match for us, but the darkness and their familiarity with the surroundings, not to mention most of us being needed to carry the chests, considerably shortened the odds in their favour. If we could get the boat in the water and away before anyone realised, so much the better. My main concern was dogs and their acute hearing. One had barked a few times while Lalo was scouting, but it had fallen abruptly silent. Of course, he had cut its throat, and when its owner came outside to investigate, he suffered the same fate. The man must have lived alone, Lalo told us, because no one else appeared. He had managed to reach the shoreline without any further problems. Let there not be any near us, I thought. I would kill dogs if I had to, and their owners, but there was no battle joy to be gained from either. A dog did start up inside a house, but was soon told to be quiet. I was reassured, because it meant that the previous noise had gone unnoticed. I relieved Carly from one of the chests, and got a grateful look. He was getting long in the tooth. I had noticed his stiffness in the mornings, and how long it took him to limber up. He wasn't a complainer, though, not like Vekel, who had given up trying to help after a few steps. If it had been anyone else, even me, there would have been fierce abuse, piss-taking and the rest, but no one uttered a word against the Vitki. It helped, I decided, that after we had finished gorging ourselves on beef, Vekel had thrown the rune bones and read our future. The outlook was good, he'd announced. The boat would take us, and the silver, and we would sail it right to the Norse fleet. Would there be danger, Carly had asked. Vekel had snorted, and asked if there was ever a time without perils. Of course it would be dangerous, he said, and there would be fighting, but we would win through. He hadn't said how many of us. I had seen this exact question in men's eyes, but no one asked it. Nor had I. With Brimdir's loss, and the deaths of Carr, Thomard, Immer, and so many others weighing like millstones around my neck, I didn't want to know. I folded away my worries at the back of my mind. I was nearing the boat, which looked a decent size. Lalo gestured, excited, and my heart lifted. We would get away from this place without having to murder half its inhabitants, and before the rightful owners of the silver came to claim it. Standing over the boat, I saw that it had been made for 8 men, perhaps 10. It would be more of a squeeze than I'd first thought, but I refused to let any doubt creep in. We were committed. It was this craft or nothing. The chests go in first, I whispered. We got safely away from the hamlet, 8 men at the oars pulling us into deeper water. The sail was unfurled, and a light wind bore us eastward. It was quiet on the water, and peaceful, yet my nerves were stretched taut. There were Norsemen on Whitland over to starboard, and although they were probably wrapped in their blankets, I did not relax until the island had been left well behind, and the open sea stretched before us. Morale was high. There were jokes about what the boat's owners would say when they found it gone, and also much anticipation about spending silver on ale, mead, and women. We were rich, Valley said, and we deserved it. Men hummed at that. I grinned at Vekel. "Does feel good," I said, tapping the chest under my arse. "Money does not buy you happiness." "Goes a long way towards it." I thought of Slanya, thinking that I would give up my share of the silver in the blink of an eye to bring us together again. "Does it, Stormcrow?" Even in the darkness his gaze weighed heavy. "She is married to a king," I said quietly. "What can I do?" "For the moment, nothing. But your time may come." "May?" "The future is rarely certain." "Aye, and in the meantime I'll rely on silver." Vekel lidded his black-rimmed eyes, and I busied myself with watching the distant horizon. I had enough on my mind without mooning over Slanya. It was several days' sail to the mouth of the great river that came from Lundenwick, an English town often attacked by the Norse. Pickings were rich along the coastline too. We would meet longships at some point. The skill, I corrected myself, no, the gamble, was to decide where to go ashore and bury the silver. In truth, I had not the faintest idea when that might be, and I suspected Vekel and Thorstein knew that. Neither had offered an opinion. As for the others, I had their trust, for the moment at least. It weighed heavy on my shoulders. The morning passed without incident. We saw a couple of fishing craft, but they were distant enough to be of no concern. Late in the afternoon, with the wind still at our backs, Twin Brows spotted a little bay. Down came the sail. We rowed in, eyes peeled for trouble. In Wessex, that didn't just mean longships. It was anyone at all. Even a shepherd might carry word of our presence. Luckily, there wasn't a soul about. I still insisted on sentries. We spent a quiet night close to the water's edge, and were gone before dawn, slipping away on the blue-green sea with only seabirds as witnesses. Our luck began to change halfway through the second morning, when the wind picked up. It changed direction too, becoming a gusty, squally brute from the south that left the sail flapping and empty. We had to take it down, lest it be torn to flitters. Before I could even give the order, men took up the oars and began to row. Heavy loaded, our progress was imperceptible. The sea was also against us now. Choppy waves, tall as a man, rolled in from starboard. Each vigorous slap against the hull threatened to unbalance the boat, which was keelless. We were soon drenched, but that was the least of our worries. Water was pulling between our feet, lifting a scum of debris. Fish scales, untwined pieces of rope, and God knows what. "Bail!" I cried. "Use your helmets!" The order did not need repeating. Not everyone could stoop and fill, empty over the side, so I searched for a place to bring us ashore. My stomach tightened. There was nowhere suitable, only tall white cliffs undulating off into the sea murk. Another wave crashed in, heeling the boat over to port. Water slopped over the side, undoing all the bailers' efforts. I roared, calling them flabby-armed nithings. "Do you want to drown?" I asked. They redoubled their efforts, as did the men at the oars. We made a little distance, and I could see the planking again. There was still no visible landing place, but we could keep on like this, bailing and rowing, until one came into sight, so I told myself. Then a big wave hit. It had the water lapping my ankles. I felt a tickle of fear, but refused to let it show. Lalo's face was grey, however, and he was muttering in his own tongue. Carley, the best seaman on board, was swearing. Thorstein and the other rowers bent their backs, rowing with a strength born of desperation. It was not enough, and never could have been. The boat might have been a decent craft with 8 or 10 fishermen aboard, but carrying 15 of us and 4 silver chests turned it into a sluggish, wallowing pig of a thing. The solution was as obvious as the nose on the end of my face. Nonetheless, I did not act. Instead, I asked the sea goddess Ran to help. The only answer was more seawater dashed over us. I waited, praying harder. The level at my feet rose further. "Stormcrow!" I met Carley's gaze. "We are going to sink!" Men glanced at one another, stared at me. Vekel and Thorstein were the only ones whose faces were calm. I could no longer ignore harsh reality. Curse it, I thought. "Throw one of the chests overboard." Rolf protested, but Twinbrows offered to heave him in as well, and he shut his trap. Valley and Twinbrows got up, standing wide-legged in the bottom of the boat. They needed no telling that even resting a chest on the narrow-edged side would tip us over. The throw also had to be done in the interval between waves. veins on their necks standing out. They lifted a chest straight up. Gentle as a mother with a babe, they swung a little to the left, then to the right. Again they did it, increasing the angle, and a third time. The boat swayed to and fro, and water came spilling over the starboard side. "Quickly," I said. They let go. For an instant the chest floated in the air, and then it dropped straight into the sea, right beside us. A fountain of spray erupted, the force sending the boat sideways. A wave hit from the other side, and a torrent poured in. My request that Ran accept the offering dying on my lips, I stared at my feet. We were no better off. I could still see nowhere to come ashore. The sea, so welcoming the day before, was an ugly, froth-capped, vicious beast that seemed hungry to drown us all, and the wind was its hissing companion. "Get rid of another one," I grated. This time no one protested. They didn't argue when I ordered the third chest pitched over the side either. The boat lifted, easier in the water, and Carly grinned. One chest was sufficient, I declared. We would none of us be poor. At these words, I sensed Veckel's cedar gaze, and my skin itched. Clearly the danger was not over yet. I did not look at him again, nor ask any questions, as if that would prevent whatever it was that he saw from happening. I might as well have stuck my head in the sand. "Intercede with Ran, Odin," I prayed. "Let us keep one chest. That is not greedy. She already has 3. It seemed he had granted my wish, because we made a little headway along the coast. With more room to bail, the water level went down. Men changed places at the oars. The newcomer's energy had the boat forging through the sea. Conditions grew a little calmer, and I dared to hope that the worst of our ordeal was over. "Is that a longship?" My despairing eyes followed Thorstein's outstretched arm. Off to starboard, perhaps 50 spear casts away, a square ship had appeared. It was unmistakably a sail, and with its coloured stripes on the mast of a Norse vessel. "Yes," I said, adding the faint possibility. "Maybe they won't see us." There followed a time when all eyes were on the longship, hoping against hope that its crew were laggards, not watching the seas around. Even if they did notice us, I told myself, perhaps they wouldn't bother with a few fishermen. It was not to be. "The Horsons are coming this way," said Vali. I swore I heard the Norns cackling, then realised a pair of gulls were screeching overhead. Bitches they are, I thought, the Norns. Miserable bitches. "What are we to do, Stormcrow?" Veckel asked. "A beach." This was Lalo, looking off to port. He was right. It was a shingle-lined strip, not all of which was backed by cliffs. "We can reach it before the longship," said Gunnar, eager as a leashed hound with the scent of deer in its nostrils. "And go where? We can't outrun its warriors carrying the chest," I snarled. Gunnar looked crestfallen. "We can bargain with the captain," I said, not at all sure this was the case. "Buy our way on board. The price will be the entire chest." Vali's face was thunderous. "That's better than nothing, isn't it?" It could work, I thought. But the Norns weren't finished their malevolent weaving. "It's sea stallion, or I'm a dung-shoveling moon man," said Thorstein. "The figurehead has a notch in its neck." I looked, and acid rose to my gullet. Thorstein was right. Not only would we lose what remained of the silver, but Askir would take it. Think like Loki, I told myself. Be wily, devious. I studied Sea Stallion, and inspiration hit with the force of a strike from Mjolnir, Thor's hammer. "To the beach," I ordered. "Row, you dogs, because your lives depend on it." "What are we going to do?" Thorstein asked. Everyone was looking at me. Even Veckel looked curious, and I took satisfaction from the fact that he hadn't already anticipated my intention. "I thought you said we couldn't escape with the chest," said Vali. "I did." Vali wasn't happy. "Are we going to fly away, then?" "No." And I explained. Chapter 32. Sea Stallion almost cut us off from the beach, but not quite. Our oarsmen put in a heroic effort, and helped by the incoming tide, our boat could almost have been a nimble two-man fearing. Sea Stallion was left in our wake. Reaching the shallows, Vali, Thorstein, Carly and I leaped in and hauled her out of the water. The chest was lifted up. We took it, and went a few steps before the weight had us set it down. Everyone tumbled out of the boat, and as I'd ordered, formed a circle, with Veckel, Lalo, and the chest at our backs. Veckel was no face-to-face fighter, however he might argue, and Lalo was better with a bow than a spear. 13 of us there were in our little shield wall, and a fine one it was too, I declared. There were no cheers, only a few half-hearted hums, but when I looked around, I knew my men would fight if I ordered. The silver helped, stiffening their backbones. Sea Stallion's shipmaster beached her on the shingle. It was sufficient purchase for Asgir's needs. We weren't running, so the warriors aboard took their time. In 2s and 3s they leaped off and came ashore, cocky as you like. They were all clad in mail with shields, ready for a fight. "They've been in the wars. Mark how few there are," I said. "I count 38. "There's Asgir, last of all, the arrogant skit-carl," said Vekel. 39 then," I replied. "They outnumber us 3 to 1, said Rolf. "And if it comes to a fight," I retorted, "we will kill how many? 1 warrior each?" My warriors didn't like that, which was precisely my intention. 2 men each, Gunnar cried. Vali snorted. 3! "I will not enter Valhall unless I have put down 5 at least," Thorstein declared. "Asgir won't have a crew left by the time we're finished," I shouted. Now they cheered, pride stirring, and the blood thrummed in my veins. Part of me wanted to fight then, just to prove how many warriors we could take with us. If Thorstein was set on 5, I thought I had to kill 6, more if I could. Our high spirits shocked Asgir's men. Their approach continued, but slower and warier. Vekel began to chant and pointed his iron staff in their direction, which visibly increased their unease. Asgir was a snake, but he was a clever one, stalking in front of his men, fancy helmet obscuring most of his face. He came almost within spear range. "Asgir," I said. Surprise, then. If it isn't little Stormcrow with a fine sword on his belt. He was as suave as a moneylender about to close a deal. "And the Vidki, I forgot his name." "Oh, and the Blaumore too." I heard Lalo's bowstring tauten. "Easy," I said from the side of my mouth. "Not unless I say." Lalo obeyed, but he was muttering curses in Irish, Norse, and his own tongue. "Funny meeting you here," I said. Asgir's eyes were on the chest. Like his crew, he would have seen it being unloaded from our boat. "Where's Ymir?" "Dead." "Brimdior is at the bottom of this sea too?" "No." I wasn't going to explain anything. "There's silver in that chest, or I'm a monk." "A decent quantity." "We'll be taking it," said Asgir, and his men laughed and smiled. I thought I spied Rognald, the man who had assaulted Slanya, in their midst. "Will you now?" "Aye." "Come on then, and welcome," I taunted. "More than half your warriors will die, and where will you be then, eh? Sea Stallion needs at least 30, better 40 men as crew." Asgir sneered, but didn't give the order to attack. We stared at each other. I let him stew, wonder what I had up my sleeve. "You can't get away," he said. "We're happy to stay here," I said. "Hey, lads!" They cheered, loud and lusty, and Asgir's scowl deepened. "Have you a proposition, Stormcrow?" "I do. Half the contents of the chest are yours." "And the other half is yours?" "Yes. There is more." His eyes were slits. "Go on." "You will take us on as crew." A surprised chuckle. "Have you taken leave of your wits? Your men and mine hate each other's guts. We know why that is, don't we?" Thorstein, normally reserved, couldn't help himself. "It's because you abandoned us at Clon McNoy's." "Left at the opportune time, I would call it." Asgir's grin was greasy. "What's done is done." The memory of Ulf drowning burnt bright in my mind, but I kept my tone placatory. "The past is best forgotten. What's needed here is a way to prevent bloodshed." "You just want to save your skins," said Asgir, his lip curled. "And you need enough crew to sail Sea Stallion. Come at us with shield and axe, and by Odin, 20 warriors and more of yours will never leave this beach." Thorstein hammered his shield boss, and every man copied him. They made a fearful racket, throwing insults and threats. Asgir's crew shouted their own war cries, but for the number of them, it didn't drown out my men's shouts. The tumult died down, and I stared at Asgir. "What's it to be?" Asgir withdrew a short distance to consider his options. I called out that there was no point leaving us on the beach and hoping to attack our boat in open water. We wouldn't be leaving any time soon, I shouted, and we do so after burying the silver which he would never find. His warriors did not look happy. Who would, I said to Vekel, when the choice was between free silver and a good chance of dying. We'll be sleeping every night with our sea-axes in our fists, Hrolf grumbled. If you have a better way out of this, tell us, I said. He chewed on his moustache instead. A man can only play the taffel moves on the board, I said. We need to get on a longship. I'd rather a different one than Sea Stallion, but the gods sent her. And Asgeir too, the skit-carl, said Thorstein. He'll try to do us out of more silver. We had talked about this briefly. No more than 2/3, said Valley to a rumble of agreement. I nodded. Here he comes. There was a man with him. His shipmaster, I assumed. Dour of face, thin. He looked in need of a satisfying shit. There was no preamble. We need more silver, Asger said. I humphed. 2/3 of the chest's contents. Done. I stuck out my hand. I am the leader on Sea Stallion, not you or anyone else. You follow my orders. As long as you give the same commands to your warriors, I shot back. Aye. Asgeir's grip was limp, like his prick. I trusted it not one tiny bit. Vekel appeared beside us. His staff rose high. Swear on the gods, both of you. Asgeir's lip twisted. Take the oath, I said, or our agreement counts for nothing. You shook my hand, and you mine, but that would not prevent your warriors knifing me and my men in the middle of the night. A snicker. Am I wrong? The rings in his beard braids tinkled as his head shook. You are not. Swear not to harm each other while you are on Sea Stallion, Vekel said. Asgeir obeyed. So did I, thinking, when we are not on the longship, we can murder one another to our heart's content. Knowing Vekel, that had been his intention. Asgeir would have noticed too. I had no doubt about that. Let Odin, the All-Father, own you both, Vekel said, loud and authoritative. Let the thunder god Thor receive you both. We bent our heads as he made the divinities witnesses to our oath. I would not break this sacred vow. It was unlikely Asgeir would either, for all his snake wiliness. Vekel was not done. Not until every warrior present had made the same promise did he let up. Finished, he bestowed a beatific smile on me and Asgeir. There, we are all friends now, he said, like a mother who has just forced 2 squabbling brats to make peace. Open the chest, said Asgeir, making clear where his main interest lay. I stood back, letting Thorstein watch over Asgeir as the contents were tallied up and divvied out. It was strange, but I no longer cared about this silver, nor that which had gone into the sea. My high hopes of buying a longship had come to nothing, but that did not take away from my achievements. Against all odds, I had led my men, and whatever our oath said, they were my men. Across a vast swathe of enemy territory, without many casualties, there was some silver in our purses, and we were crewing a longship. Not the vessel we would have chosen, but a longship nonetheless. It was not our own. My gaze went to Asgeir and then Rognald, both of whom I could not trust. We were alive and free, however, and Odin still held me in some regard. I felt sure of it. Vekel didn't look happy, though, which was unsettling. I followed his gaze out to sea, and saw rolling banks of dark clouds, presaging more bad weather. Will there be a storm? Should we stay ashore? His dark eyes met mine. More than that, Stormcrow, the greatest danger of all awaits. My skin crawled. When? Soon. You will need the sword. Danger will come from the most unexpected place. He saw me glance at Asgeir and Rognald, whom I had mentioned. Not them. It was bad then, I decided. Where then? I do not know. Vekel's normally calm expression was absent. We must be on our guard. I clutched my sword hilt and asked the gods for guidance. None came. Author's note. I had my first serious thoughts about writing in 2001-2002. My initial plan was either to set a story in the Viking Age or Roman times. Growing up in Ireland, loving history, it was impossible not to be influenced by the huge historical impact of the Norsemen. Thanks to Asterix and books like The Eagle of the Ninth, however, I also had a great interest in the Romans. Seeing Bernard Cornwall's first Utrecht book in the window of Waterstones in Newcastle upon Tyne made the decision for me. I literally cursed him. In my ignorance, I thought when an author of his stature started writing about Norsemen, it meant that I couldn't. In fact, the opposite is true. But I went with the Romans. Things didn't work out too badly, and 19 books later, I have come back full circle. It feels good. The early and middle medieval period left scant written detail of Ireland's history. Frustratingly, the same can be said of Norsemen, whenever and wherever they lived. Thus, gaping holes exist in our knowledge about the Irish, the Norse, and the Hiberno-Norse. For the historical novelist, it is both blessing and curse. I can make things up to my heart's content, but this approach only works if reasonable assumptions are made rather than wild supposition. Good common sense also helps. It's worth noting that the medieval Irish didn't make hay, rather grazing their livestock outside all year long. This worked except when severe winters occurred. Massive cattle mortality is recorded for those years. Interestingly, the longest Irish measurement of distance was a spear cast. It makes sense, though. The world of most medieval people was very small. It was rare to go more than a few miles from where one was born, lived, and died. That's why there is no mention of quarter miles, half miles, or miles, etc. in this audiobook. The same principle applies to the measurement of time. In the medieval period, people would have had far broader parameters than today, with its atomic clocks and automatically updated smartphones and computers. There was sunrise, morning, afternoon, sunset, evening, night, and little more than that. If one didn't live close to a monastery where bells sounded up to 8 times a day, there was no way to tell the time except the position of the sun in the sky. If it was cloudy, you do the maths. I'm sorry that I didn't use this approach to time much earlier in my career, so please forgive my heroes doing something half an hour later in many of my Roman novels. I spent a lot of time researching, but I am time constrained. 1 novel a year, or my kids don't eat. I joke, but it's also true. To try and avoid potential mistakes caused by insufficient research, I consult academics before my books go to print. With Stormcrow, I am deeply indebted to Professor Neil Price of Uppsala University in Sweden, who generously gave of his time to read the manuscript. He liked it too. It must be mentioned that his 2 superlative texts, The Viking Way and Children of Ash and Em, A History of the Vikings, had an enormous impact on this audiobook. Thank you, Neil. I have to mention my late friend Robert Lowe here too. His oath-sworn novels are quite simply the best Viking novels I have ever read. I like to think he would look kindly on this audiobook. Giles Christian's work is brilliant as well. On the subject of Norsemen, the voiced dental fricative in their language is not pronounced as a D, but as a th. So Odin would have been pronounced something like Othin. Growing up near the sea in County Louth, Ireland, I had no idea that there had been a large Norse settlement just a few miles away in Annagassan. The moment I heard about Lyn Duakel, that was where my hero had to come from. It seemed written in the stars. It wasn't until 2005 that the site, known in the medieval period as Lyn Duakel, was identified by Micheál McKeown, a local historian, along with 2 others. I am greatly indebted to Micheál, who generously shared archaeological information and his remarkable drawings of the site. Sadly, he died in late 2023 after a short illness. I am sure Micheál is in Valhall, from where I hope he looks kindly on this story. The Brazen Head is the oldest pub in Dublin, reputedly open since 1198. Although it may not have existed when Finn and Vekel were in Difflin, I felt it deserved to be included. I wonder if that will get me a free pint. Maybe I'll go in there one day with a copy of the book and see. All the kings, queens and rulers mentioned in the book were historical figures, except for Cormac, Mael's son. I used his real son, Flann, for a time, but potential confusion with Finn and the unappealing names of his other sons meant I decided to invent Cormac. The rivalry between Brian Baravna and Mael Shechnel was very real. So too the duplicitousness of Sigtrish, known nowadays as Citric Silkbeard. The battle at Glaun Momad took place on New Year's Eve, AD 999, and Sigtrish's ignominious flight, ending up on the Isle of Man, comes from the texts. So does the double royal marriage to seal the peace, although it was my invention to have Slania fall in love with Finn. Lalo is a fictional character, but his tribe, the Mandinka,
are a real people in modern-day Mali.
The name is also a nod to the late great Sinead O'Connor. An incomplete list of texts in my library includes Neil Price's books above and also Ireland in the Medieval World by Edel Brethnack, The Vikings in Britain and Ireland by Carol Harrison and Williams,
Early Irish Law Series, Volume 1,
Bec Breha, edited by Charles Edwards and Kelly, Dublin and the Viking World by Clark, Dooley and Johnson, Ireland and Scandinavia in the Early Viking Age by Clark, Nowini and O'Flynn, Medieval Ireland by Claire Doynham, A Regional History of England, the Southeast to AD 1000 by Druitt, Ridling and Gardner, Viking Longship by Keith Durham, The Archaeology of Early Medieval Ireland by Nancy Edwards, The Vikings by Ian Heath, Viking Age Dublin by Ruth Johnson, Marriage Disputes, a fragmentary Old Irish law text edited by Fergus Kelly, Early Irish Farming, edited by Fergus Kelly, The Vikings in Britain by H.R. Loyne, National Geographic, March 2017 issue, Chronicles of the Vikings by R.I. Page, Viking Age England by Julian Richards, The Viking Age, Ireland and the West, Proceedings of the 15th Viking Congress,
edited by Sheehan and O'Corian,
and Cogga Gadal Regalaf, The Invasion of Ireland by the Danes and Other Norsemen, translated by James Henthorne Todd. Listen to all my audiobooks and wanting more? Seek out my Kickstarter-funded digital novellas, The March, a follow-on from The Forgotten Legion, Eagle in the Wilderness, Eagles in the East, and Io, Saturnalia. All three feature Centurion Tullus of the Eagles of Rome trilogy. There is also a standalone novella, Centurion of the First,
set on Hadrian's Wall in 2nd century AD Britain.
Don't own an e-reader? Simply download the free Kindle app from Amazon and read the stories on a phone, tablet or computer. If you don't read ebooks, all but the last two are available in print and as an audiobook, Sands of the Arena. Enjoy cycling. Google Ride and Seek, rideandseek.com, is the company runs epic cycling trips, Hannibal, Napoleon, Marco Polo, that I am involved with as an historical guide. I am a long-term fundraiser for combat stress, which helps British veterans with PTSD and Médecins Sans Frontières, MSF, responsible for sending medical staff into disaster and war zones worldwide. I have walked Hadrian's Wall in full Roman armour twice to raise money for these causes. I once marched with two friends from Capua to the Colosseum in Rome. The result, the Romani Walk, is on YouTube, narrated by Sir Ian McKellen. Gandalf. I also raise money for Park in the Past, parkinthepast.org.uk, a community interest company which is building a Roman marching fort near Chester in northwest England. The partly constructed fort is already open to the public. Big thanks to my amazing editor Sam Eads and to the ever-enthusiastic Paul Stark in audio, and to the rest of the fantastic team at Orion. You all work so hard to make my books the successes they are, and I appreciate it. And now to you, my amazing listeners. I love your emails and comments, messages on social media. Please keep them coming. I often give away signed books and goodies in auction for charity. Stay tuned on these media. Sadly, historical fiction is still a shrinking market.
A short review or just a rating of this audiobook left on Amazon, Goodreads, Google, iTunes or waterstones.com
would be a real help. Gratitude. Thank you to my children, Ferdia and Pippa, and my love to the moon and back. There is one other thank you as well. Always.
Ways to get in touch. Email ben@benkane.net, facebook.com/benkanebooks, Twitter @benkaneauthor, Instagram benkanewrites, my website benkane.net, SoundCloud podcasts, soundcloud.com/user 8032-60618, YouTube (short documentary style videos), tinyurl.com/y7chqhgo.
Glossary. Akara means my friend. A, as in pay. Amadon, a fool. Arabu, Arabs. Bolyaholne, Slane, County Meath. Beulf Ane, festival at the start of May, celebrating the first day of summer. Ban Shi, fairy woman. Bifrost, mythical bridge to Asgard, realm of the gods. Blackleg, a Norse insult. Blaland, the northern part of Africa and beyond. Bud means prick. Bud Salach means dirty prick. Bowen, the River Boyne. Brendon, modern-day Brendan. Bretland, Wales. Brian Barava, in today's language, Brian Baru. Brefna, a medieval Irish kingdom. Buifshe. Carlin, modern-day Carlingford, County Louth. Cambron, Camborne, Cornwall. Casson, River Glide, County Louth. Kennal Nowen. Carol. Clan Culmoine. Cluan Firtha, modern-day Clonford, County Galway. Clon MacNoise, County Offaly. Cunogba, Knoth, County Meath, situated less than 2 kilometres from Newgrange as the crow flies. Concord. Cunlach. Connacht, Connacht, today one of the 4 provinces of Ireland. Crannog. Cu, meaning hind. Cuchulainn, an ancient Irish mythical warrior. Dolfiatach. Darvoil. Donal. Dunnacha. Duvlin. Blackpool, Dublin. Dunkerque, modern-day Cork City. Dunnaski, site on Loch Ennel, County Westmeath. Difflin, Norse for Dublin, derived from Duvlin. Yoki MacArdle. Eriu, the island of Ireland. Fagorum, literally, blue man, a person of colour. Fian Macul. Geron, small horse, gelding. Giokok, pidgin Irish spoken by Norsemen. Gloin Mama. Gorumla, Gauger, aggressive lowlife. Yoltland, Shetland. Herring chokers, an insult from Galway City in the 20th century, referring to those who lived closest to the sea. Inishkathak, an island in the Shannon which was part of Norse Limerick. Inishcrow, site on Loch Ennel, County Westmeath. Inishmon, the island of Anglesey. Jorvik, York. Yorsalaland, the Holy Land. Yorsalir, Jerusalem. Lion, Leinster, today one of the 4 provinces of Ireland. Langfetter, derived from Norse, a type of hobble. Lequin. Lamuga. Liamaka, one of Cuchulainn's 2 chariot horses. Lin Duachel, Duachel's Pool, Annagassan, County Louth. Loch Annin, Loch Ennel, County Westmeath. Lochlan, modern-day Scandinavia, especially Norway. Lunasa, a midsummer festival celebrating the beginning of harvest. Limlech, modern-day Limerick City. Ludenwick, London. Mael, Mael. Mael Morda, Mael Morga. Monastir Wiha, Monaster Boys, County Louth. Monday, an area of West Africa including parts of modern-day Mali and Guinea. Mandinka, a tribe in Mali. Magawan. Miklagard, the great city, Constantinople, modern-day Istanbul. Meath, today an Irish county. Muan, Munster, today one of the 4 provinces of Ireland. Orm, a tribute to my late friend Robert Lowe. This was the name of the main character in his outstanding Oath-Sworn series. Usria, medieval Irish kingdom. Rurhech, the medieval name for the river Liffey. St. Petrock's Stow, Padstow. Samhain, celebrated on the 1st of November, an ancient Irish festival marking the end of harvest and the beginning of winter, and a time when the boundaries between this world and the next blurred, meaning contact with the spirits was more likely. Also the Irish word for November. Seal Islands, Orkney Islands. Sheknal. Circland, a vast area which may have referred to the territories of the Abbasid Caliphate in the modern Middle East. Sionfru, Ferryhill, the UNESCO World Heritage Site of Newgrange, County Louth. Shannon, the River Shannon, largest of Ireland's waterways. Suir, the River Suir, which flows through modern-day Waterford City. Slóinne. Tafel, short for Henaf Tafel, a board game. Tower-na-Ree, the Hill of Tara, County Meath. Chonang. Donacha. Féloin. Nails. Ulla, Ulster, today one of the 4 provinces of Ireland. Ulfrexfjord, modern-day Larne, County Antrim, Northern Ireland. Valland, an area spanning much of modern-day France. Vedrafjord, modern-day Waterford City. Groenland, Greenland. Vaesfjord, modern-day Wexford Town. West African tribal names Mandinka, Sonika, Ligby, Vai, Bissa. West Bretland, Cornwall. Whitland, the Isle of Wight. Young Wans, young ones, young females. You have been listening to an Orion fiction audiobook, Stormcrow, by Ben Kane, read by Ruairí Conaghan, produced by Niall Doran for the Start Together Studios, Belfast, in association with White House Sound. The text is copyright by Ben Kane, 2024. The recording is copyright 2024 by the Orion Publishing Group Limited. Orion Fiction is an imprint of the Orion Publishing Group Limited. For information